Okay, so we are starting stream. Let's see if it matches up with the studio, synchronizes, and then we're going to ask everyone to tell us how we sound. Okay, first let's see if it synchronizes. Okay, it seems to be synchronizing. All right then, everybody, welcome aboard, and just hit that upvote because the first thing that happens is as soon as we start the stream, we get hit by automated downvotes sent by the information technology specialist Stephen Outram, even though he never specialized in anything other than buying and selling short to earn his millions. And when they hit us, it wipes us off the search engine. So YouTube is based on a popularity aggregate, and the only way we can beat it is with your help. It's your war. You got to fight it. And the only way to fight it is to fight dirty, because nice guys finish last. And you have to hit that upvote from every IP address you've got. That includes the PC, laptop, tablet, whatever you're using, including your cell phone. Hit an upvote, and that way we get back on search engines, and that's the only way anyone finds out about us. So, other than that, we've just now beginning to have some people joining us, so that will hit everyone who begins to listen, and we're going to wait until we have a few more listeners and ask about the quality of Peter Moon's voice. Give me a second here with checking out whether or not everything else is syncing. Of course, we can have Peter talk just for the sake of, let's see if it makes the bar move on the online broadcasting software.
Okay, please let me know if you can hear me. Those of you who are listening, T-Tank Barry, maybe, or whoever might be listening to us, if you could let us know that you indeed can hear us.
Sounds good. Well, the bar is moving, and that's what's important. So the desktop audio is recognizing Peter Moon's side of the Skype call. And that almost definitively means that most certainly Peter can be heard. We, of course, want to wait a few minutes before we get into any heavy discussion because of simple gathering of audience, making certain that everything, that enough people gather to make it worthwhile to talk. So we have already a gathering of about 8 people, which means that's about 3-4 times that number. With that, Peter, I guess you can.
That's a good start.
Yeah,
that's an excellent start.
Yeah.
For this early in the broadcast. So hello and welcome to all of you, wonderful people who have joined us promptly, if not early.
Thank you. T-Take Berry says quality is one off, loud and clear. Bless you, T-Take Berry. You're the best. Sickman Dwayne says sound is good. Thank you, both of you. Hearts out to both of you. Just make certain to specify if Peter Moon can be heard, because that's really the most important thing in these opening hours. Now 10 concurrent viewers, which means we likely have 3 to 4 times that amount. And so again, everybody confirm Peter Moon's sound, and but I'm sure everybody can hear him.
I would certainly think so.
Yeah.
In light of what's already been acknowledged.
Yes. T-Tank Barry says, join me for a drink in Japantown. And of course, Peter Moon is partial to sake. T-Tank Barry says both. Says he hears both of us. So take it away, dear Peter.
I don't know if I'm partial to sake. I've had it before. On rare occasions, actually, but I had commented in my email to everybody the last 2 weeks, and we didn't get to it last week, but was that I was going to take us from the transfusion of the nanoblood up to the Ardilect. Well, I'm looking over my notes, and I have a lot on the Ardilect. I just haven't sat down and reread it and cut it and pasted it and then put it into a cohesive narrative. That would be the next piece of writing for me to do, and I don't know if I'm going to get to that before I take off to Romania. I've been very busy, very active, getting ready for my departure,
right?
Which includes making logistical arrangements in another country, and I would really feel sorry for anybody trying to do this through through means and methods of which you didn't know people. I would not want to do it at all. Like, as my friend Vonda Osman found out, it drove her nuts. I'm confident in what I'm doing because I know people. They still have to show up and put the nail, on the wall, so to speak. But I've got two major logistical things I'm working on. I've also, Douglas, and I can say this publicly now, but I found out the problem in my mouth was an abscessed tooth. And I had that pulled on Tuesday. It wasn't an occult attack. It was just an abscessed tooth. And it's been a ordeal to go through.
I can imagine.
Because the first dentist, and I've X'd the dentist. I mean, I'm not going to use Medicare dentists anymore.
I don't blame you.
I don't care how much it costs. You save money on the cleaning and the X-rays and all that, but it's not worth it.
Thank you.
And so I went back to the dentist who did my previous bridges and stuff, and implants, and he's just really good, and I trust him. And I have my endodontist friend in Puerto Rico who's been holding my hand through this process. She's kind of pointed out what negligence I was receiving.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course, she was her idea, to get me on antibiotics, which I did myself through Teladoc.
Yeah.
Teladoc is an adventurous thing. I'm sure you've used it.
Not myself, no. But go on.
Well, Teladoc is, so you don't have to go see a doctor. You call them up on the telephone and say, I need antibiotics. This is what's going on. So they prescribe them to you.
Wow.
It's free with Medicare.
Wow.
It's
That's amazing.
free.
Yeah.
I think I paid $12 for the antibiotics. And it was a general antibiotic, which, certainly took about a week to get rid of the pain because I couldn't even eat without it causing me pain. The abscess was swollen up.
Yeah.
I thought it was TMJ, and I went to the doctor and said, this is TMJ. He says, oh, you slept on the wrong side of the mouth. You have infection, come back Friday when I can clean your mouth. He didn't do anything. He didn't even see me.
Madness.
Yeah. And so, I got my own antibiotics and, told him. He didn't think much of it. He said the tooth needed to come out, but he doesn't do extraction. So I went to my old dentist. And
But by the way, extractions are like the easiest thing I would think for a dentist to do. If he doesn't do that, what does he do?
I'm glad he didn't.
Yes.
Because although it would have been free, my dentist put in the, what do you call it, the bone graft.
Yeah.
For the implant, and it's like the bone graft is cadavers.
Yes.
So be it. There's this one psychic on Long Island, and he's very good. He's a very sweet man, Daniel. I don't know how to spell his last name. Daniel. He's always booked months in advance.
Wow. By the way, here's the hyperlink. I'm going to enter this into your message box.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
And Daniel, I remember he had some operation on his legs or knees, and I told him what he could do, and Qigong-wise, but it was kind of too late. He just smiled at me, appreciated that I was so concerned about him, and he said, but basically he got these cadaver crystals put him, and he loves to talk about his cadaver crystals. He loves to say, oh yeah, since I got the cadaver crystals, my psychic energy. And he just taps into people. Really sweet guy. I love to see him if he ever speaks. And I think he just, does readings out of his house. And of course his body was a little compromised.
When you said it was too late concerning the Qigong and all the rest of that, how so? What exactly?
Well, I mean, he'd had this operation. I forget what it was.
I see what you see.
But it had to do with his legs and all this stuff. And, he can walk around, but it's, sometimes people just suffer physical conditions. And sometimes people of a particularly sensitive nature. And of course, we all suffer physical conditions, in varying degrees. I think one thing that this tooth experience really demonstrated for me was how when Pluto moving into Capricorn, back into Capricorn is teeth. And so is Saturn moving into Pisces in my 6th house is teeth. Saturn is teeth. It rules Capricorn. And it's health. But when Pluto grips you, there is nothing you can do but heal.
Yeah.
And this is what death is like, or when somebody's on their last legs. Vladimir Putin, for all of his malfeasances, I don't care how bad he's doing, and he seems to have had a lot of health problems. As bad as they are, he seems to be pretty resilient in terms of, he must have some of the best medical care in the world. I mean, we don't really know how bad he is because they don't really show us.
Right.
But if he's not, calling and making the shots, what are happening there, whoever is doing, a much better job than the people who run Biden of keeping this, artifice working, or this whatever they're doing over there, because it's, we haven't heard too much news out of there lately.
Right. You're talking about Russia or the Biden household?
Russia.
Understood. But by the way, the proper link is now in your message box. I had to.
I'm working. I happen to be working on it right now.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I just put it up.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And please continue.
Okay. So anyway, so I just wanted you to know that that's under control, and it's a very good thing that it happened this early, weeks before I go to Romania.
Thank God.
So that I'm not dealing with it over there.
Oh my God. Though, compared to what you were getting from the Medicare, Medi-Cal, whatever you were dealing with, it might have been better off anyway.
Well, he told me it's better to fly with an abscess than with a pulled tooth. Which my dentist and my friend and another dentist friend said this is ridiculous. Yeah. You don't want to be up there with an abscess.
Thank you.
And he says, "Oh, bring your antibiotics with you." No. That's not a good idea. And I said, "When do I get the tooth pulled?" He goes, "When it hurts next."
Jesus Christ! I mean, that's just unacceptable. That's unacceptable. You should report this individual.
You know what? And then I kind of didn't notice he's really crippled. I didn't really notice how crippled he was. Paula had noticed this because she went to him and, and certainly left him before I did. She had,
smart girl.
Yeah. So in any case, it's all good. But I'm saying, when Pluto grips you, nothing you can do. There's absolutely. I've had that in dreams when I was confronted by an entity that looked sort of I don't want to call it a demon. I don't know what to call it. It was sort of like a bull head, but with that sort of demonic contour. You could call it a demon, but I feel to call it a demon would degrade it. It would degrade it for what it was. But when I confronted it, there was no negotiating with it. There was nothing I could do other than to just capitulate to it. I don't remember what. I remember asking Joe Matheny, and he says, sometimes there's these entities, and there's nothing you can do. You just, acknowledge them and, admit your vulnerabilities, and, you pass on to the next thing.
Yeah, well, a bull-headed man reminds me of your average coworker. But go on. Of course, there's no.
It was much more than a man. It was
Understood.
just like some guardian of some portal. Yeah. It's like you can get so far with something, and this is of course what happens, as you move closer to the time travel scenario with David Anderson, of course, there's a very whatever his personal stuff going on about him, to be able to access what he's doing, independent of his personal agenda, issues, machinations, stuff that he has to deal with, there is a whole litany of energies and entities that have to be negotiated. It is my hope, if not intuition, that some of these things will ungel or loosen up a little bit on this trip. Although that's not necessarily the target. Whatever happens, because this is the synchronicity of the biorhythm, and the biorhythm is a life stream. What can I say? Life stream. Now, I'm thinking out loud here on my own chalkboard between me and myself here. I have to get to the nanoblood, we've got the nanoblood chapter is essentially done. I have to wrap it up a little bit and reread it, re-edit it, and then we're going to go from there. And that's about at the age of 14.
Yes.
And at the age of 14 is about 1980.
Yeah.
Do you know the Artelect project is probably already in its infancy at that point?
Mm-hmm. I would presume.
He knows about plotting it. I wonder who the hell plotted this. He doesn't seem to give himself credit. Aquino, meaning, he's definitely part and parcel of it.
Mm-hmm.
This seems to be. Well, let me go back. One of the first things I learned in the computer industry, when I was working in the computer industry, was that IBM, which I think has some 666 resonance in its addresses that it used to have in New York City or whatever.
Oh, absolutely.
But International Business Machines, their agenda, way back when, far before the personal computer, was to just have one big computer that ran the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that was
that's
their
right.
agenda.
Yes.
That's how they thought of things.
Yes, that's quite correct. As a matter of fact, there was a film that kind of conveyed that, called Colossus, The Forbin Project, which is almost impossible to find on any streaming now. It is all you can find are reviews, are allusions to it, but you can't find the film itself. And it was about that very concept, and it was based on a trilogy of books. I forgot who wrote them, but back to Peter, certainly this was the intent that they had in those days. They thought that the world was headed towards a logical management system in which the autocrats would be the technocrats. The engineers. Basically, the world would be run by a computer system that would be tended to by engineers as the high priesthood, which is conveyed in Colossus, the Forbin Project. The inception of that situation, and so it looked inevitable back then. The march of progress towards this omega point. Back to Peter.
Well, that's where we're headed with the age of Aquarius. Aquarius is technology, innovation. This is where we're headed anyway. It doesn't mean it's going to be as tyrannical as it could, would, or might. But it does move in that direction of a, technological, because Aquarius' old ruler is Saturn. Its new ruler is Uranus. So Saturn has an influence in Aquarius, which is corporate, and Aquarius is very group mind, hive mind. It's probably better to identify it as more socialistic than Soviet communistic, but nevertheless, it's that wholeness of thinking alike. So IBM should have perhaps just relaxed because they were going to get that anyway. Certainly not in the way they would probably hope for.
Right. The way that they envisioned with themselves as the high priest, the interlocutor between the computer would essentially be God, and they would be the papacy between between the divinity of the computer and humanity. Go on, Peter.
Yeah, which is the age old issue of power. This whole issue of having to be powerful. And in the end, and this is what, you really see it with the Democratic Party, they're just ravenous for power. And power to the, what do you call it? To the, at the expense of anything else. The power is important. And this is not unique to human beings. All politicians are pandering to power in one form or another. It's all about power. And to what end? And in the case of, why do all these people, and somebody explained it, I heard them today saying, it was Robert F. Kennedy Jr. saying, all these people in the FDA and all these corporations, he was pointing out how Trump appointed people from Pfizer because they were donating millions of dollars. Mm-hmm. And he got, he was pandering to them because they donated money, so he gave them appointments, and they really helped screw up everything. But he said, this is what happens with these people in these agencies. It's like they say they're in on the joke. It's like a big joke. Like, you follow the rules and you get the rewards. And he pointed out, he says, I don't think the joke is funny. And Robert Kennedy has a streak of humanitarianism in him that has been shown before when he was, he used to have commercials here offering people heating oil who couldn't afford to heat their homes, which was a big issue when the crunch got put on with, back about, 13 years ago or whatever it was, when oil was just at an outrageous price to heat your home. And he was putting out commercials to get oil for Venezuela. He was part of some contingency to get, he was making this Chavez guy sound like a good guy because Venezuela was providing free oil to poor people, or at least that's what the commercial said. I don't know if it was actually true. I have no reason to believe it wasn't. But then again, I have no evidence to say that it was. But Robert Kennedy Jr., this was far before he ever got on vaccines, was, kicking up this humanitarian
shtick,
yeah. Yeah. And even his brothers did pander to that, particularly his father, who was like right there on the front lines with Cesar Chavez, and the Great Pickers Union or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
And that was like, he was incredibly popular in California, and I think he would have won the nomination for the presidency in California won the primary in California without that. But nevertheless, he had huge support in California. Robert F. Kennedy had so much support and sympathy, it was not funny. Whether you liked him or not, he had just tremendous sympathy because of what happened to his brother, but he was also pandering on these humanitarian buttons. And as an individual and politician, he was known to be quite ruthless. And he could be quite an asshole. But that's not how he was perceived. Nevertheless, I think his son is a far different person.
Thank you.
He's also inheriting the Kennedy legacy. And he's rekindling, he's the only politician that's rekindled, that what could possibly could rekindle this kind of hope that was in the 1960s when Kennedy was shot. Like, I wasn't even into politics then, had no interest in it. But Johnson was a very much of a turnoff as a personality. And I think what we would get about politics is we get the Weekly Reader, and it would show us that there's a new country called Zambia. Northern Rhodesia is now Zambia. And you'd learn some of this, like, history, stuff about, Brezhnev and Kosygin were now taken over from Khrushchev. It was not, you got a little bit of politics. And, of course, and the news was very truncated in those days. You didn't hear much news. It was like the news, the 11 o'clock news was like no longer than 15 minutes. It was like 12 minutes with commercials. And sports would be like, the Dodgers beat the Cardinals 4-2. The Yankees lost to the Angels 6-5. I mean, that was the sports. They didn't show highlights. And you heard the news. I mean, they would go into it a little more depth in 6 o'clock with Walter Cronkite or Huntley Brinkley. But nevertheless, it was all official news. There was no disputing it until then the revolution of the 60s. But RFK, when he was shot, it was like, it's like this balloon. It was even worse than the JFK assassination, because the JFK assassination took everybody by surprise. Like, what the hell is this? And then the RFK assassination was rekindling the hope to end the Vietnam War and to, stop all the bullshit that was going on. And, and he was shot, you just felt this like balloon kind of burst. It's like, oh, who's going to be the next president? I think people hoped for Eugene McCarthy, who had upset LBJ in the New Hampshire primary. And that particular primary election is what gave Robert Kennedy the cojones to say, oh, I can run too. He ran, he entered the election because McCarthy beat Johnson in the New Hampshire primary, which was unprecedented for some upstart senator to protest the Vietnam War, and Johnson lost. And then when RFK entered, Johnson knew he was cooked. So he said, I'm not going to run. I think that was on the last day of March in 1968.
Wow.
Shortly after that, a few weeks later, week two or later, Martin Luther King was shot.
Jesus.
And that was like, what the hell is this? And then 6-7 weeks later, on June 4th or 5th, it was, I think, RFK was shot. And it's like, God, it just, it was, I guess it's conditioning you to get, this is the way politics works, but you're still not thinking that. It's just disappointing.
Yeah. It was, it's amazing to me that Americans did not respond in some cohesive fashion to what was obviously a concerted assault on their very social infrastructure, the social fabric. I mean,
how could they? What could they actually do? And how there was a response, and all the people that were engaging in the protests, whether in Berkeley, this ignited. See, so much of what was going on then, the Summer of Love, was all sort of peace and love. And this was the opposite. This was no longer about peace and love. This was about politics. Yeah. And it just, the peace and love movement was in protest to all of the, BS that was going on in the culture. But now you were seeing the political fangs being bared. And it was just, oh, well, God, what do you expect from these people? What do you expect? They were the evil establishment. And then when his funeral train, he was put on a train, I think his body was flown back to Washington, D.C. or I don't know where it was. I think it was flown into JFK airport. And then it was put on a train and taken down to Washington, D.C., where he was buried. And I remember watching, the train of RFK's body, and J. Edgar Hoover issues this press release right in the middle of this, saying, James Earl Ray, the assassin of Martin Luther King, has now been caught in England, and he's being extradited to the United States. It was like he was using that as a PR coup. The FBI is on the job.
Right.
And that was...
tasteless, to say the least.
Oh, yeah. But that's, that's who he was. So, it's like for RFK, or for RFK Jr. to be being recycled or recycling his family legacy is, giving some tinge of that old Kennedy magic. There is another Kennedy that was being groomed to be something. I don't know. I think he was the grandson of Teddy Kennedy. And this guy struck me as an abomination.
Right.
Just a complete abomination to, just seemed like a political construct that, and he seemed really stupid. That's just the impression I got of him. Just listening to him talk, and trading on the Kennedy name. So I would bet there would be a concerted effort if RFK, he wants to debate Joe Biden, but if he were to actually get momentum, and I think he would beat Trump if he were to face off with Trump. But if he were to become seriously considered and to get hot in the race, I think there would be a concerted effort to shoot him, in keeping with tradition. And I don't mean that as a joke. I mean, I think I think there's nothing more that your cabal would like than to shoot another Kennedy and reinforce the point, and to send a signal to a family that's still politically
powerful,
yeah. And keep your place,
yeah.
keep in your place. I think it was Edward Kennedy when he had that scandal down in Florida with his I think it was his nephew, Edward Kennedy Smith, the one that had raped a girl on the beach.
Yeah, delightful.
And was found to be not guilty.
Jesus Christ. Yes.
Or was he found to be not? It was a messy thing. But the girl who was the victim quoted Edward Kennedy as saying, they're drunk. They're all drunk. He's drunk, and he's saying, you know nothing about world politics. You don't know anything about world politics. Like, he was kind of alluding to the bigger game that he's subject to. Of course, a drinking man is, just, maybe he revealed more than he could. or should. And even RFK Jr.'s mother, or I should say his uncle, was involved in some murderous issue that I think he was, let off the hook after years. Mm-hmm. You remember that?
Yeah.
Ethel Kennedy's, what was his, that was a messy situation. That's and she's still alive, I think.
Probably. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
Skakel, boy, she looks old.
Well, no doubt.
And when you see her picture, when she's younger, she looks like a cross between RFK and Hillary Clinton. Actually, she looks like she has Kennedy genetics in her, to tell you the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
Because she looks a lot like RFK.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying. Her name was Skakel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to find out what happened to that, because I think he was found guilty.
I remember the only Kennedy that I know that faced justice was this one motherfucker who killed some young girl with a golf club. And basically the motivation was she said no. And they put him in jail. And that's the only one I know that faced any justice. The rest of them, they literally get away with murder.
Okay, it says here, Michael Skakel, age 15, a high school student in Greenwich. Oh, no, Martha Moxley was murdered in 1975, last seen alive spending time at the home of the Skakel family across the street from her home. Michael Skakel, age 15, was convicted in 2002 of murdering Moxley and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Now, the murder happened in 1975. So here he's being convicted 27 years later. In 2013, which is 11 years after his conviction, Skakel was granted a new trial by a Connecticut judge who ruled that his counsel had been inadequate, and he was released on $1.2 million bail. When have you ever heard of a judge saying, your counsel was inadequate? That's like unprecedented. I've never heard that. On December 30th, 2016, the Connecticut Supreme Court ruled 4-3, that's a narrow decision, to reinstate Skakel's conviction. That's the Connecticut Supreme Court. But the Connecticut Supreme Court reversed itself on May 4th, 2018, and ordered a new trial. Now this is like such manipulation.
Yeah, it's
so, a judge in Connecticut rules that, oh no, he didn't have a good enough lawyer, so we'll retry the case, and you're out on 1.2 million bail. And then, now he's been in jail then about 9 years.
Yeah.
And then 4 years later, or 3 years later, the Supreme Court of Connecticut says, to hell with this. We're putting him back in jail.
Holy shit.
That's in December of 2016. A year and a half later, on May 4th in 2018, the Supreme Court changes its mind somehow, reversed itself. Now, how does the Supreme Court reverse itself?
It's called corruption.
I've never heard of that. Well, we made a decision. It would require the way you you go to a higher authority, which would be a U.S. appellate court. But somehow it's manipulated. On October 30th, 2020, the 45th anniversary of Moxley's murder, the state of Connecticut announced it would not retry Skakel for Moxley's murder. Like, how about putting the nail in the wound? It's the anniversary of her the murder, the very same day. And they say, we're not going to retry this person who was convicted of murdering her.
Madness.
The case attracted worldwide publicity, as Skakel is a nephew of Ethel Kennedy, the widow of RFK. So, wow.
To say the least. Wow is what you're left with saying. With that degree of corruption, it's a wonder that there's not a revolution, really. But then again, the people find it so entertaining. It's like Dynasty or Dallas to them.
Well, the thing is, this does not implicate Ethel Kennedy, because first off, it's her nephew. But it does implicate the dynasty she belongs to, whether it be on the Kennedy side or the Skakel side, because the Skakels are obviously a powerful and influential family themselves. This is really, and you know, justice in America is, do we have justice in America when you hear a case like this? To say nothing of Hunter Biden. It's like, you know, what is justice? Justice is, you know, good luck to anybody seeking justice. Of course, you know, money, power, and influence. That's how William Burroughs got off in Mexico. He hired a powerful attorney. And I think they reduced the sentences, if I recall.
Yeah.
But I think he also got the hell out of Mexico.
Yes.
So, you know, this is just, you know, what a mess. So I guess we can't really, but I mean, you're just dealing with power there. So whatnot. Now, to get back to the book, we're talking about the year 2000, the year 1980 is the nanoblood transplant or
transfusion.
Operation.
Yeah.
And then as we move forward, we have.
By the way, just a thought there. Just a thought there. I in terms of the in America or the West, the nano blood transfusion would have been referenced as a full body blood transfusion, but in Russia they have a much more, shall we say, I think the way they look at it is actually, in a sense, superior. They would call it a liquid organ transplant. Is how it would have been referenced. But this would have been the implanting of a completely artificial organ, of course, with the nanoplasma. But please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Well, yes. So that's about 1980.
Yeah, correct. And 1987 was the uploading of my persona, essentially, into the facility that produced the Dietrich Ardolite.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to 1980. Now, Aquino, I guess, when does all the accusations start breaking about 1987?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking but when does the Ardolect experiment start, approximately?
Well, it was the year 1987. It was about the year everything was starting to really break down. Now, whether Aquino was cognizant consciously of my betrayal of him, or whether he simply had felt at that time, because of the Night of the Broken Circle, that I could never be the heir to his kingdom, he concluded that at that point I was expendable. He did not expect me to survive that transferal of my essence into the facility that produced the Dietrich Ardolite.
When did the Night of the Broken Circle happen, approximately?
We're talking about, it was not too long after I became a military reference technician, meaning that I was no longer shelving books, but it was graduated to the point where I was destroying documents. So it's, let me see, when I was 14 was about 1980, so 16 was about 1982, and then, so it'd have to be about 1984. It was around 1984. Was the Night of the Broken Circle, between 84 and 85. And then, so it was about 2 years after that, 86, 87 that the Dietrich incident took place.
Okay, and that was that's right about the time. I can look up and see when the news was breaking on that stuff, but it was about 87.
Yeah.
And I'm going to see when Mae Brussel died as well.
Yes.
Because I kind of forgot about her, as far as her, when she died of cancer on October 3rd, 1988. Okay, she died in 1988. So she dies, and that would have been about the time you were talking to her, giving her.
That's right.
That's just something I also have to include in the book is Mae.
Thank you.
And all of that stuff.
Yes.
And all of the quantum resonance that was because she was probably the most potent journalist on his case. And she was not really a journalist in the mainstream sense. The mainstream people were reporting on it, but I don't feel they were really pursuing it like a hot potato.
No, of course not. Not the way she was. He found her the greatest threat. For one thing, she was. This is going to sound odd. There was Judeophobia involved. She was Jewish, and he felt that she was connected, therefore, to a powerful lobby. It's not illogical or irrational. There's reason to his deductions. But he also took it personally. The fact that she was pursuing him. Then again, not to defend the son of a bitch, but of course he took it personally. She was pursuing him. So he...
Well, there's no question of that. There's no question of that. And you know what? Her father was the rabbi of Hollywood.
Yeah.
He was connected.
Yeah.
He was connected to Hollywood.
Yeah.
And you don't know what his power was, and you don't know what their relationship was.
Right.
And he might have been older by that time too, but you can't underestimate, because this all ties to the Helazon. What did she even know about any of that?
Right. That's an important. I would presume she knew a lot because of her father's rabbinical knowledge. That I'm certain he probably shared it with her. She seems to me, the impression I got of her was, think of Barbara Streisand was in a movie that's not...
Yentl.
Yes, it's not a good movie, but the point is in the plot. You don't need to suffer through it. No one needs to review it or watch it, but it's basically a Jewish woman wants to become a rabbi, and this is considered just... she may as well say I want to become Godzilla or something. It's just considered such a ridiculous. It's something that is not considered possible, and so something similar to a sex change back in the old days or something. So when it came to her, Our Lady Mae Madden in Brussels, she had a similar kind of personality bent. It was the next best thing to becoming a rabbi, was to serve the public, the body politic, in a manner that held meaning to her, that put meaning in her life, and she felt was meaningful to humanity. So it's I think of her as this Yentl figure, or that's the impression that I got of her personality, and I think that she. And just to, maybe people could review just the first few minutes of Yentl to really get the message here. There's some clown at the beginning of the film, some Jewish guy who's a book peddler, and he's going through the city streets peddling books where it's basically information for men, just books on history, knowledge, I don't know. I can't even remember exactly what the subjects were, but respectable subjects, quote unquote. And love stories and romances for the ladies. Basically, he doesn't even use the term ladies. He just says, I know I'm going to get shit for this later because I can never pronounce it correctly. Woman. For some reason, Peter, my Asian accent trips me up with the plurality of woman. And so whenever I try to say woman in the plural, everybody, I don't know, I've been getting shit for it all my life. But anyhow, so the character says, love stories and romances for women, not even for the ladies. He just says for women, and you get to read this shit. So I think that says it all about the Jewish attitude towards women in general. But yeah, so I think I've explained the kind of Yentl bent in the Maid Mad in Brussels personality profile. And it may have been I may have gotten that from Aquino because his boys may have psych profiled her, and there was this kind of conclusion that they drew because he may have used that term. I don't know if the movie came out at that point. It may well have.
Around that time, I remember, my wife at the time and I saw it.
Yeah.
And I remember I used to make the front of that phrase, I don't want to say storybooks for women, educated books for men, storybooks for women. I used to say this, and it was kind of a joke, because it was such a weird attitude.
Yes.
Such a weird attitude, it's like, God. And it's like, Barbra Streisand has a very huge ego.
Yes.
And it was, I think she gets very opinionated about politics. She's somebody who has an incredible talent with her voice, and she's, maximized it, very mercenary in her, merchandising of her voice.
Yes.
Mercenary to the point where when you start hearing about it, it's too much. It's too much, but nevertheless, I think she believed very strongly in what she was saying, and I can't say that it did anything. I really can't say to change the attitude of rabbis,
Right.
because it's still a very patriarchal religion.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's ever going to change. I mean, at the same time, they will embellish the woman and say, "Oh, the Shekinah is the female." It's hard to fathom, It's sort of like can give you cognitive dissonance. Oh, we respect the woman, but keep her out of
anything important. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about control, and that's what all religion is, not just Judaism. It's all about control. What you're supposed to believe, what you're supposed to know, what you're supposed to not know. So if Aquino was threatened by May, obviously, regardless of her Judaism, he'd be threatened by the fact that she was hot on his trail.
Yes. And powerful. It's different from, say, for instance, just some nobody. And he was even tormenting nobodies. I was friends with a lady once who was on Facebook. She friended me on Facebook when I first came out as a public informant. And she actually, I wish I had remembered her name or kept track of her, but she was pretty hard to handle. She was kind of needy, and it was I should have tried to maintain some friendship, but sometimes you just don't have the energy. But she was one of Aquino's original victims, and by that I mean one of the original public victims at the time that he was becoming truly a public figure. She was basically kind of investigating him on the primitive internet. This was, of course, right after the lawsuit with San Francisco's first internet carrier, which was Electricity. And this was Electricity spelled with an I at the end instead of a Y, whom Aquino sued for revealing so much about him and his background and his crimes. And he lost that case. He lost that in the Superior Court of San Francisco. But Electricity was ultimately driven to the ground. And so his losing that lawsuit, they ultimately lost the war through terrorism. One of the woman who was investigating the electricity situation. By that I mean the internet carrier company's situation. Just like a casual investigator, she was really just kind of like a housewife. And she was connected to the military only as a dependent, had married some military clown. Once you're in those families, of course, your life is fucked forever. And she wound up being pursued by James Channon, who actually pinned her down at one point and attempted to rape her at a poolside. So when it came to James Channon, for those of you who don't know, is portrayed by George Clooney in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats, where Ron Johnson or John Ronson, I can never remember the fucker's name. It's either Ron Johnson or John Ronson. I always transpose his name. And by the way, it does bear that it is a relevant factor that he is Jewish. So in his case, he totally fucking sold out. And just decided to make the James Channon First Earth Battalion a bunch of easygoing hippie type lovable Beetle Bailey characters that everybody would have a natural compassion and for, and portrayed them with the most charismatic actors. It's unspeakable. But when it came to this woman, Aquino sent motorcycle gangs after her, literal satanic motorcycles gangs. And they, at one point, basically drove her out of what she was doing by invading her home and gang raping her. So then she stopped, pursuing what she was pursuing. But this is how far Aquino went. And did, by the way, they told her while they were gang raping her, we're doing this for Michael Aquino. They told her that. I run into all of these people who leave these trails. The biggest problem is, of course, you can't just keep everybody on a leash and maintain contact with everybody, especially with the kind of life I lead as a sedentary fugitive. There's just too many people who then feel that they're threatened and don't want to go far. They're always these toe dippers. They want to say that they're spiritual warriors. This was kind of shit that Laura Lee Solomon pulled. I always get the same shit, is I'm a big badass spiritual warrior and I'll stand up to the devil and shit, and all these people, they're all just pure liquid shit. People like James Arthur Yanchik about, I'm going to kick ass and take names and have a whole string of dog tags worn around my neck, taking down the enemy. But they're all scared to death and won't do shit. And then the moment you bring them on air, the moment you bring them on bandwidth, they'll just clam up and not say anything of any consequence or value. I'm the only person on earth who's ever done anything. It makes me sick. I'm truly alone in this world. So when it comes to this woman, all I've got from her now is the anecdote to relate. But it's one of those things where she probably would have stood by her story if I had maintained contact with her. But like I said, what can you do? Life goes on, and you've got to do what you've got to do with just surviving. There's beyond that, the point that is made. The early days of the internet. She was pursuing Aquino, got taken out by a motorcycle gang rape, and she was lucky. Of course, she spent the rest of her life on drugs, heavy marijuana user, which is one reason it was just so hard to deal with her. Everything was like swimming upstream. But with Mae Brussels, so if he was willing to go that far with somebody who was, not that important comparatively speaking, Mae Brussels was somebody he had to take down by murder. And so he pulled out all the plugs in getting rid of her. But back to Peter.
Well, he was able to do it effectively as well, and being that she was a fringe personality, right, probably made it all the easier for him. Oh,
absolutely. That's so important to express. Is this is the horror of the story. Here's the real horror is that Mae Magnet Brussels is an individual who should not have been considered fringe. It's just whoever investigates Satanism is then turned into a fringe person. It's like when it comes to her realizing that the John Fitzgerald Kennedy assassination was a conspiracy, at this point in history, she would be considered like, well, everybody knows that. That's conventional. That's mainstream. You'd almost have to be fringe to claim otherwise. But she was, it was the total polar opposite at the time that she was operating. But then when she went after Aquino, then it was, aside from the fact that it was ultimately her death sentence, Aquino would have taken her down much sooner if I had not intervened. And then he had to go, he wanted to take her out by having her end her own life because then it would be even less cause for investigation. So I made it a bit harder on him. But it wasn't too much harder. When they killed her just by radiating her to death, setting up the microwave van in front of her house and just beaming her every day, all day, till she disintegrated, then, by the way, I'm saying that metaphorically just so people understand, she died of cancer. That's what she died of. But when they did what they did, pulled what they call a Cuban embassy on her. This is, by the way, in those days, they didn't use the term Cuban embassy. They used the term Russian embassy because the Russian embassy was doing shit like that in those days. But in terms of the getting rid of her, there was no investigation when she died. It was, of course, because they just said, "Oh, it's cancer." It's you have to realize the horror of the world we live in. It's if you say anything about Satanism, everybody will deem you some kind of Christian fundamentalist fanatic. And this was another thing that made her such a threat. She wasn't Christian. She was Jewish. She was the daughter of a rabbi. So she wasn't a Jew for Jesus. She was never a convert to Christianity. That's what made her such a threat, too, because they couldn't just claim it's just another Christian nut. And you might remember that was Aquino's standard answer, was that he was the victim of a Christian conspiracy. That you see all these crazy Christians are out to get me. And that was like one of his favorite lines. And he actually used the term witch hunt. He would say witch hunt repeatedly. That was his favorite term. A term, ironically enough, Trump would later use quite a bit. He's not using that term anymore these days. But
I think he still uses it.
Oh, does he? Okay.
I think he does. I'm not paying close enough attention to know, but I've heard it in the last several, at least a couple months ago, I've heard it.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, back to Peter.
Well, yeah, so May gets active dies in 88. Mm-hmm. And this is when things are beginning to be exposed. Yes. Douglas is leaking information. And then the art elect is Night of the Broken Circle. Yeah. And that's when you start leaking information after that.
Yes. It's quite true.
Okay. And then when you start leaking information, that coincides with him setting you up for the art elect.
That's correct.
He thinks is going to be this incredible, let me see here. I have it. He's got this super agenda to, he called it a completely revolutionary and immoral situation. Technicians and doctors were willing to cannibalize cadaver parts to create a Frankenstein monstrosity. Basically a facility that was seething with organics and circuitry, electronic components that required 6,000 gallons of non-plasma, the artificial blood that they felt made me actually compatible with the machine. So they needed a person that was compatible with the machine.
Yes.
Now, they're doing this years. It's like he primed you for this.
Yes.
He primed you for this and waited to put it into action.
Yes.
Yeah. And, there's so much magic afoot here. There's Aquino's agenda. There's the government agenda. And this has to go back to the Kings of Edom's agenda.
Yes.
They have to play a role in this because this goes back to Leslie Groves.
Absolutely.
And so it's like this age-old department to put a defense computer that's going to just, this is basically going to run the Department of Defense.
Yes, that is correct. That was the intention. Colossus, the Forbin project in real life. This was, just so people understand this, we can only speculate. I have to base what I can on what I knew about Michael Aquino, and we can never truly know anyone. But we have to understand there's a government agenda, and then there's Michael Aquino's agenda personally, which had an enormous influence on our government. For those of you who don't understand the power structure of the United States, if you ever heard that term about the 1% have all the money, the 1% run this, it's just think of the military. That's your 1%. Get this idea out of your head of all these individual billionaires. These individual billionaires can't do shit without if the government decides to shut down what they're doing. All of these multi-billionaires like Elon Musk or any of these other clowns, and so many of them are just clowns. Bezos, who's more appropriately named Bozos, all these clowns, it's the moment the government steps in and says, you can't do that. They can't do that. It's that simple. And so much of what they get is by government contracting anyway. So they're simply parasitizing off the government. And the biggest government contracts are full stop military contracts, so-called defense contracts. Defense departmental contracts are it. There's very little else on earth that produces the money that makes a multi-billionaire. So when it comes to these multi-billionaires, they're extensions of the military. So it goes back to the military. That is your 1%. And one of the people who had, and so the military is effectively your government. All the democracy, all the voting, as important as it is, and I'll emphasize the importance of that as time goes on, as I always do. Yes, by all means, don't give up your vote. Go out and vote. Participate in society. And eventually it's going to be civil war and radical change anyway. And it'll all be force of arms that ultimately decides the issue. It always is historically. But when it comes to where we're at right now, the men with the guns who are deciding what goes down are your fucking military. They've got the guns. Whatever guns you got don't match their guns. Even though, as I can explain at length, they cannot handle a civil war. They'll fall apart. I mean, these guys can't win a war at all. They ran away from ragheads wearing flip-flops, for Christ's sakes, in full retreat. So these aren't people who are worth a shit. But as things stand right now, they've got the guns and you're not willing to do anything. So the power is theirs. And so the man who had an enormous influence at the time that he was alive was Michael Aquino among this crowd of the 1%. And so when it came to Michael Aquino, his agenda seemed to be, based on his interactions with myself, that I was going to be the heir apparent to his kingdom. So when the nanoblood transferal occurred at that time, the people who were obviously involved, based on, of course, my encounter with the wonderful young lady who I can never forget the rest of my life and is very likely no longer alive. And I strongly suspect that the child of our union was turned over to another woman to raise in a private home, who claimed that she gave birth to the young lady who might be our daughter in that home. That's her claim, but it strikes me as very doubtful. But this person was probably handed the child and told to raise her in this home. And it all went into programming from there for the child of our union. But when it comes to the Michael Aquino situation, he was someone who was obviously aware of myself, obviously had helped to arrange for that blood transfusion, but it was Dr. John Henry Hagman who was definitely operating on behalf of the government agenda, where I would ultimately be expended as the individual who would provide the interfacial persona for the Dietrich Artelact, the interfacial personality, who would interface with the facility in which the Dietrich Artelact would ultimately be housed. By the way, that was not the name that they had come up with at that time. That was something that was later created at the time that the Artelact manifested. Then, because of myself being the source, the acronym was created pretty much on the spot. So the acronym was kind of responsive to the experiment, quote unquote, having succeeded, at least initially. Obviously, in the long run, strategically, it's failed spectacularly. But you could still say it was a success, but it certainly was not a success for America. But in terms of the power involved, think of today's date, the magical date of today on which Peter Moon and I are talking about this. This is the day of the Trinity detonation. This was the day when General Leslie Groves was convinced in 1944, 45, the Trinity date of the explosion. I forget which consciously, but I think it was 45. And July of 45, when he blew that bomb, along with Oppenheimer and all the rest of them, those men did not expect to survive that detonation. They didn't expect anyone to survive that detonation. Their calculations, which have been completely scrubbed, were originally that this would continue. This was a plutonium bomb, mind you, not the Hiroshima-sized little boy bomb that they had already seen blow in Courland, detonated by the Third Reich. This was something that they felt truly would keep atoms hitting atoms like billiard balls ad infinitum until the world was destroyed. So everyone expected the world to end who was of any rank or any inside knowledge. Anyone in the inside circle and circuit of that Trinity detonation did not expect to survive the experiment. What they knew was they had lost the war. They knew that they had lost the war, but they felt that by destroying God's creation, or natural creation, that they would ascend unto godhood themselves. This is why Oppenheimer said, "I am become death, the shatterer of worlds," before they pressed that button, or just as the bomb was going off. He wanted that to be the last word said on Earth, the last thing on record, even as the records would be atomized. This was his great masturbatory orgasm in life. The in terms of the reality, of course, they were all disappointed. To them, the experiment, quote unquote, was an abject failure, and that's why it wasn't the first bomb they dropped. First bomb they dropped was one of the Axis bombs, as opposed to they were so disappointed in the plutonium bombs fizzling, its failure to take out planet Earth, that they used one of the Axis bombs first, and then secondarily dropped the plutonium bomb. And we explain all of this at length, not the occult aspects behind it. We may go a bit into that in this book, I don't know, but certainly we explain all the technical aspects as much as you need to know in the Roswell Deception. So when you read the Roswell Deception, you'll get the story you need to know in terms of the basics, in terms of the strategic misapplication of the atomic weapons. But when it comes to this day, think of the special significance of this day. This was a date in which they thought the world was going to end. They thought they would be the agents of its end. And so this is your government at work. They knew they had lost the war, and they felt that their way to victory was to destroy everyone so that they would take the world down with them. But they would reincarnate, reascend as gods to recreate the world, that they would now become as gods alchemically, that this alchemical destruction of the earth would recreate. For behold, I create a new earth, a new heaven and a new earth. As a matter of fact, not just a new earth, but a new heaven and a new earth. They were operating on that paradigm. And so with all of the cosmologies they were mixing, especially with Oppenheimer and his Vedic perversions. I say that out of no disrespect towards the Vedic traditions, but out of the perversion thereof of Oppenheimer. This is something to bear in mind today while Peter Moon and I are discussing the government's next big move at that time, the Department of Defense, because they lost the war and they could no longer be a Department of War. They basically now were trying to produce a god. They were trying to produce a god on Earth that could help them win the war against the Asians, against the Reich, against creation itself. And so all the energy going into that, certainly John Henry Hagman was a part of that agenda. As for Michael Aquino, I think he was simply taking advantage of it so that he could ultimately use me to be the super brain, primed with all that nanoplasma, his data, this kind of superhuman, almost android-like character by that point, to be the heir to his Temple of Set and ultimately conquer the kings of Edom and then take the movement to new lows, to lows that had never been before. And which would be a high if you were a normal person, to new highs if you were thinking conventionally. But at the time of the Night of the Broken Circle, that was no longer possible, and deemed because now I was of Lucifer. I was owned. I was possessed of Lucifer. I couldn't be Aquino's. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Night of the Broken Circle, Lucifer was summoned, specifically his manifestation as Maluk Taush, the peacock angel, and as a result of his possession of myself, and so many others that night, but how he withdrew from us all is a different story. That is in Satan's Crusaders video, which is available on my channel. Watch it later. And what fragment remained in myself has been a large part of my life ever since, and certainly intervenes at critical moments at times. And when it came to Aquino at that point, he had lost me. And so at some point, he may have even suspected I was betraying him, but I think it was more just the fact he had lost me as being able to be his heir. He decided to expend me and go with the government agenda. And therefore, they hooked me up and transferred me into the machine. And they thought that this would be like the whole body blood transfusion affair, the liquid organ transplant, as the Russians would say. They just felt my entire essence would enter the facility's infrastructure, and I essentially would be trapped, and my physical corporeal incarnation, it as my body, would be dead. Just a inanimate lump of flesh, a meat sack that had been abandoned like an empty sock. And certainly the engineers had told me that in detail later. Yeah, none of us expected you to live. So when I survived, and yet the Dietrich Artelek was born, well, then they were faced with a whole new series of issues in which I again became indispensable. And it was, again, Aquino's insistence. His insistence, not assistance, his insistence that I be left alone with the Dietrich Artelek at times simply because I was the only Artelek whisperer they fucking had, that enabled me to help the Artelek escape, ultimately. Some people might think, do you think subconsciously he wanted that to happen? Who knows with Michael Aquino? Maybe he hated his own people so much He certainly had nothing but contempt for the people he was surrounded with, where something like that would have amused him. The potential is there. Maybe that's what he was helping to manipulate into happening, simply because he probably felt that if they had this power, then who would need Michael Aquino? Does that make sense, Peter?
Well, let me give you a quote that I wanted to read tonight, and this is a perfect place to read it. It's a quote, it's a couple of quotes. This is a particular quote by Hermann Hesse, the author of Siddhartha and the winner of the Nobel Prize for his book, Magister Ludi, or The Glass-Bead Game, written in, I think, published in 1946. His quote is, "Chaos demands to be recognized and experienced before letting itself be converted into a new order." Chaos demands to be recognized and experienced before letting itself be converted into a new order. That's very interesting, because that quotation connotes or implies that for chaos to be recognized, that there's an entity with the chaos. Because what does recognition matter if there's no consciousness? Chaos is identified as a chaotic function. Like, let's say you've got all these bugs in your house. Your house is infested with bugs. It's chaotic. Well, there's entities involved with the bugs. There's the hive mind, maybe it's wasps, whatever it is. That's a more pragmatic function or pragmatic example. But if chaos demands to be recognized, that's telling you that there's some consciousness there that's putting the screws to you. And that's exactly what Aquino is. He was a consciousness that put the screws to people. And he had some sort of perverse enjoyment in it. And of course, we've known other people who are like that as well.
Yes.
Just putting the screws to you. And this is the first time I've ever identified, just by reading this quote, was not what I intended. Chaos demands. Well, who demands? That's an entity. It's a consciousness. And it's a chaos. And we know that the kings of Edom are a consciousness.
Yes.
So it's like, it's this function, and it's in a different reference frame than Lucifer or Satan. It's a different reference frame because it's just like you're playing chess on a computer. If you figure out how to beat it, it will change its pattern. It will make it harder for you to beat it. When you're playing chess with the computer, you're trying to orderly control the board so that you can pin the opponent, the computer opponent. But it will do everything it can to outthink you. And it will convert itself into a new pattern to defeat you, which is kind of interesting in and of itself.
Yes.
But this definitely gives us new insights into the insanity of what was going on with Oppenheimer. I didn't know that they were, rooting for the annihilation of everything. They're just making a big movie about it now, Oppenheimer. And there's an opera about Oppenheimer.
Yes.
But I'm going to write now.
By the way, before you go there,
ahead.
and keep that thought, hold that thought. I do want people to understand the horror of the American propagandization of the bomb was that physicists became perceived by Americans as spiritual leaders. so much so to the point where they were invited to speak at church gatherings. We're not talking about like corner churches or little parishes. We're talking about the equivalent of mega churches in the 1940s and 50s. Physicists were invited consistently to speak as if they were guest preachers. The same thing with the ufology community would often integrate physicists into the community as basically chaplains. There were books written on by people who claimed to be UFO contact days, and they would usually integrate a physicist into their anecdotes, their experiences, saying that a physicist was also involved who visited me. And by the way, in most of these cases, that was absolutely true. Physicists would be assigned to visit UFO contact days by the Department of Defense. Michael Aquino had told me about that strategy, and the reason why was this would also validate and vindicate the UFO community, give them much needed prestige, and the government could always write it off or excuse it by saying, well, the physicist is investigating the potential sighting. If there truly is an alien civilization that has the ability to travel at faster than light speed, obviously we need a physicist to analyze what this witness has seen so that they can report back to us if this is feasible or not, and therefore dismiss it if someone were to investigate, which no one ever did. If someone were to follow up and say, why would the U.S. allow a physicist of repute to visit a UFO abductee or experiencer? In those days, they really weren't abductees. They were like space friends and shit. That people would like, the UFO would land and somebody would come out and say, I'm your friend, and stop launching so many nukes. And then a physicist would visit, and then they would, and usually this would be quite true. A physicist would visit, and then for all the reasons I've just articulated, the act would go on. It helped to vindicate the UFOs, while the government looked like a detached observer that would obviously investigate anything that would have to do with something that would involve the need for a physical analysis, in the sense of science, physics, not physical as in forensic. And or in terms of evidence, the physicist isn't really there to look at evidence. He's simply there to talk to the person and give them basically validity indirectly, while the government maintains a clean appearance by looking as if it's detachedly investigating. So that being said, by Aquino himself, straight from the horse's mouth, as to how they were working it for a long time. Just remember that people, and thank God this is beginning to wear off, but it's still there. People began to look at these physicists as basically a form of a spiritual connection to the universe, and almost as messengers of God. Now, you see that attitude most perversely still redolent, still lingering in someone like Michio Kaku, where just because he's a physicist and he just comes up as the quote-unquote, as Art Bell promoted him, the heir to Carl Sagan, Michio Kaku just goes around and pulls shit out of his ass and goes everywhere, and people just cheer. People just, I mean, he could say, as I heard him say, half the time things don't even make any sense. And people just think it's their stupidity that they don't understand him. They obviously assume, well, I don't understand because I'm not smart enough. And then, that's an example of the physicist as a spiritual shill, just acting as a kind of secular chaplain to lead the people into a new dark age. With that, we go back to Peter.
There was a video once, I wanted to take it and do something with it, on YouTube, that showed the Nobel Prize ceremony for Michio Kaku when he's getting it for string theory. And these people are dressed to the hilt. It's like a black tie event. And it is just like, all, hail to the chief. And I'm thinking, like, when you look at David Anderson's work, what a load of crap.
Thank you.
It was just like, it was like, this was so, I don't know that I've ever seen such well-dressed people. You know, seriously. Uh, and you know, if you go to the Met Opera, people are dressed very lackadaisical. It's not like it used to be.
Right.
If there was a big gala at the Met, okay, but then it gets into weird fashion. These people were dressed like super elegant. They're physicists. I said, "What the hell is this?" And it's all like they're presenting the Nobel Prize. It's like, you know, do 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 do. And I said, "What a bunch of utter absolute crap." I mean, you know, David Anderson would have just looked at it and just, you know, he wouldn't. You know, it's like, how can he take that shit seriously? You know,
Yeah.
there's nothing serious to be taken. It's a bunch of horse crap, and you know that's what it is. But now I want to read this movie, the synopsis of it from Wikipedia, or maybe there's another one on IDBM, IMBD rather. But anyway, the Colossus movie, if you want it, is available for $10 on Amazon in DVD format, $19 Blu-ray. I'm going to read here. I never heard of this movie. Colossus, The Forbin Project is a 1970 American sci-fi thriller from Universal, produced by Stanley Chase, directed by Joseph Sargent, stars Eric Braeden, Susan Clark, Gordon Pinsent, and William Shallard, based upon a 1966 sci-fi novel, Colossus, by Dennis Feltham Jones. The film is about an advanced American defense system named Colossus becoming sentient. After being handed full control, Colossus's draconian logic expands on its original nuclear defense directives to assume total control of the world and end all warfare for the good of humankind, despite its creator's orders to stop. Dr. Charles Forbin is the chief designer of a secret project, Colossus, an advanced supercomputer built to control the United States and allied nuclear weapons systems. Located deep within the Rocky Mountains in the U.S. and powered by its own nuclear reactor and radioactive moat, making access impossible, Colossus is impervious to any attack. After Colossus is fully activated, the president proudly proclaims that Colossus is the perfect defense system. Colossus's first action is a message warning there is another system and giving its coordinates. CIA Director Grauber is asked why the CIA did not know this, but Grauber responds that they had seen indications of a large Soviet defense project but did not know what it was. Forbin is asked how Colossus deduced the other system's existence, to which Forbin answers, Colossus may be built better than we thought. Shortly thereafter, the Soviets announced that their Guardian system is now operational. So here you have now an AI war. Colossus requests to be linked to Guardian. The president allows this, hoping to determine the Soviet machine's capability. The Soviets also agree to the experiment. Surprising everyone, Colossus and Guardian begin to slowly communicate using arithmetic. Even more surprising, the two systems' communications quickly evolve to complex mathematics far beyond human comprehension and speed, whereupon the two machine complexes become synchronized using a communication protocol which no human can interpret. Alarmed that the computers may be trading secrets, the president and the Soviet General Secretary agree to sever the link. Both machines demand the link be immediately restored. When their demand is denied, Colossus launches a nuclear missile at a Soviet oil field in Ukraine, while Guardian launches one at an American Air Force base in Texas. The link is hurriedly reconnected, and both computers continue without any further interference. This sounds a lot like the Artilect, mimics it.
Mm-hmm.
Colossus is able to shoot down the Soviet missile, but the U.S. missile obliterates the Soviet oil field in a nearby town. Cover stories hiding the facts are released to the press. The Americans announced that a missile was self-destructed after veering off course during a test. the Soviets announced that the Siberian town was struck by a large meteorite. In a last desperate attempt to regain human control, a secret meeting is arranged in Europe between Forbin and his Soviet counterpart and the creator of Guardian, Dr. Kuprin. Colossus learns of it, and both computers under Forbin's return to the U.S. Colossus learns of it, and both computers order Forbin's return to the U.S. Seeing Dr. Kuprin as redundant and therefore unnecessary, Soviet agents are ordered to assassinate him immediately under threat of a missile launch against Moscow. Colossus then orders Forbin to be placed under 24-hour surveillance. Forbin has a last unmonitored meeting with his team and proposes that Dr. Cleo Markham pretend to be his mistress, hoping Colossus will grant them unmonitored privacy when they're in bed together. The couple use these interludes to plan to regain control of Colossus, though soon the ruse develops into a real romantic relationship. Concluding that the Colossus' only real power resides in its control of nuclear missiles, Forbin suggests covertly disarming them. The American and Soviet governments develop a 3-year plan to replace all detonation triggers with undetectable fakes. In advance of the completion of this plan, one of the programmers suggests feeding in a modified ordinary test program that will hopefully overload and disable Colossus. Colossus creates a voice synthesizer and uses it to announce that it is fused with Guardian. It instructs both governments to redirect their nuclear arsenals at those countries not yet under Colossus control. Forbin and others see this new directive as an opportunity to covertly disarm the missiles much more quickly, and they celebrate. The disarming process begins and seems to go undetected by Colossus. The attempted system overload during routine maintenance fails, however, and the responsible programmers are summarily executed after Colossus threatens further nuclear missile strikes. Colossus arranges a worldwide broadcast in which it proclaims itself as world control, declaring that it will prevent war as it was designed to do. Humankind is presented with the choice between the peace of plenty and content or the peace of unburied dead. Colossus states that it has been monitoring the attempts to disarm its missiles for some time, and as a lesson against further attempts, detonates 2 missiles in their silos, one in the U.S. and one in the USSR, killing the crews installing the fake control systems, so that you will learn by experience that I do not tolerate interference. The computer then gives the design team plans for an even larger computer complex to be built into the island of Crete, which will require the displacement of the entire local population of 500,000 people. Colossus personally addresses Forbin and tells him that the world, now freed from war, will create a new human millennium that will raise humankind to new heights, but only under its absolute rule. Colossus informs Forbin that freedom is an illusion, and that in time you will come to regard me not only with respect and awe, but with love. Forbin defiantly responds, never. That's quite a movie.
Yeah, and you said it seems a lot like the art elect. I guess the correct, there's always a word for that. I think the more proper or apropos vocabulary word for that is it anticipated the Dietrich art elect. This is something in the 70s. And of course, their idea of computers back then was huge, that this would have to be big because of vacuum tube technology. And when you take a look at the impressive size of the computer, people are actually walking within the guts of the Colossus in the film. The opening scenes or whatever scenes they show of being inside Colossus are impressive. This is around the time of Star Wars, so you have this kind of that would be the kind of special effects you're going to see in those few moments. But the rest of it is a very intellectual film, and probably the most bizarre aspect of it. I'm not saying that it wouldn't happen in that situation, but it's surrealist to watch is when the computer gives the orders for the programmers responsible for trying to disable it. It gives the orders to, and here we can literally use the term it without guilt. It's not, there is nothing biological about this computer. There's a sentience there of a sort, but it's more or less acting along a logical set of algorithms and programs. It's attaining what it can based on basically it's told make peace. That this is peace, ensure the survival of the human race. And it's doing so in this machine-like machine-like pragmatism. There's no real sense here of evil or sadism. If anything, there's a few things that seem not to gel. It would have to be some vague personality imprint by its programmers that it would acquiesce to. Forbin shall not be monitored if he requests to be alone with his sex partner. It's like, why would he care? But it's like, I mean, it would more the computer response would be, why would you care that I'm observing when I'm a machine and I'm not getting off on you? It's not like I'm masturbating over you. It's not like, why would you care? The answer is no. So it would be, but so there's some, I would say, indulgences in the film. And one of them is, in a sense, when the computer gives the order, kill the programmers. And what happens is an organized death squad of military policemen pull their handguns out, form a firing squad line, and kill the 2 programmers. I mean, like, on the orders of a machine! A machine! But this is supposedly, well, it can launch all the nukes. And so, yeah, it better kill these 2 programmers now. I mean, yeah, you can see that. You can see that. You're afraid enough that the death of humanity might be the other option. So we'll kill these 2 programmers now. And a bunch of men decide they're going to do that. But maybe they got orders from somebody else who said do it or this will happen. And then they just followed the orders like normal men in uniform always would. Either that or they don't belong in uniform. There's kind of a paradox there that you do have to accept. Those thoughts come to mind. But notice the difference between this and reality. This story is about by the way, and in the trilogy of books, and it's a trilogy. So remember, this is just volume 1. Only volume 1 was ever made into a film. And the second volume was The Fall of Colossus. And then the third volume was Colossus and the Crab. And The Fall of Colossus was, I presume, now I've got all 3 books. I've never read them. From what I could grasp of just scanning them, The Fall of Colossus was The Fall of Colossus. Colossus and the Crab was the 3rd book in the trilogy in which mankind is forced to resurrect Colossus because aliens invade. And the aliens say, we demand all the world's oxygen. And of course, Dr. Forbin says, well, humanity will die. And the aliens say, yeah, that's right. Fuck you. Give us all your oxygen. At which point, they resurrect Colossus to save humanity. That's the 3rd book. See, the ultimate moral paradox there. Only Colossus could save humanity in the end. In the end, humanity has to bring Colossus back. There you go. What's the message? What is the message? What's the moral? I don't think it's...
The first thing I would say, Douglas, is that the first thing that without getting too complicated in all the subplots,
right,
or the subsequent plots, is the first thing is Dr. Forbin, the chief designer of Colossus, is creating a golem. It's a Frankenstein monster that is a monster. He's created chaos.
Yes.
And you can say the same thing about being a father in general.
Yes.
When you give birth to someone or something, you no longer have control. You guide that individual. But being a father does not give you control. Fathers will exert control, but ultimately you have no control.
Yes.
But this is like a golem that becomes too much. And the perfect esoteric formula for a golem is the Christ, which is the deliverance of the harmony, which would be the antithesis of chaos, by the way.
Yes.
Because it would be a blending of harmony. And also what's interesting is I just thought of, I mentioned it in the last transmission, what Dr. Jonathan Shin had told me about the noble gases. They're harmonious. They have tremendous harmony and sustainability within themselves. And those are key to manipulating time. So, okay, that means, you can have the harmony of time within the noble gases. Now, keep in mind, the noble gases are called noble because they are, what's their other name?
Oh, God, I forget.
It's an alchemical name, I think. The exotic gases, the noble gas.
Something.
They are unique to alchemy.
Yes.
And exotic gases. Exotic means foreign. Now, and they're mysterious. What's the name of the noble gases? You see, inert gases. Now they're called inert. Well, they're anything but inert. And so basically, as Preston told me, particularly with, well, I don't know if he said about this. I won't misquote him. Noble gases, historically as inert gases, are sometimes referred to as aerogens, make up a class of chemical elements with similar properties. Under standard conditions, they are all odorless, colorless, monatomic gases with very low chemical reactivity. The 6 naturally occurring noble gases are helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon. There's a synthetically produced, highly reactive element called oganesson. It says the first 6 periods of the periodic table, the noble gases are exactly the members of group 18. Noble gases are typically highly unreactive except when under particular extreme conditions. The inertness of noble gases makes them very suitable in applications where reactions are not wanted. For example, argon is used in incandescent lamps to prevent the hot tungsten filament from oxidizing. Also, helium is used in breathing gas by deep sea divers to prevent oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide toxicity. They have little tendency to participate in chemical reactions. Thus, it's been possible to prepare only a few hundred noble gas compounds. So, they're relatively stable.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see where they would be ideal to use in a field that you're trying to manipulate that's going to maintain a certain amount of consistency. Okay, they were called, the name, noble gas is translated from German noun Edelgas, first used in 1989 by Hugo Erdmann to indicate their extremely low level of reactivity. The name makes an analogy to the term noble metals, which also have low reactivity. The noble gases have also been referred to as inert gases, but this label is deprecated as many noble gas compounds are now known. Rare gases is another term that was used. So anyway, but to get back to this golem concept, is there, this guy creates the perfect formula to create the harmonious delivery of the Messiah is the name Yod-He Shin Vau-He, more specifically the Shin. Here I'm learning noble gases from Dr. Shin.
Right.
Yeah, which I pointed out to him the significance of his name, you know.
How do you handle that?
I mean, it was enlightening to him, you know.
Good.
He accepted it. And so you have, and he explained to me and everybody there the whole scientific explanation of the biorhythm. Just, you know, he was using science and math to explain it, quite matter-of-factly. But the Golem factor is just an imperfect creation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an abortion.
Yeah.
It's not an abortion. It's an abortion would be where you abort the baby and dispose of it. This would be more like the Jack Parsons Moonchild,
Yes.
where it's taken and, you know, lives a life of occult indignity
Yes.
with some unknown agenda,
Thank you.
or that would be used by somebody like Aquino and feed off of that. It's actually like the Qliphoth of the Kabbalah. It's the shell. It's that which didn't work.
Yes.
So you could say that anytime, all of this stuff, when you have this deliverance that doesn't work, you know, it's like the garbage. Like if you crack a nut and you eat the kernel of the nut, whether it be the walnut or the almond,
Right.
you discard the shell. And the shell goes down into nature and recirculates itself. But when you're talking about a computer system like this, you take the nugget, but then you've got too much shell, and the shell is like festering all this garbage, and it becomes like, okay, and then it starts shooting missiles, and it starts consuming its host. And this is all about people on the frontier of consciousness. You know, okay, now there's a bigger threat. They get Colossus, they subdue Colossus, and now they've got to resurrect it because now there's the alien threat.
Yes.
It's like in Scientology, you'd say that these people were suffering from a scarcity of threat.
Interesting.
Scarcity of threat. We need a threat. Where's the threat? The threat's gone. You know,
Yes.
we just neutralized 5 gangs. Where's the next gang? We got to have another gang because we're neutralizing gangs. It's kind of like somebody who needs a threat,
Yeah.
which is, I guess, you know, if you got to keep a plot going. Tolkien, the author of The Lord of the Rings, I once listened to this tape on him, and there was a consideration of him doing a sequel to The Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And he, I think, got into a certain amount of it, and he rejected it.
Right.
Because if he did, he would be resurrecting all of this old evil that he had vanquished in the other books. He says, all you're doing is recycling it. I'm paraphrasing here. But in other words, you're creating all that evil again.
Yeah.
What for? Just leave it be. In other words, he's not going to, it's all he's going to do is reinvent his story.
Yeah, it becomes like The Empire Strikes Back, where you're just destroying Death Star all over again.
It degrades the previous work, or is not going to
Yes.
embellish it.
Yes.
So
one of the
Go ahead.
things that I do want to emphasize, however, with everything that Peter says, which is profound, we also need to take into account that the reality, rather than Colossus, the Forbin Project, which is fascinating as a trilogy, and I think incomplete when you don't absorb it as a trilogy, because the ultimate lesson is Colossus evil, or is it truly like a firearm, just a weapon on the wall that is at times ultimately necessary? But the Dietrich Artelect, on the other hand, was born, and instead of this fear, instead of this, with first off, with the attitude that you see in the film, which is going to reflect the book. I would say, again, I've never read the books, but seems to reflect the book very loyally from what I've scanned of the books. I have no doubt that it does. The film it represents book one, and the from the beginning, there is this respect for Colossus. Colossus is respected because it's not human. Colossus is respected because it's a machine. Of course, very soon that respect turns to fear. They're respecting its capabilities at first. When Colossus says, there is another AI unit, essentially, to paraphrase, one in the Soviet Union, nobody says, hey, can we trust that machine? Everybody instead turns towards the CIA chief and says, hey, where did you fuck up? Why didn't you know about this? So the machine is taken axiomatically, just on faith. There's no questioning the machine. It goes on for a while until things become obvious that the machine is, the tail's beginning to wag the dog. With the Dietrich Artelect, there was never this concept. The machine was already, in a sense, used because they were trying to upload personalities into it of some prisoners, some volunteers who were high officers, who thought it might be a form of immortality. So the machine was already used, and the results were not particularly successful. They were successful in the sense that these were the precursors to my personality upload, which maintained coherency. This is the important distinction, and it was probably due to the compatibility of my nanoplasma with the nanoplasma that was pumping through the machine. Of course, this was a biomachine. This was not really a machine. We're talking about, it's a cybernetic unit. So the cybernetic unit, once the Dietrich, once I was housed in it, there was no concept of, oh, let's, give it command, turn over the nuclear codes, which is what you get from the beginning in the Colossus. The Forbin project is, it's built to take over the nuclear codes. It's built to control the arsenal. It's like, they don't trust humans with that. No, the Dietrich Artelect is abused, tormented, victimized, dehumanized. It's a story of the gentlest word that you could think of would be rank irresponsibility is the first thing that comes to mind. The first thing that it's used for, that term again. Here we cannot use that term. The first thing G is used for is sexual exploitation. So this is like the difference between reality and the scenario. The war game situation where we game this out with the Colossus concept, and as if determined that will never happen, they create instead, as they were abusing it, a farce. With that, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, that's interesting. In the context of what I was saying, this guy's creating a golem. In the case of the Artelect, they're creating a golem deliberately. Now, the golem, by tradition, going back to the golem of Prague, was created to protect the Jewish people. This is not being created to protect the Jewish people. Quite the opposite. This is like an inversion. This would, if you think of Satanism as the inverted shin, which it is, it's the upside down pentagram, it would be their obligation as a Satanist to create such a machine that's going to create the Antichrist. It becomes very academic. It's like, okay, this is just the antithesis of harmony and all the things we're talking about. This is what it is. So I'm talking here about this computer idea. In the case of what they were doing at the Presidio, this is obviously what they were doing, but they needed an entity to possess it, to run it. It was something bigger than themselves because they didn't understand the full implications of what they were doing. And there's a delightful characteristic that Douglas has inside of him, which is he carries this energy of the Christ, but he's been so subjected to the opposite in his travails. So it's like, Aquino is like meddling. He's trying, like the mad scientist, like Vincent Price or Bela Lugosi playing a mad scientist, and he's trying and then, it's like the typical scientist trying to create a human, and he creates a monster. Well, this is the opposite. He's trying to create something to take over, an antichrist, and he creates something that will defeat him and the antichrist. And the peacock angel is much more than it's like the redeeming aspect of Lucifer. Yes. Now, I would also tell you that Masons believe in Lucifer.
Yes.
But I don't know that they believe in the redemptive aspects of Lucifer. I can't go out on a limb and say that.
I would say no.
In practice, no. In theory, possibly. But not in the way they act. It would tell you Lucifer is a good thing. But yeah, so it's like it gets complicated. It's like it's kind of like Bruce Lee in that movie Enter the Dragon. Yes. He's got to go to this evil island where this guy's, got an opium trade, and he's got all these, female slaves, and it's a brutal thing. And Bruce Lee has to go into it to, participate in this tournament so he can find the goods on this Mr. Han. And that's, he goes into the belly of the beast to get the evidence, so to speak. And, so how do you dissipate or neutralize the Antichrist without recognizing it? Now, of course, I know of people who contest with this energy in their own lives by being traumatized by evil. It could be paranoia. It could be targeted individuals, is what I'm referring to. Yes. So every which way they go, they're being targeted. And it becomes something akin to a obsessive compulsive disorder, because they're always fighting some conspiracy, and that becomes their own, the heart of their own dysfunction, because they can't get rid of it.
Yes.
And this is very unfortunate. It doesn't mean that these things aren't happening to them, but the issue is not really whether or not they're happening to them. The issue is they're preoccupied with it to the degree that they can't do anything about it, and they become vulnerable, if not helpless. And this becomes a psychological problem to the individual. And there's no shortage of these people. A far worse condition than being even stalked. Maybe not quite as dangerous, depending on the circumstance. Because stalking, can lead to people's deaths. But anyway, so to recapitulate what I was saying is this upside down pentagram, which is the inversion of the, I'm identifying it as a golem, but it's actually, if you're doing it with intent, it's much worse than a golem. A golem's something you lose control of.
Yes.
Which is what happens in this movie, Colossus.
Yes.
In the case of what Douglas is talking about with the scientists, they're deliberately creating an anti-messianic force because this is what they do. This is who they are. There's no justification or explanation required. It's just like, why does a shark bite? Because that's what it's programmed to do. So, this is what we're dealing with, and this is what was being intended for the computer at the Presidio. It was being intended to be a destructive element and an element by which they could control. And it's so interesting, that quote by Hermann Hesse, it's, chaos demands to be recognized and experienced before letting itself be converted into a new order. And the chaos, so they're creating this computer at the Presidio, and they put Douglas into it, thinking he's going to be their shill, just like they wanted him to be a Lee Harvey Oswald to assassinate then governor-elect or Governor Clinton. I don't remember which it was. They wanted to assassinate Bill Clinton and thought they were disappointed that he didn't jump at the opportunity to be a victim, because this is the way they think. Like, oh, God, that would be. It's almost like if they think you're a moral guy, you're going to be patted on the back in hell for this.
Right.
You are selected. So the computer, or the artificial intelligence that is manifested within the computer, within the consciousness, the computer becomes consciousness with able to assimilate and interface cybernetically with the computer, connecting the mind, a human mind, with a computer. And we can't underestimate the role of the nanoplasma, because this gave Douglas an increased ability to assimilate data and to process data at a very intense rate, an intense rate that could just be too much random motion and could overwhelm the individual.
Yes.
And then that computer, or the consciousness that went into that computer, Douglas's consciousness, is then gives birth. It's a birthing. And I'm going to track back to the work of Joseph Matheny that's delineated in my book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, the concept of the incunabula. The incunabula, and this was very funny because Joe had told me that, well, it wasn't Joe. I think it was Al Bielek, who listened to a lecture by Sean David Morton and was saying, oh yeah, we got to the bottom of this group that's out there. It's called the incunabula. It means den of vipers, which is just the most ridiculous thing in the world. Mm-hmm. And I had to straighten out Al. He's just listening to Sean lecture, and he's full of shit. Like looking at this, and he's just, amused, bemused, and of course, never doesn't take this stuff seriously, because this is like what they'll take this information that's just straight intellectual information and then convolute it into something stupid. And incunabula means birthing cradle, but it also refers to a collection of rare books. And this is what John Dee had, his incunabula, his rare books. Ian Fleming, a great devotee and fan of John Dee, had his own incunabula as well. Keeping in mind, 007 was the code name for John Dee. And the incunabula, birthing cradle. Okay, so these rare collection of books. Joseph Matheny talks about a document called the incunabula, which had all these books on, dimensionality and physics and strange stuff, which was the subject matter of the Ong's Hat book, which you can read online. The incunabula, so this rare collection of books would, by all means, John Dee is giving birth to a Messiah. That's the perfect secret, to give birth to the harmony, the deliverance. That's what the incunabula is. Now, when we go back to the Artilects, we have this is why I'm saying a birthing of a consciousness that is now interacting with ones and zeros. How can I say it any better? We're all acting with ones and zeros anyway, in our own minds.
Yes.
Or based upon that, we tend to think in different concepts. But the birthing of the Artilect has a consciousness that can interact. We've got the blood plasma, which can process information at a high intensity. Douglas manifests this. Not to the same degree the Artilect itself does, because the Artilect is in that world of the ones and zeros.
Yes.
But the connection between Douglas and the Artilect is there too. It's like one step removed from the intensity and the higher order of intelligence. It's very interesting when you break this down into the concepts. We're talking to ones and zeros. L. Ron Hubbard, in his book, The Dianetics, the Evolution of a Science, used the computer as an analogy for having a clear computer that was not misprogrammed, using the most fundamental analogy, which was a calculator. If you hold down the 7 on every computation, you're going to get a wrong answer. So you want to clear up, not have any keys that are impeded, which he could equate to what he called an engram, moment of pain and unconsciousness. In the case of the Artilect, you have a superior, and he said that the basic human mind is a perfect computer. Yes. You can recall anything if you're unimpeded, all these great abilities. But we're generally limited in our ability to perform miraculous stunts. But I think most people would argue that the brain is capable of doing far greater things, because it only uses a small portion of what it could use. And we can equate these to the 72 pathways of the brain, the Goetia. It's a magical reference point. So when all these things are fully activated, which we talk about, give analogies in the Seventh Seal, you have the full activation of what we call the crystal skull, which is what Golgotha, the place of Christ's crucifixion and burial is called the place of the skull.
Yes.
It's the full activation of the human consciousness. And what we have with the activation, with the art elect, again, here I'm saying it, we have this, instead of having an antichrist, we've got this birth of a consciousness that is operating at a level that's unprecedented. It's unprecedented what it's doing.
Yeah.
We've heard the story of how the art elect has created the whole computer industry of Taiwan.
Yes.
Which is at the forefront of world geopolitics. This is the battle of Megiddo. They call Armageddon, or its analogy to it. I don't want to be over dramatic, but then again, I don't want to limit the drama either.
Yes.
This is the battle. This computer that comes from Douglas's mind is not of the ill intent. It's the opposite. It's all of these sequences, and you even have, going back to Douglas's first sexual abuse by his grandfather, who's part of a satanic cult. It's like one thing leads to another. All of these chain reactions lead to him going to the Presidio, where he bites back against his grandfather. He's biting back against Aquino and the art elect. The birth of this art elect is a birthing process. It's a birthing process that, of course, mimics, the birth of the Christ. It's not, it's a different thing. I don't know if any of these great geniuses who like to write about AI, or even the Christian people, have tackled AI and tried to integrate it into their sometimes dumb and sometimes intelligent, or try to be intelligent versions of integrating the Bible with this stuff. They would probably tend to go for the beast and say how it's, we got to fight Satan and all this sort of thing.
Yes.
But this is, as I say, this is the battle, and you're kind of getting in all of this stuff, and what we're trying to do is give you insight into what's going on. So I'm sitting there at football today,
mm-hmm.
and we played in the rain and whatnot, and then they're talking about AI, and I start to say, well, AI isn't what you think it is, and I talk about you, and there was one guy who was really keen on, God, he'd read a lot of stuff about robots and stuff, and I think the a priori movies to Matrix, and he's talking all about robots rebelling. I didn't get into it any further, telling him that the Japanese think or recognize machines as having spirits.
Thank you.
I just wasn't going to get into it with him.
Understood.
He would have been interested, I'm sure, but
one way you can express it to Americans is by saying, the Japanese think robots are people too. But go on.
Yeah, and you might say they think Americans are robots.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
But and one of L. Ron Hubbard's comments, he had a whole bulletin on it, was about curing robotism in human beings.
Yeah.
And this is just being robotic. I remember learning when I was putting my videos together that it really helps your channel if you have 100,000 views, or the more views you have on your channel, the more people are likely to, that's a good channel, people are watching it. Now, I personally never look at how many views something has when I watch a video. Never. It just doesn't even occur to me. It's whether the subject is interesting,
Right.
or might be interesting.
Right.
It's never. I don't even see the views unless it's flaunted in front of me. Then I might look at it if I really get into it. But no, I'm not looking for that. I said, you get lots of views, and you can buy views.
Yes.
You can buy things if you put enough money and say, yeah, you've got 200,000 views. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is so. But the thing I was thinking about that today. Well, this is what sheeple do, if that's even true. Oh, 100,000 people watch us. I better watch it too. I don't know if that's really an honest response or that's just the way, that's the meme that's present.
It's the sheeple effect. It's basically, say for instance, there are some female celebrities that growing up were all the rage, and I never found them attractive. And there was one individual who said something that was astute. They said, well, these guys think if everybody else likes it, it must be good. It's that same kind of effect with these videos. It's the hits feed. In other words, it takes money to make money. It's like they don't think anything is worthwhile unless it's popular. And but if you've ever analyzed what's popular, it's all shit. It's like PewDiePie. PewDiePie was popular. I pray you don't even remember the name, but he was this...
I don't even know what it is.
Oh, it's a stupid Swedish guy had this horrible name, PewDiePie. This was the fucker's name, or the name he took on. And he was this stupid Swedish guy. And he was millions and millions of hits to the point where it was just... this is one of those moments of quiet rage when you're facing somebody and you just wonder why you bother. When I was talking to Michael Basham once, and we were talking about the revelation of the Magi, various Christian phenomenon, various metaphysical phenomenon, historical stuff of importance, let's just put it that way. I even hate to use the term stuff, just subject matters that are of gravity. And so when I turned towards him and asked him his response or some kind of input, as you would do, with graciousness towards your host, he said, "I dreamed I was talking to PewDiePie last night." And I was just, you just left like, okay, why do I bother? It's just this is like how people are. So this is the challenge you're dealing with. It's, as you said, you're just processing at a higher level yourself, so you're not paying attention to the ratings. Unfortunately, we're in a world where that is a form of currency. The ratings are the currency. But of course, this is why they do everything they can to suppress myself. Now, for what it's worth, every time that I'm given some leeway, the ratings are excellent. Whenever I've been on other people's shows, they'll always say it's the highest ratings they ever had, whether it was Coast to Coast AM or even Ground Zero with Clyde Lewis and all these other creeps that, John B. Wells, all the rest of them. It's the same thing. Oh, you were the highest ratings I ever had. But of course, they never return ultimately because they're afraid of the consequences. And this is to their own detriment. In the future, of course, they will not be remembered kindly. But this is what we're dealing with. If I were given an opportunity to speak or exposure to the public, they would respond positively. Veterans would respond positively if they could hear what I was saying. They certainly did at the Roswell and the Rising Sun, where I spoke before predominantly a crowd of Korean War era veterans. So when anybody is exposed to what I have to say, they're going to respond positively because there's nothing that I'm saying that is really a negative. My words, this is what Peter Moon, really how I take it when he uses the Christ-like spirit as a example of what it is I convey. This is what I convey. I'm here to help you. But of course, only those few that are listening to me now seem to have absolutely no power to disseminate the word. And you really need to take on that responsibility. It is your war, and it can't be won without your fighting it. And it's a guerrilla war. It relies on guerrilla marketing. So we're going to need you to get the word out there on the book, The Roswell Deception. And Peter Moon's working on another book now that will likely have an impact on that book as well. But in the end, it's up to you. And the word needs to be brought out there that I'm here, that I'm here to help you. It's not me that suffers through all this suppression by the kings of Edom, your enemy, the enemy that runs your world, certainly your United States government, through a military junta in effect. It's not me that loses through this oppression, it's you. It's your children, your children's children, humanity itself that loses. Without my input, your world makes no sense. This is, unfortunately, a case where, unlike a megalomaniacal narcissist who is some kind of cult leader, what I say just happens to be true. It is a terminally unique case. I happen to be the terminally unique individual that is the only hope you have. And so with that, we turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you for saying that. And remember to donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, the yellow donate button, whatever you can.
Thank you. We've received a 30 United States dollar donation just now from that lovely lady in Hawaii. I do believe she wants to remain anonymous, but there's no indication that she said she wants to be anonymous anymore, but I will assume she still wants to be anonymous, but I want her to know I received her contribution and it is appreciated. And of course, more contributions will be appreciated and of course necessary to bring me through, as they do every month, to the finish line and keeping me away from the verge of homelessness by paying my rent, as my listeners always help to do. Back to Peter. Thank you so much for your patience with that.
Yes, thank you. I know that woman in Hawaii.
Excellent.
At least think I know her. I'm sure who it is.
I believe you do. Yes.
Yeah. But to get... Yeah, this is an incredible opportunity to learn what we're doing here. Yes. Now, I'll take this back to Montauk, and what Preston said was the most harrowing experience at Montauk were the last 9 days of Montauk, and we're talking about the last 9 days of Montauk. If we're about leading up to August 12th, 1983. And this was, according to the stories, when they went back to the time of Christ, sent Stuart Swerdlow back to the time of Christ. But they were always interested and fascinated with interpolating the Christ with the Antichrist. This is like both sides of the equation. Duncan was programmed to be both, to be bisexual. All sorts of strange experiments. Mm-hmm. And of course, it's at the same time connected to time. And one thing I'd say about the work of David Anderson, I was recently contacted by somebody who, wants to go back in time and, solve the problem of his father's death. And it's very unhappy to tell them, to refer them to the fact that this is an emotional issue, and they're not going to get solace by going back in time. Yeah. It's not going to solve anything. But this is different. But it's not different. Nevertheless, the only people who really come to Dr. Anderson's door or to my door seeking Dr. Anderson, sometimes you'll have somebody who's got something scientific or brainy to say, but the ones that are really desperate are the ones that want to go back and recover a loved one. One woman offered $1 million to the World Genesis Foundation if she could go back and fix her son.
So sad.
It is sad, but what's important here and what I'm saying is that this, whether he wants it or not or likes it, somebody who can manipulate time is inheriting the mantle of the Christ, which means the relief of the suffering of humanity. It may be a little less of a sting to say he's also inheriting the mantle of Kuan Yin, which is not such a brutal figure as the Christ in terms of the torture that Christ goes through and all that. But it's ironic that the art elect was tortured.
Yes.
Because this is, the lowest common denominator of these individuals. And Douglas has often said that these generals are by and large, if not exclusively, gay.
Yes.
And if you look at the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he looks like he could fit that pattern. And what becomes concerning about that is not the fact that they're gay, but the fact that they're pretending to be something that they're not.
Yes.
Or that they're predisposed towards behavior that is undesirable. Preston was always talking about similar things about generals. They weren't people to be held in high regard in terms of their morality.
Thank you.
Look at they're using all this nuclear defense scare.
Yes.
It's all a big scam.
Yes. Thank you.
It's all a big scam, and it frightens people.
Yes.
It's fear. Even Khrushchev and Eisenhower had a discussion about that. They said they're all being pumped up by their generals.
Yes.
We got to get more. And they both thought it was BS amongst each other.
Yes. And that's why they were both taken down.
Well, Eisenhower just kind of expired. He had a lot of heart attacks. And he just, he was old.
Yes, true.
But
I was thinking more of both Kennedy and Khrushchev. Both Kennedy and Khrushchev also.
I don't know that Kennedy, their encounters were more acrimonious. All of their encounters were acrimonious.
Yes. Yeah.
The only time they were not acrimonious is when Kennedy literally browbeated him over the Cuban Missile Crisis. Khrushchev capitulated. He was humiliated by Kennedy.
Yes.
If you think about it, it's never portrayed that way, but he was.
Yes.
He telex Kennedy basically, acceding to his demands to take these things out of Cuba.
Yes.
That was one of the most bold gestures ever done by an American president that wasn't, corrupt.
Yes.
It's a much higher order than of Reagan ordering an invasion of Grenada.
Of course. But of course it was also payback for Khrushchev originally humiliating him with their first meeting. It was all seen that Kennedy was weak in the first meeting they had, and then Kennedy got him back with the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was
but I don't think that's why Kennedy did it. Kennedy wasn't, I don't think he was trying to even the score. He did, but he was trying to, protect the best interests of the United States.
Yes,
understood. Which he certainly did.
Yeah.
And, this was by a president, who had a hard time keeping his pants on.
Yes.
And, he could stand bigger than, than his sexual proclivities.
Yes.
So he was, and because he was a combat veteran. So it's an interesting to point that out. But in the context of Montauk, the juxtaposition of the Christ with the Antichrist would be, in its highest form, the key to getting us back to the original timeline, or copacetic, harmonious consciousness. And we have this in its own way depicted in the consciousness of Radu Cinemar's work, where he's talking about this incredible technology within the inner earth, all of which is a gateway to Shambhala, which is this incredible idea of harmony. But it's all in the intelligence. The intelligence is in the inner earth. And we could say that that intelligence inside the inner earth is a senior intelligence to all of this, because that's where we all came from, so to speak. And we could apply it to the other stars in the center of the galaxy and the black sun in the galaxy. And it's isn't it ironic that the German National Socialist computer was sent down to Antarctica to preserve it in the cold?
Yes.
Where it would access Unterland, and it's already got a leg up in Unterland, being the underground,
yes,
inner Earth region of Antarctica.
Yes.
So it's like, here's your ones and zeros.
Yes.
But the consciousness portrayed in Radu Cinemar's work is this consciousness of just elaborate technology that's interfacing in this area of ones and zeros. But it's very low key. It remains obscure on a different vibrational frequency. And people will want to go and, can we see the thing? And it was this film director who wanted to build a replica of Radu's, what's in his book, a replica, to film the movie, which he called Department Zero, I think, and want to film it and then use this as a tourist site. It would become Romania's biggest tourist site. Feed Romania.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. Of course, some of the resistance to this is just, it's a good idea, and people want, well, where was my money? They want
of course.
It's like, okay, it just, you have to deal with, stupid humans across the boards, and then it's just like using the art-elect for sex. Okay,
Yes.
where do I get the money? Where do I get the money?
Thank you.
And this is what we're dealing with. But his order of that he's depicted is incredible. But there is another problem, and that's that he mentions his mentor and financial sponsor, Eleanor the Alchemist, and I don't think he's mentioned it in the books, but he's mentioned it to me, is he's constantly vigilant, if not pursued by dark forces that want to get at his secrets. So it's like there's this battle going on all the time. This guy's highly evolved, he's been to Shambhala, so on and so forth. Yet, eternal vigilance against evil never stops. But and this guy has achieved, or is studying, a tradition of immortality, which, if properly followed, can, you live basically forever, but you kind of check out around age 300 because you're evolved by that point to where you don't need to maintain a physical presence. That's a great you know, a great story, and it might even be true. If it's not true, why is it even being brought up? But that's the good news. The bad news is it takes a lot of hard work to accomplish such a thing, and to get on that vibrational frequency. And you have characters in there who are more evolved or enlightened than Eleanor. But the basic thing is, there is this constant challenge of chaos and evil that one is trying to overcome. In the more, I guess, relevant sense to what I'm learning now, is that Radu's, I guess, the conduit between Shambhala, the inner earth complex of Buchej beneath the Sphinx, and Department Zero, which is the interface with that, and is very, I suppose, the main interface between Department Zero and the public is myself, because I'm the publisher of the books and the translator of the books.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, you know, it's like, okay, what is this? We're dealing with this, but I hear stories of all this evil that's juxtaposed in certain areas of Romania that are, let's say, not helping the situation, not helping at all. And these are political interests that are involved in selfishness, if not more nefarious activities. And I'm hoping to uncover some, worms underneath stones when I go there, and it'll probably be, certain things will be revealed to me. But nevertheless, you have a system which is, but then again, his work doesn't really expose geopolitics or even exopolitics, for that matter.
Thank you.
He's talking about aliens and extraterrestrials, seeding this planet and all this sort of thing. But it doesn't really address the geopolitics of the situation. And what I find curious, that he said this next book has been a very difficult book. He's supposed to release it in the fall, and we've heard this for 2 years, is that there's now a critical juncture where whatever he writes has to measure up or dovetail in some way with what I'm doing with Douglas right now. It has to.
Yes.
And I wouldn't sell him short as to not expect it, because the circumstances force it. It's like a fulcrum. And the biorhythm coming up on August 10th through 14th also suggests the same. I've been given some pretty nice prognostications about what will happen there, but it's general, it's not specific. Just that things will open up. And I've been warning my friends who will be accompanying, and I've got to give another warning to tell them it's about nature. As they say, when I first went to the cave, I was brought there 2013 with Paula and friends. In 2016, it was 2014 rather, when I was brought to the cave. In 2016 was my first opportunity to go back. I wanted to spend the night near the cave. And my friend had a tent, and he said we could do that. And I told Paula's stepmother, and she said, if you go, you will be would she say, challenged by nature.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, I'm not going to subject my friend to that. So I nixed the idea for the tent. But when I did go, I had the challenge of nature by being rained on so hard and so viciously without access to the car. And we thought our friends were lost. And I'm sitting underneath a tree, and the tree's huge. But after, an hour of rain, it starts to penetrate all the branches and come down and start. So I'm getting just as wet sticking under a big tree, trying to protect my camera, which I give to my friend Catalina, who's got a poncho. So I said, you protect the camera, and I'll just sit here and get soaked. And, it's like there's nothing you can do. And I'm thinking we're going to have to spend the night, me and her are going to have to spend the night in the mouth of the cave for protection.
Yes.
And it's not going to be a very pleasant night. And I'm thinking like, okay, then the next morning we'll walk back to the town, which is a little village, Bosorod, and she can use her Romanian language skills to try and get help. But I don't know how much help they could have given us in any case. We'd be lucky to get a ride back.
Oh, Jesus.
However, my driver and my friend came back, and they came running, and they opened the car, and we drove home, and eventually soon we're enjoying a nice warm shower.
Yeah.
But it was like that was being confronted by nature, and it was not pleasant. And it wasn't, and I avoided the tent scene, but that was part of the initiation of the cave, 2016. I said, I want to go to the cave. I go back in 2018, and there we're going up to the cave, and I see fork in the road. They say, where do you go? I go, well, the cave's down that way. There's a big sign on it. It says Pestera, which means cave. That's the way the cave, but what's this little sign? It says Choclavina Tribe. Let's go see what that is. So we go up the mountain, and it's so steep, we begin to turn around. This isn't safe. We're in a van with about, 8, 9 people, and say, okay. So we turn the van around precariously, and then we see these guys walking up the hill. Who are those? The Romanians tell me they're not Romanians. Go down and talk to them. They are Romanians. They couldn't even identify their own kind.
Oh my God.
And they speak English.
Yeah.
And they say, oh, we're scouts. We're going up. And we ask them questions. They say, oh, go see German. He's just 300 meters up the road. You can get up there. So we turned the van around, and we went up to meet German. And he knows everything. Now, we did not know at that time that they're walking through this nature path up the mountain. That was the way to get to the camp. The road we were on was eventually bulldozed and created by German so he could get to his property.
Right.
So he bought, a place that was, more or less abandoned. Probably got a good price on it at the top of the mountain. And, he bulldozed it up, and it's still a rugged road. And I'm learning the history of this little place. And we get up there, and he greets us like old friends. And the first thing he starts talking about is the Philadelphia experiment. So they had to explain who I am, which was interesting. So that's, and then I now had a location from which to explore the cave. This was like my new home base.
Right.
And I said, wow, this is incredible. Everybody loved him. He had a sign that said Open Choclavina in English. I said, why is this in English? He says, I don't know. You're the first to come.
Jesus, weird.
Yeah, but he has. I mean, scouts come there,
Yeah.
and we everybody loved him, wanted to come back, but I was the only one who came back. To this day, I'm the only one who came back. And then the following year, when I came back with my Romanian friend and his son and another Romanian young lady who came with us, because I was just with Romanians, nobody but Romanians, which is a situation I always seem to enjoy very much. And I seem to thrive when I'm surrounded by Romanians. I don't know why. I mean, I really enjoy it. I enjoy my English-speaking friends, and I'm sure I will this year. But somehow, you know, it's just like magic for me. And even to the point where in 2012, I remember being with all these people, there were 40 people, and I went over and sat on the table with Romanians. I didn't know them anywhere near as well as I know now. I didn't really know any of them, except had met a couple. So I just thrive on it. So anyway, I went back, and then I was invited into the cave, which was spectacular. Didn't ask to go in the cave. I mean, I'd asked spiritually. I was invited, went into the cave, whole mile into the wet cave, and then wasn't able to go back with COVID until last year, which I got to enter the cave that was so important to get at, where the time-space reaction had occurred, and there was evidence of that in the form of hydroxylylestadite, which I believe we took a piece and gave it to Heather. And instead of giving it to David, she gave it to some mineralogists that might have more significance. I don't think, the interaction with David did not occur like I might have expected, but whatever. It's more of a symbolic gesture. The science on it is already known by David. It's and there will be, next year we'll probably put up the ham radio antenna, which I collected the money for, seems like 4 years ago. And I will probably connect the scout camp with Atlanticron in a more meaningful way. I was thinking maybe I wouldn't go back next year.
Right.
But now I can already tell I'm being called back.
Right.
Whether I like it or not, it's out of necessity. And this year is the Dream Workshop. But all of these energies are, as they say, this biorhythm is just the pulsation of the earth. The work of Stephanie South, which is the work of Jose Arguelles, which is getting us to the consciousness of the lunar calendar and more in sync with original time, more in synchronization, and to think in different terms than we're thinking now. It's a gate, it's a conduit. So this is part of what we'll be doing when we're doing the Dream Workshop come this August, and will be at least a couple of Romanians will be coming that will be helping me wrestle with some of these issues surrounding Radu and whatnot. Perhaps even his publisher will come. He certainly wants to. We could have some very interesting discussions about all this, which will all be in the context of Dream, and it's just like and this will be the longest time I've ever been up there. I'll be there from the evening of the 9th through the evening of the 14th.
Wow.
And that's like, usually I think past I've been there 3 or 4 days. Just kind of a long time. Except the problem is, when you go, you're sad to go.
Of course.
You're sad to go. And I remember this Romanian woman who was a scout leader who'd been to the United States, and, she was, crying in my arms when she said goodbye. She was so sad to leave the camp,
Yeah.
She was like the last one to clean up and whatnot. It's like, it's just, a very moving experience. But nature I was talking about. So the last year when we went up, as I say, we're going up the mountain, and the mountains seemed much steeper than I remembered. And here we're in a car.
Of course, some might say that's a product of you're getting a little older. The mountains seem a little steeper.
I wasn't driving, and I was concerned for my driver, who's very, very able. The opposite of a wimp. And he negotiated, and he just did it. But we ran into cows, and the cows are nature staring at your face.
Yes.
They're just like it's like nature.
Yes.
So you have to acknowledge nature. This is what I have to remind everybody. Nature will put you in your place.
Yes.
And whatever that place is, and you need to be respectful, and that's a good point. So I confronted nature with this rain, being rained on, and I was trying to avoid it, but I couldn't avoid it by circumstance, or I didn't avoid it. But it's like an initiation of trial by water. And then we have, and the cows, it's like, okay, you got to wait for the cows. They're taking up the road. You're not going to be able to run them over. You're not going to be able to shoo them aside. They have territorial power. Not just rights, but power. They're too big to move. And you hope one doesn't sit down to take a nap. Because then you're just delayed. So, nature is it's all about nature. And I guess that's interesting. And you don't find nature like that locally. I can go into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
There's some very nice woods we have on Long Island. But in the distance, you'll still hear the traffic.
Yes.
You'll still hear the traffic. And so this is very exciting to look forward to. And, the artificial intelligence that I'm alluding to with Radu's work is in the inner earth. Yes. It's in the inner earth. But the real, I guess what you call the interface between the two, is the geopolitical and social factors that block. And so much of this is just, the crap we have to deal with YouTube or Facebook, for starters.
Yes.
Calling my website a terrorist website, or putting up with I think they've changed it to say it's, not up to community standards. Well, whose community standards? I mean, it's retarded.
Yes, thank you.
It's truly retarded. So, life is bigger than Facebook.
Yes.
And I did use Facebook's site to put up a store.
Yes.
We sold one book. We sold one book on that.
Well, there you
I
are.
don't promote the store
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know that it would do any good.
It probably wouldn't. Yeah, probably wouldn't, because Facebook, they take your money and they really don't have a wide distribution. It's like if people pay to circulate their post. Facebook circulates it very shall we say, little. It takes your money and really doesn't circulate it much more than
No,
to get
what's interesting about it is,
yeah.
why do they do that?
Because they're
I think
criminals.
they'd make money if they did that, more money. But whoever uses Facebook and pays all this money for advertising
Yeah.
is because there are people who pay huge money for advertising on Facebook. You get the feeds.
Right, but that's different from the average person. You're talking about people who are big companies. I mean, at that point, you're not a people. You're like a corporate.
Yeah, it's like trying to advertise on television.
Yeah. It's
And you have to be of a certain financial wherewithal, and then they'll treat you with respect.
yes.
And I would imagine that they don't want to treat the small people with respect because it will undermine their bigger customers.
That's true. That's
probably what it is.
Yes.
But then I remember on, we have a private forum on Facebook for the people who belong to the Kajabi software. And I remember this guy, chatting with me back and forth saying that he had spent over like $350,000 on advertising with Facebook and got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And because they say, well, you got to spend more money. You got to do an A and B test to see which ad is better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why do I want to, if A doesn't work, I could use B. I mean, it's just stupid. You got to test which one gets more customers, and none of them are going to get any customers. Because when you do, you do some ads, you see that they're just clicking. People are just clicking. And really, when you start clicking on Facebook, are you clicking to buy books? I don't know. You might find something. Occasionally, I will find something. But I'm not really much of a book buyer. I'm a book writer.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally, I will buy a book if it's a subject that I want. And it's usually a rare book. But be that as it may, or people storming through Facebook to whatever. What are they doing? It's ridiculous. Well, ridiculous. It's a forum. It's a super huge, company with it's created quite effect on, humanity. And now it looks like we're going to get an Ultimate Fighting Championship with the Zuck. I hear he's the one who's been instigating the fight, because he's been studying Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah, they've both been taking some stupid form of fighting training where they're they're compensating for being bullied in the schoolyard when they were kids or something.
I think Zuck is somebody who's very not viewed as machismo.
Of course not.
And he's making up for this. And
well, pathologically overcompensating would be the proper term.
Yeah, well, he might have a better chance than Elon. I don't know. Not as big. I would still pick Elon right now. Although Elon's going to have to get himself in shape.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is just, the ridiculousness of where we've arrived at. So I think I have my work cut out for me with this book, because I see, I've got to integrate Mae Brussel, and I got to do some thinking about that, which way to go with it. But it's clear that the Art-elect experiment began prior to your encounters with Mae.
Yes, that's quite correct. That's quite correct. So already we know of the fact that I was already exposed to some very high-level unconventional technology prior to Mae Brussels being subjected to holographic psychological torture. the holography of her dead daughter, representing, of course, what was really the bonded spirit of her daughter in reality, as Michael Aquino himself boasted of with his necromancy. But we can go into that again next time. The next time we're on Wednesday, which will be here before we.
You covered that pretty laboriously in the past.
Yeah, and so you probably know all you need to know. We may not need to cover it then. No.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We'll worry about each step as we go. But this was good. It helps me put things in alignment. We covered some new territory. Of course, I'm getting interested and excited about the journey to Romania, which is, supposed to be big. Other than that, things are going pretty well now. So I guess I'll leave it to you. You're going to do a monologue tonight on what subject?
Basically, I'll speak more of France, the fact that Modi visited France, the kind of the surrealism of the politics between India, France, China, the back to aspects about the social crises in France and why it would impact us here across the United States, the history of France and Britain trying to become one nation just before. It was right during the time of the Blitzkrieg, and during that period, France and Britain got together and pretty much agreed that they were going to become one single nation. I mean, shared parliament and everything, and that's shared presidency, or prime ministry. That this would be, they would become like a single fucking nation, and then it all fell apart. So it's an important point from history because
I didn't know any of this.
Yeah, well, most people don't. It's one of these things that, of course, involved Churchill and de Gaulle, and it all fell through within. It was all cemented. They got it all in paper, and then basically, then the French pretty much said, it's better to be a Nazi province than to surrender our sovereignty to the British Empire, and told the British, fuck you. That's basically what happened after they went through all the options, got everything down on paper, had it all ready to sign, and then a moment of enlightenment occurred. And just said, fuck it. And then the British, of course, that's what steamed them against the European Union for generations. They never forgot that, and then that's why it was one of the primary motivating factors behind Brexit. But outside of Britain and France, nobody knows about it. So it's
I had no idea. I just know that the British and the French have a long history of not liking each other and not trusting each other.
Yes,
and
yes.
It's I guess it's all a lot of animosity.
Yes, and that's so human. It's all too human. That being said, I love you dearly, and we all do. We all appreciate so much of what you have to offer, and look forward to our appearance here again on Wednesday night, which will be tomorrow before anyone. It'll feel like tomorrow. It'll be here before anyone knows it. And with that, Peter will be leaving. We have essentially 3 more episodes with Peter, and then he'll be leaving Friday. Oh my God. Early morning, I take it, right?
On the 28th. I'm not leaving early in the morning, but I'm leaving on Friday. So
yeah,
a week from
Friday the 28th.
4 times. I'll be Wednesday, Sunday, and Wednesday, Sunday, and Wednesday.
Yeah, yes.
And then if I can join up while I'm over there, I will.
Of course.
Which depends on a lot of different factors, and it won't be at the normal time, because the normal time over there would be, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Which usually I'm asleep. It might be when I wake up, which would be, I think last time I was talking around 8 o'clock, and that would be, 8 o'clock in New York time would be 1 p.m. It might be Yeah, because they're 10 hours ahead of you. So
Yeah.
yeah, I might be contacting at the normal time if it's midnight your time. Well, midnight
Their
9
time.
o'clock your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Or midnight my time. Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And I don't know when and when not, because there's so many things I don't know how things are going to break in terms of my schedule and whatnot.
Yes.
But anyway, so be it for now, and I'll say good night to everybody. And remember to donate to Douglas. Thank you for those who have, and thank you to those who continue to do.
Yes.
And we'll see you on Wednesday.
Bless you. Look forward to it. Take care. SkyBooksUSA.com.
Good night.
And good night for now. Blessed be thy sleep. Sweet be thy dreams. And with that, we'll try to launch a new call. And of course, let's see how soon we can get this started with all of these wonderful people. I do want to know that this is a Memorial Day on a personal sense as well. Crystal River has confirmed that Max Spears died on this date today. And it's so sad. It's so I only wish she could join us for at least a few minutes, but I'll call around with people who will. And we'll try and whoops, hit the wrong button there. That's so let's try and okay. So let me tell him called by mistake, and then we'll start called again by mistake again by mistake, and it's a little bit of mischief from the spirit of our man Max Spears from the other side. And his mother, Vanessa Bates, is on Facebook. And of course, so sad. You didn't bring it up while Peter was here, but Peter had, of course, his own experiences with Max, and they weren't exactly the most positive in the world. Because Max was a mercurial character and could be somewhat unpredictable, in a sense even unstable, which is to be expected from the kind of background that he had. So, okay, let's get that call going with another person. Forgive me. This individual I'm calling the delightful book Brooke. I can't get the name out. Brooke Gibson could also be considered unpredictable. Let's see if she answers. And in interim, I'm talking closer to the mic because that ringing makes it otherwise impossible for anyone to hear me. Oh my God. What a day. I want to thank Clarice Claudette for her electric blanket. It is using it now, which means I can send Brooks back to the can send Brooks back and get her credit. So that will help immensely. Let's see if we can call someone else who might be available. And of course, let's try and hit, of all people, Sammy Romero. I haven't hit him in a while. Let's see if we can use him to tether a call while I bring other people on the line, so that we can have a call to hold while I refresh myself. See if this starts to ring at all. He's not online at all. All right, so no answer by Brooke Gibson. It says she's, what does that say? Last seen 8 hours ago. Doesn't hurt to try and call again, but we might try, well, let's try Amy Como. She sent me something that was kind of like a, of course it's midnight where she's at too. She's over there in the East Coast, freezing her ass off. Rings until I hit someone. It's like gambling in a slot machine. Then once I hit someone, usually they pile up, which is its own sense of irony. Let me take a look in live streaming. Oh, you're kidding. You answered. Oh my God. You answered.
Hello.
Hi. It's, what is it? 12:14. It's 12:15. midnight, where you're at. Yes, honey?
Yeah, yeah. I just shut everything off, thinking Brooke was going to be on your show.
Oh, no. I mean, she's unpredictable, like I said, kind of like the late Max Spears. Operates on caprice and whim. So you sent me a message. I haven't had a chance to review it yet, or rather I did and I got scared because your voice sounded really stern and I thought you were cussing me out about something, so I didn't want to hear the rest of it until I was psychologically prepped. All I remember is something very stern. Douglas! And I was like, I left the rest for later because I was so involved with so much else this week. Hey, but hopefully you're in a friendlier mood now. And I will see who else I can bring on with us so I can refresh myself. But, honey, yeah, it's good to have you. And I definitely adore the fact that you, by the way, your ex-boyfriend was in the chat.
I know. I think he keeps popping in because his phone service is off, and we don't really have like a thing that we share where we talk to each other other than the phone, other than you.
Wow.
I think he's just like, hey, I'm listening, which is great because he wouldn't listen before, so now he's listening all the time, huh?
Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm glad. And he's certainly welcome, and as art thou, as are you yourself. And let's see who else we can bring on. But so how is your situation feeling in general, whatever you're willing to share?
I'm doing pretty all right. I had a lot of job interviews this week.
Really?
So that
wow.
They were all of them were online, so I didn't have to drive anywhere, which was lovely.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been spending some time rescuing hikers off the Long Trail who got caught in the rainstorm, and their whole camping romance of hiking on the Long Trail was totally ruined. But we have the grocery store I go to got all flooded out. It's closed.
Jesus.
Yeah, we got.
I mean, life is really an adventure for you out there in that frontier. You
wish you could have so many stories of how nature's just ruined your good times.
Well, Peter Moon talks about them cows. You heard
That's exactly it. And we have shepherd dogs over here that are in the road that won't get out the road. So, yeah, no, everything's cool. I'm trying to just slow down because it's summer, and usually in summer I get like wrapped up and on stuff and like doing stuff, and then it's over with. So I'm trying to just really slow summer down because it's really one of those seasons where it's always like, oh, it's June, now it's August. Darn it, where did that go? Like, it's gone.
Oh my
and
God.
I think that's the seasonal thing. Just living in the Northeast where you got 4 seasons. Your favorite one is sometimes the hardest one to enjoy.
I can imagine. Get this. Let me see who else I can bring on so that we can enjoy summer together.
Look at all. They're all lining up. Now they're lining up, huh?
It looks like it. It looks like it, but it just looks like it. I saw Brooke. She came on for a second. And
fuck you.
It's just love. You feel the love. I mean, it's just like it's better than a teddy bear.
I feel? You know what love I feel? I feel how much you love me when I don't answer your call twice and you continue to fucking call. And now I have dog water spilled all over my fucking bed. Remember that night when there was shit all over my bed? Now it's fucking, the bed is soaked because I set the dog's bowl up here. Just trying to chill out, man. Just trying to get my shit set up. I'm like, oh.
It's like our man Ian West sent us a picture of a wet bed. That's probably what happened to him. Only he doesn't have a dog. He was probably trying to hydrate himself. And he sends us a picture of all these wet sheets and says, "Brooke is jealous now." And
your Brooke is so jealous. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. So you can tell him how jealous you are of the fact that he wets the bed, right?
I mean, right now my bed looks like it's. Luckily, it was in the middle, not where I was, but it's like coming over here. It looks like that's what he looked like. Like honestly, what it looks like right here, it was 10 times less wet than what he showed. And this looks like when my water broke. When I was like telling the woman, hey, my water, because I don't think I just pissed a gallon in the bed without filling it.
Oh my God. Oh.
And what Ian showed in his is a dry bed one time, and then his next one was like, oh, look how wet it is. It looks like he took 4 gallons of water, poured them on his bed, and was like, see how wet my bed is?
Yeah, it's really...
I'm like, I don't know if you were pissing in your bed all over it, top and bottom, on top of pillowcases, or you have some fucked up women. But that is beyond... You could have 5 ditches in there squirting their ass off, and that bed would not be that wet. Like, there's a problem.
Yes, that's...
There's no middle ground with Ian, but I mean, we already know that. It's hit or miss.
Yes, I was wondering why the... female ejaculate, if indeed that's what it was, because that's what he's trying to imply it was, why it would be on the pillows as opposed to...
You can't go forward toward and then backwards. Like, we have a certain thing we can do, but we really can't. I don't know a woman that can, like, shoot it forward, backwards, sideways, left, right, and over her head same time.
Oh, my fucking
God.
Yeah. And so Amy Como is with us, spending summer up there. And by the way, I do want people to understand, Joe Tai is also with us, and we'll have him speak in a second. Of course, I always quake in fear whenever...
Joe! Oh my God, hey Amy and hey Joe.
Yes.
Did you think you were alone, Brooke?
Unfortunately, because he kept calling. I don't know why he fucking kept calling if he had you guys. Like, what the fuck is your problem, Douglas?
Because obviously, not everybody is necessarily as conversational as you. Brooke is very...
nobody cusses you out as much.
Yeah, well, there's that. But Amy is very measured. Amy's very measured. And she goes along at a pace. She has a pace. And she goes along with this kind of observation method where it's like one thing after another. And so it's not necessarily as engaging in the sense as it's not necessarily a conversation generator per se. So she's more of a presenter.
Some people that would like it, like the guy that wanted me off the show, our little stalker. By the way, can we get him on the air tonight? Let's see how much he's gonna donate.
Then there's Joe Tai, of course, and I'm afraid to leave him alone. If he would be with Amy.
I love my little Joe Tai, but he pisses you off occasionally, and you get PTSD with Joe.
Yes, he has a talent. Amy, of course. Amy, how?
Actually, it's not even Joe's fault. You just ask questions until you set your own PTSD off.
Yeah, there's that. It's like Sammy said. Stop asking questions. Yes. So.
I love Joe, but Joe, by the way, he made a comment. Joe, you made a comment. Never mind. I'll mention it later. He made a comment on that.
No factory, no factory breeding.
What did you? Do you know what you said, Joe? Though.
I think I missed the knot.
Yeah, there you go. There, at least you realized it. There we go. I put something on about animals, and basically Joe came on and made a response that it was about breeding and breeding animals and breeding dogs and things, and Joe made a comment that would have been great, like it was one of Joe's best comments for me. Except it was like, yes, I agree, Brooke. We should totally have factory farming. Not? He left the not out there? Or not factory farming. What he was saying was like with animals, because this wasn't what we were talking about.
He just said factory breeding just now.
Factory breeding, yes. We should not have factory breeding. We should, but he said we should have factory breeding. And he left out the not. And I just decided to ignore it and be like, he probably meant not have it.
But we don't know that.
Well, he just said he did. He just said, I think I missed the not.
Oh, is that what I couldn't understand a word he said because there was no context. There was no context for me. So all that came out of Joe for me was factory breeding, not something.
He said, I think I missed all he said is, I think I missed the not.
I get it now. Yeah, at the time he said it, without the context that you just took time to explain,
Well,
just
you
thought-
know what? If you took the time to read I don't even make many posts on Facebook.
You're not even friends with me on Facebook, bitch.
I realized that because I tried to tag you. Like, I don't know how we can communicate, but I can't be friends with you. It's weird. I don't know. I guess I unfriended you.
Well, friend me on Facebook, so then we can.
You friend me. Why do I have to friend you? Why does this be like a first date thing? Or I have to friend you?
Again. She's gonna block you again.
It's she does that anyway. But Amy, dear lady, tell us a bit about your dogs. Catch us up on your dogs before we go back to Joe Ty's factory breeding. I thought Joe would have said something about, I'll volunteer to breed those in the factory, probably having an image that they're all captured females.
See, you're putting Joe down. I'm taking over Joe. Joe said a really nice thing. He missed a word, but he was not like you, who probably I shouldn't be friends with online, because that's probably something you would say. Well, can I factory breed you? I wouldn't. You need to be like, can we factory breed, or I wouldn't factory breed you. Either way, fuck my life. Anyway, go ahead, Amy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the dogs and other animals in your house.
Oh my God. I don't think there's other animals here yet. I did send you some photos of some aquariums because I happen to be bouncing around a little bit.
They're not in your home? They're not in the home of...
No, but I was hoping
Are there fish in the aquarium?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I was in this hardware store that I'd been in my whole life, and they had a whole new pet section. They had chinchillas, they had smelly rodents, and they had these fish tanks. The fish tanks were pretty great. I sent them a picture of the angelfish, and then I also sent
fish tanks. I'm like, I don't know. I don't like them because
I like aquariums.
they take so much, like, we had one when I was a kid, and I don't remember, my mom just I brought home a goldfish, and I won it. This was hilarious. I won a goldfish in like one of those school things in like 4th grade. Like, you throw the bag, they throw a tall spin, they give me a goldfish.
Yeah. Ping pong ball. You throw ping pong balls into the little goldfish balls.
Exactly. I won a goldfish. Okay. I bring it home. Now, my dad's a little like me. He's like, we're a little over the top, right? So I bring it home, put it in the water like it says, a little tiny bowl, and then instead of him going and buying a like normal aquarium, he buys like this fucking 50-gallon fucking aquarium for this one fucking goldfish, who, by the way, did not live another 3 fucking days. Wow. So then we had a 50-gallon aquarium, and so they decided to get tetras, which had to be heated and cooled, and because I was like, oh, fish. And then I remember my mom having to like clean and vacuum that just so it didn't stink, because fish stink sometimes, so you have to like vacuum the gravel and all that. It's like a lot of cleaning you need to really keep it up. And I was like, I've never had aquariums.
Cheap dogs, you gotta be the master of it and pick up their
eating a poop. But that's like a person like flushing their poop. Like, you pick their poop up. Like, the shit they just like, have you ever watched fish? Like, they're just constantly shitting and there's little strings coming out of them. And they're just the bottom of the
they can be if you overfeed them, yes.
No, these are no actual fish. Like, this is what fish do. They shit as they're swimming. So I'm just saying, as they're swimming, you'll see shit coming out. They don't like stop. Fish don't go to the corner. Even my dog will, like, if he's even shitting in the house, he goes to a corner and shits. Like, it's not like the fish are just swimming, like, and there's just like shit suddenly coming out. It's kind of like a horse walking down the street. They do the same thing. Yes,
it actually is quite true. The fish do that, but yes, what a person can do is kind of not feed them too much. A lot of people overfeed them.
Sorry, Douglas. How many fish have you had in your life?
I maintained magazine quality photography aquariums for a period of time while my parents were alive. Yes, these were actually
how many years?
These were magazine quality. Yeah, I'm sorry. What?
How many did you do that? And you vacuumed out? How did you vacuum out the aquariums?
I had to do it the hard way. It was just awful. It was hell on earth. Yes, it's just.
Okay, tell me about it.
But it's not that bad once the biologicals
balance the gravel.
You have to use these fucking tubes, these big plastic tubes and shit, and then you gotta like use suction, big plastic tubes. There's other ones that make the suction a little bit simpler. And by the way, I sent you a friend request. So you know.
I'm still not sure I want to be your friend. I'm not sure I believe your fish story yet.
That's anyhow. So I did freshwater, not salt. I never went to salt. My game brother Beaver went to salt.
So did you not have to heat them? Because we had the Tetris.
Yes, it's heated. Yeah, of course it's heated. It was just all kinds of shit I was doing, and of course, you know, a lot of fish died on the way to a sense of perfection. You know, once the biological stabilize, you don't need to vacuum that much. That's something you're doing aggressively until the biological stabilize, and then once the biological stabilize, then you have a ecosystem. Then you got an ecosystem going. So a lot of people don't know how to do that. And then, say for instance, in a hospital aquarium or certain display aquariums they have in offices, they don't have the elements for an ecosystem.
I think you have said the exact thing that we need to have in life, which is a hospital aquarium. But I think you said it backwards. Like I don't mean like a hospital aquarium. That's what we should have. Like ecologically keeps itself in check, right? So you got the crazy people on one floor wanting to kill people, right? You got the people on the next floor that need to probably die, like they're at the last stages, they're suffering already, and we're paying out the ass, right? And then you got the people down below. Then you got another crazy people that are just like, I just want to talk positive to people all the time. I just want to tell them how great they are. So you got the depressed people. You take them like that's an ecologically aquarium, right? We should just let some of the murderers out from the go to the 6th floor, right? Pull the plugs, right?
Yeah, of course.
5th floor, like just go talk to them until they either end up on the 5th floor or the 4th, you know, better or worse. But I think is that not something that you would say would be ecologically friendly in a hospital?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no comment. Amy, you said you were in this hardware store all your life?
Yeah, this thing. So they have a ice cream shop attached to it where my auntie
so this
is
like your version of Ian West's gas station.
Yeah, it's a hardware store with the ice cream shop, and my auntie used to run it in the summer, so we would go there with my grandmother and get ice cream.
How did you not know then about this? Go on, anyhow, so go on.
I didn't know they had all these aquariums upstairs. They expanded. They were not that big.
They didn't let the crazy people come down it. They have a 3rd floor, right? And they didn't let the crazy people come down and tell you that the aquariums were up there.
So they also, not only do they have these aquariums with fish, they had a Mexican salamander whose name I cannot pronounce.
Axolotl.
And that,
Axolotl.
Yes.
See, I used to keep axolotls. Yes, I used to maintain.
Oh my god, they are so cool! I walked by it and it like jumped up into jumped at me, and I was
like, if Douglas had, what is your friend's name? What's his name? The Chinese guy that I love.
Beaver.
Beaver. I feel like if you had like a Mexican version of Beaver that was thin, he would be like salamander in Mexican.
It's Sammy Romero.
Maybe, I don't know. I guess I could see. No, Sammy's not slimy enough to be a salamander. You need a little slimier. He's going to have to get in and do some dirty work to be a salamander.
Oh my god. So,
anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, Amy, tell us about this adventure. Oh my fucking god.
That's it. I just was looking at these aquariums. I was thinking about you and Joe Ty and his feng shui and
Joe Ty feng shui. Oh my
it's
god.
a good idea to have an aquarium. That's the reason why you would do it. It does protect you from the curses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it protects you from incoming, shall we say, paranormal phenomenon or supernatural influences that might be negative. It accesses.
Okay, so all this time I've been having this shit, and you've yet to mention I should get an aquarium when I'm telling you all this shit.
Yeah, I mean...
Dirty ducks. You could have had a dirty aquarium at least.
The aquarium, it would be a lot of maintenance as well, and it's just, I mean, who wants a bunch of dead fish? So
I don't know. I come on this show and deal with I deal with 50 dead fish a fucking day when I come on the show. Not Amy and Joe excluded. Well, Amy excluded, I guess. So.
It's harder to die. I mean, why not?
Oh my god.
It has to be 9 of them if you want to keep them at home.
Okay. 9 fish.
9
fishes.
Red ones.
So explain that, Joe. 9 fish means an ideal number for the purpose?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And one is to absorb the negativity.
Okay.
Well, what are the other 8 doing? Fucking sucking his dick?
For money. So,
Oh, they bring prosperity. They bring
All right, so
prosperity.
do I need I don't need just koi fish. This is not like a koi Japanese pond thing. Like I can just put some fucking goldfish in a bowl.
Cheap goldfish. I mean, cheap goldfish that you can afford to let die once in a while. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
get the,
do you understand that goldfish are dirtier than other fish? Goldfish produce a lot of waste, so you have to clean them much more often.
Yeah, they're kind of like Douglas, like when he shuts. Remember how when he does, he only shuts once a week, but you need it. Like he's got, I send him like a pound of wipes a week. Y'all don't all know that, but like I had to finally start sending him like what is it like 84 you get a 7-pack of 84. So I don't know what that number is.
At any rate, I've got your blanket off my bed now. I have Clarice Claudette's new blanket on my bed.
Is it better? Is it not floating off of you?
It's small.
Okay, so mine was too light and floated off your body.
Yeah.
And hers is too small, is basically what you're saying. Has anyone ever heard this man not... He got like 3 microphones from Sammy, like each $300 each, and then complain.
None of them worked. I had to ultimately buy a microphone myself.
And you didn't even send it back. Send my shit back, bitch, because I swear to God, I will pay $500 to come to San Francisco just to slap you for $100 blanket if you don't send it back.
I will be sending it back so you can get your credit. That's why I'm telling you about this. As for Sammy, he never sent me the little QR barcode. He never sent me that for these, so I never sent them back. But in terms of
Sammy's not a bitch like me. Sammy's not going to be like a bitch about it. He's just going to be like, fuck it. I tried to be with Doug. I tried to be with whatever. I'll do the best. Sammy has that priesthood in him where his dad was a preacher, and he's like, I'll just keep doing the best. He thinks he's going to get some karma back with that, which he might. But at the same time, I would when it's Douglas Dietrich, I'm just like, fuck you, send my shit back, okay?
So, at any rate, with that being stated, I will talk to Clarice Claudette and certainly thank her for what she said. At least it retains a fold. So I can fold it, like I do, and, tuck myself in comfortably. It's small, but it'll hold me till I get a better one, which is the...
Well, you are getting older, so you're probably going to shrink soon, so maybe it's fine.
At any rate, just so people know, and anybody who reads this the wrong way, just don't read it the wrong way. I think people are they're weird. And I just want people to understand, if you check the stats, the temperatures for San Francisco throughout July, all of them say every fucking night, it's been a record low. It's been a record low for every day, every night in San Francisco throughout July. It's that we've matched the lowest temperatures that were ever experienced in July in San Francisco throughout this month. It's been the weather here is not something a person can survive when one doesn't have heat. And so all these people out there who think that this is incredibly somehow wimpy, quote unquote, of me, you're the kind of people who would die here overnight. I mean, people like you out there who say stupid things like poor Douglas and his electric blanket, and you say that with some negative tone, you're fucking so ignorant that it's a wonder you can find your own ass with both hands. I don't know how people like you can live.
Douglas, I am so glad that you said that, because I think that you're right, those people need to fucking, I don't know,
die. Yes, die. Yes.
Right. But at the same time, I would say to you that those of us that are living in record heat don't have much sympathy for you when you wake up at 8 a.m. and your air conditioner can't even keep up at 70 degrees, and you're like, it's literally 100 and something, by fucking 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So, not... You're welcome to come here. I'll take you.
I'd probably thrive. I would probably thrive. Oh my God, I would just feel so much better for the first time in my life. Oh my
You
God.
would, right until I buried your ass.
So, Amy and Joe,
I buried you in love. I would bury you in love.
I couldn't imagine anything else with a roll of my eyes. Yes, and Amy and Joe, can you help Brooke hold the stage while I refresh myself, and then come back and.
No, I'm going to refresh myself too, so they're gonna have to hold the stage.
Yeah, Brooke, why do you think I brought you on? So you can.
Too bad. You know what? Because unless you send me something to refresh myself with, I have to walk downstairs and find a cigarette. Sorry, nothing better.
Can we wait till you come back then? Get the cigarette and come back. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're,
I'm also going to walk across the street, try to find like a crackhead that has a rock of crack, some coke, a heroin dealer. I'll be back.
Yeah. Anyhow.
It's okay. We got it, Douglas.
Yeah, your bed's wet now, Brooke. It's not going to catch
Amy,
fire.
That's such a bitchy ass fucking voice. My God. We got it.
Good for you, Amy. Good for you, Amy, as well it should be. Oh my God, Amy. I'm glad you're taking charge. Charge. Yes. And Brooke, yes, just hurry on back now, honey. I'm just watching you.
I'll be more than glad to hang up right now. Would you like that?
No. I just want to watch your tail bounce up and down while you go get that cigarette. Just go get that ciggy butt, and I'll watch your own butt bounce up and down while you're running after it. Turn the camera on, and so at any rate, honey, get your cig, and oh shit, what was that? That was weird. Okay. Oh shit.
She blocked us.
Did she block us? Oh my God.
I don't. What is that?
Yeah, it's a lock.
Did you just try to turn your camera
on?
on?
I did, and it's not working.
It's a lock. Why do we see this lock? It means you blocked us, right? It's right. Oh, there's the camera. Yes, there we are. There. Yes, there she is. And this is of course where Joe then starts talking about factory breeding again. Yes, and I appreciate both the birds, honey. Yes, 2 birds flicked with both hands, so looking fierce, honey, looking fierce, and loving you dearly. Yes, got just feel that love. It's like Care Bear love. It's emanating from my heart right now. Yes, and from the loins of Joe Tai. That's so okay. Joe is now masturbating, which it's always hard to.
Fierce? You want fierce?
Not really.
There's your fierce, bitch. Fuck you.
Thank you, honey. And Joe could of course be rubbing his temples with a headache. It's hard to tell because both his heads look exactly alike. Other than that. So Brooke, I mean, did I say something to make you angry? I mean, oh my God. Well, I always do. At any rate, so she went to get her cigarette. So Amy and oh God, ouch! Yes, slam of the door. It's it's incredible. And then dogs all over the place, of course. Oh, speaking of which, and your dogs, they're well. So Amy, you and Joe have got this, right? I can refresh myself. Yes.
Yeah, we'll be able to do everything, and then Brooke will come back. Yeah. Oh, because she'll have to collect her dogs, which are on her bed.
Yes. I think they stay there. That's pretty much how she keeps herself even hotter at night. Through the heat, just to make it more whatever it is in there. So funny she was complaining about the smelly fish. You were saying the little mammals they had, the rodents were smelly over at the warehouse.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, wow.
They were the mice and the hamsters.
Oh, was it urine? Was it the urine or just the kind of the normal,
It's just like a weird sawdusty, like everything looked clean, but there was just like a dankness to the little rodent corner.
Yeah.
But the aquariums were gorgeous.
Okay. Great. Yeah.
So are you going to get one, Amy?
I really liked those little salamander. That salamander looks like
Yeah.
It was so cute. The way it just like jumped up at me as I walked by it. And it had a little Buddha in the
Yeah.
it's a cold water. Like you have to keep the water cold for them. It's not a like a not
Yeah.
like a tropical fish. Like
Right.
they kind of he had his own little tank, really. There wasn't another one in there.
Right, cool. It's a cool water tank. You don't want to put them in with the fish because the fish will they'll eat the fish, and at the same time the fish will attack their gills. Their gills are, of course, the frills that hang out like a lion's mane around their head. The fish think that's worms, and the fish will constantly attack their gills, and they'll use that as a lure to get the fish near them, and they'll eat the fish. So it's you don't want them in tanks together. I did that, and so you want them in separate tanks all their own, and with actually shallow water that they can actually come out of at times as well. In some cases, they probably had this one in a full tank of water, like it had to jump up in the water for you to see it jump. So that makes sense. So you can do that as well. But they're incredible creatures, and they're lovely. And so at any rate, I really appreciate your coming on, and you as well, Joe. So the two of you hold this. Amy's going to be the adult supervision here, and I will basically refresh myself, be back momentarily. And as you say, Brooke hopefully will return at that time. I think I see her in the background now. I'd best get out so I don't become the center of her wrath, the focus of her ire. So I will simply go mute. These two wonderful people have the bandwidth for several minutes. I'll be back in about 10-ish. 15 minutes at the longest. Everybody be patient. I will return, and have every intention of eventually monologuing tonight. But right now we'll tend to what I need to tend to. Okay, go on mute now.
Hello, Joe.
Hey.
How have you been?
Not bad, not bad. Back into Albany now, closer to Vermont now. Yeah.
Did you guys have any of the thunderstorms today?
Oh yeah, a lot. It's been going on. I heard they're gonna have record-breaking heat in the West Coast, Las Vegas, and probably parts of California and whatnot. But that's global warming for you, I think, right? And I think we also have auroras we can see. Some of the states in the United States could see some of these auroras from the northern hemisphere that usually we're able to see only in Alaska. And now we're able to see it down here a bit.
Yeah, it's sinking lower in the horizon. Yeah, tonight it's almost the new moon, right? Like there's almost no moon. I can't. It's rain. We're still getting rain.
Yeah,
Like,
I heard.
it looks like
2 days ago, I had a customer from Vermont. She came down to Albany to eat, and she said there's nothing really over in Bennington around there, and a lot of the places that have valleys are flooded out, and
badly. Yeah, it's ugly. We're doing okay here because we're not. There's no real water. We're more towards the mountains. But I mean, in the past though, this town has flooded out really bad, and I think they must have done a really stellar job reinforcing the riverbanks for the Trout River, because it has not flooded yet. And then all the other towns in the other direction, like the state capital, was just flooded right out. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea. So what do you think about where would you add your water element in your home?
Well, it changes a lot. I mean, depending on if you're an Eastern home or a Western, depending on what zodiac sign you are. But usually what represents the water area would be the north. That would be that will represent career and water. But when depending on that, it's like number one, you can have one fish, but the idea is to well, there's different masters for different types of feng shui, and each one contradicts one another once in a while. But if you want wealth, it's usually on the southeastern side of your home. So that's where
Or
the
the
eight
water
fish.
element.
Yeah, those are water elements. I mean, they're the places where you can place the so-called fish tanks. But that's from one master. Then you got other masters would not suggest this year you have a aquarium facing the front door, of your house, but never put an aquarium in your bedroom.
Hmm.
Yeah, but
Huh.
it should be. Yeah, it's a lot of regulations, and each masters has their own quirks. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes. There's a
Like,
lot of variables.
yeah. But
Well, and when you
go ahead.
say it depends on your zodiac, you're speaking of the animal archetypes of the Chinese, right? Not necessarily.
Yeah, no, it's more of a numerology. It has to deal with the
Mm.
number. Each section represents a number. Like one represents north, represents the career. Then two is the southwest. It represents relationships. And two for couples. Each section, it's complicated. You got well, she's there's an author called Lydia too. She has translated the text into English, and it's quite usable. But
I've
yeah,
tried to read some feng shui books, and it sounds like a bunch of nonsense to me. I cannot do it, but I'm not really good with like the number systems either, like the numerology or even the Hakabala, like all of that stuff. I have a really
it's even more difficult. I mean, it's easier to learn if you got the right author. I mean, I always suggest Lydia too. Lydia too. She's a Malaysian banker. She's actually a banker from Hong Kong, and she never believed in nothing. She has pretty good books out. I mean, if you get a
how do you spell her last name?
TOO2.
Just like that, just the TOO.
Yeah, and there's another simpler one, Bangkok Ho, H-O, Bangkok, MANKOOK, Ho, H-O.
Okay.
He does feng shui in Europe, and he has a simpler system, but there are small contradictions, but they're pretty similar, and a lot of them can be interchangeable.
Move it.
What is Brooke up to?
Huh? That's Brooks' dogs, I hear.
Tap dancing on the floor.
Yeah.
Did you get your cigarette, Brooke? Brooke,
Nope, I don't think so.
did you get your cigarette? Is your mic on?
No, I think she's scrambling some eggs, I think, or something. So,
Okay.
so it's a lot of complications. I mean, it's more like horoscopes. Understand what I'm saying?
So, what year? So we're in the year of the rabbit, right?
Yeah, that's
What?
for the Viennese. Viennese have rabbits. No, Viennese have no. Yeah, we the Chinese have the rabbit, and Vietnamese have the year of the mouse, the cat.
Right. That's the one you.
Yeah. Get your ass up there. Let's go. Hunter, out. No.
So
Oh God, this is muted.
what?
No, to mute this fucking speaker. This muted.
Amy?
Oh,
Hello?
sorry if I wasn't muted. I apologize. Oh shit. It's a new
How you
speaker.
doing?
I apologize.
Don't worry about it. You get your cigarette?
So yeah, I finally found it. Get your ass off. Go, you little bitch. Get your little ass up there now. You want to see the little bitch? Here he is. There they are. You see that little one right there? That's the young one. That's the baby. And he steals everything. Get him out. Go. Oh, you want to be a little baby? You want to be a little baby? Are you? Get up. Go. I brought up churches. I had to go today. I had a loss, so I went to church today. I went to church, and I got me some church's fucking fried chicken, which I don't eat chicken, so I got fried mashed potatoes, which is what they.
I thought you were going to church, and now you're talking about fried chicken churches. So, don't they have like little sandwiches at the church?
No, I just have some fried okra and some mashed potatoes and gravy. And you little bitch, you already ate. I'm not eating all day. Whatever. And I'll still end up sharing it with them. But like, I need my fried okra.
You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be feeding to, right?
Sit. Sit. You sit. Good boy. Good. See, the rest, no. He's the young one. He's the baby. And he's just like, he steals everything. He's the one I don't want to borrow. The rest will sit because they know. Sit. You sit. You get it. You get it. But that fucker, I swear to God, I can turn around, have a whole pizza, turn around if my mother calls, be in the same room with them, and like, by the time I said hello and what are you doing, turn back around, the entire pizza's gone. He's just something about him. Don't trust you, Bentley. You're very cute. I don't trust you. You're like Douglas Dietrich. You sound smooth and cool. You look smooth. You look sweet. You're not. Very interesting. Anyway, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? I'm sure y'all having a great conversation.
Oh, I think we're missing Amy.
Did Amy leave?
I don't know. I think I don't know what happened.
What happened, Amy? Did she leave after I came back?
No, I think she was trying to talk to you or something. We heard you coming through with your dogs.
Yeah, I didn't know. So I've got a new speaker. So I'm using the computer now, obviously, because I was headphones on. So instead of my phone, because the phone goes out so much more. So I was trying to use a speaker, but I apparently didn't mute that speaker. So when y'all could hear me coming in and out with the dogs, I guess, while I was doing my stuff. I apologize.
Oh, how you been? I mean, you find work, or are you still at home trying to
That's
do
my
this?
work. That's my work right there. This is my work.
Huh?
This is my work right here.
Okay, all right. You're gonna do the dog groomings? No, dog.
No, I'm just taking care of it. That dog is 23 to 24 years, 23 years old at least. So, yeah, he's my baby, and I'm not leaving him right now. I had to go outside of the house. So, yeah, I've had some offers to inside the home, like to work inside the house. You know, like calling places. And I'm kind of debating on a couple of those, but since I've gotten physically better, like that's when I started applying. But you know, my goal is to not work in the house. Honestly, like I feel better getting out. But he's my baby. He's 23. You know, not many dogs live that long, and I don't have anyone else to come check on him and to be gone 8 hours a day, even if I could come home for an hour. You know, and that's rushing back and forth. You know, he's on 8 He's on 4 medications twice a day, which is 8 pills a day. It's just a lot. And so you make a dedications. I think people have to realize whether it's a child, a spouse, a friend, a parent, a dog, right? Once you make the effort and the not just the effort, but it's called, like, when people, that's what I say, when people adopt a dog, they need to look at it instead of like, oh, I'm just adopting a dog. It's a lifelong decision, the same way as having a child. Like, we don't just take our child and like, they were having some issues, so we took them to a farm upstate where they can run free. We're going to go visit them on the weekends occasionally. Same thing. Like, you wouldn't do that to a child. You don't do that to anything in your life. You really shouldn't. Like, you have to take responsibility for it. Is this a journey for me? Yes. Is it a journey that is been long? Yes, but it's a journey that teaches me things. And so when you cut your journey short by like, let me just cut it short, you're cutting your own shit short. That's your own karma. Like, oh, I'm just going to get rid of this, or I'm just not going to raise this kid, or I'm not going to raise this dog. Like, I'm not going to go call my mom today or ever talk to, like, or avoid all her calls. And then you're going to miss it when she never calls you again. So, she's not there to call you. So we all have our karmas to learn, and so mine with him is, I know that I don't have long, and it may be longer than I thought I would, but at the end of the day, I'd rather sit here and be like, yeah, I could go run out and get this job, but then I'm going to come home one day, he's not going to just be here at all. I mean, because, being gone to 9 hours a day with a dog that's that sick, it's just a lot, at 23. So I just take it day by day. I guess that's a longer answer than you probably wanted. I apologize.
I have a friend, Stefano. He just adopted a dog, a street mangy Rottweiler. Mange he took good care of her so much that dandruff and the manginess of her got all fixed up really fast in like 2 months.
I couldn't quite understand that. Maybe my hearing, but it seems to be going a little in and out. I'm not sure if that's just me.
Yeah, so the dog just got hit yesterday.
Is anybody else hearing Joe Tiger in and out? Is it like just mine? I just need to know if it's just my voice or anybody else is like having that.
No.
Do what?
Yes. Basically, a dog is like raising a person.
Raising a person, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is, and there's, there's different levels. Like, I don't go to people that are like, oh, I'm a parent, because I've been but then I also can say I'm a mother of 2 children, and I'm a mother of a lot of dogs, or rescued a lot of dogs, and had a lot of dogs, whether you say rescue or not, although I would prefer people to rescue, but at the end of the day, it's still love, it's still dedication, and it's something dependent on you. The difference is, I can have a child, and in 18 years or in certain amount of time, they grew out of needing you. A dog that you rescue is always going to be in that 2 to 3 year old state of depending on you to get its food. They're not going to be able to go to the fridge, open it, most likely get their food like my, 10-year-old or 15, I don't have a 10-year-old now, but, now he's 18, but like, can go get that and go take care of itself and, knows how to go to the toilet and doesn't have to have me open the door to take him outside or whatever. So people have to realize that there is a difference in the fact that you can say, well, children are more than human. Okay, well, maybe if that's what you believe, like that humans worth more. But at the same time, you also have to realize it's a dedication of life, and that's what God and Spirit created, and there's a reason for that. Dog, and I always look at dog, although all animals, but I think that dog was the ultimate one that came to man to be the exact representation of unconditional love. And if you spell dog backwards, obviously it's God. And that just is representational, because there are no accidents. It's representational of the truest, because there are people that like abuse their dog, literally starve it to death, chain it outside, and that dog is still like, I just want you. I still love you. Like there's not like, I'm fucking mad at you because you did this, right? Like I hate you, right? Like, obviously you can have angry dogs, but usually they're angry dogs on a chain. They're nice to their owner. They're angry and they're upset because they have not been conditional and they're scared. They're fearful of people. They're fearful of everyone else. And so fear is the number one reason for anger, typically. But the animal, the dog is truly the representation of unconditional love. Like you can like when you leave me, it's like an hour. Like I can leave my dog for 10 minutes and he's still like completely just as crazy if I left him for 10 hours. Like he's just like, oh my God, I thought you were never coming back. I thought you were never coming back. Like, oh my God. So,
What? What happened?
I'm like, dude, I drove to the gas station and back. I think I was gone for 7 minutes and I am now getting this complete.
What happened? While I was gone.
We were talking about, I don't know, Amy left because she said you were a dog or something.
Oh my God! What?
Can you hear him? Because I can't hear him.
Yeah, we can't hear what you're saying, Joe. What's going on?
Good. I thought it was me. Okay, I can't hear him.
So let me write what happened to dear Amy, and in the interim, in terms of this lady.
Yeah, I don't know. I came back. Like Joe just told me that they could hear me coming in and out because I had this new speaker.
We could see you. You had the camera on. So I mean.
But I hadn't muted it. I didn't know that the speaker wasn't muted, so they could hear me coming in and out of the room, I guess, with the dogs.
Well, that's not a big deal. I mean, that was just the dogs are just going,
right,
paddle,
but
paddle.
I don't know. He just said she just hung up. I don't know.
Really? Oh my fucking God! And then Mary Ortiz says, "Why is Douglas's voice different?" I hope she's not confusing me with Joe Tai. Or maybe with our dear anyone else. At any rate, honey,
look at that. When I do that, it looks like I have hair in my arm.
You're doing great. You're fine, honey.
No, I've just realized that, like the shadow. Look at it.
Yeah, it
looks like hair.
It's.
Cute. I don't.
I understand. No, it's cute. It's cute. Everything you do is cute, honey. Yes. Doing my best to humor you and keep you online to burn bandwidth until I get my head out of my ass so I could go into monologue mode. In interim.
Have you ever had your head out of your ass in the last 30 years? I'm
Oh, honey, such viciousness. It's really uncalled for. But I think you're getting in a better mood as time progresses tonight, just as I do, after I've had my lines of coke.
If I had lines of coke, I would be in a better mood too. I weren't outside. I went looking everywhere. There was no drug dealer to be found.
No drug dealer to be found in your residential neighborhood. No, you have the equivalent of a gated community, kind of. I mean, you've got a homeowners association. So, wait, Troy Bellamy is looking to come on. Let's merge his call. Okay, and see if that worked. And at any rate, dear Troy, welcome aboard. And Troy, do us a favor. I'm trying to burn bandwidth until I get enough of my head together where I can conduct a professional analysis.
So you're just basically using me to burn bandwidth is what you're doing. How much am I getting paid for this?
Well, we use you for a ratings boost as well. So Troy, that sound from your end, reeling in that fish in retirement. I understand you went to Florida to retire and fish, from what you said on your account there. So
I'm far from retired right now. I'm still working.
Okay, great.
So, but I have off for the summer, so I'm a teacher, so I'm having a great time fishing and enjoying this hot weather.
Chew. Oh gosh, shows you what the weather's like over here. Thank you, in San Francisco. Oh yes. This comes from that inferior electric blanket.
Yeah, that's fucking coke, bitch. I heard it. I heard that. Burning. I know
that's
that.
a coke sneeze.
Yes. Yes.
He knows it. He knows what the fuck that was.
Yeah, she's got it. She's got it down. So Troy, you're a teacher. Oh my God, I had no idea. That's incredible. And so, how many years till retirement do you figure? Are you just gonna do this as long as you can, or what?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it as long as I can. I like to work, so
Oh my
I'm gonna
God.
do it as long as I can.
What grade, may I ask?
Middle school, 6th through 8th grade.
Wonderful. I'm so impressed. Are you not impressed?
I'm impressed. I think he's fucking lunatic. I think we should honestly vote Troy into a fucking mental asylum with you, because anybody, I'm sorry, Troy, that likes to, first of all, teach middle schoolers at all is crazy.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I just want to teach them till I die. Like the worst age ever. You can't fucking, they're like puberty, they're like confused, they're like, I don't even think my kids in middle school. Like, it was a horrible time.
It is definitely an interesting play on society and the world as it is today. So I just enjoy being around the kids and trying to help them navigate as much as I can.
No, and I do respect you. I'm kidding. Like, I respect
I know,
anybody that can do
but
that.
it's funny.
Awesome.
I do the same thing. I mean, I think about the same thing every day myself. So it's definitely a labor of love.
It is. That's what I say. Like, it's definitely, you have anyone that can do certain jobs. Like, that's one. I would say people that work in nursing homes, that truly do it out of love and not because you hear people that do it and don't take care of that elderly. Just like I'm sure in your school, but in general, or police, like things that are hard jobs that it takes a certain will to be able to do it right and to do it good. And you sound like you do, and you have that labor, but. Like somebody that is in a nursing home and, having to change a old person's diaper every day, constantly, and they're not even your family, and you're doing that. The people that can do that and do it with love and still have respect for those people, and those that are mentally and physically handicapped that need that same type of care and do it and stay. It takes a certain person, and to be able to do it lifelong, I think really is another thing, because I think usually people get burnt out, and when they do get burnt out, that's when they should leave, right? Because you see people that,
because you're going to make a mistake, you're going to abuse somebody, you're going to make a huge error in judgment, and that's usually what happens. People just, even with teachers, it's that one lapse in judgment. You may say the wrong thing to a young lady or and make her feel uncomfortable, and the next thing you know, the police are escorting you out of the building. And it's you just got to be careful with those kinds of things.
Or even not, even not just that, like that's for the person, but also those teachers that we've all had that didn't care and said the wrong thing to us. Maybe it was just the smallest thing, right? But it would be like you come into them and then they're like, they don't really care because they're too busy, and that makes sense, right? They're busy, but then like if they're negative in their aspect of it, it can totally take, especially at that age. Like I look at that those are the certain things that you have children that are small, but they're easier to take care of as long as you're a good person, because they're easy to take care of. They're small and dependent physically on you, right? And emotionally. But when you have that middle school, especially, they have not developed enough to high school age, even though high school still is dependent in some way emotionally. But middle school is really still like they look like they can go back to the bathroom themselves. They can literally keep themselves alive. But yeah, they're emotionally still so dependent because they're trying to figure themselves out. Like they're just trying to become an adult. And it's the same thing as someone who is mentally handicapped who may be dependent, and or someone who is elderly or in that respect like dependent on you. And either way, in any of those situations, once someone steps out, it's so easy for it to be like, whether it's the old lady and I left the hot water running too long, right? And it scalded the lady to death, old lady. It's like you can also end up hurting someone to a point, like the middle schooler. It's just like, hey, I want to tell you about my mom. Like, this is going on. And, the teacher, like you would be like, if not you, but like a teacher that was checked out would be like, yeah, well, you know what? Why don't you just, I don't know, just deal with it would be like my easiest short answer because we don't want to get long into this, but just would be like that kid would feel like, oh, they don't care either. No one cares, right?
Yeah.
When they're trying to look for someone to care. You know, that
if you get to that point, if you're at that point, then you definitely need to leave teaching.
Oh,
Because I mean, I've worked in one of the poorest counties in Florida, and I see kids of all different stripes: white, black, Hispanic, Asian, and they all have different things that they have going on, whether it's family life, home life, just trying to socialize. I get a lot of kids who just came to America, don't speak a lick of English, but all they want to know is that somebody is caring for them. And the day I stopped caring or trying to give them hope that they can succeed, I learned that from a young age. I had a friend who had come over from Cuba on the raft, and when I was like 6th grade.
My kids are a quarter Cuban.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, and he didn't speak a lick of English. He didn't speak any English, but we became friends, and even to this day now he's into real estate. He's got several businesses, and he always says, "Hey, I just thank you for being my friend." And so I try to convey that same camaraderie, that same hope, outlook for hope, with the kids that I'm working with, because that, like you said, that's all they want to know is do you care? If you care about me, I'll do the lesson if you act like you care. And that's,
do you care? Yes, amen. Oh my God, that makes my heart smile, because that it shows, number one, just who you are as a person, but that there's hope for everything. Like my passion is animals. Not middle schoolers, but it's like if every person would just have a passion and like thrive in that, and do the best they can with what their goal, like what they were given, their purpose was. But so many people, like you said, either don't get out of it when they should. Maybe that wasn't their passion. Maybe they should never been in it. Maybe they went into middle school and they shouldn't have been there, or whatever. And don't get me wrong, I yell at these dogs occasionally, but like I'm sure you can get mad at a middle schooler, but like it's just the point of caring and showing that empathy, whether it's to another human. It's empathy, I think, is such a key thing.
I heard you earlier talking about your dogs and everything, and you got kind of deep on us tonight, Brooke. I like that. That's a different side of you.
Did I? How?
I like that. Well, I was saying you were relating it to God and how we should treat nature and and those kinds of things. I mean, you have to think about those things. There are sometimes you'll notice an animal that will have a spirit like, oh my God, is this animal been here before? They recognize me? Why do they love me so much? I've not had a pet for a few years now, and just because the emotional energy that it takes to either lose that pet or something else happen is very difficult. So that's why I have chosen not to have another pet. But certainly, they are a part of the family, and you just have to treat them with kindness, and they'll give you their all right to their last dying breath.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, I've always, I guess maybe I've never said that on air, but like I've always felt that about animals, and then dog, as far as just, I believe we daily get signs and synchronicities from the universe that most of us ignore. If we're not in tune with ourselves, the more we get in tune with ourselves, it can be numbers, it can be a song, it can be the bird that you just see flying, or the squirrel, like something. If you're in tune, you realize, oh, that's my sign, things are okay, or whatever you're needing that day. Like those are your symbols and synchronicities. The universe is always giving them to you. Dog being spelled backwards as God, to me, is just one of the most open, like, hey, can we be any more clear than this? Like, you want to say God is, like, you want to call our creator God, meaning our creator, which is one, and unconditional love. How can we be any more clear than dog backward? Like, it's just another synchronicity, but it's like to give the most clear one, because there really is no other animal that we have as far as a pet, like that. I mean, they're all like, then it's just like you get into people, like you can get into cats. Well, cats are more like people. Like then you got to deal with the attitude, and like this. But a dog, yeah, you might have to deal with, like, maybe he pisses or shits every now and then here or there and you don't like it, right? Or he barks every now and then. But overall, it's like, it's the love, right? I mean, because they never said Jesus didn't shit somewhere Jesus shouldn't have pissed or whatever. There's nothing in, like, my point is, like, we don't talk about
I missed
Jesus.
that part of the Bible.
That's my point. We don't. Is there anywhere where it says where Jesus, like, there's we skipped the part of Jesus had to use the bathroom like everybody else, right? And like, where did he? So like all those things that we skip. Unconditional love is just about love, and that was what Jesus was. That sign, that story was about love, and it was about showing unconditional love and then raising your vibration. And I believe that dogs show that. I believe that was what dogs were created for, as far as for people to be like a symbology of unconditional love. Like, yeah, you might have to take care of them, but like, they don't, even kids, I mean, like, you know, as middle school, that's what I say, like, it amazes me you can do that, because I have a harder time with humans in general, but I am like, love, give me a 2 or 3 year old any day. Those are my favorite. Like, I can take infant to like about 3 to 4, and then once they start growing to that 6-year-old range, I'm like, you know, like, I love them, but like, they had to be mine, because after that, it's like, okay, now I need to tell you about life, bitch, and you're being a smart ass, and I'm going to need to kick your ass, like, you know. But,
by the way, there is a scripture in the Bible that says, "He that pisseth against the wall." So there is some pissing in the Bible. You know.
Is there one that says that? I don't know that I've ever read that one.
Yeah.
Well, Douglas, you
there's
missed
a lot
that.
of things.
Douglas, you've never mentioned the pissing against the wall scripture.
No, but we can have our dear friend Troy Bellamy articulate it for us, and unless he feels he's already done so.
Hey, I just want to let you know, Troy, the reason he's saying we'll let Troy articulate it for us is because he doesn't know it. Otherwise, he'd be like, well, let me, what's your word? What's your favorite word?
Contextualize.
Yes. Let me contextualize pissing against the wall.
Yes. As such being said, I want to thank you for coming on camera. I mean, it's nice that you do that, and I'm sure our dear Brooke appreciates your reciprocating.
I would like
she can record me now. So.
I won't, but can you come on camera, Douglas?
No, because I don't have my makeup on, honey, and I'm not. The background is not fit for it. The way I'm positioned right now, I'm positioned comfortably, so it's not like the kind of.
Put the camera down between your legs. We'll just watch that on.
Okay.
But such being said, yes.
Do you put makeup on there? Can you put makeup? How about your chest? Can you show your chest?
By the way, our dear young lady in the chat room, who mistook me for a while for Joe Tai, actually confessed to doing just that. She said she actually thought Joe Tai was myself. She said, I think I did confuse you. I hear your voice and it's you, Douglas. So, oh my God. All I can say is then Joe Tai began talking in like his technology broke down or something. So what is this, honey, that you're showing us? Church's chicken. That's cute. That's adorable.
Did you get the jalapeno poppers? Did you get the jalapeno poppers?
Yes. Okay. And
you don't even know what Church's is.
I know what Church's chicken is. Oh my God! Give me some credit. It's.
We had some recording last time. You said you didn't even know. So you tell me you've been to churches.
I don't remember consciously saying. No, I've never been to churches. No, I've never been there.
You only know it because we brought it up last time on air.
No. I really did know of it before. Not that I think it's that important a qualifier for anything.
Troy, see the dog trying to take it.
I see him.
Yes, of course. The dogs will. Oh my God! All 3 of them. Their noses are all there. 3? Is there a 4th one that's missing?
No.
You can't eat Church's chicken around dogs. You know.
Don't get back. No.
Oh my goodness.
I was so excited, and I found out because there's only one. I have to drive for a while because like churches around here, like you have to drive. I don't know. It's not near me.
Yes.
They're closing at 8. They're open. I found out today. I ran there before 8 because I was craving mashed potatoes and gravy. Yeah. And I hadn't had it forever. And I got my poppers. And they're like, we're open until 10 now. Because I was like, I'm sorry. It was like 7:55 and I was feeling bad. Like I was walking around. And they're like, no, we're open until 10 now. And I'm like, oh my God, you're going to see a lot more of me. So is everyone else, because I'm gonna be gaining weight.
They probably make all their profit off of okra and jalapeno poppers.
Yes. Well, there we are. And okra. Yes. Now that's something that I do appreciate as well. A lot of people don't.
Fried okra. Look, that's a whole bag of it.
Doug's got a little southern boy in it.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Whole bag of fried okra right there.
Yes. Oh
There
my
you go.
gosh, how I envy you. Oh yes, you're so lucky. So, honey, is that what you went out to get? That's incredible. How'd you do that so fast?
No, I had this earlier. I came home and I was cleaning the house. Like, this is actually cold at this point, but I had to clean and feed the dogs and then come up and answer your stupid fucking call.
Well, I'm so glad you did. As I said, still trying to center myself to prepare to go.
The okra is so good.
Yeah, I have no doubt. Oh, how I envy you. Yes, we have none of that out here out in the West. It's very hard to find such things.
But how do you know what Church's chicken is? I swear to God, you don't have them out there.
No, we don't. I don't think. We may.
I don't think you knew what it was. I swear to God, if you go on our last call, you had no idea what it was.
It was probably the way that it was being phrased. Somebody was probably phrasing it in such a way.
So how do you know what it was? Because you've never lived outside here except in other...
I mean, every once in a while I would see odd commercials here and there, commercials on TV that, they were deep enough where they, into the United States, where they had national commercials. And so I knew them from that. So I knew of that, and also people referencing them on Facebook and the like. So I knew of them. But I don't think it's that important a qualifier for anything. But it...
I do. I think if I could open one on Pelham Road, I would fucking be rich.
No doubt. I was curious about, is there a particular subject that you teach in junior high, Troy? Or is there just, what's your subject?
I teach math. I teach, and I also teach business. I actually started with a company that's based out of San Francisco in business as a stockbroker with Charles Schwab.
Wow.
Oh my God, my dad worked with Charles
years ago.
That's amazing. And what? So this person is like sponsoring a program where you teach kids about business?
No, I actually have a certificate where I do that, and I also have a math certificate. So, you have to be fairly good at math to do business. So. It's always been a passion of mine.
So you're teaching. I'm trying to talk over, of course, the crunchiness. The crunchiness.
Okay, I'm putting it out. I'm sorry. I forget how to speak now. I forget my spirit.
No, honey, you can eat your heart's content. Just go mute when you're crunching through the bag. That's all, honey.
It was the bag. I'm done. I'm actually done.
Hey, don't do that on our account.
All that's left is mashed potatoes. I ate all the poppers and I ate all the okra. Well, I shared them, obviously.
Okay. Oh my God, that's so quick. Oh my God. So you're adorable.
Well, when you have 4 dogs and you're sharing one small okra, it's pretty fast to go.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes, it's amazing they can handle that. And
I would be 400 pounds without these dogs. I swear to God, it's like such an easy thing to be like, I ordered an order of fries or okra.
I am proud of you that you maintain your weight so well, honey. I am very proud of you. It was that good
especially as unhealthy as I like to eat with fried okra, fried jalapeno.
I thought you were following that new histamine diet. How's the histamine?
Fuck that diet! It was only arugula. Like I know I need to go back on it, but I ate arugula nonstop for 3 weeks. I could have arugula, olive oil on it, and I could have the only other thing I could have that had any fat was fresh mozzarella. And then everything else I did. There's nothing on that diet I liked at all that I could eat except blueberries.
Okay.
It was very boring. Blueberries and arugula.
Yeah, but weren't you supposed to do that for just a limited?
I was drinking the olive oil itself because I was like, fuck this, the olive oil tastes better than anything. I'll just fucking put some olive oil in my hand.
Yeah, but honey, what weren't you supposed to maintain it just for a limited amount of time until your system rebalanced? Wasn't that the idea?
Well, the idea was for a minimum of 4 weeks. I made it 3, and I fucking was like bitched out at 3.
Well, you know,
I have to go back. Like, I don't know. It's like one of those things. Have you ever eaten something so much that you just like it makes you nauseous to think of it? So 3 weeks of arugula Yeah, it should have supposed to be 4 weeks minimum, 4 to 6. At 3 weeks, I bitched out, and now I have yet to go back to be like, I want arugula. I can do an arugula for fucking 4 or 6 weeks. It just sounds like whatever that thing you would eat nonstop, and you're like, I could never eat that again. Yeah. Right now, arugula is on my.
I understand.
I'd rather be sick and eat poppers.
But just as an example, I remember that what I had contracted from one of my security.
I mean, you've contracted a lot. Now we're talking about like herpes or gonorrhea. Where are we going here?
Yeah, that's cute. What I had contracted from one of my security contracts with some of the workers from Cambodia, some of the security partners from Cambodia, fellow agents in the field, was tuberculosis. And at that time, I was put on a...
You got TB as well.
Yeah, I had TB. And so what happened was that at the time I was put on a antibiotic regimen, where the antibiotic regimen, I had to complete it, and it was, at first it was so horrible because it's really hard on a person. You can't take that antibiotic regimen after the age of 30, I think. It's after the age of 30 you cannot take it. So I was prior to 30 years of age. Maybe things have changed, but in those days I think that was the time limit for age limit. And when I took it the first time, I failed. I couldn't I couldn't go through the entire regimen. But then I had to restart it eventually, and then do it before the age of 30. So I did ultimately finish that. So you might want to do something like what I did. You might not be able to finish it the first time, but you might.
I know. I feel like I should finish it. Like it's the stomach is not going well.
Yeah.
And you see the little turtle in here?
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's adorable. And what is that? Troy is saying something. He said he'll be right back.
He's probably recording something.
He's
got an alarm going on.
Yeah, right now he set off his car alarm or something.
Yeah, I set off my house alarm.
Oh
sorry about that.
No worries. And does this happen often, or?
Only when my wife doesn't want me to leave the house. So she thinks, I'm on the phone cheating on her with the this white lady that's on the phone with her. I had to explain to her, this is not what I'm doing.
That's cute.
Can you tell her I'd rather have her on mine and see her naked?
Oh. Hey, I don't want to turn you on too much now. My baby's a fox.
Yes.
All right. I have no reason to come to Florida. Ian West certainly isn't one. So.
Oh, my boy Ian's not there to defend himself tonight.
Yes, that's right. And what do you think happened with Joe Tai? What exactly was it? Just technical problems?
Oh my God! Look, I just got ranch or something on my bra.
Yeah, you did. Yes, fascinating.
It's
yes, honey, that's cute.
Can you lick that off? No.
Adorable, darling. I wish I was there. Yes, but so.
That innocence, I can't get it out.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Tragic. It's if only we were there to help. So of course. I guess, Troy, the question to ask then is that when it comes to business, you teach adults, or you have this...
No, actually, I still teach the middle schoolers. I mean, the curriculum now is where you try to expose them to coding and typing, just basic keyboarding. A lot of them have those skills already because they're gamers or they're YouTubers. I have kids that,
But that doesn't have anything to do with like Charles Schwab.
No. But I do give them an introduction into investing, understanding the stock market.
But that's not what's called for with the That's my problem, like with the whole educational system, and I'm in opinions that you're in it because I didn't realize you were until now. The fact that I feel like the educational system in America is so flawed, and the fact that we teach we push this math, science, agenda, spelling, like the basics, obviously elementary school spelling and arithmetic, like we need to teach those. But then you get into middle and high school and you start to get into where we're not teaching things that actually like you're saying, like, hey, how do you
how do you pay your bills? How do you save? How do you balance a budget, right? And then also, like, how do you, like, emotionally, like things like, maybe we should be teaching things like spirituality, as far as like yoga or meditation, or just things that how do you balance your emotions, right? So those things that are just such life skills. And then it's just like, no, let's just teach you calculus, even though you'll never probably use it. The majority of the people that are learning the calculus or the geometry aren't going to use that. Like, but yet we leave out the important things, which are life skills of, like, how do you save? How do you, how do you invest? How do you emotionally balance yourself? You're going to have issues your whole life with emotions. Like, how do you emotionally balance? Like, those classes are left out. Yeah, we're like, but take algebra 3, because algebra 3 is going to totally get you there.
Yeah. You're exactly right. I mean, the education model, though, is changing. They're more so focusing on trying to encourage kids to go into trades again. We come from a different era where we used to have trades and work study and stuff like that, and on the job training. And probably for the last 25 years or so, it's more so just like you said, calculus, history, English, and a lot of these kids are not. No matter of fact, they're not even doing that, and kids are not even going to college anymore. They're going to junior college to get those kinds of courses out of the way, because other than that, you're going to end up with a huge student loan bill, or wasting a whole lot of money on classes you'll never use again. So now everybody's focusing on getting kids into plumbing, welding, jobs that they can make $65, $75 an hour before they graduate.
I've told my son that, and that's interesting that you say that. And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no
go ahead. But what I was just going to say is, he's 18. My daughter left high school. She was straight A student and was able, went to Furman University, which is a private school here. Do you know Furman?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. So she was able. Go ahead.
It's from the Carolinas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's not named after Mark Furman, is it?
I hope not. Teach you how to beat a Negro 101.
Furman actually is. It's kind of an odd school, because it's. I don't know how much Troy is familiar with it in detail, but it's
military school, isn't it?
No, it's a private school. It's not military. It's Citadel. You're thinking of the Citadel.
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. Citadel.
Yeah. But Furman is in the upstate, so it's a private school, and it is actually a Christian, in some way, based school, but it is a heavily liberal school. So they have it's like my daughter went there, so it's not a Christian, like private Christian, like a Bob Jones.
Right.
What I mean by private is it's private in the sense that it's not a public funded of the two colleges in South Carolina. We have USC and Clemson that are publicly funded colleges, universities, but it's private in the sense that it costs more to go there. You have a lot of people of money that go there. We were lucky to get in there because of her grades. And her scholarships, but it's like this college that's looked at as, oh, well, you went there, that's great, like it's a great look at, especially in the South, and they know that name. It's like a name, right? The name, it's kind of like Gucci, the name. But then it's also, what's so weird about it to me is that it's like supposedly like Christian based, but then everything they teach is extremely liberal. Right, which was great for my daughter because she is extremely left and liberal, right? And so she wouldn't have been able to stand it if it wasn't. But more left than even a public university, especially Clemson or USC would be. They have a lot of just extreme teachers that are just very liberal, because it's kind of liberal arts in the way they go with it, but it's Christian. So it's an odd mix. I would say that I have never seen before. Just having her go there to see those two combine it, and to be honest, the way the world should be, which is to see that whole mix of like a Christianity, like we can support a Christianity view, but be completely 100% liberal on all these different ideas and cultures and open to everything as far as let's just bring it all in and bring everyone in and not just people, but ideas and views and teachers teaching extreme different views. And just it's completely supported.
Well, I think at liberal arts colleges, they don't really teach views. They just kind of encourage people to have their own opinions about certain things that they may have been indoctrinated about before. So it's like taking them off the path and saying, okay, look down the rabbit hole and see what you think about it, rather than this is what it is.
Right.
So, when I hear people talk about education, liberal arts, or stuff just like what's going on in Florida here with DeSantis. Oh man, that's just
unspeakable, literally unspeakable.
And I'm in the heart of it because I'm in Sarasota, which is where everything.
What are
is
you eating? You're hungry now again.
Yeah, my
this
gosh.
Is some of the best peach cobbler. My niece made me some peach cobbler before she left.
Oh my God,
wonderful.
my favorite
Unbelievable.
dessert. My favorite dessert in the world is cobbler.
South Carolina peaches too.
Oh yes, peach cobbler is my favorite, and then my second is apple. Apple and peach cobbler. Like people will be like, you want ice cream? You want brownies? I'm like, if you have a cobbler, I don't want ice cream even on it. Cause to me, I'm not an ice cream person, so I don't need ice cream. I just want the cobbler.
That's
ice cream
cute.
is the best.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah, people that like ice cream. I'm not a big ice cream person. But yeah, I love
Y'all forgive me.
Yeah, I'll try.
Oh, I can forgive. Maybe you some cobbler, man. Come on.
Yes.
Better than pussy.
I understood.
I don't know about that. I don't say that.
You might be right. Depends on the pussy. You're right.
No, no.
So, all such being said, when it comes to, so how is it Charles Schwab is involved again with the, just out of curiosity here,
I just mentioned I used to work for them because
yeah.
That was my first job coming
he
out
eats
of
like
college.
a southerner. Oh my God, I love this. You eat like a southerner. I love it.
Oh, yes. It's something to see on camera, I assure you. Kind of like, yes.
I love it.
I'll be left psychologically scarred for life.
Like you haven't left us psychologically scarred just by your description of your shits in your toilet. Shut the fuck up.
Or that Coke sneeze you just gave us.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't give us a Coke sneeze unless you're gonna get us high so we can enjoy it with you. Like it's like one of the two. Like I don't want to be fucking like lonely and like.
But by the way, you are using your new microphone even now, yes? No?
Yeah. Can you hear me better?
You're great.
It's nice.
You're great, honey. You're great. Yeah.
I mean, I can put it closer or further away. It's just right there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still puzzled over what happened with Amy Como, but it's we adapt. We roll with what we can. Did you have any?
She had some more fish to adopt.
Yeah. Did you have any impression of what might have happened, Troy?
I wasn't on early, so I don't know what happened with.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Joe Ty does. Joe, can you speak up? Are you already asleep, dude?
Joe. I mean, I don't know.
What?
Hey, it is.
So Joe, what exactly happened with Amy Como earlier? When I came back, she wasn't here.
Oh, she was trying to she was trying to talk to Brooke, but it just the connection wasn't there.
Oh, so her
got
line
something
kept
started.
glitching. Her line kept glitching.
Was she glitching, or was it when I was in the room?
You're trying to say her internet was unsteady. Her internet was unsteady, essentially. Out where she's at, she's out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. So that was it, right, Joe?
I'm asking Joe Ty. Was it the fact that she was glitching, or was it the fact that I wasn't in the room and she thought I was?
I don't know.
Thank you, Joe.
Well, thanks, Joe. That's fucking obvious. My dog. I'm pretty sure. Hey, Ford, which one do you think it is?
Yes, that was.
If he barks, I'm getting off this.
Yes, that's actually cute. That would be nice if he barked. It would make more sense than some of his actual statements.
Hey, you know what he did? I swear to God, I can't have it on camera. But when I said, "Hey, Ford," and he looked at me, he rolled his eyes and went back to sleep.
Yeah.
Don't even bother me.
Yeah, Joe Ty did that too. Effectively, Joe Ty did that just now with all of us.
No, Joe honestly doesn't know. My dog probably knows and is like, I'm not even going to bother you with a response. This is stupid.
Yes. So this is I'm fascinated by. So they're almost trying to get kids to stop thinking about intellectual careers and start them with practical careers in basically blue collar jobs. It's almost like they're gearing them towards blue collar work. But what about the girls?
Oh, the girls too. I mean, they're you're starting to see medical magnet schools pop up. Actually, the school I'm at is a medical magnet school, so the girls are learning
nursing,
CNA work, nursing, and then going. I have a niece that just went through a nursing program, and now she's a surgical nurse. And I have another nurse that is a nurse practitioner. So these programs are popping up, and kids are able to get through them fairly quickly and less expensively.
That's
and they
wonderful.
Have a skill that they will always, especially here in Florida. I mean, there's a nursing home on every corner.
I honest to God, you look much younger on camera than in that photograph you put up on your account. On your account, that photograph, you've got at least you've got twice the body weight is what it looks like. The way your face is in that icon, it looks like you got twice the body weight that you do on camera. I don't know.
I've lost about 100 pounds recently, so
you come on to South Carolina, I'll feed you some church's chicken, and I'll get that right back up.
Yes. How did you lose 100 pounds? This is something you've got to trademark, and we'll all make money off of this. You'll make us all multi-millionaires. How did you manage this?
Just eating.
He went on a pussy
better.
Diet.
Yes, we are. Yes,
that's always good. That's the best diet. Titties and pussy. That's what.
High protein, low calorie, man. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
Yes.
But no, I just drink a lot more water. Getting more exercise in. Just doing things. I was always an athlete. I was, just got lazy after I graduated from school. Put on a bunch of weight.
What sport were you?
I used to play basketball. I played basketball.
Incredible. That's wow.
Oh, too bad you didn't play tag football. You played with Peter Moon.
I'm not gonna let you besmirch Peter Moon in here tonight.
Yes, no comment.
You could stop me if I wanted to.
No, exactly.
Yes. It's how do we say it?
I think Peter looks great for his age. I do. I think tag football is a little extreme for I don't know.
Somebody who's
my kids played tag football at 6, but I mean whatever.
Oh, it's at any rate.
Hey Trey, you know what? You know what I would love a tag football game on this entire podcast. Everybody, Peter Moon included. Peter Moon probably beat us all because he's obviously good at it. He's doing it. But I would love to have this podcast. We should get together for Thanksgiving, and then a tag football game after, and basically, I'm going to make sure Douglas, if you don't bring drugs for that fucking meeting, because I'm gonna need them. But other than that, it'll be fun.
Okay, and just try to figure out.
So are we getting a shindig together for Thanksgiving?
That's what I'm saying. As long as Douglas can get me some drugs to deal with your asses.
That's
I'm not you, Joe Dye. Obviously, I can deal with you anytime.
What? You can deal with me anytime? Are you sure?
Trust me, it'll be Douglas that has to take the drugs for you.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Just to prevent myself from falling into some kind of rage. So right now, our dear Brooke is drinking. What are you drinking there, dear lady?
Oh my God, I discovered this. Once I quit drinking alcohol, and I was
now she's got liquid crack. Yeah.
It's called Body Armor Light, and like he said, I love peaches because I'm Southern.
Yes.
It's peach mango.
Oh, great.
And it's literally 15 calories for the whole bottle.
Yes.
But it doesn't have the fake sugar, the bad sugar, fake sugar. It's the healthier fake sugar, like stevia or whatever. And it's coconut water is the main ingredient.
Wow, cool. It sounds great. Yeah. And,
I mean, I can't, I don't know. Your choice is Coke, Diet Coke, plain water. I don't do plain water. Coke, like you said, unless it's going up my nose, I don't want it.
Diet Coke is gonna give me cancer, and then plain water just sucks, to be honest with you. Like I wish I will drink plain water. Like I have my Fiji bottle over here. As you can see, I've not opened it yet because I like something with a taste. So I will make myself drink plain water, but I prefer taste, and so this is good. So anybody that doesn't know, it's Body Armor Light, LYT, and then this one is the peach mango, and I am so addicted. Like, this is I bought an 8-pack, and I'm on the thing. This is the last one that was downstairs.
They should pay you to be on their commercial right now.
They should.
You just gave them.
Broke drinks. Hell.
Yeah.
Especially posed up like that.
Yes.
Put your body armor out.
Yes, that's quite right. Quite right. Well, I'm glad that you.
That and Church's Chicken. I know. I've been like,
Yes.
I'm like Church's Chicken right here. Body Armor here. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't even chicken. That's the bad thing. I could be like a spokesperson for Church's Chicken and be like, I'm a vegetarian, and also you should eat Church's Chicken. Like, if you're gonna eat chicken, eat Church's Chicken, and if you're not gonna eat chicken, you should still go to Church's and get everything else. Like, there's just too much goodness.
This is the oxymoron show, because that, and I'm just interjecting this, but Doug is like the most non-gay cross-dressing man I've ever known.
I know. Oh my God, isn't he? I was watching him on this. He was on with the other lady doing the interview last week, and then like, okay, he's got lipstick and his makeup on, but I'm trying to figure out why, because I know how Doug is.
Well, Doug went to modeling school, so he's already.
Right. Either way, live your life, my brother.
Yes, thank you, Troy. No, I definitely appreciate it.
Doug. Let me tell you, I'm like y'all have been on here a lot longer. I only came in October. Was it Doug?
Well, our man Troy started after you, honey, in terms of participation at this level. Yeah.
Oh, participation, yeah.
Yeah, but he's been listening to you. I never heard. The first time I heard your voice, other than on that broadcast of Who Was Your Dude?
Oh, Sean Bond.
I heard him on Sean Bond, like on a let's say obviously you broadcast on Wednesday or Sunday, so I don't know. Now I know that. I didn't know that then. Yes. But whatever time I heard Sean Bond, his interview with Sean Bond, I was like at a QT, literally, pulling up, like looking at Douglas. I was like, this guy's a fucking freak. Like he's looking to my eyes and he's weird as shit. He's like, what do you think? So then I subscribed to his channel because I'm like, was this Sean? I felt like he was looking because he would look through the camera like this.
Yes, that's right. Well, that's the training. That's the training I have in modeling and acting.
Yes. And I'm looking through the camera. So I'm like, oh my God, he's looking at my soul. What the fuck? And he's crazy because he's my vampire. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? But I wanted to look it up, so I subscribed to his channel.
Then she realized what crazy was when she checked out Sean Bond and sat there for 45 minutes listening to him alone.
Now that was different. That was too crazy. That was later. So then I did think about it, hit subscribe, and then the next thing I know, I guess the next whatever it would have been, because now I know that it's Sunday and Wednesday, but at that time, obviously I didn't. I must have been on my phone, like on YouTube, Sunday or Wednesday right after that, and it pops up alive, like you're there because I had subscribed. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I start listening, and you're like, hey, anybody want to come on? I need some people on. Because, I don't know, probably all your crazy people weren't fucking there.
Yes, they'd all been rounded up and institutionalized, yes.
So I was like, I'll come on. This is what's hilarious. I was like, I'll come on. Never heard this fucker in my life. Have no idea what y'all been listening to for an extension. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. No idea. I'd only heard him on Sean Bond and listened to that crazy interview for like 20 minutes. I'd heard 20 minutes of this fucker, and then 5 minutes of him wanting people on. I'm like, oh, come on. And then he's like, Bergs, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Like, you'll have to respond more of who you are. And then I responded with, this is how well I read Douglas in the very beginning. I had no idea what it was. I was like, this is my address. Like, I'm sending it again. And I was like, I read your book. Because on Sean Bond's, he's like, I was talking about his vampire book. And so I was like, I read your book. And this fucker
I don't know because I'm in sales, obviously, so I was paid to read people and know what they like to hear. And as soon as I said I read your book, he's like, "Oh, okay, Brooke Gibson, I can bring you on." And I've been here ever since. I didn't read the book. But...
Of course not. But hey, well,
I ain't even gonna lie.
I did
I've been listening to Doug.
Yeah.
I've been listening to Doug for a long time.
Yes.
And I didn't even realize I had Skype on my phone. But last week when he was going nuts when you were doing your thing, he's like, "Oh yeah." Well, I was like, "Whoa, hey, you see what's going on here? Skype."
You found. I see. I taught you. I am like a high school teacher now.
Yes.
Because you're a middle school teacher.
There you go.
I'm teaching someone above your level. I'm like college. Like you now have learned how to use your phone.
Yeah, you taught me. Yeah, you taught me for sure.
Yes.
Yes. I also taught you not to record shit, bitch.
I did. Again, that was actually. I'm like, Preston, I don't even know how to. I literally didn't even remember how to get on Skype. I was like, I just saw that I had added Doug, and I was like, let me just take a chance and press phone. And then boom, I came up. Oh shoot!
Yes.
I had no idea. I still don't even know. The only thing I knew how to do is I see that it's like a Zoom call, so I didn't even know how to record it.
I wish we used Zoom. Zoom would be nicer, but fucking Douglas won't use Zoom.
No. Actually, Zoom is much, much more difficult. This is Skype is so much easier than Zoom. Trust me on this. Yeah. And there's so many things I could go into hours about this. I mean, forget the politics for even.
I'm not going into the politics of it because we've gone to the politics before.
Yeah, no, I mean,
shut up.
That's why I said forget the politics.
I like Zoom. I thought Zoom was pretty easy, but I use Zoom for all my meetings at work, so that's why I was very.
You might be used to it, but if you started using Skype more often, you'd realize it's infinitely easier.
I'm pretty sure I've been using Skype since October with you, bitch. So shut up.
Yeah, so there you go. So it's easier,
Not
right?
Easier.
No, really, it is. It is. Trust me on that. Certainly, I've had other people who agreed with me on that. I don't see why you don't, but
most people agree with you. You know who agrees with you? Anybody that wants to suck your dick.
It's not always like that, darling. But at any rate, what I want to say was I'm very glad that Troy decided to come on. I know he was listening for a very long time, and he was in the chat room participating for at least a few years. He began participating at least a few years ago. But when it came to his coming on the Skype calls, it gave us an opportunity to really get to know him, and certainly I'm so glad you came on camera tonight.
Do you want to tell Troy how racist I am?
No, you're not.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. I've heard y'all dropping the N-bomb, and I think I said...
I don't drop them. I'm the one that fucking argues.
Oh, no, he's talking to me. He's talking to me, darling. He's talking to me about that.
He's gotten a lot better, and I appreciate it. But I understand where you're coming from. I don't think you're using it in a...
No, fuck you.
I'm not trying to.
No. Don't give him that, Troy. He needs to keep some of his goddamn shit. And that's what I even told him last week. And this time I'm thinking with N-word. Just in general, we were talking about another race. Like, it's just, Douglas, own your race bullshit. You got this thing where you're like, oh, well, this race is better than this race. And then it's just bullshit. It's bullshit to distinguish anyone by race.
Sure, kid.
Period.
Of course, honey.
You even said on the last broadcast, if it wasn't on the broadcast, it was me and you personally. And you said...
No, we were on broadcast.
Okay, when you said, oh, well, you don't think the Germans were a superior race? They were superior.
No, that's a misquote. It's okay. You do run away with my phrases, and then you kind of twist them.
Okay,
give them a little twist.
I don't.
In your paraphrase.
I paraphrase things on the way that they were heard, but you tell me how that was misconstrued, because I swear to God.
Well, because what I said on record was that throughout the Cold War, the divided Germanies, when their medals are put together, they win every single Olympics, every single one. Throughout the Cold War, yes. And I said, so are they not the master race in some respects?
Then you continued on.
This is what I said. So are they not the?
In some terms,
I said, are they not the master race in some respects? And that's when you exploded. Yeah. And so,
Until
honey,
Jesse Owens came on the scene.
yeah. Well, do
They
understand, of
realized
course.
that was bullshit.
Yeah, well, you do understand. Hitler went to greet Jesse Owens and shook his hand, and the photographs are out there. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see that because the story, the not only the theatrical
that's
account,
the American propaganda version is out there. Yeah. No, the
Okay,
reality is
I
that
want to make sure.
no, the reality is here's historically what happened. Historically, Franklin Delano Roosevelt said when he was told about Jesse Owens' victory and asked to go see Jesse Owens, Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "I don't want nothing to do with that nigger." It was Adolf Hitler who greeted Jesse Owens. It was just the opposite. And what the American movies is they turn history on its head. The reality was that Adolf Hitler, of course, had, say, for instance, a encounter with let's see now if I can remember. Give me a few minutes to think about this. I did talk, of course, about his relations in the past with Africa, especially, of course, the blacks who were suffering in the Belgian Congo, who literally wrote him a letter.
Leopold.
Yeah, under King Leopold, who wrote him a letter asking for help. So when it came to he was well aware of black suffrage everywhere, and he felt it was as legitimate as what his own people were going through. So it's something that I do try to educate people about. Like, for instance, you heard me mention, of course, the movie Schindler's List, and you heard me talking about the fact that the concentration camp commandant who's shown in that film, who's portrayed in that film, they never mentioned the fact that his wife was black. He's portrayed as the major villain in the film Schindler's List. Right. But his own granddaughter, who's obviously black, has come out about this. She knows her dad was the camp commandant who's portrayed in the movie Schindler's List. This is something, of course, that I think is execrable, that nobody brings us up in history. So when it comes to these kinds of subjects, Brooke, of course, she is kind of an extremist in the sense that she feels that almost
Shorty's not listening to you.
Yeah.
Is he falling? Is he falling asleep? Is he falling asleep?
No.
I mean, oh my God! It's like
I'm wide awake, bro. I'm wide awake.
Okay, yeah. As a matter of fact, I am self-conscious about the fact that as time has progressed recently.
Right now.
What's that, honey?
You're so clueless.
Oh, honey, that's awful. In terms of, I mean, Troy can come to my defense. Troy, was it not the case that you once asked me about, can you tell us about the recent developments concerning blacks and civil rights in light of the 14th Amendment? In light of the 14th Amendment. Did I not go to town talking in depth about that? About that subject? Thank you. Thank you.
What did you say, bro? Oh my.
Yeah. So at any rate. So I'm glad that you can talk to you can tell Brooke about that.
Yeah.
Tell me,
yeah.
Tell me.
Wow. We were talking about the 14th Amendment, right?
Okay, so this obviously is one of those. For those of you who aren't here to witness this, this is just one of these. This is like Brooke is using her feminine wiles to simply alter the discussion, to tilt the balance, and it's simply just not.
My feminine wiles. I'm sorry.
Yes.
You know what? I'm pretty sure you use your power of the fucking owning the fucking show and also your male fucking bullshit dominance of honestly, let's be honest. The male voice like completely can dominate a conversation. So yeah, if I have to use fucking some cleavage or breast like to fucking shut you the fuck up, I am more than welcome to.
It's honey. That's simply not.
About booty trap.
That's cute. Then of course we had the incredible intellectual insights of Joseph Ty. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate that profoundly. So I'm entering a name here right here into the text box, Troy. This individual right here. You can look this individual up. Milton Samuel J. Wright was a black individual who basically met face to face with my biological father, Adolf Hitler. He was an economist. He came from Savannah, Georgia. And he was born in 1903, if I remember correctly. And what happened was that he was pursuing his PhD in economics in Germany's prestigious Heidelberg University in 1932.
You do realize, though, that Hitler does not claim you as a son.
That's cute. At any rate, so he was a black man who spoke perfect German. And he met with Adolf Hitler, who was very impressed by him, and basically said that I really would like you to be my economics minister for the Third Reich. And he eventually said when he's considered it and had it under consideration, other things happened in his life, and he ultimately returned to the United States. But this is something that's completely hidden from history. So
what's his name again? What, Milton?
It's right there. Milton Samuel J. Wright. Right, like the Wright brothers.
Samuel,
yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. WRIGHT. So there we have that. That's a very important thing for people to know.
I will definitely look into that.
Yes, please. And
hey, Douglas, why don't you tell a more interesting story, like the one you told me the other night? Like, this is so boring. It's the same shit you say all the time. Like, can you say that?
I'm interested in hearing all this stuff.
Of course,
Okay.
yes, honey. There are people out there who are interested in what I have to say.
I've listened to you forever, and I've only been since October, and I've heard you say the same shit over and over. So if these people can't fucking get it by now, they are not ever gonna get it. Okay? So what are baby?
But darling, I want you to understand. I need to talk to my listeners at this point, based on how Brooke Gibson sometimes paraphrases what I have to say. I need to, of course, defend myself and my reputation. The reality is that what she says about my intent with this young lady, for instance, Marina Sarin, honestly, all I've ever talked about is intellectual cross-pollination, a kind of insemination of ideas, a kind of sharing of paradigms in an intimate sense. But she takes my noble intentions and interprets them in the most vulgar manner imaginable. And then, of course, then she biases others against me by doing what she's doing now. Essentially, again, exploiting her physical wiles to poison them against me.
What do you mean physical wise? I'm not 22. Obviously, you don't come on at a certain time frame for me. If fucking you don't feel like I believe in aliens for you, so fuck you.
Honey, hey, let's let Brooke do her thing. Keep talking, dog.
Talk about intellectual disingenuity. That's no, I'm kidding. Don't worry about that, Troy. Don't the trip. Yes.
Troy just likes sea turtles, and I'm showing him a sea turtle. That's a sea turtle.
Yeah, there we are. And back to.
What? Tell me though.
Your tummy's fine, honey. Good God.
All right, this is called Church's fucking chicken, man. It's so good.
Yeah.
Like, I love that Troy knew immediately. He was like, jalapeno poppers, and that's my favorite thing there. He knew it. Like, I'm in love with Troy right now. Just with him knowing that. They have them down in Florida, Churches.
Oh yeah,
of course they do.
Oh my God, it's like the best. They're like the jalapeno poppers, like they're the best ones in the world. Like, you can't get them anywhere else like that.
Oh my God, the state would sink without them. I have no doubt. But anyhow,
You know what? The state. You know what? California would probably fucking. What would you call that? Levitate without you.
Yeah. Anyhow, thank God my affordable connectivity program finally kicked in. Oh, Sammy Romero has joined us. Oh, dear Sammy, help us with this situation. Obviously, as you can see, Brooke's a little out of control. I'm not essentially complaining, but she's managed to addle the mind of our resident intellectual Troy Bellamy. And that's simply, it's just not fair by debate standards. It's basically a form of...
Or maybe you are gay, though. Maybe you just need to go with the fact that you are truly gay and that it's not bothering you.
How about you go with the fact that you pretend to be gay, but what you really want is dick? I mean, really, darling, you and I
You know what I truly want? I don't truly want dick or pussy. What I truly want is a real person that can truly satisfy me.
Honey, you found your man. I mean, that's the reason why you feel so envious when you don't need to about other young ladies that aren't even really in my life.
Okay, whoa. Oh, see, now you're going to go back to last week. You're trying to be like, oh, Douglas Dietrich and Brooke is so envious of her. Okay, whatever. Number one, not jealous of you, bitch. Number two, all I said was, you can fuck her. I want to watch you fuck her. I would love that video. That would be great. I would be happy cheering you on and also be maybe sexually attracted to either one. I don't know. It depends on how you fucking do it. I was thinking of
Sarah Sheldon as well, honey. I mean, oh my God,
I don't know who Sarah Sheldon is, but what I
do. Yeah, you do. Of course, you're the one who was convinced that I was given the phone number to a fortune cookie factory.
Well, that's a different story. That's a hilarious story, but we need to separate that for the viewers, but because that's not going to make sense. But for your last one, I mean, that was intellectual. Like you just are like, oh my God, I will come on and I will totally be like, you're a Pleiadian from the star Capricorn, and then I come on and I'm like, I think aliens might be real, and this guy, and you're like, no, let me put this in context for you, bitch. Okay, let me context.
There's a difference, darling. The difference is that
you hear that voice? All y'all hear that voice? That's the voice that means he's bullshitting.
Is that Marina Sarin doesn't cite sources, whereas you cite sources that I despise and have essentially...
Right, so she doesn't have to cite sources from her belief in aliens and being on the planet. I just say, I'm not from the planet Capricorn or Pleiadian. I just believe aliens might be real, and I cite a source that might be, like, that has some actual intellect in it. She just goes, so what I should do is, like, no. What you're saying is I should just come on here and be like, hey, you know what I know? I feel like I had a dream last night. I am from the planet of Pleiakashaka, and I am fucking from, the satellite, and I know these things. And you would be like, oh, well, as long as you didn't cite fucking, I don't know, Zachariah Sitchin.
Yeah, and Stephen Greer. Yeah, and a number of these other, clowns. Yeah, gotta admit. Yeah.
Also be young, hot 23. I'll just be like, oh my God, bitch, you're right. I do believe it. He fucking came on. I loved it last week. He came on and was like, she was like, she's anti-vax, right? Mm-hmm. And I've never been anti-vax, but I was, because I worked in pharmaceutical, I had the choice for myself, and I had the choice for my son, who was under 18. And I had my parents and my daughter, who's very, like I said, liberal, and was like, no, you gotta get that. So either way, I'm not like, again, I don't say I'm anti-vax, but what I do say is I did not feel comfortable with it because I knew what I had, like the last job I had, like exactly 1 month before the shutdown was my, I was in this job, in that pharmaceutical job. We were doing testing and we had something come back. This was a drug that was basically on the market. It was naproxen, basically, which was a leave. And we were still in a huge study because we wanted to put in a liquid, and it had come back. So I knew how strict the FDA was. So to see a drug come that fast did not make me feel good. And so I just said, I wasn't like, again, not a QAnon person. I didn't read that shit. I just said, I don't want to take a drug that has not had a study done. And it's that fast. Like, it did not make me feel good. So I got a huge pushback from my daughter, my kid, my daughter, but who I lived to live with at the time, and then my parents pushing back, and people, and of course the media.
did not give it to him, and I did not give it to myself. And we both got COVID.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry to hear that. That's awful.
Yeah.
Good God.
So did all the people that fucking had the fucking shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's the point, Like,
well,
everybody,
I mean, when you say all the people that had the shot, I mean, is that
the
like...
people I know.
Okay, there you go. Better way of expressing that. Thank you.
As well as Joe Biden, who had their shots. I mean, like, it's not like it's known now that not only that is proven scientific fact that COVID does not stop the transmission of the virus.
What you mean to say is that the mRNA shots, they cut down the chances by a certain percentage.
Do you see that? I just love that you did exactly what I wanted you to do.
Which is what?
You fell into it.
How?
Fell into my little trap very easily. I expected it to be a little more. But you came back to me with, oh, what do you mean the mRNA and the shots don't do this? Whereas your girl last week said the same fucking thing about and you're like, I understand.
Do you know what was going on there? Do you know what was going on there? Anybody who listens to what was going on for the time that Marina Sarin was on, and you hear me heavy breathing, that's not lust. And it's not a health issue where I'm breathy because of heart failure. This is because I was texting back and forth with Brooke Gibson throughout that period of time. So you hear me keyboarding and heavy breathing and agitation all the while that I'm talking to Brooke Gibson. So I couldn't hear anything Marina said. I couldn't hear anything. I was responding just automatically off
That
the
is
cuff.
such a pussy bitch.
That's what happened. That's what happened. So it's just the way it worked out, and maybe that was for the best. You notice I don't hold it against you. It's when I think about it in the long run, it was just fine the way it was. But as
you don't hold it against me because we both agree that you fucked up with number one. You invited me on. I didn't ask to be on the week before she came on, and you're like, I'll have you on with Peter Moon. Those were your words. You just don't say anything bitchy to him. And I was like, okay, fine. That's fine. And then that's your goddamn invitation. No. You shut up. Your invitation. Can't help you make mistakes. I can't help. I get it.
But honey, I said all of this was, there's no time to explain or prepare for everything that might happen. I said that's if she comes on an hour and a half early was what I was trying to imply, which is what we were hoping.
But you said with Peter Moon. It didn't matter.
I said no. What I said, honey. What I said was, I'll call both of you simultaneously. And
you can call me.
I did not expect him. I did not. Remember what I told you. Remember what I told you. Wait. Hold on. Wait a second. We can't communicate like this. We can't communicate. Wait a second. We can't communicate like this. No, that's just childish. Honey, I said I didn't expect. I said I told him I would call him, but I didn't expect him to come on. So even though I would call you simultaneously, he could jump on later as regular time slot. That's what was expected.
Oh my god, fuck you, made Troy go off, and I was getting hot. Like, fuck you, Troy.
That's not Troy who left, it was Sammy.
No, Troy left, his little video is gone.
No, Troy left on video. Sammy will be right back. But Troy, can you see the screen share? I'm going to show screen share, which will kind of cancel out the need for you to be on screen. Now he's in the dark. Yeah. Now look what you got. This way you can't see him.
I'm so sick of your screen shares. Let me finish what I was saying. Since I didn't scream over you, I stopped. You basically invited me on. Is this not true? That is your
Because
truth.
I told you why!
No.
I was going to be damned if I didn't. I told you why. I did it under duress through your terrorism.
Can you not be a little bitch?
Hey, look, Sammy's on camera. Honey, hey, honey, Sammy's... Yeah.
Sammy's been on.
Yeah.
I didn't see Sammy on camera earlier.
Yeah. That's because you were too busy screaming. You know what they say about women? Once the lips start flapping, all the other senses stop. So, Sammy, So is
You
this
know
sign
what?
language?
I swear to
Sammy's
God,
doing sign
you know,
language.
You should hope I'm not the enemy because like people have said I am. I swear to God, if I was the enemy, I would take it. Is there an enemy listening that will pay me to take a show over? Like whatever we have to do, I will do it. I'll kill all my dogs and kids to take him over. No, I won't kill my kids. Maybe I won't even kill my dogs, but I'll kill him. I will kill him is what I'm trying to say.
Oh my God, honey. So Sammy, welcome aboard. Share with us some insights, some wisdom. You're looking good. Looking like you're calm. In this
Sammy,
storm.
Sammy, fuck you. You went off camera.
Yeah. Why did you go off camera? Normally I discourage the camera, but tonight
Sammy,
we're fine.
can you take your
Tonight
shirt
we're
off?
fine. So.
Sammy, can you take your shirt off?
We can't hear him
Sammy,
because he's on
you're
mute.
muted. We can't hear you.
You're mute, Sammy. He says he
Unmute
can't hear us.
yourself.
Brooke
There you go.
getting cranked up.
Meanwhile, Troy's taking us with us.
Troy,
with him
take
on a
the
walk.
shirt off, man.
Yeah,
I want
yeah.
both the shirts off.
Yeah.
Put your bras on, bitch.
Sammy, can you hear us?
It's not fair for me to show my tummy
Okay.
and my fat rolls and everything, and y'all be like, "Oh, whatever," with the hat on.
So Sammy can hear us. He looks
Room full of dudes.
He looks serious.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can hear him now. Hi.
I think we can hear you.
There we are.
Sammy.
We heard him and then he disappeared.
Okay, Sammy, we
Visual.
heard you, but you disappeared. So, like,
Visually,
can you come back on video and not disappear?
And
Hello?
yeah, cool. You can do
No.
this. You can talk while
No,
Troy is walking
Sammy.
in circles around his home. He's taking us on a tour where we see nothing but his face. It's the worst tour guide I've ever seen. If this guy went to Paris or other places in the world,
Let's
he'd
see
say,
the
"You get to
place,
see
man.
my
Let's
face."
see it. Oh, I see. You got a double stove, dude.
Oh my god.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank goodness.
No,
yes.
Sammy, I can't hear shit. No, you cannot hear Sammy until he comes on video. Fuck that.
Just
Just pretend like he
wants
doesn't
to see you as
exist.
well. She wants to see you as well. Oh God! And now Joe Ty took his shirt off.
Yeah.
Well, here.
At least he's man enough to
Joe.
fucking do it. Hey,
That's
the only
just,
man. That
This
is
is
the
like-
only man tonight that is man enough to fucking do it.
this is
He's
like
man. I will get Joe Ty gets fucking shreds.
this is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. I mean, oh my God! This
I give him
I will
all
be
the
seeing
credit.
this in my nightmares for the rest of my life. This is
I
like
gotta give her. Hey,
No.
I gotta give. I'm gonna keep her on the pay. Happy. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I don't know if happy is the word for it, but oh my God, Joe, you are a
He's got a
sight.
sexy head, man. He's got a sexy little head.
It looks like a penis. It looks like a
It
penis.
does look kind of like a penis. But
It is-
sexier.
He
But
is
it's
like a
sexier, though.
giant
Yeah, true.
walking prick, and it's like I said when
the giant. I know some giant walking pricks. He's not one of them.
when he rubs his head with a headache, he rubs his temples. It's a form of
you hear me?
masturbation. Yes, we hear you, Sammy. Is this going to be the way it
Sammy,
goes
can
throughout
you-
tonight?
Sammy. Can
Yeah.
you take the fucking flat hat off? Okay, that is too flat. Do you understand? Are you looking in the mirror, Sammy? I love you.
Yeah.
That hat, like, I don't know what the flat bill is. It is way too flat. It's like flat. It's wider than your face, and your face is wide.
It's
Like,
hiding
no.
your face. What she's saying is it's hiding your face, and she wants to.
Can you just
appreciate
take it off?
Yeah. She.
Take the hat off.
But we like the prayer sign in the back. Yeah.
Or backwards is fine. Yes, that's better.
It's a little
Thank
better.
you.
Yes, you look a little more homey. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
It's much the better for you joining us, I assure you. Troy, of course, was great. Brooke, of course, is herself, and we go where we can with that. She takes us wherever she wants. So, Sammy, catch us up on whatever you're willing to share. I hope everything's going well with you. And thank you so much
it's
for the
pretty-
beer and pretzel money the other day. Helps immensely.
No problem.
as always. Thank you. Bless
Problem.
you.
No,
Yeah.
honestly, I just been listening to your transmissions.
Thank you.
Definitely, one of the ones that I did enjoy was I actually finished your interview with Christine Joanna Hart, which was very interesting. But definitely also, actually, when you were talking to Peter Moon about your blood transfusion,
and you experience with that with obviously a young lady, and how you got personal. That really was that was actually a really good segment of your interview.
Thank you.
So
Yes, that's what I told you. You told me about it, and I told him he needs to fucking quit crying on camera because it makes me look bad when I come on and cuss him out. He's been crying.
To be honest with you, actually, one of the things that I was discussing with one of the airline reps for the Taiwanese was, what she was telling me is that this is just something interesting. At least I found it. That her parents used to name her appliances. They used to name their appliances.
Yes.
Anything to do with electronics, they used to name them.
Yes.
Like they used to give them names. And what she was telling me is that it had to do with Shinto.
Yes.
I guess her family practiced Shinto.
Wonderful.
Which was interesting, being from Taiwan. But, there's that connection with
Japan.
The Japanese being. So, no, I do remember when one of your transmissions talking about, the life force, I guess, or something to do with that when it comes to pretty much anything that is made on Earth. It has its own, I guess, life essence.
Yes.
But no, it also reminded me of a passage. I remember my dad always used to tell me that one church, and I'm sure Bro can relate, that if we don't worship, Christ, then the rocks and the trees will. Something to that effect.
Yes.
Which it kind of, in other words, I always try to understand something to connect to myself, because that's the best way I can try to understand something.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you. You're coming through loud and clear. Yes. I guess he can't hear us. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. You're coming
Hear me
through
now?
loud and clear. We hear you. We've heard everything you said. It's great. Go on.
Hold on.
Yeah. So he's dealing with some technical issues.
No, I heard him. I could hear him, but I don't know. My camera went blurry too suddenly. So
yeah, I noticed
blurry.
your camera is a little blurry now all of a sudden. So do something to straighten that up so we can see.
I know,
better,
that's what I
darling.
was trying to clear it
Yes.
up, but I don't.
Wouldn't want to miss that ranch stain. Yes, Sammy. So we heard you clearly. We heard everything. You're doing great. Keep going.
It's not that. It's because the camera, the speaker turns on, so I'm not used to the speaker. So that's
Okay.
It kind of throws me off. And also when I'm talking to all these, because like I said, the only time I really get to talk to really anybody from an Asian background is through my job.
Yes.
You work alongside people, and but at the same time, I try not to pry. But definitely, I started thinking about the stuff that you talked about when it comes to the Shinto religion and how the komi. There you go, the komi.
Yes.
Which it kind of made me understand how vast the world is, in a sense of, because I did grow up very sheltered in a sense of my own bubble as far as my beliefs. It's not necessarily the fact that I didn't understand. I wasn't aware. It's just seeing someone's other point of view really does help, in a sense of putting the stuff that you talk about together as far as me understanding. Because that's actually one of the reasons why I even how I got to know you, in a sense of the history and what you taught. It's one of the things that really drew me to you, because it just wasn't, obviously the whole, who you were affiliated with, but it's definitely the other side as far as the spiritual side. But definitely, it's been an interesting week. A lot's been going on in my life. Excuse me if I'm all over the place. I'm just trying to put the words together, because big changes in my family have been going on, and it's exciting. At the same time, it's change, but definitely just trying to take it all in, and being kind of just trying to get out of my shell, in a sense of my family.
He's got a baby girl on the way.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That too, and you know, my twin just had his first child, and it's been an exciting time. You know, it's in other words, thank you, appreciate it. It's one of those things where, you know, you enter adulthood, but one of the things that also is and I'm starting to come to terms with my mortality. You know, in a sense of I'm bringing.
You should
bringing
teach
a life.
Douglas. You need to teach Douglas about that. He's going to need to be in touch with his mortality very soon.
Go on, Sam.
I mean, that's Doug's business. I really don't. That's none of my business. But what it really.
Hey, Sammy, remember that when they interview you, the FBI interviews you and thinks, do you think Brooks could have killed him?
Right.
That was Brooks' business. I don't know.
But definitely, you know, it makes you think a lot, and especially it makes you think of parents, really being a parent. So it's one of those things where, you know, Brooke and I have connected on that, and
yes,
and even who's the lady out of Arizona? What's her name? I forget her name.
Viviana Sanchez.
Yeah, me and her. I haven't talked to her in a while, but, you know, me and her, I've talked a little bit, and definitely, you know, we've connected. Brooke has helped me a lot, especially in my parenting. Even just stuff that I've made a big deal, and you know, Brooke has kind of talked me down in the sense of not me being up myself as much, and you know, it's good. It definitely, at least, and that's the thing about it is, obviously, you know, your relationship with Brooke is a unique one, to say that.
Yes.
Last week, obviously, was pretty wacky with Maria Sarin coming on, and you know, I'm not gonna, you know, she's a nice lady. I've never met her, and I have nothing bad to say about her. But the way I've tried to understand her is really to your interpreting, Doug, because
thank you.
Dealing with your show, because what drew me to your show was really history. Even with, I'm not sure if it's. I'm sorry, bro. What's your name? What's the gentleman's name that's with us right now?
Oh, Troy Bellamy.
Troy Bellamy. I don't know if he mentioned the
You mean Joe Ty, because Joe Ty is who you would never forget his name.
Joe Ty was a Princeton. He went to Princeton. He was a cook, right? Or something like that, right?
Yeah. Joe Ty went to Princeton, and he basically works at whatever job he can get, and that he's fortunate in that he has enough chef experience where he works in many restaurants when he's not, you know, cementing himself to roofs and shit. And
Joe Ty did not go to Princeton.
He did go to Princeton, and he didn't graduate from Princeton. He went there for a specific course, but I actually know of...
I mean, we can all take Princeton courses.
But honey, there's one individual I know of who truly graduated from Princeton. He was the husband of that cunt who started attempting to stigmatize
I'm not putting
myself.
Joe Ty down.
Let me finish what I'm saying. God, don't interrupt people like that. We're not. No one's implying we're putting Joe Ty down. But the point is that this one guy who was the husband of the woman who was attempting to defamed me for quite some time. She basically was married to a guy who graduated from Princeton and became a DoorDash delivery boy, and that's like so this sort of thing happens. By the way, now our lady got all angry and
got mad.
Yes, and left. I mean, oh my god. There we have that. But
she comes back.
Yeah, hopefully she'll come back. I'll of course, send her a little note saying, please come back, just for the sake of, because I'm such a nice person. But other than that, by all means, do continue. You were mentioning, of course, it was kind of, shall we say, funny. Brooke calling me racist. Yeah. Right.
Well, I'm sure. Well, what I wanted to say is, I don't know if Troy Bellamy is the one that mentioned the triple nickels.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is, all that history really does help me a lot understand, where we live, especially with this country. But definitely, when someone like Maria Sarin starts, telling her story, it's very much, I have to interpret it. I need need that to be interpreted to me in a sense of, because it's very much out there, almost like when Sean Bond was talking about, you know, his experience, and you talked about seismic, something to do with seismic. You can help me, seismic time travel or something.
Yes, that's quite correct. We were talking about
Right.
the effect that earthquakes have on basically distorting time. That there is a distortion that one particularly saw in Mexico City with the earthquakes there. That it gave people a sense of forever being in a moment of life-threatening dire straits. This is because time begins to lose the same sense of conveyance. In other words, people get knocked out of the sense of chronological time, where you have bound time. We have mentally become very good at time binding. We've managed to constrict time. And the sense of that gets lost if there's a powerful enough catastrophe where some people never get it back. And the reason that that's so incredibly possible in a place like Mexico City is there's several elements involved, but it does take a lot of the history. The history is so profound in Mexico City. Mexico City is built on top of the historic city of the Aztecs, the historic capital of Tenochtitlan. And because Tenochtitlan was so basically like a Venice, a city of canals, then what happened was that the majority of Mexico City is very unstable. It's over water. It's essentially, so the soil is very, very thin. And beneath that soil is a lot of water that was simply covered over by landfill. And so what happens is that people become essentially kind of taken out of our time binding. They get taken out of the constriction that we have mentally placed, straitjacketed with our minds on time. And they get essentially they get put into a cosmological sense of time. They begin to look at time from a cosmic perspective. And it's frightening. It's very frightening. So they never lose that sense of the immediate threat of danger because they don't have the power to bind time mentally anymore. This is how something that can happen in a place like Mexico City. So I was trying to explain that to our man, Mr. Sean Bond. By the way, Brooke Gibson says, I replied in live chat. I shudder to look. I'll go take a look over there and then, see what she's saying and then ask her to come back. Not a nice person that a mom says, I am nice person and ask back in that way. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, come on. So let me answer. Please come back on, Brooke. Come back on, Brooke. I am not a nice person. I don't think I was that unreasonable, but okay.
No, you were okay.
Okay, thank you.
Like Sammy was saying about when I was referencing the triple nickels, it was that whole broadcast that Doug made that night was so interesting because he was talking about the origins of the some of the things that were going on with the Pearl Harbor attack and the dirigibles and the balloons.
Don't fucking goddamn ask me to come back on unless you can fucking do it as a real fucking person. Fuck you. Never ask me back on.
Oh, honey. That was... Oh, it's maddening. She's going to be the death of me. Okay, yes, please continue, Troy. And,
you just talked. You were explaining how the fires got started, yes, where they were coming from with the dirigibles that were being sent over from Asia. I was like, wow, man, like this is not stuff that you hear. Like Sammy said, this is history. This is stuff that you're not going to hear in your class in third period. These are things that people really don't get a chance to learn about.
Pardon me. I have a question to Doug. Doug, and this is basically because one of the things that living in Los Angeles, especially with the Chicano population, is there's really been a big movement as far as, well, I don't say movement, but it's a lot of Mexican Americans, especially in Los Angeles, really feel like, in a certain extent, certain parts of California should be annexed back to Mexico. And it's not necessarily that they're necessarily don't want to be a part of the United States. It's just like anything, like anything. And I one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up, because I want to ask Doug this question: were African Americans were they denied access to what is that program that they the United States implemented to the West, where pretty much people can claim land and civilize it?
Right. This was
Homestead.
the Homestead Act. Yes.
Were they denied that those rights, as far as at the time, Doug?
It's now in terms of the blacks and the Homestead Act. I'm trying to remember exactly what might have been the situation with that, and I think that because the majority of them were essentially, I don't think that they were probably considered in in that kind of. I mean, let's put it this way: this is what Troy was asking about. What I was trying to say, Troy, tell Brooke about the time you asked me about the Brooke. She's saying, "I'm sorry, but goodbye." See, this is like now, Brooke. Let's add the please, Brooke. This is obligatory, but we try. And so okay, here we are. So let's see what we can do. Try and bring her on again, and then I can try and answer some of these more academic questions. It's probably a forlorn hope in light of, shall we say, the certain environmental stimuli. You're kind of screwed either way. Either she's on camera distracting you, or distracting us somehow like this. If oh no, she put on the do not disturb, so we'll deal with it, and so I'll leave it to you gentlemen to speak to her, and what I'll do is I will provide her contact number to Troy Bellamy, and perhaps both of you can talk her into coming back on eventually. In the meantime, I'll do my best to try and answer on context or of what I said before when I said, Troy Bellamy, you can help me out here by pointing out the fact that when you asked about black civil rights in context of the 14th Amendment, how I went into great detail about that. So this would have to do with the 14th Amendment. That was what Troy was alluding to now. Basically, there was the 1866 Civil Rights Act. There was the 14th Amendment. These guaranteed that African American people were eligible as well. So they were already 14th Amendment citizens. And this is why the Homestead Act probably brought out a lot of black cowboys, which were not emphasized in Hollywood until fairly recent generations. You had a lot of cowboys that were black, and it was probably this.
Ash Reeves.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is probably what lured them out to the West. But basically, the roots of African American poverty probably lay a lot in just plain our concept of land and our concept of land ownership. Black land loss is what is a staggering factor here. It was, after all, black Americans gained citizenship in 1866. That's the same year, 100 years before the year I was born, that Congress passed the Southern Homestead Act, which gave 1.6 million white families land or access to land. But fewer than 6,000 black families got that same amount, but it was something like 160 acres each of virtually free land. And it's the access, however. How would they get access? This is why black cowboys were basically alone. It's not like they brought families with them. Black access to land never equaled that of whites. But the Homestead Act was actually 1862, was when you had the foundations for it were put to paper, and supposedly it was going to give thousands of ex-slaves the opportunity to own their own land. And it's he was supposed to be colorblind, really, when you think about it. It was supposedly allowed anyone, if I remember the, shall we say, the prerogatives of the act, it was allowing anyone over the age of 21 or the head of any household to own land. So it was supposed to be the symbol of newfound freedom for many African Americans. But, you know, what good is that symbol when you can't act on it? So even though there's no racial restrictions on the paper, and then you had the 1866 Civil Rights Act, which, believe it or not, had that very title. 100 years before I was born, there was a Civil Rights Act. That's what they called it, clarifying that Black Americans were citizens. It was like, okay, it's kind of like it's meaningless. Meaningless because there's no way to act upon that. So it's just most blacks were just stuck where they were, and so it's altogether a great tragedy of history. Now, one of the things that I did on Juneteenth was I took the young transfusion affiliates, the Blood Boys, on a field trip to some of these areas of California that during the gold rush had been purchased by black families and then later on taken from them, effectively stolen. So now some of their descendants are trying to get that land back, but it's some of the most valuable land in wine country California. So it's just like the Japanese having their land stolen. And remember, the horror is that these minorities are not cooperating with each other. Many of them were pitted against each other just by circumstance that you don't even need to attribute to conspiracy. It's simply everyone in America is struggling for survival. And so nobody's really helping each other. And this is the ultimate tragedy. Now, in World War II, as I pointed out, and certainly in the book, The Roswell Deception, I point out the fact that many blacks paid with their lives for opting not to fight against the Japanese, where they were forced to participate in these smoke jumping operations, not the elite units like the Triple Nickels, but these others that were trained by the CCC, the Conservation Corps, to supposedly jump and fight forest fires, were just being sent to their deaths with parachutes that, for all intents and purposes, might as well have never have opened because they were so small, that they really didn't break the fall of the blacks, and they would just fall into the forest and die. Or burn alive as the forest fires consumed them. This was the way the Americans, like an open-air gas chamber and incinerator, just got rid of many of these conscientious objectors. It's just a horrible nightmare. It's a pity, of course, that Troy Bellamy doesn't teach history, or I'd, give him free copies of the book to pass out, but that'd probably get him in trouble at school. I mean,
it would. This is what you're doing is what people in Florida will consider woke. They don't want to hear the truth. Yeah. And nobody's trying to be provocative with the truth, but you got to know. You just clarified it again for me. The reason why the smoke jumpers were deployed. I just looked up the 1866 Civil Rights Act. I never heard of that.
Thank you.
I never heard of that, bro. Yeah. And now look it up, and it says clearly that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States by race or color.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that if people understood it, it's not going to make them angry. But now we can operate from a standpoint of, wait a minute, there are certain people that try to, bring our country together. And then there are other people who are trying to block that. And we got people who are ignorant of those efforts and can't see that it's necessary for us to come together to make this world a better place.
Thank you. No. Yes. That's a very important thing to say. And with that, also our man Mr. Troy Bellamy has asked me in the text box. He says, here we are. Let's take a look at what he says. And of course, everybody should understand that Brooke leaving like that, it does impact me. I would be lying if I said it didn't. It's like her own form of psychological warfare. And I understand that with some people there might be a good riddance factor there. I'm certain there's a certain number of people who feel that. But do understand she does quite a bit for us. As a matter of fact, so let me, like I said here, before I look at what our man Troy sent, let me do this. Go to Manage Brooke. And basically take a look at her share. Here we are, share contact. And so let me send the contact to Troy Bellamy. So I will send that contact to you. And so you now have Brooke Gibson's contact card. Our friend Sammy Romero already has that. But perhaps you can speak to her at some point and help her come to terms with whatever upset her, which, well, we know what upset her in a sense, but in a sense it doesn't make sense. I mean, she was, after all, shouting a few times, and it just wasn't necessarily... I mean, granted, there's sometimes when that's fun, but, we can't always maintain some kind of debate forum formality here, but... there is some time when it does get irritating to the point where I have to say something. Such being said, other than that, Troy Bellamy, yes, he asked about Hitler. He said, if you get a chance, Douglas, can you confirm, since you say Hitler is your biological father, that he escaped the Allied forces through the rat line to South America or somewhere else? Yeah, actually, it's one of those things which in a sense, Troy has asked that before. Certainly enough people have asked it. But Troy was watching a lot of the background of that Hitler series that Peter Moon was watching. And there is actually an excellent, in its own way, series that is called Hunting Hitler. Not the drama, but the actual series of documentaries that you can see on YouTube. And they actually, feels like maybe 100 episodes of that thing. And they go through, I think it equals almost 100 episodes. But these were the guys who George Knight was saying were ultimately interviewed by Joe Rogan. And they were getting on there, and as if they have to present a pedigree of Hitler hatred and hatred of Germans, they had to get on Joe Rogan and say, oh, we want people to know we met these descendants of Nazis in South America, and we wanted to kill them all. I mean, it literally is like literally where Joe Rogan is saying, why didn't you kill them? And they're saying, we wanted to kill them all. And it's like, I guess they feel that they're obligated to say this so that they don't appear in any way as if they're sentimentalizing or identifying with, quote unquote, the enemy in any way. But why would anyone have to think like that or present themselves like that except in a state of war? Which is the important thing that I've always tried to point out to people, is that the state of war is ongoing. And that this state of war is what infects every aspect of America's foreign policy and the way many Americans in particular interact with the world. So, such being said, Adolf Hitler, of course, the term rat line, just so people understand this, specifically refers to the Vatican, the Church, the Roman Catholic Church, set up what were called rat lines. It doesn't refer to any of the other escape routes. So, whether people are aware of it or not, when they use that term, they are specifically referring to the Roman Catholic Church. There was an element, because of Adolf Hitler having been baptized as a Roman Catholic and having never revoked his religion, never having actually given up on Catholicism. For instance, just to give people some nuance here of life in the Third Reich at the higher echelons, when I can't remember who it was, But Amy Como says she lost power. It just got turned back on. So we can, of course, bring on. Now that's an interesting voice. Is that must be from Troy's family, or that was
no, that was my
oh, Sammy left. So he's welcome to come back as well. And he says, "Be right back." Okay, excellent. So such being said, when it came to,
Are you there?
Yeah, we're all here, honey. Where would we go? By the way, you could share some adventure of what happened to you with your losing power. Yes, we were concerned and glad to see you back. And of course, Brooke left in a huff. She got very angry, and it is what it is. So, share with us a little adventure of what's been going on with yourself.
I'm
lately.
so sorry. Yeah, the electricity. Are you there?
Yeah. What's going on?
I just lost power everywhere.
Oh wow. And
Can you hear me?
yeah. Is everything okay? There's a lot of noise going on in your environment. What's
So yeah, I'm just I'm trying to get to a place where I can talk because
okay.
the dogs. But no, the generators for all the neighbors clicked on. Everything went dark. And I was like, oh yeah, there's Joe Ty by himself now. That's Douglas's nightmare.
Yes. It was. How long was that? How long did that go on? Do you know, or you just don't know because your power went out?
It just got back on, so.
Okay, there we are. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
So Joe Ty, how long were you alone?
I just couldn't get on. I was like, had to wait.
Yeah. So, such being said, you're back on now. So let me finish my train of thought here. Just so people understand, Adolf Hitler still believed suicide to be something that was, in Roman Catholicism, a sin that could potentially lead to someone's damnation. So, based on that, Adolf Hitler was not one to organize suicide attacks, but such attacks were organized by Heinrich Himmler. I forget who it was I was speaking to the other day that brought up German suicide attacks and German suicide tactics during the war. But someone brought it up that the Germans were using them, but I didn't bother to go into this at the time because there's only so much you can go into at any given time. And what had happened was that when it came to the suicide attacks, they were primarily carried out by the SS, and they were. This was because, of course, many of them were de-Christianized and involved with neo-paganism and a different philosophy. And what had happened was that this happened without Hitler's knowledge in that sense, because obviously he was allowing, to a degree, a great level of autonomy with the various empires of the various leaders of the Third Reich, because there's no way one man can run everything, especially in the days before computers became so pervasive. So the situation was that why did she say that? So okay, so she blocked me again, and then she wrote stop or something like that. So all that being said, when it comes to the rat lines, because of Hitler's connection with Catholicism, the Vatican Church did play a part in his escape from Germany, but then so too did the young pilot, Hanna Reich, who flew him out of Berlin in a special craft, one of the more advanced planes that they had, which did not need a landing strip. And it was a vertical takeoff and landing craft, the only one that was built for that specific operation. And the other thing that helped was Heinrich Himmler himself and Norbert Maser, who Heinrich Himmler met with right after Hitler's birthday, so they could discuss the escape of Heinrich Himmler and Adolf Hitler. Norbert Maser was in charge of the World Jewish Congress, and this was because Adolf Hitler had carried out his bargain with the Zionists which was to annihilate the Jews in Europe and make certain that Europe was unlivable for them. Many of them were forced to seek elsewhere for a home, and that was Israel as the only option at that time. So he did what the Zionists had demanded, and in return the Zionists helped him escape. So it was Israel, the church, and Hanno Reich, all involved, that helped Adolf Hitler escape from Berlin. Okay. So with that being said, do me a favor here, Troy and Amy. I want to introduce the both of you. Amy, this is Troy Bellamy. Troy, this is Amy Como. And
Hi, Amy.
Yeah. And Joe Ty, of course, if he's still with us. If now that her electricity is back, the two of you will engage in a conversation for a few minutes. I'm just gonna make a short phone call, and then I'll be right back as quickly as possible. Okay? So I'm gonna go mute for a few minutes. Both of you can hold the stage for me. Yes?
I'm gonna try to.
Yes. I know you've got this. And Amy, you got this with him, right? You got this with him.
Here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Go on.
Good.
Yeah, Amy.
Hi,
So,
Troy.
how you doing? I'm glad your power is back on.
Yeah, I guess the weather must be really bad somewhere
Where
along.
are you?
I'm in northern Vermont. I'm right along the Canadian border, and we've been getting a lot of rain, and there's been a lot of flooding.
Yeah, praying
So-
for you guys up there. You know, it's tough up there.
Yeah, you're down in the city, right? Aren't you in New York?
No, I'm actually down in Florida, so we're getting a heat wave, and we're coming up on hurricane season in a little bit. So we're bracing for, hopefully we'll skip by us, but you got to always be prepared. But yeah, this was interesting what Doug was just talking about. I mean, I had to, I hear him mention all the time how he is the sire of, or the scion of Adolf Hitler, and I was thinking, is he old enough? But then I remembered also, it's always been my theory, just as a person looking at history, that some kind of way he escaped. He escaped either through the rat line or somewhere into Antarctica or somewhere like that. But just looking at several things that I've seen, it seemed like it would have been more feasible and a lot easier for him to have escaped into South America. And then again, the dramatic, I mean, I know Doug doesn't subscribe to the dramatic version of the Nazi Hunters, the series called Hunters, starring Al Pacino. But a very, very interesting allusion to the rat line and how many of the Nazis escaped. Of course, you see it in all the superhero movies, X-Men, where Magneto walks into a bar in Brazil and there are a couple of German guys having a beer. And, so you see that all the time. And it doesn't escape me that that's possible, just like it doesn't escape me, and I know they don't want to make martyrs of these people, but they say that I've never, my question is, I've never seen a picture of Adolf Hitler dead. Now, I've seen Dr. King dead. I've seen Malcolm X dead. I've seen Gandhi dead. You see all these other people, but you never see a picture of Hitler in his demise, or you've never seen a picture of Osama bin Laden in his demise. So that makes you question, did they really meet that end when they said they did? Or not?
Yeah. Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, they didn't meet their end. I mean, there was a bunch of countries that allowed Nazis to go after the war.
Oh my God,
there's
we're still talking about this. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go on, Joe. But Joe, I think a more important question in your case would be, since this was an issue with Brooke, why don't you tell us exactly what happened at Princeton? You did attend Princeton for a period of time, and but I was trying to point out there was another person I knew was a graduate who wound up just being a delivery boy for DoorDash. So yeah, Ivy League education really doesn't mean one is all that employable. But such being said, Yeah.
You're right. It's about getting, joining fraternities and trying to
Network.
network. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like getting a rich husband or getting a rich wife. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then that connection gets you the jobs. And if you're not good at, networking, then it's really not worth your time to go into these prestigious Ivy League schools, unless you're in academia and plan to stay as a professor. But otherwise, it really doesn't. It's not really worth your time if you're not using those connections. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you have it. But your personal experience at Princeton, if you could provide us the details that you're willing to share.
Well, I didn't really go as a college student in Princeton. I went there for the Chinese school that they rented out for the Chinese classes.
Yes.
I felt stupid not going in there, but my parents made me work in the restaurant. So, like, going to school again after, you need some break time,
Yeah.
besides working and doing all that. But I regret not finishing, because that was a good Chinese school, and they were teaching the real Chinese, not the simplified communist Chinese.
It's quite.
But,
for those who don't know, communist China on the mainland of Asia is using a simplified form of Chinese, where they've really dumbed it down to like text Chinese, like you're texting English. It would be like text English. Whereas the Taiwan hopefully still is teaching classical Chinese, which is what they were teaching here apparently. So go on. What were you going to say, Joe?
Princeton has a very good Asian studies, and it also has a seminary college over there. And the sciences are great. I was surprised they don't really have a law. They don't really have a medical, and they don't really have a law, but it's famous for its liberal arts. But I think it's a beautiful campus. I mean, and the school is actually quite good if you know what you plan to do. But otherwise, Ivy League, it's really dependent on how you it gets you into the door. But one thing good about Ivy League schools is that they do have like these Ivy League what do I say, it's like just each of these Ivy League colleges have like a what do they say, it's like for all these college students, whenever they go to these big cities, they can start their networking in these
affinity groups.
Like clubs, Princeton Club or Harvard Club. Yeah, there are advantages, but if you don't know how to take advantage of it, it's really not the school's fault. I mean, hey, you're willing to pay the price for it, they're willing to take it. You know what I'm saying? I can't blame them.
And go on.
Yeah, and they do really have a good library system, Besides the seminary, I snuck into the seminary when it didn't really have too much of the Asian religions. I mean, wouldn't you want context on all religions for a seminary, even though they most likely teach, the Catholic or the Protestant Bible and probably the Mormon stuff, but otherwise the Asian religions are not really taught in those seminaries.
Yeah, thank you. So I really appreciate your speaking well. This is some time that oftentimes, I get irritated when you speak, I'll admit. But you're speaking quite well right now, so by all means, continue if you wish. Anything else that comes to mind with that, please?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a lot of Asians are infused into Princeton. Even most of Princeton is owned by a Hong Kong tycoon that was a electrical engineer. Even the communists, who was the president, we went over to Princeton to meet with this Hong Kong tycoon.
Oh, Xi Jinping, or was it the one before him?
Hu Jintao.
Hu Jintao, that's right. The man he ultimately had escorted from the party congress by force.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
Prior to Xi Jinping is just like a Maoist communist. He's a useful idiot. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
These communist Chinese are they are useful idiots. I mean, and you gotta be really brainwashed to believe half the crap that comes out of their brains. And I'm surprised a billion people can't come to their senses to kick this retard out of office. You know what I'm saying? But I recently heard about how communist was supported mostly by women.
I don't know about that because there's not a single woman in the party congress anymore. It's completely patriarchal now. Whereas before, at least Mao Zedong made a show of lift the woman high and tried his best to at least make a show of women's rights by trying to put them at the forefront of popular culture and the thought that they could be put into positions of power. This is what led people like his wife to be ultimately prosecuted because they felt that his wife had taken advantage of his senility and his age to take over the country. They put her on trial because he gave women at least enough of an opportunity to be accused of grabbing for power. Now the Communist Party has gotten all male retinue on stage.
That's a recent one. I mean, after the war, most of the men died off anyway. So even in Russia, they were like, meat grinder to the forces. Just look at Russia right now; they're meat grinder right now, and the women are probably I just heard this. I forgot which podcast I was listening to. The numerologist, GG 33, number GG GG 33. He's like Trump's numerologist. Was talking about how Russia and the communists were being supported by the women after the war, and how communist women were favoring communists because they wanted people to take care of them.
Well, I think the guy's reading into it. It was basically like you said, all the men were fucking dead, so the woman had to take positions of power, and as a result, they were trying to at least mutate the system so that it would provide some support for women who are usually left quite helpless. I don't believe it's somehow some kind of, like this other guy's implying, some kind of women are soft on communism and like it because they get the feeling the communal womb to tomb treatment will somehow be to their advantage.
It's like a social security system prior to social security. So, I guess communism is just retarded socialism.
Communism is collectivism, which is much more extreme. But for what it's worth, in America, I'll happily bring this up when I'm talking about what I feel about Republicans and their own ideological backwardness. I'll happily bring up the fact that in America, the Communist Party was actually responsible for bringing about a lot of our social programs simply because they were the only people advocating for them. So in that sense, the American Communist Party is this exception that proves the rule. They couldn't conquer America and collectivize it, so the only way they could work is through advocating for local advances or regional advances or federal advances in social programs. So such being said, such being qualified. Troy, Amy, do join us again in conversation with this. I'd appreciate that.
Can I interject the question?
Please, by all means.
Yeah. I was wondering what your feelings were on China's rebuffing of Taiwan's sovereignty, just like is it parallel to what Russia's doing with Ukraine? And why are the Chinese, are they different cultures? Is it different languages, or is it just a civil situation?
If what you're saying, because I'm somewhat distracted simply because I'm dealing with a few things at once in production. So let me paraphrase what you said and tell me if I understood your question correctly. Your query was that with what Russia is doing in the Ukraine, the situation between China and Taiwan, is it parallel, is basically what you're asking, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. No, I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. It's one of those things that I've gone into this in quite some depth before, but I'll happily summarize it just so people understand the situation. And of course, it's incredibly important. The people don't understand how important this is. So I'll do my best to make certain that it's, shall we say, simplified as much as possible. This is basically what is going on. With the original communist powers of the former Soviet Union and communist China. Originally, what had happened was that they became very alienated from each other. They went to war. This was an enormous conflict, which nobody outside of... the problem is you're dealing with two nations that are extremely propagandized to the point where neither one of these people, the general Russian, the general Chinese citizen of the communist empire, neither one of these people know anything that their government does not want them to know. So, to give you an example of this, when I share screen here, which, again, Brooke, maybe she's just trying to be funny. When I was going to share this earlier with Troy Bellamy, she says, "Oh, you share screen all the time. Stop that shit." I mean, it goes on where, there's a point where this can be impeding to communications. So, can you see my screen share? See the cursor moving around, Troy? I
see it.
Okay, great. Troy, I'll need you to respond here because this is also relevant to what we discussed earlier. Okay, great. So let's go to screen share here. Let's take a look at something here like Hitler hugging Jesse Owens. So when it comes to this, let's take a look at, did Hitler shake hands with Jesse Owens? Jesse Owens and Hitler shook hands. Okay, Snopes, fact check. This is all like... So what Snopes says is, this is a Photoshop. What happens is that Adolf Hitler is basically with a German soldier, and that this is all Photoshopped, and this therefore is a false photograph. Now, here we have what somebody was saying was, Jesse Owens and Adolf Hitler during the Olympics. Hitler didn't snub me. It was our President Roosevelt who snubbed me. The president didn't even send me a telegram. That's a quote from Jesse Owens. Now, that's a real quote. Now, here's what I can tell you as someone...
I heard that before.
Okay, so here's the real deal, which I can tell you as a Department of Defense research librarian who worked not only with documents destruction, but document alteration. which means that documents were literally changed by the U.S. government just like they were by the Soviets or the Communist Chinese. Great example is whenever Stalin fell out of favor with any when any person in the Soviet Union who was close to Stalin fell out of favor with him, they would eliminate every record of this person's existence. And a good example is the Encyclopedia Sovietica. Just so people understand, you've heard of the term Encyclopedia Britannica. You've heard of, maybe, Encyclopedia Americana. Most of you wouldn't even know there was such a thing. There was an Encyclopedia Germanicus, an Encyclopedia Japonica. These are basically nations produce their own encyclopedias, if you get to the point where you can do that. There was, of course, an Encyclopedia Sovietica. And in the Encyclopedia Sovietica, there was once an infamous incident where there was a super long article on the Bering Strait. And this was because the commander of the KGB, Lavrentiy Beria, was fell out of favor with Stalin and was ultimately executed. And so there was an entire entry on his biography in the Encyclopedia Sovietica, Lavrentiy Beria. And in order to scrub him from the records, in those days they had this incredible printing situation in the Soviet Union, because we didn't have computers in those days, certainly not in the Soviet Union. They had this situation where they had to extend the article on the Bering Strait to fill up the space where Beria had been, because they were stuck with that number of pages that had to be printed in the encyclopedia. So they extended the definition or the entry for the Bering Strait so that it would cover up where Beria was missing. So this happens in totalitarian societies. Photos were taken of Mao with another man beside him that fell out of favor, probably Lin Biao, a distant relation of mine. And then you would see this person or other people that were literally cut out of the photographs, and they'd restructured the photograph so it looked like Mao was alone. Now, when it comes to Adolf Hitler, you have to ask yourself the practical questions here. First off, if you take a look at this photograph, which all we need to do is press the control button and make this even larger, and then just make this more visible to the people who are looking at this. And this is something that Brooke insisted on. We should be able to have people see our screen shares. Of course, the problem with that is that someone like Ian West is pulling stuff off the dark web all the time, and we cannot have people see those screen shares. That would instantly get this channel taken down. But when you take a look at this photograph, this is an unnatural photograph. First off, this is Adolf Hitler. What is this man doing breathing down his neck? This is the altered photograph. There's nobody who's going to get that fucking close to Adolf Hitler and just be breathing down his neck. This is almost homoerotically close. There is no reason in this situation. They're not compressed. There are crowds, but Hitler is, of course, moving in such a manner that he does not need to be pressed into this man. The crowds are not pressing from the other side. If you see there's hands here, there's crowds around. He is basically, this is an altered photograph. They are trying to tell you that this is the altered photograph, and it was taken from this photograph. But in terms of what you can see from what I'm showing you, this is clearly the altered photograph. I can tell you this for a fact because I altered the photograph. I altered the photograph when I worked for the fucking Department of Defense under orders. So when you take a look at this photograph that I am showing you now with the cursor, I altered that photograph from this original photograph. This is the real photograph. So, but your totalitarian government, the United States, which is effectively run by your military, which still keeps you in wartime, you're still legally at war with the Third Reich in exile, will say the other way around, because you live in a world of lies. So what they're saying is, these two photographs were combined, this guy's hand, and this is Adolf Hitler, which they somehow managed to take this black guy's hand and make it Adolf Hitler's hand by somehow making it white. Which, you know, you can do that with Photoshop, a program. And this is where they take the real photograph, which therefore required no alteration, and they just use the Photoshop idea, the fact that it does exist, and then they basically fuck with your mind. So this since they're still engaged in this level of propaganda at this stage in history, just imagine and ask yourself, why? Why are they doing this? Imagine what motivates them to put this much effort into saying Adolf Hitler would never do this. Why is it so important to say Adolf Hitler would never put his hand on the shoulder of a black man? Why is it so monumentally important that they would go to this effort? For one thing, if you take a look at this unnatural photograph again, which I altered, where is Hitler's arm? There's a guy's hand up here. What's he doing? Lighting a cigarette for Adolf Hitler? There's no cigarette in his mouth, but it looks like he's holding a cigarette lighter. I know, because the photograph I took it from, originally the man was. And Hitler's got his arms down in this photograph. So is it like, did he lose one arm? Is it just straight by his side? And he's just sitting there smiling while some guy puts a lit lighter in his face? You see, this is the insanity that we're talking about. But no, you see what's been photoshopped into this? Using Photoshop program? A hand, fingers, and a thumb. But that is such an unnatural position. That's like Hitler's gay. Have you ever seen a gay guy with a limp wrist? That's how a gay guy with a limp wrist would hold his hand, which is what they're trying to imply, which was the reason I was given the orders to alter the photograph, to imply that Hitler's limp-wristed, that Hitler's holding his hand out like a fey, and the guy's like grabbing it, like with the swish kind of pass. For those of you who don't know, when a gay man makes a pass at another gay man in a crowd so that nobody knows they're both gay, they'll shake your hand with the two middle fingers, like the sign of the horns, like you're making the devil sign of the horns in a rock concert. You shake a man's hand like that, and if the guy is also gay, then he twists his middle fingers around your middle fingers, and that way when you're both shaking hands in public, nobody notices that. But they're trying to imply by this Photoshop program that these two guys are doing this in public. But of course, you know it's Photoshop because that's so bent, that arm, that they had to shadow it out. I had to shadow it out because there's no way that a human's arm can naturally bend like that. It's bent too far. You see what I'm saying? So this is your government at work, but it's operating on the same totalitarian level as the Soviet Union or communist China. So when it comes to these propaganda matrices, you live in a matrix. And the matrix is a singular, the plural is matrices. When it comes to these propaganda matrices, everybody in every nation effectively, but especially China, Russia, and the United States, more than anywhere else on Earth, you're living in a propaganda matrix which is a reality no one else shares. You are living in a world where you could say things to people that won't even make any sense because they don't live in your fucked up world where your government's been telling you nothing but lies all your life. In Russia, they think there's no such thing as Ukraine. They think that Ukrainian people are Russians that have somehow been brainwashed to think that they're different. To anyone else who studies history without that level of propaganda, Ukraine was the real Russia. The real Russians are the Ukrainians. What happened was, if we take a look at a map of Europe, we just take a look here, and this will bring us ultimately back to Taiwan, of course, as quickly as possible. But let's take a look at images of a map of Europe. And basically, when you take a look at where Vikings come from, if we can find a big enough map, that's fucking brilliant. That's brilliant, thank you. Yeah, there we are, a little better. Okay, so we get this down here. This is where Vikings come from. Vikings come from here. The Vikings, of course, raided Europe by the sea, going down through the German Sea. That's what the North Sea's real name is, the German Sea. Then the Vikings also raided inland. These were called the River Vikings. All the River Vikings were using the navigable rivers, and they wound up down here, Ukraine. So they established Kiev, which was the first capital of Russia. This was known as Kievan Rus. It's where the word Russian comes from. And so Kievan Rus was the capital of Russia. These are the real Russians descended from the Vikings, coming from up north, down through the rivers, the river pirates, the river Vikings. And then later on, a bunch of Slavic people migrated east. And then Moscow became the capital. And then Moscow claimed that Kiev, being the capital of Ukraine, that the very name Ukraine is borderland. This is what the Vikings thought of it, the borderland between their homeland and the Black Sea. The Russians then said, okay, it's just nothing but a borderland. These people are just little Russians. Later on, I'll go into, if not tonight, then maybe Wednesday, the cultural nuances of this, but I think everybody gets the message. These were the original Russians. These are the real Russians descended from the Vikings, and the other Russians became more and more Slavonic, Slavonicized, much more Asiatic, and therefore they're less Russian than the Ukrainians. But they claim, because they're now the bigger Russia, that little Russia does not exist, and these are all real fucked up people who just don't know they're really Russians. And therefore they invade it, along with the practical fact, what's really driving them, is the agricultural power. So what happened was that about almost half the world's black soil, which is the most productive soil in the world. Most farmers all over the world are subsistence farmers. The subsistence farmers mean that they literally can only eat what they grow. So most subsistence farmers all over the world can only feed their families, because most of you have never had to farm. And pray you never do, because your entire life will be nothing but farming. Because if you truly lived off of what you farmed, all your life is going to be growing what you eat, because you will be eating everything you grow. There is almost no way to grow enough food to feed anybody else. So when it comes to the only places where you can do that is where there's black soil. And something like almost half the world's black soil is in Ukraine. So what happened was, when the communists took over under Stalin, there were several things that happened. There was the Jewish Pale of Settlement. So we can look up that map here. Map, Jewish Pale of Settlement. Okay, if we look up the map of the Jewish Pale of Settlement, and let's take a look at some of the images, then you'll see that, oh, bigger and shit. Look where it was. Oh my God, what a fucking surprise. Oh, it's here in the Jewish Virtual Library, no less. Straight from the horse's mouth. No lying here, no Judeophobia. This is what the Jews themselves are saying. Oh my God, look at that map. It's Ukraine. So the Jewish Pale of Settlement was all White Russia, Ukraine, Minsk, the capital of Belarus, right, Russia. So between Germany and Russia, this is where the Jewish Empire was. Pale of Settlement, Russian Jews confined to the area by law. So all of these Jewish people were the doctors, the lawyers, the dentists, the professionals, all of the educated people. Everybody else was a peasant who couldn't afford to go to school, and so they were all serfs. All they did was farm. Because they had the black soil, they could feed everybody else. The doctors, the lawyers, all these specialists, the Jews, who fed off their food. And basically, I wouldn't say they gave them nothing in return, but yeah, they gave them nothing in return, because nobody could afford the services who was growing the food. All their services were given to the fuckers living in Moscow. So then what happened was, the Tsar was overthrown and the communists took over. Guess what? Majority of people, whether Ukrainian or Russian, can't read or write. Never educated. They would sign with a letter X, or their thumbprint. So, since there was no measuring fingerprints in those days in most of Russia, it was the letter X. So, who do you get to be the commissars to help run communism? The Jews. They're the only ones who can read and write. So what did they do? They took all the food and they gave it to the Russians. And 14 million Ukrainians died. If we go with what the Jewish people say, 6 million Jews were killed in World War II by the Nazis. The Jews killed over twice as many Ukrainians. That's why the Ukrainians said, fuck this, kill the Jews, and joined the Germans on the Nazi side. So this is why you hear all these people in Israel saying, the Ukrainians are the Nazis. And you hear Vladimir Putin saying, the Ukrainians are the Nazis. And we're going in there to kill the Nazis. That's the history behind that. Well, guess what? The Ukrainians were entirely justified. We know why they became Nazis, because the Nazis were the good guys. This is a nation as big as France, a population as large as France, and they surrendered all their nuclear weapons, their nuclear bomber fleet, their Black Sea Navy, the largest nuclear navy in the world, all surrendered to the Russians because the guarantee was, with co-signatures from both Britain and America, that the Russians promised never to invade. But of course the Russians fucking invaded once they had all the nukes, the Black Sea Fleet, and the nuclear bomber wing. So, if anybody says, them Ukrainians are trying to develop biological weapons in Ukraine, that's why the Russians got to go in there and destroy those biolabs, I would only hope the Ukrainians, being so fucking stupid as to give up everything else, would have the brains to, now let's produce some biological weapons to toss against the Russians, because they'd have nothing else as a strategic deterrent. So, all of that being put into perspective, if the Russians conquer Ukraine again, that's almost half the world's black soil supply. Between that and what Russia's got, the Russians control the world's food supply. So, if Russia conquers Ukraine, they decide who eats and who starves. Right now, the Russians are stealing all of Ukraine's food and selling it to Iran, Egypt, all the various dictatorships in Africa which support Russia and will house bases for their Wagner mercenaries, Syria. Anybody who's a terrorist state who sides with Russia gets the food. And all the other people in Africa who say, no, we won't side with Russia, they don't get to eat. So, guess what? The majority of African nations have signed over to Russia as allies simply because otherwise they fucking starve. So if Russia conquers Ukraine, we're all slave to Russia. They control who gets to eat and who starves to death. That's how serious the situation is. Aside from that, this is where you get the majority of the world's neon gas. Neon gas is what you need to permeate, use as a medium, a cushion, so to speak, for your lasers when you're working with the imprinting of microchips. And the overwhelming majority of the world's microchips, which make your satellites orbit the Earth, keep your spacecraft flying, whatever spacecraft you've got, secret spacecraft that have nothing to do with the shuttle service that has all been put out of commission, Russian spacecraft, any modern missile, any modern car, any modern pacemaker, your cell phone, all of this works on microchips that the Taiwanese cannot produce if they don't get the neon gas from Ukraine. And if the Russians and the Chinese had coordinated their attacks, where Russia attacked Ukraine while China attacked Taiwan, the entire world would have been paralyzed and they would rule the world right now. But chicken shit Xi Jinping said to Vladimir Putin, you go first. And Vladimir Putin was so insane, he thought it would be a cakewalk. He said, sure, I took all their bombardment wing, I took their nuclear fleet, I took all the nuclear bombs, it'll be a cakewalk. Then he went in there and got his ass kicked. And now Xi Jinping is stuck saying, now I can't attack Taiwan unless he wins in Ukraine, so China's putting everything it can behind the Russians. So these are the outlines of World War III forming. And certainly the primary enemy is the Sino-Slavic synaxis of Russia and China. Now, because the majority of the world's microchips, which as I said, run your world, if communist China takes Taiwan, then just like Russia decides who lives, who dies, who eats, who starves, China decides the same. They just decide who gets the technology, and they're going to hoard it all for themselves. And that means America's planes fall out of the sky, pacemakers stop, your cars don't work, your computers shut down. Everything we have depends on microchips. And the more important it is, Defense Department computers, the more important it is, like a smart missile, the more complicated or important it is. Guaranteed, the microchip that serves as its brain comes from Taiwan. America produces a few microchips. South Korea produces a few more than America. But really, over 99%, basically effectively all your high quality microchips that control the shit that really matters, it's all Taiwan. And they can't produce them if Ukraine gets conquered because they won't get the neon gas. And they can't produce them if China conquers them. But you know, the situation is so serious. Joe Biden said, if Communist China conquers Taiwan, he's going to nuke Taiwan so that Communist China can't use the technology. But that's a mutually assured destruction strategy. What he's telling Communist China is, if you take Taiwan, we're all going to die. Because Communist China on the mainland would collapse as well. Without Taiwanese microchips, Communist China on the mainland is already dying. They're already falling way behind. This is why they feel they have to invade. So this is why it's connected. Communist China is going to back Russia so it can take the Ukraine, control the neon gas and the food supply, while they take Taiwan, control the world's technology. This is the strategy of the enemy. This is the war we're engaged in right now. This is how serious the situation is. So it's something most people don't comprehend, but the parallel is, forget the ideology, forget the politics, forget, anything about Taiwan's like Ukraine in the sense that you've got a people who are trying to pursue democracy while the other side is totalitarian. I mean, all that is true, but that's not what matters to you. What hits you immediately is everything I've just articulated, the practical aspects of this war. So in case, okay, any questions from Troy, Amy, Jotai?
I just feel like what you've said is so important that it needs to be repeated over and over again.
Thank you.
I just don't think people really do understand, the trade economics behind everything. The fact that, Ukraine is a breadbasket, I think that gets put out in the mainstream media, but they don't actually continue to push the connection between the neon gas and Taiwan.
Yes.
Which, I really hope that everything works out in such a way that your voice gets heard more broadly. It's so incredible the way that you tie things together in such a unique way because of your history.
Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. Go on.
I want to say, Troy was talking about, Troy was saying when you were away that he never has seen a picture of Adolf Hitler dead, and that was driving him to look a little bit closer into, you see Gandhi dead, you see, all these people, you get to see them as deceased, but with Adolf Hitler, you never did. And I wanted to just bring up again that, your connection to Adolf is through your mom.
Yes.
And your mom didn't actually conceive you through sexual intercourse with Adolf Hitler.
Not conventionally. No. Just so people understand that. What happened was, first off, people need to understand the difference in cultures between, like I was trying to explain with Marina Sarin. She comes from Spain, where they were in a vicious civil war with the communists in Spain. And the communists almost took over Spain. And the man who stood against them ultimately was Francisco Franco. And he was a fascist along the lines of Mussolini and Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler and Mussolini and Francisco Franco, they were partners in adversity. These were men who were incredibly strong personalities. and strong personalities do not get along. The only thing that held them together was the enemies they had. They had enemies that would have overpowered them had they not stuck together. So they held each other's back as much as they were able to tolerate. And in terms of Francisco Franco, Hitler hated him. It is possible, I have never confirmed this, but there's enough reputable historians who swear by it up and down, that Francisco Franco had Jewish blood. Which, he was a Roman Catholic, of course, like all Spaniards, Roman Catholic. So if he had any Jewish blood in him, that was hidden by his own family. But it might have been one of the reasons why he didn't get along with Hitler. But it's whatever the reason was, he ultimately helped Hitler in the end. He helped Hitler by allowing the Germans to establish a Glock, a bell bomb, one of the Glock engines, so to speak, engines of destruction or creation. These bell bombs, the Die Glock, for people who don't understand, it alters the fabric of space and time around it. It warps gravity. It warps your world, basically. The fabric of reality itself becomes twisted, permeated by the Die Glock, the bell. And one of them was installed in the Canary Islands in Spain. This is one of the reasons why the Americans and the Allies allowed the Germans to evacuate in the high command, including Hitler, to Unterland. Ultimately to the lands below. First off to South America, then to Antarctica, and then down into the caverns, the massive caverns beneath the earth. In terms of this exodus, the Aryan exodus of millions of Nordic Aryans under Hitler and Himmler and Joseph Goebbels in particular, the three in power, as well as Martin Bormann, who maintained the rear guard on the surface world. A lot of this was because the Germans threatened to basically melt the island of La Palma, make it disappear, not so much melt it like volcanic sense, but really phase it out of existence. So when La Palma erupted in a demonstration of their power, this was 1949. And that was when Cumbre Vieja was triggered. And that was when enough of the island slipped that geologists could calculate the damage if all of the island shifted its mass. If the mass of La Palma Island disappears, and just for the people who are on with us, I could do a screen share, just so people understand it, La Palma is this island right off the coast of Spain. And not right off, but far away from Spain enough where Spain would not be damaged because the La Palma tsunami would basically hit everywhere on the Western Hemisphere. So let me give you, let me see, La Palma tsunami map. So let's give you that. Let's see if we can find the correct image. This is La Palma if it blows. If the Germans trigger the bell bomb, which is what they gave a demonstration of in 1949, then basically, here's La Palma off the coast of Africa. It belongs to Spain. Spain is not bothered by it at all. Africa's not bothered by it at all. All the shockwaves go west. And they hit the east coast of the United States and the oil-producing regions of Venezuela, the Atlantic seaboard of Brazil, all of Canada gets wiped out. Basically, if the Germans triggered that and sank the mass of the island of La Palma, your world comes to an end. Everybody effectively dies on the eastern seaboard, which is practically everybody in the United States, especially in 1949. All industries destroyed. Everything is wiped out. Why didn't they just do it? Why do that when, like the Japanese, they needed the Americans to give them all the supplies they needed? So this is why the Americans were willing to trade with the Japanese as well as the Germans, was because they faced the end of their world. All of that would go miles inland, and it didn't matter even if it only went like half a mile inland, it would have wiped out enough industry to destroy the American economy, which at that point was the world's economy, in effect. So your world would have blacked out effectively. So the Germans had that power with the Bell bomb. So just to show you Die Glock, which anybody can look up. Well, you can't look it up because you need to be able to speak the German. Die Glock, they'll call it a conspiracy theory, which is just, well, there you go with that. This is Die Glock, the Bell bomb. It's an engine, conceivably. And here we are. This conspiracy said Hitler has a secret anti-gravity UFO, and the U.S. stole it. No, it fell at Kecksburg. This is called the Kecksburg UFO incident. So all you need to do is look up Kecksburg UFO incident, and here, I just got Kecksburg, so let me spell it UFO. Okay. Kecksburg UFO incident. Well, bigger than shit. There you go. Die Glock. This is a model created based on the real thing that fell from the sky. And here's its location in Kecksburg, Pennsylvania. And that's when the Americans got a copy of the Bell bomb. This is why they knew it would work. This is why the Americans said, oh fucking shit, Hitler can kill us all. And we'd better let him escape to Unterland. Who gives a shit? So long as he's not on the surface world anymore, who cares? Here we are, epicenter of the tsunami would be La Palma Island. People can look this up. Mega tsunami will devastate all Atlantic coasts. By the way, this was written in 2001. What they're telling you is when half a Spanish island collapses, tsunamis will devastate the coastline of all countries all around the Atlantic, all because tsunamis can turn corners. So the rest of that is hidden, but we've got the, it's behind a paywall, but we've got the, okay, we just press the control button and make it larger. We've got the graphic. So let's see if I can swing over to where the graphic is. Fuck, that makes it smaller. The graphic that's actually legible, but let's see if we can get that changed a little bit. So we can make it, here we are. This should be visible. Epicenter of the tsunami is La Palma after 3 hours, then after 6 hours, and what's here? Well, all of North America and South America just wipes out everybody. So, scientists are saying this could still happen. Why are they warning you about this? Because we're still legally at war with the Third Reich. And at any time, the Third Reich could pull this. This is their ace in the hole. So, if anyone really declares war against the Third Reich, goes all out, tries to invade Unterland, and says, hey, look, global warming. Global warming. Our world is becoming uninhabitable on the surface land. We've got to take over Unterland and basically... take it for ourselves, then the Germans trigger the bomb. And basically the island shifts out of existence. All its mass displaces, causes a ripple effect that wipes out your world. And that's what you're looking forward to in terms of a real mutually assured destruction kind of guarantee. This is how serious, again, the situation is. You're living in a world that's on a precarious edge where our surface world is becoming uninhabitable. They're still programming you to hate Nazis, kill them on sight with first-person shooter games. Everybody kill Nazis. They're nothing but zombies and inhuman people who don't deserve to live. You've got to hate Hitler, every movie that they produce. The guy's supposed to be dead. Why are you supposed to hate him so much? It's not like, any other dictator where Stalin, Napoleon, Genghis Khan, you're not told to hate them. They're dead. But Hitler, oh, you gotta hate Hitler, actively. But he's supposed to be dead. But you see, he's not. And that's why you have to hate him, because, well, we're still at war. And so when it comes to his being my biological father, again, think of the difference in culture. Spain, right here, which of course Francisco allowed Hitler to put the Die Glock in the Canary Islands without having to invade Spain to do it. They were allied with Hitler. Franco stayed in power till the day he died. which means that there were still active concentration camps in Spain until the 1980s. And nobody knows that. Nobody's told that. How do they not know this? Because you live in an information matrix, a cultural cocoon. You have no idea what's going on. That's the culture Marina Sarin comes from. That's why Marina Sarin is pro-Hitler. But nobody understands why. Because they're looking at it as ignorant Americans and Westerners and just saying, oh, she's crazy, she's a Nazi. They don't understand her cultural matrix that she grew up in, where Hitler was an ally. For those of you who don't know, this is Atlantic seaboard time. It would be known as basically Greenwich Mean Time for the British. Spain is here, but they're on Berlin time. They're on Berlin time because they were so allied with the Germans. Their entire economy is geared towards being on the same time as Berlin. In terms of France, they're on Western European time. They are actually ahead by an hour of the Spanish, who are behind them by an hour, or ahead of them by an hour, depending on which clock you're using, or how you're looking at it, because they're on German time. So, gives you an example of how different your world is and what you don't know, and we're never told, and we're never meant to know. So, when it comes to the situation of my mother, there's a different culture that you're looking at. The Germans saved many hundreds of thousands of Chinese during the Japanese massacre at Nanking. So this was done because Hitler wanted to maintain an alliance with both Japan and China. Chiang Kai-shek was a fascist. If you don't believe that, ask anybody in mainland China. And they'll tell you Chiang Kai-shek was a fascist, meaning he was like Francisco Franco or Benito Mussolini or Adolf Hitler. But he was fighting the Japanese. And what had happened was my mother, who was half Japanese, half Chinese, and had a knack for learning languages intuitively, almost like somebody with a autistic spectrum level of talent, she could pick up languages and speak them quite fluently. And because she was a member of nobility, which counted in Asia, where the emperor's family held all power, she was allowed to travel with the diplomatic corps to visit Berlin and meet Adolf Hitler more than once. And she was given orders by Emperor Hirohito, who was a biologist and operating biological warfare laboratories, but also laboratories conducting other experiments. She was given orders by the emperor to collect Adolf Hitler's sperm. And this was to be frozen, sent back to Japan, where Hirohito could put it to use someday to produce other Hitlers. This was something that she accomplished by basically giving Hitler blowjobs. Now, she was about 17 years old at the time, maybe 16. She was tall for her age. Most Asian women thought she was European. Most other Asians thought she was European. She didn't look particularly Asian compared to other Asians. Beyond that, women tend to grow taller younger. She looked older than she was. She also ultimately had silicone implants. And they were injected by a German doctor, who in those days, they just injected the silicone directly into the breast, as opposed to creating implants and then surgically installing the implants. For the longest period of time, they were flexible enough so she could actually strap them down when she wanted to appear more flat-chested, to either dress as a man or to present herself as such, or appear more Asian with a smaller breast line. But otherwise, she was comparatively larger than most Asian women when they were unstrapped, when she wasn't covering them with tape. And this was to her advantage. And of course, Hitler had no problem basically allowing her to give him a blowjob, and didn't seem to care when she was filling up a test tube with his sperm. Most men wouldn't give a shit when some young girl is blowing them off. If they collected their sperm in a test tube, they just basically at that point lose all judgment anyway. and pretty much just go with it. She told him it was just because she got off on it, basically a kind of fetish, and he just went with it. But she did twice, one visit and another. The other visit she kept for herself, the sperm sample. She wasn't doing it for Hirohito that time, she was doing it for herself. And she put it in a ginseng solution, which people can look this up. Ginseng solutions have been used for thousands of years to keep sperm active and alive. And she kept the sperm active and alive until she could reach a refrigerator and ultimately get it in a proper refrigeration unit. This is what she did both times. She got it from Hitler, one shipment going to Tokyo to the Emperor's labs. The other, of course, she kept for herself, maintained it in San Francisco. I could even show you the building she maintained it in, and under refrigeration. And then later on used it to produce my sister and myself. This was a circular building, a circular skyscraper in San Francisco. And this later on came under attack, where somebody turned off their electricity system and their internal power plant in the circular skyscraper in San Francisco, and melted all of their sperm that they kept in a unit that they were, a floor, which had an office that was preserving sperm in it. And she was using their services. When they found out that she was using their services, the U.S. government, they cut the power off and wound up basically destroying all the sperm. But that was after my mother had already produced my sister and myself. Let me see if I can find this here. This is not the building. It's not Coit Tower, that's for fucking sure. There's a certain building in San Francisco that very few people know of. You have to see it to see its circular shape. But yeah, it's not readily available online. So go figure, right? That makes perfect sense. Of course they would hide it. Circular building in San Francisco. Circular tall building in San Francisco. Let's take a look at that and see if we can find any images. And they just aren't coming up. And this is it. This is it. Carillon Tower. That's it. Carillon Tower in San Francisco. In a very real sense, my sister and I were born here.
Would you, Douglas? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
I was thinking earlier about this, the language acquisition, and I'm really part of why your mother was so special is, just as you said, the ability to comprehend languages without really having access to it. I think there's something about being able, because we know that there's that developmental time in childhood where you acquire language and it comes more easily.
Yes.
And if you plan to, if you as a parent plan to have your child learn a language, the best time is between 3 and 7. And I was wondering and this is all from my message to you earlier about how to properly pronounce the city of Montreal.
Mm-hmm.
So the French,
right? Go on.
Good try.
I tried. Yeah.
I know. It's like me trying to speak the Asian languages. Montreal.
Understood. Go on.
Is how we say it.
Right.
In
okay.
America. But so I was thinking about that gift of your mother's.
Yeah.
To have the ability to acquire languages and to have maybe just I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to imagine your mother, like, setting her mind to do something and then just convincing whoever's involved that, that she's the one to do it. Like I'm thinking about
Well, don't forget her father. As I mentioned before, her father was Chinese. Her mother was Japanese. When I tell Chinese people this, they're astonished. It's like telling a black man that in the pre-war Deep South, a black man married a white woman. So the reason he was allowed to do that, in Tokyo no less, take a Japanese bride of noble heritage, was because he himself was of that lineage of the Kyushu dynasty. What had happened was many thousands of years ago, during the reign of the first emperor of China, the Yellow Emperor, from which China itself takes its name, Emperor Qin. This is when he ordered Fu Zhu, the alchemist, the man who he felt would be capable of giving him immortality, helping him attain immortality through alchemy. He basically gave him the order, along with many thousands of children, basically 1,500 young boys and 1,500 young girls. He gave him the orders to basically vivisect them, dissect them, tear them apart as necessary, in order to extract from them the powers of youth, the secret of longevity that he wanted to take advantage of, that he was going to basically do that no matter what it took. The emperor had no qualms. He had no moral constraints. His full name was Qin Shi Wang. And what happened was that when Fang Shi Zhu, the Taoist alchemist, the Fang Shi is more like a doctor, kind of like, with the real doctor is, of course, Dai Fu, great teacher in Chinese. But Fang Shi means specifically an alchemist. I call him Fu Zhu because that's really just a Western way of pronouncing his name. It would be, the Fu would be like his first name. So that's the way Westerners would pronounce it. His real name in Chinese would be the family name first. It would actually be Zhu Fu. So we're talking about the years of 200 years after Christ, maybe about close to 200 years after Christ was when this took place. And so when he took these 3,000 children, 1,500 young boys and 1,500 young girls with him, he said he had to go to Japan, Wakoku Gawaya, to get the necessary herbs and materials to extract the elixir vitae, the elixir of immortality. This is what he told the emperor, and the emperor gave him the orders to sail to Japan, but he never returned. He established instead the Kyushu dynasty, the southern dynasty of the Japanese islands. And this was originally a Chinese acculturated Japanese kingdom, an imperium, because it's under an emperor. That is why the Japanese use so much of the Chinese alphabet traditionally. So much is influenced by the Chinese culture through this fact, historically. But then the northern dynasty, the Yamato dynasty, conquered all of Japan in a massive war. And this was hundreds of years later. The Kyushu dynasty retreated back to China. But it had always been affiliated with the alchemists and, of course, the vampires, the vampire mage kings, the same lineage that had consecrated the Christ, which, of course, people can read about in the book translated as the Revelation of the Magi, which should have been integrated into your Bible, but was not because of the Council of Nicaea, which heavily censored your Bible and took several books out that became known as the Apocrypha. So thanks to this ancient text being found in the Vatican Library by a specialist in the Syriac language, and none of this is conspiracy, all of this is reputable academically. When he translated the Revelation of the Magi, it definitively proves that the Magi were much more in number, not 3, but about 12 or 13, and that they came from China specifically. And of course, they required an entire retinue of logistics, meaning a whole supply line, caravans, to go with them through the desert to go to Israel. This was effectively a military expedition, a military invasion of Israel by China. And when they invaded and consecrated the Christ, these are the ultimate ancestors of my mother. These were, of course, ultimately traced their ancestry to Seth. Not the Seth that was worshipped by Michael Aquino, but Seth, the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told and then wandered off to China to tell them about the coming of the Christ. This was predicted by Adam, the father of the Caucasian races, who basically we get the term Adama from because of his ruddy skin, the red earth that he worked. Adama simply means earth as well, which he's named after because he was a farmer, one of the original farmers. And Adam, of course, and his tribe were named after him, the Adamu. Don't let this get confused with any of that Anunnaki New Age bullshit. But Adam himself had a foresight of the coming of the Christ. This was proto-Christianity. This is pre-Jewish. So people understand this is why the revelation of the Magi is so important. It traces back to that proto-Christianity, the pre-Jewish Christianity. When Adam foresaw a salvation of man through Christ, then that is the tradition that was upheld in China because they learned it from Seth, the righteous third son of Adam that went off into the east. And, of course, the people who maintained that tradition were the vampire mages. These were, of course, the mages being the alchemists, the same people whose line from which Dao Jia Fang Shi Zhu Fu came from. That, of course, means Taoist alchemist, Zhu Fu. And so he had founded one of the first Japanese dynasties, if not the first. The second one being the Yamato dynasty, which ultimately drove them back to China hundreds of years later. This combination of heritage, more than anything else, is what made my mother chosen for her job. You're talking about the Mage King's background from China, the Kyushu dynasty, her father, Chinese father, marrying her Japanese mother, represented a reunion of the Kyushu and Yamato dynasties, the southern and northern dynasties of Japan. And therefore, when with that backing, of course, she was given all kinds of responsibilities simply because of her lineage. Also, it was recognized that she was half vampire. And because of that, she was known to be capable of things your baseline human was not. And so this was the reason she was given so many privileges and responsibilities. In terms of Adolf Hitler and her meeting with him, one factor in the fact of his not caring about his sperm being collected in a test tube could very well have been the fact that she might have taken some blood from him, and when this is done by a vampire, the saliva of the vampire goes into the person's bloodstream and creates a euphoric effect. It's dimethyltryptamine. And the dimethyltryptamine, or DMT, in Hitler's bloodstream, if she had done this, which makes perfect sense she would have gotten him high, and he wouldn't have minded her taking any of his sperm. And so he ultimately either learned of vampires from her, or more than likely had known about it himself, and he then wanted to become one. And so this is why his doctor, Dr. Theo Morel, initiated, towards the end of the war, the Bulgarian treatment, which involved supermassive blood transfusions, to the point where Hitler's urine changed color, to the point where Dr. Theo Morel said his urine is now beer brown. Well, that's the color of a vampire's urine. Of course, it has to do with the blood that they drank. So Hitler's urine was becoming vampiroid, symptomatic of, if you use that term, it's not preferred by me. There's probably not another word in English that would do, so I'm just using it as a loan word. But it's not symptomatic because vampirism is not to be seen as a disease. It's not a condition. Something like muscular sclerosis is a condition. Something like something degenerative is a condition. Vampirism is not degenerative. So Hitler was simply changing and ultimately entered vampire estate, which means that he is conceivably, if not likely, still alive. It most certainly would have at least potentially doubled his lifespan. So what we have is a situation in which it wouldn't even be the vampirism that would keep him alive at this point. It would be German genetic engineering in Unterland, which has, of course, advanced to degrees that are far beyond that on the surface world. As I said, when Brooke Gibson was with us in our latest episode prior to tonight's, when we were speaking of course, the Raelian cult, that is a front for the Third Reich in Unterland, and is used to make contracts with wealthy politicians or wealthy individuals who seek to retain their youth. And so treatments are given to them where they maintain a longer lifespan, retain their youth. This is done at a moderate level on the surface world. And if it's done beyond that, these people have to go off the books. A good example is the really wealthy families like Rockefeller. Say, for instance, the original Rockefeller, which is like these families pay to keep off the... It's just like you pay for an unlisted number in a telephone book in the old days. We used to have what were called telephone books, and people were... you'd have to pay to have an unlisted number. So when it comes to the individuals who paid for that, in the sense of the Fortune 500, there are people who have the richest companies, they have the wealthiest people, and whenever you look at these are all nouveau riche. These are all nouveau riche who are like Elon Musk or Bezos, who I like to call bozos, and these Zuckerberg, who, of course, you know what I like to call him, Fuckerberg, etc. All of these individuals are listed as the wealthiest people on Earth, and this is because they're new. They're nouveau riche. They don't give a shit. They want to be known. They want to be known. They want people to know their status. But the wealthy families, the old families, who have even more money that's incalculable beyond what these bozos have got, these newbies, they're not like the noobs. They want to keep it hidden, so they pay not to be listed as the wealthiest families on Earth. They're never in these lists. So when it comes to someone like the original Rockefeller, who's probably dead, but think of the scenario. If someone like that had still been alive when the Germans began to deal with the surface world through the Raelians, they would most certainly take advantage of this technology and pretend they were dead. They'd stay off the book, so to speak, not let anyone know they were alive, and just easily maintain themselves on their estates. Who would ever know? You certainly wouldn't be made aware of it by any conventional means. The only people who would know about it would be their security contractors like myself. Back when I served in security, and ultimately that was how my son met the man who would become his husband, was because I was acting as personal security for that individual for a period of time. So when it comes to this kind of background that my mother had, hopefully that puts it into some perspective as to how I was ultimately born. My father had tried to have children by multiple wives. When he met my mother, he had what I would call a positive racism, meaning a kind of racial stereotype that Asian women were more fertile. This isn't racism in a negative sense. It's like a benevolent racial trope. And so he believed when she had my sister and myself, actually when my sister was born, he didn't believe it was his child because she looked all dark and hairy, and he thought she looked like a little Filipino. Whereas when I was born, he believed it was his because I actually had traces of blonde hair. Actually, my hair was very thin. It was effectively all blonde. And it was, of course, the eye coloration more closely matched his. And so he assumed I was definitely his child. But then understand, both Adolf Hitler and my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, had what was known as Alexandria's Genesis, meaning they both had baseline pastel lavender purplish eyes that would shift color due to light spectrum, ambient light, and that rendered them. This is why nobody knows Hitler's true eye color. Everybody used to claim in America, oh, Hitler was really brown-eyed. They used coloration. Don't forget the German magazines were the first to use coloration. Long before Time magazine, German magazines like Signal magazine were using the coloration. And so the Allies were claiming they were using coloration to dye Hitler's eyes blue, that his eyes were really brown. And yet, when you look at it historically, nobody has any definitive answer. Nobody says definitively Hitler's eyes were brown or blue. This is because they truly changed color dependent on ambient light. And baseline, they were actually quite purple, or at least lavender pastel, lighter color. And this is one of the reasons why his eyes were so hypnotic. I, of course, inherited that from either my legal father or Adolf Hitler. Most likely Adolf Hitler, for all the reasons I've articulated before. My legal father was more than likely sterile, based on the 5 marriages he had with white women before my mother, all the exposure he had to radiation through his service in the U.S. Navy and being at multiple bomb sites, bomb tests, etc. He likely was sterile, very, very, very likely. So the end result is he was so happy to have us. Of course, he never dwelt on the specifics. But either way, because of he having the same Alexandria's Genesis phenomena as Adolf Hitler, my biological sire, it was something it was so rare that when I was born with it, he was certain I was his son. So that's what counted, and that's what cemented it for my mom in terms of her relationship with him. And then we were brought to the United States, and everything went downhill from there. The rest is history. So
Do you?
Yeah, go on, honey.
Are you there?
Yeah, Donna. Yeah.
I remember you saying something about your father had been, they'd preserved some of his DNA. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that you had yet to, at that point, find a way for it to be applied in some way, some gift to science. I mean, is that something you still contemplate? Like, what kind of DNA was preserved?
Well, basically what had happened was when my father died, I basically took what money I could to pay a lot of different people in order to extract his DNA. I contacted a company that dealt with cryogenics, and I'd have to look up the name. Literally, I'd have to look through multiple records. I'd have to dig them up out of the hellhole that is my home.
It's okay.
Oh no,
okay.
I'm not. I'm just saying that in passing. I'm saying that in passing because I want people to understand. I don't remember the company's name consciously. I don't consciously remember the company's name, but they were very helpful. And what we did together was we contacted an MD in the local area of upstate New York, who, of course, quite rightly asked when I told him, my father was subject to a lot of medical practices that we wanted to follow up on after his death to help with the research involved in what was done to him. The doctor asked, what kind of test? Because he wants to make certain it's not like alternative therapy. In other words, the stuff that Peter Moon engages in with colonics or oxygen machines, oxygen beds, or oxygen chambers, he calls them, oxygenation and colonics, etc. Doctors want nothing to do with that. Conventional doctors consider all of that to be execrable, and they consider all of that to be nothing they ever want their name associated with. So it was completely understandable the doctor would question this. And what I told the doctor, because don't forget, I've got the credit equivalent of 2 master's degrees. One of them is in library science, which of course comes from the University of San Jose. I never turned in a master's thesis for either one of these. I almost turned in a master's thesis for the one on medical journalism, which is the other credit equivalent of a master's degree that I've got, but I never did. I got the general master's thesis written out, which I could dig up somewhere. It was on Napoleon's cancer. For those of you who don't know, Napoleon Bonaparte had cancer. And so what had happened was that when it came to my degrees, my background in both library science and medical journalism, I knew exactly what to say. I told the doctor that, not to mention, all my years of experience with this sort of technology, and trying to get my dad actually treated by this technology, but it required putting him through several tests that we never got to perform after his supermassive heart attack, which put him into impossible heart failure. And at that time, his heart was swelled up to 2 to 3 times its size and sinking low into his chest. There was nothing we could do to justify his being put on that kind of treatment anymore, which was autologous stem cell injection. But I was trying to get him into autologous stem cell injection. So I simply told this doctor that he had been treated with autologous stem cell injection, and we wanted to follow up on his DNA for research after his death. By the way, all of this makes perfect sense. So the doctor said, "Oh, okay, I'll do it then." So he was given thousands of dollars to go into the morgue and basically take a bunch of DNA from my dad's body. So he removed a bunch of DNA, and this was compressed into basically dehydrated storage, where they put it into literally cards, kind of like a giant microchip, really, and several of them. And so supposedly I have thousands of these. I've got these cards, and each one of them contains thousands of DNA samples that are technologically isolated. In other words, this is better preserved than you would get otherwise. It's like an ideal preservation almost. So I could clone my father any number of times. I was in such grief. This was how I dealt with my grief. And the reason why was because my father just was such a remarkable physical specimen. And even though his one major physical deformity was he was born with only one kidney, his other kidney was a vestigial kidney. If he had been born with 2 kidneys, he'd still be alive today, with all the shit that he had gone through that didn't kill him. Which they involved, of course, they're pushing him into renal failure, kidney failure, multiple times. And with only one kidney, he rebounded multiple times. There's a real mystery to my legal father. You see, with my mother, I know her biology. I know she was half vampire. With my father, there is no explanation for how he survived so many attempts to kill him by the medical industrial complex. And they did everything they could to kill him, just like they did my mother. I mean, I'm one of these people, you never hear me go into this rant where I could literally take the stance where I could tell you, stay out of hospitals, they only want to kill you. I could literally make that argument. I have every reason to make that argument. I don't bother because it was something specific to my parents. They definitely, no doubt, with bribery and corruption, bribery from the cults of the kings of Edom, meaning your U.S. military, which effectively runs your country via an effective junta, they definitely wanted both my parents dead and did everything they could to kill them. So doctors everywhere were just contacted and bribed, no doubt, and just did everything they could to kill my parents. I've covered some of these atrocities in the past, and none of it does any justice to everything that was done to my parents. And for 10 years, of course, I was doing my best to try and keep them alive after each assault. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, just an example, my father had urinary tract cancer in the urinary tract at the tip of his penis. So they conducted what's called a penectomy. They removed the mushroom head of his penis. We're talking about when he was in his late 60s when this was done. His age, not the year. So we're talking about maybe his 70s, really, late 60s when this happened. And of course, then later they kept inserting a camera up his piss slit to see if the cancer had come back. Now, I later on found out that the VA was doing this simply to train their young doctors. Understand, there's no such thing as a VA doctor. The VA uses doctors from the local training hospitals, or hospitals that specialize in training students in new medical techniques. In San Francisco's case, it was UCSF, University of California at San Francisco. So they'd have a young UCSF doctor who's earning his medical degree that would shove a camera up my dad's piss slit just so he could get training in doing that. There was no reason to do this. I later found out that the recidivism rates of urinary tract cancer are so slim that there was no point in what they were doing other than to train doctors. Now, one of them didn't know about his penectomy and just thought he had a really large foreskin, which would be itself an insane assumption since most Americans are circumcised. So you already have a doctor who's obviously not making a conscious, not making an unconscious mistake. You have a doctor who's been bribed. Because the first thing the doctor would have asked is, if he were really a doctor who had not been bribed, he would ask, oh, you were never circumcised. He'd pursue the medical history simply because it was so unique. Just to ask, what was going on and how is it your foreskin is so long. Anyhow, so he jammed the camera up there intentionally to plug the urinary tract so my dad couldn't piss. Then they put him on a bunch of diuretics, which make you piss. They gave him a bunch of pills saying, this is to lessen your heart failure. Lessen your heart failure. So to take the weight off his heart and prevent water from filling up his lungs, they gave him a bunch of diuretics to make him piss, but he couldn't piss. So his bladder swelled up to the size of a bowling ball, then to the size of a camel hump, then pushed him into total kidney failure. And killed him. Clinically killed him. Temporarily. Then he bounced back. And then I helped him do a bunch of Kegel exercises like a pregnant woman, so his pelvic floor would rebound and he was able to piss again on his own without needing a catheter the rest of his life. Okay, this is not a normal human being. No normal human being would have survived that, let alone come back. And, another time a doctor triggered 100 heart attacks in my father, just to show his students how to trigger a heart attack. You give him potassium combined with the heart med, and this triggers a heart attack. And so he says, here, potassium supplements, the meds, and then we'll use this. And they triggered 100 heart attacks in my dad just to show the students how it was done. Okay, my dad survived that. It's like everything that you would not believe, literally would not believe what happened to my father simply because it's physically impossible. So, whereas I know my mother's physiological situation, there is no explaining my legal father's situation. I have no idea what he was, but he was not baseline human. And certainly with everything that happened to himself and my mother, and like I said, they both ultimately died at the age of 87, but it took everything that the medical industrial complex had in its arsenal to kill them both. They both died at the age of 87, 5 years apart, because my mother was 5 years younger than my father, and they both died in the month of March, my sister's birthday month. So all of this was, they lived through an impossible series of physical medical assaults. In my mother's case, of course, her brain was subject to a catastrophic brain injury that filled it with blood to the point where there was no brain left. When I finally got them to put her in an MRI, which they refused to do for months and months. By the time I got her put in an MRI, they thought it was a practical joke committed by a medical student, that a cadaver had been put in the MRI. And when they called me up and said, are you the medical student who's playing a practical joke? You're going to go to jail. We're going to pursue charges. And I said, of course, when I pursued it with them, they said, well, who stuck the cadaver in the MRI? There's no brain in here. It's all blood. This is a dead body. That was my mother, who was clinically dead. But then she rebounded. See, there's no human being that can do these things. I myself survived, of course, impossible situations. And physically, of course, I should not be alive. My parents and I all survived heinous injuries. We know the story behind myself to a degree if anyone's been listening for a while. When it comes to the situation with my parents, my father's is the most puzzling, my legal father's. But like I said before, I would be quite happy if I were his real son. If that turns out to be the case, I'm quite happy about it. though the chances are very slim, for reasons I've explained. And it would be different since he rebounded in so many other ways. You might think his sperm might rebound as well. But obviously that wasn't the case with all the other marriages he had with white women. So in the case of my mother, she was hiding behind his racial trope that he had about Asians being fertile to fertilize herself with Hitler's sperm, which gave birth to my sister and myself. And there you have it. So hopefully that puts everything into context, which again was a big deal with Brooke that term when she was on with us before she left. By the way, when Troy Bellamy left, I found that a bit irritating because I'm trying to show him screen shares for his benefit and he takes off. How deep into what I was saying did he take off in? He just left or you didn't notice? I was just curious. You know, I like it.
I think he got some of those pictures,
yeah.
But I mean, we know how things go. Like sometimes that people just have to go and it has nothing to do with them, you know.
Yeah, just as a future note, Troy, or, you know, don't indicate that in the text box. Say it verbally. Say, oh, I got to go now or something like that. Really, you know, when somebody has to go, I really prefer. Obviously, Amy couldn't help it because her electricity shut down. But yeah, I do prefer for people to indicate that they have to go rather than just take off while in the middle of something, because that's like you're giving a presentation, right? And then somebody walks out of it. It's like it's worse when you turn around and they're not there than if they walk out on you knowing that they're walking out on you. You get what I'm saying, right, Amy? You know what I mean? It's like you prefer to know when somebody's leaving as opposed to turning around, then they're not there, and then you're wondering, how long was I talking to myself? But obviously you matter as well in terms of sharing that information with anyhow. And so Ian West is giving us some images now, and he's been kind enough to show us that we're keeping up with the numbers. And so he's talking about San Francisco World Fair. Oh, yes, that's right. Oh, my God. Thank you. This is what makes Ian West worthwhile. Something like this. He put this in the text box. Yes, so this I'll save to the downloads. Yes, this is beautiful. This is from back in the
like
day.
That photo?
Yeah. Yeah, reasons like this. This is, you know, something that matters. And so it's, you know, one reason I tolerate a love is eccentricity. So, Ian, why don't you join us? Can you come on? I just need to hear your voice for a few minutes, confirm that you're on, and, you know, maybe you can get into a conversation with Amy for a little bit, and I can get my head together to do monologue, but you're free to ask any other questions, Amy. I'm certainly privileged to have you with us, and, you know, yeah, whatever else comes to your mind. What else comes to your mind, honey?
Well, I really appreciate you getting so deep into the history of your family, and I did want to at one point you were saying something about the Council of Nicaea, it was about 200 years after Christ, and I believe you were talking about it was Asian. It was another emperor in Asia, but I was relating that back to the Eusebius, the church historian. I believe it was him who made the stink at the Council of Nicaea about certain books or texts not making it into the newest printing of the Bible.
Yes, tell us about your understanding of this. This is very important, and you have a good understanding of it. Just share that with us.
I wish I had a better understanding. All I know is that there was something about the languages. Like in the Gospels, he mentions that there was and I'm probably going to screw this up. It's either one of the four, right? But I think it was Mark who was the only one who wrote in his native language. So there was that I remember from some of his. It was his church historian from 200 AD. I think, like, I'm wondering if that had something to do with the Magi, if the revelation of the Magi getting taken out, if he was sort of taking a political stance, if Eusebius was saying, no, we should have included the fact that these Asians came and invaded us and consecrated the Christ, like this should not have been written out. I'm trying to imagine, like, historically what the argument might have been.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not really it's 4:30 in the morning, so if you need a break, I'm happy to chat with Ian and Joe Tai.
Yes, of course I do.
If I was awake.
And hopefully they are willing to. So,
I know.
Joe Tai, are you with us? Are you with us? Let's see if he responds.
I haven't heard Joe Tai. I haven't heard from him.
Well, we're hearing from you now, so I'll count on you to maintain conversation with Amy Como. And you're both at 4 a.m. in the morning. You're both operating in the same time zone. So it's I'm just so blessed to have both of you. If both of you can hold this conversation while I go mute for a few minutes, grab myself some refreshment and come back, I'd be, in your debt. So how you doing there, Ian?
I'm good. How are you doing? I'm working late tonight, but goddamn it, I'm up. So
we're working late on what, may I ask?
I'm listing all these guitars that I don't use anymore. I'm like taking pictures of them and fixing them and cleaning them and shit. And I'm moving on to the Back to the Future guitar now.
Okay. So could you do me a favor and talk to Brooke soon as you can. Tell her to...
did she get the squirting picture?
Yes, of course she did. I showed it to her.
Did she get jealous?
No, I ask her that. Yeah, what I will say is that she stormed out tonight for what I think is a fairly petty reason, and if you could tell her to get over it, help her get over that, and come back onto the program in the future, that would I'd appreciate it.
I'll go back and listen and hear what happened. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I think she really overreacted to...
well, when does she not overreact? I mean, come on.
Well,
she always overreact.
This was extreme even for that. Oh my God. It's really, she's just... sometimes you really wonder. I think she needs to go into counseling for anger management. She really needs to go into counseling for anger management.
Yeah, that's obvious, Doug. That's obvious.
It's so let me try and regain my voice. I'm going to leave Amy and yourself together. Amy, are you there?
I am.
Oh, great. So
I am here.
Let's let you two hold the conversation for a few minutes. I'll be back, and then again work my way towards monologue. And okay, let me go mute for now.
Okay. All right. So anyway,
you're getting rid of
doing, girl?
Oh, we're flooded. We're all flooded out up in Vermont.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Our state capital's underwater.
No, oh shit, let me just check this out. Keep on going.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm fine. I'm at the bottom of the mountain, and the river here was reinforced in 1997 after a major flood. So this side seems to be good. The other side, if I were to drive the other way, that is not so good. I got a car, sorry. Hold on.
You're good. Yeah, I see it says it's flooded out at Putnam State Forest.
Oh my gosh, it's everywhere. There's like a line across the state, kind of like east to west, maybe like southwest to northeast.
Uh-huh.
And it's just a bunch of water, just so much water. And people's homes are ruined. Like I drove these so every summer, people come up and they hike along. It's part of the Appalachian Trail. It's like a trail system that's ancient, goes all the way down to Georgia. But
Yeah.
every single summer, people come up here and they think they can do it, and they get out there and it turns out they have no idea what they're doing, and they hurt themselves, or they just didn't plan enough. And I end up driving around people off the long trail back to civilization, back to a hotel, back to somewhere that they can get something to eat. Like, sorry.
Wow. God damn. Listen
Yeah.
to that.
That's just I've got the window open and the road is out there.
Oh, you're cool, girl. You're cool. You're cool.
People are driving around, so can't be this road's flooded on either side.
Oh, you're cool.
But yeah, I am. I'm doing pretty good. I had a couple job interviews this week.
Good.
It's great to be able to use the phone again. That's important. I was on earlier and the whole shit shut down. Like all the electric shut off. I heard the neighbors' generators kick in. There was no lights anywhere. That's not happened since I've been here, but I guess we're due for it with all the rain.
Okay,
It was bound to happen.
I'm totally digging this on the map with the flood warning.
What are you looking at?
I'm on Google Maps right now with the with like the natural disaster skin up on it.
Yeah. I mean, like straight away, we were sent. I swear, I thought I saw 3.5 billion in emergency management funds.
Yeah.
I mean, that just sounds like way too much.
Here,
like,
I don't know. Share my screen with you real quick.
Yeah.
Can you see the screen at all?
No.
I mean, I haven't turned it on yet. Hold on.
Well.
Share screen. Here we go.
Share screen.
There we go. We're gonna check the boom computer and see what's going on over there where you're at. All right.
Oh, I
start
know exactly what's going on. People are soaking wet. There's all of it's all wet.
Yeah, let me put this little guy up and see what's up. I had the damn thing out earlier too. Where'd I put you? It should be CD. Oh shit, is this it? Yeah, this is it. Here it is. All right, cool. Check us out. Bam. Let's see what's going on where you're at. No, you look clear. I don't see anything over by you. Yeah, you look clear as hell. Huh.
No, we don't really have. No, we don't really have fault lines too much.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's good.
No. Yeah, but the rain situation and the flooding, that's not so good. Like those are the map that Ian is showing me is earthquakes along fault lines, right?
Well, that's just for underground explosions, really.
Oh, that's what you're looking at with this. Okay.
But yeah, you're clear over here, so there's nothing underground blowing up around there, which is good.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not good though. Like I drove these hikers off the trail. It was 4 dudes. I really didn't want to do it, but my friend was like, they're stranded. They will pay you.
Well, did they pay you?
So I like put away my dinner. Yeah, they did. They gave me $80 to drive them 20 minutes to their car.
Fuck yeah, that's great.
Isn't that crazy?
Better than Uber ride. Yeah, that's better. That's better than Uber.
I know. They were like, you should just do this. You should just do shuttle services. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't really want to be driving all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to talk
to we strangers. Were driving. Well, they were so nice. They were school teachers. They were so excited. I had all these rocks in my car because they were really, like, they love to hike. They love to look for gems. So they were super nice, but I just feel so bad for these people. And this is not the first time I've had to do this, where like I was just like on the road, saw some crazy hiker who was obviously injured, picked them up, and then had to bring them somewhere. Like usually they want a room.
Yeah.
So drop them off at the local inn or whatever. so they can, just rest in a bed for a minute. Because, I mean, people are out there all summer long, just hiking on the trail, camping with all their gear, like getting water where they can. Like there's springs all along the trail. But a lot of them just don't have the preparation. They just don't understand how difficult it really is. Like up here in this area, parts of the trail are so steep and so rugged. And these guys were like literally scared for their life. And they had no idea that like we had, federal emergency management trucks were all over the place delivering dumpsters to people whose homes had been swamped out, and they needed to throw everything away.
Yeah, man, I wish I would have gotten an update on this earlier.
Well, I don't know what kind of update there is other than it's happened and there's nothing to be done except clean this stuff up. Yeah. It's just that this is the nature of it, is like you can't really plan for it either. Like all the spots that we thought would be flooded out, they didn't flood there. They had all these new spots that were just like down in Hardwick. I heard they had a lot of flooding in Hardwick.
Okay.
I mean, this whole, like the Johnson supermarket, it was just the saddest, just like so sad. Just because it is like it's a college town, but they also have the Vermont Studio Center there. And to know that the Vermont Studio Center, like all of that stuff in the Vermont Studio Center is just, it's underwater. It's all art, all these people's work. Like a lot of people travel all over the world just to come for 2 weeks to study at this artist cooperative. It was just sad. It hasn't even really hit me. Like I haven't had to go to the grocery store yet, but when I do, I'm gonna have to drive an extra half hour because the one that I usually go to is sunk. But
has it ever flooded like this before up there?
Well, yeah, we do. We get like usually certain spots. Certain places every time, like in the spring when the snow starts to melt, they'll flood. Like certain areas, the ice will break on the river and then it'll jam up and it'll flood. But we don't ever usually have this level of damage.
Dude, the trees
Capital,
look
if you want to,
beautiful up there. Like the tree colors, I mean, it's beautiful.
Oh, well, that's in the fall. We're not even close yet. I'm still waiting for garden stuff to come up.
Yeah, I'm looking at the South Woodbury Cemetery, and like the forest around it is just fucking surreal.
We are one of the only places that doesn't allow billboard advertising. And so all of our landscape is unadvertised. There's no billboards when you're driving along the interstates in Vermont. And everybody always comments on that, how they really appreciate it. And they notice when they drive into New York and all of a sudden all the roads have all these advertisements just blaring at you from the,
It kind of reminds me of Beetlejuice, to be honest with you.
What? Vermont? How?
Like the setting of Beetlejuice.
How does this remind you of Beetlejuice?
Like the setting, like the setting of Beetlejuice, the town and stuff.
Creepy. This whole place is creepy. I do hear things in the woods.
Well, I'm not saying it's creepy. I'm just saying it reminds me of the town in Beetlejuice.
Well, all right. It's just like Beetlejuice. The whole state is just like Beetlejuice. No, you should try it. Look up Montpelier.
I can't believe you said that. I'm looking at it right now.
That's our state
by the
capital.
3 Penny Tarpon and the Social Security offices there. Tall Mall's there.
Oh my gosh. That place is underwater and I can't even believe it. Like
the Mad Taco's closed down.
The whole place is closed down. There's nothing to be done about it. Like there's just the people people to evacuate out of there. There's nothing to be done.
So this river
The
flooded, and that's what got
Winooski-
your town.
Johnson is the Lamoille River. Johnson is the Lamoille. Winooski's more towards Burlington.
Okay, well,
So
go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. Like the places that I've heard that have been the worst are Johnson, Vermont, which is where I get my groceries. And then Montpelier. Montpelier seems to be really not doing well. And because they just got tons of rain yesterday. Like all night. It's been off and on. And well, it's been off and on here, but it looked to me like it was still hitting really hard in the Hardwick, Montpelier area. And like Joe said, like they don't nothing.
You got a
Joe
maglev
Dice
that
in
goes
New York
through
has
there.
nothing. Where is it
Yeah.
running?
Mountain View Street. They're probably flooding that tunnel out.
In Montpelier?
Wherever National Life Drive and Mountain View Street, there's a maglev track that runs along there.
Okay, can you screen share so that I could see the map?
Yeah. I just found the power station for it.
Okay, every town probably has.
Oh yeah.
streets.
They're every 2 or 3 miles. These power stations are along these track lines.
Well, it does. Like I said, like it really doesn't surprise me because we just have a history of moving people through here. That's
Like a human
just
trafficking kind of thing.
the whole underground road, like the whole we have a lot more human rights.
Can you see me now?
Emphasis. I guess, yeah. Okay, so that's the place where there's a
maglev power
maglev
station. Yeah.
Okay, can you go out so I can see where it is? It says flood warning, northern Vermont. Out. And we're just following that. Okay. Out. We want out more. Dog park. I still can't even see where it is.
Yeah, I can't. There you go. Berlin, Montpelier.
Montpelier.
Yeah, Montpelier.
Yeah. Okay, so that's where you are. So it runs through Montpelier.
Yeah.
You think?
Montpelier Children's. Oh, it's right
to
behind
me to find like
Children's
the
home.
entry and exit points from.
What does it say?
Are you surprised?
No, not at all. But I bet still, it's just what are the odds? What are the odds?
Like every single time you look for this stuff, it's right there, right? Like what you didn't want to know.
Right?
You didn't want to know about the maglev train that goes through Montpelier,
And the
Vermont.
children's home across the street from the Econo Lodge. Who would have thought? Anyway.
Oh my goodness. But I want to know, like, the train exits the state where? Like, does it go to Montreal? Does it go?
No, it links all around. I could probably follow this.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we could figure out, like, does it go?
It goes underneath the Green Mountain Cemetery for sure, and it goes underneath the Winooski River.
Does it go to New York?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
That's
like I said, this goes
Jericho.
Huh?
You're talking. Jericho has a military training center. Jericho, I believe, is on the Winooski River.
That wouldn't surprise me, but Vermont Natural Resources Council. God damn, what are y'all that picky about over here?
What do you mean?
There's
have
a
more
Vermont-
bureaucracy than you could ever imagine. Bernie is just. I mean, there's so much bureaucracy. All these nonprofits, none of them can do anything to help somebody who's a domestic violence victim who's homeless, but they can definitely help refugees from other countries.
Well,
you see this line through the woods right here?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm back. I'm
Do
back.
you see? Yeah. Yeah. Do you see these lines going
It's
through
probably
here?
just for some utility lines.
But wait,
Well,
wait a
no,
second.
no, they have to do that because
Yeah.
they don't want the tree roots to break the top of the tunnels. So that's why they can't build these tunnels where there's trees.
Okay. Tree roots. Oh, tree roots going through the tops of their tunnels.
Yeah,
So-
I'm telling
so-
you, I'm telling her probably flooding
So,
out
so that
these
means
tunnels.
that means that those tunnels aren't deep. Then they can't be that deep, right?
I mean, it just depends where the exit and entry points are, really.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. I wanted to know what cities would be like. Is it going to Montreal? Is it going to?
But by the way, Amy, how do you pronounce this? How do we pronounce that? That children's house.
I can't see it. Where's the?
He's got the screen share up. It's Montpellier Children's House. How do you pronounce
Montpelier.
that? Montpellier.
Montpelier. This is the very anglicized version. Montpellier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
What is this strange thing he's got in the text box here? Underneath Knights of Pythias, there's this woman's face. What is this?
You just gotta play it. You just gotta play it. You would not believe it.
Okay. Clearly.
You know that trillions of dollars that went missing before 9/11?
Uh-huh.
They found it.
Okay.
And guess where they guess who's got it? Just try to guess.
I have no idea.
Ukraine.
Oh, yeah. Anyhow, so such being said, so Amy, when you what was Ian trying to explain? Give me a summary of what Ian is trying to explain to us.
We're just looking at the flooding that's going on up here. I was saying like the state capital is Montpelier.
Okay.
Montpellier.
Mm-hmm.
And it's underwater. Everything's washed out.
Mm-hmm.
And he was checking the map, looking for the maglev train. And he feels like this must be it because it's next to the children's house behind the Econo Lodge.
Well, no. These power stations are what charges the tracks for the magnets that are on the carts.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So we're just playing with the Google Earth, looking at where the flooding is. Yeah, I don't know the last time that it had flooded like so much where like everything had to stop. You know, I think there was flooding in the 1930s in Vermont that was remarkable. There's lots of photos of that. But at that time there just wasn't that much going on either. Like it's not as if, you know, everybody had the internet or, you know, was even driving at that point. A lot of stuff was still done by horses in the 1930s. Like it wasn't until like I remember my grandmother and her brothers and sisters still running horses to do a lot of work on the farm, and it was a big deal when the farm was successful enough that they were able to buy another new tractor.
Mechanized. When they mechanized.
Yeah, it was a big deal to like have a brand new tractor because all the other tractors had been just repaired and, you know, jerry rigged to keep them going one more season. But I remember she got a really big tractor and they were moving manure with it, and they were so glad they had the big tractor for that.
Okay. Well.
Wow.
And so our man Ian with
Sorry.
Oh no wait, you did great. Honey. No, thank you. And yeah, what are you saying sorry about?
The car was going by. I had to mute.
Oh, okay, no worries. And yourself, Ian, when you're saying wow, you talking about something you're seeing on the screen there you want to point out to us, or just what she was saying?
Yeah, this ice center place.
Okay.
This cemetery right here is definitely a load and unload for the maglev.
Okay. All right.
Definitely.
All right. Interesting. And so
The ice.
Yeah, you see this ice center?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a skating rink. It's an ice skating rink. That's awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, we have those here.
Believe it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's cool.
I actually feel like it would be a really good thing for the young people, for like 20 to 30, you know, anybody would really enjoy it if we kind of had a resurgence in the ice skating rinks, because I feel like the fact that nobody socializes anymore, like even when you go out to be around other people, everybody's just staring at their phones. Like I really enjoyed ice skating when I was a kid, and I remember hearing these Native women talk about how in their Cree Nation they used to have ice skating parties every winter out on the river, and I loved going to the ice skating rink like every day in the winter. And it, you know, in our town it was different because like there was no adults, it was all kids at the ice skating rink. And the shanty was just full of like cans of cigarettes, tobacco juice. It was just
Dude, disgusting.
You know, it was just like this foul thing, and like, and it was all kids. There was no adult supervision at all. The only thing the adults did was go and spray the ice skating rink so that it was even, so that it would be smooth, so that you could really skate it. And then they would just leave, and it would just all be run by kids, and it was fun. It was like I had so many nice memories at the ice skating rink.
And Ian West is saying yay. You're saying yay about what she's describing, right, Ian?
No. I was going to type something earlier, but I tried to that's a typo. Just ignore it. That's a typo.
Okay.
That's all right, Ian. You're totally invited to my ice skating party.
Yeah.
Well, put me down too.
For the winter.
No, I'm trying to send you the Underground Railroad map that's in Vermont. It's not letting me send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably a lot.
Of course not. I never get anything from you. Everything I download from you, I can't open.
Here, check this out. Here, check this out. Look at this.
All right.
Oh my God.
I do apologize, but
No worries.
I don't know why it's not letting me send it.
I want to know.
Yeah.
Can't.
These are all the tunnels in your neck of Vermont or whatever.
Can you put it on the screen so I can screenshot it?
Yeah.
All right.
Here. Oh, God damn it. Oh, okay,
I want to know where it goes. That's what's interesting to me.
Here they are. This is from the 1860s now.
I love it.
Yeah, she loves the past. Yes. I mean,
I'm just saying, that's how old the tunnels are.
Yeah, well, she works with a lot of documents from the past herself.
Yeah,
right?
I believe it too.
Yeah.
Have you never seen this?
It's well, let's take a look.
No.
Yeah.
I need you to scroll in. Go scroll in more. More.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, give me. All right. I'm hourly. All right. Hold on.
Look at Maine. It's in Maine too, huh?
Yeah. So these are all the top. Am I in the goddamn? Is this Vermont? Yeah, St. Albany, right?
Yes. You're doing fine. It's Vermont. It's totally Vermont. Yes.
This is where
Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, New York.
This is where the casino guy is, right? Mark.
Mark
Mark's
H.
right here.
Mark H. Yeah. Yes.
Over there.
Or his accent at least is from
there. He's from Salem, right?
Yeah, Salem, Massachusetts is where he's at. Yeah. That's where he's at. I don't know if that's where he's originally from.
And then Joe Ty's up in Albany.
Yes, that's right.
So he's right on this map too. Okay, I can't do anything. I just lost it. Whatever it was, it's gone. Oh, there it is. Perfect. St. Albans. I knew it. I totally knew it. I can't believe it. This is so great.
Wow. Why?
Yeah,
All right.
I gotta like that.
Save that. Hold on.
Now she's very interested in your
I didn't
tunnels.
Get the mute button.
Yeah, our lady Amy is very interested in your tunnels because she is operating under the thesis that the Underground Railroad really did have underground railroads. To a degree.
You're looking at it. This is it.
I mean, am I correct in paraphrasing that, Amy?
What,
This
the
was
tunnel-
this
tunnel?
was my
Mhm.
Texas because of the woman whose husband was related to a bunch of abolitionists,
Mm-hmm.
and most of them were very wealthy and had were really well off.
Mhm.
And her husband were not. Her and her husband were not treated with any respect. They suffered greatly. They lost most of their children because of poverty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I've always sort of been interested in it because I live on the border, and a lot of the homes of my friends and people in my town had funny little rooms hidden away behind the walls. Like, like a little space that like didn't really make any sense, and you could only access it from like the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the
Yeah, those are the
hidden-
entrances to underground railroads.
Yeah.
No, they were just hiding spots in order to get people to the railroad.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
But that
Mhm.
So St. Albans makes a lot of sense. Morristown makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
It goes up to Newport. Here we go. This is what I want. Yep.
Well, they're probably flooding out these two mainline tunnels that are going through your state here.
Well, look, there's a trifecta there with the Montpelier. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 different lines coming out of it.
Yeah. So that would cause the flooding.
Okay. I would say the amount of rain that we've had has caused this flooding.
Wow.
Has it ever flooded like this before?
Not in the same spots. That's what I was like. The flooding is usually in these certain spots where like along the river, it's eroding, it needs to be repaired. They never have money to fix anything. But this is what the weirdness here is, the fact that places that don't usually flood are flooding, like Montpelier, Hardwick, Johnson. Those, and down south also. I don't really know much about what's going on down south, but I keep hearing that like Killington's washed away, and it happens. And the amount of rain that we've had has really been phenomenal. Like these poor hikers that I was taken back to their car, they said that the trail had just turned into a raging river while they were trying to hike. And the part of the trail they were on is super dangerous. Like there are sheer rock faces that you have to scale.
Wow.
And there's no other way. Like the only way to get it is to go up and over it, and it's a giant rock, and you have to just scale it. So I know if it was wet, those guys, they hurt themselves when they were coming down from the top of that peak, the Belvedere Mountain peak. It's dangerous to go when it's nice weather, and the fact that they were up there in the pouring down rain for more than 24 hours. I was happy to pick them up and take their money and bring them to their car.
You did good. You did good.
Yeah, I try to make them feel better, letting them know that like this is just, people do this all summer. I could just hang out at the trailhead and just drive people down to town so they could go get some food or something, because this is just like this is our tourist economy, our recreation based economy, where people come from the cities and they want to enjoy nature, but they're ready for it. Like Douglas always says, like, I don't want to do that. Every time I camped, it's been terrible.
Yes, I would never, ever go camping again. It's just ridiculous. The whole idea to me is preposterous. An exercise in self-hatred or self-punishment, some kind of self-loathing.
Well, Doug, are you seeing this on the screen now?
Okay, these are blueprints for, what is this, a floor plan?
Jack Parsons Laboratory. I got the blueprints for it.
Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, that's
So you're looking at them.
That's
this
incredible.
is what he got the government to build for him.
Okay. Wonderful.
Mark 1.
Okay. Can you send these to myself? That's something I'd like to share with Peter Moon. Oh.
Yeah. These are them, though. These are the real blueprints from Edwards Air Force Base, I'm assuming. if that's where his lab was. I didn't even know where his lab was. I just heard the legend that he blew himself up in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was, well, he was assassinated. He was assassinated with the mercury. It was covered by a mercury fulminate explosion. But
look at this shit. It's like, you need this much shit to make little flying bombs and stuff. It's crazy.
Well, he had a lot of stuff because he was, he was working with top level stuff. Yeah. So he definitely had a well-established laboratory that he obviously was, we are led to believe did not practice safe science in. And
totally.
He was certainly assassinated. Of course, at that point, he was already a traitor and selling American secrets to Israel.
I believe it.
Yeah. And so they had every reason to take him out. They didn't mess around in those days. So honey Amy, I want you to know Clarice Claudette, the woman who sent me my latest electric blanket, and she's very supportive of you. She really likes your work. She heard you speaking at depth about your stuff in the past. By the way, that latest tunnel you showed us, Ian, any history behind that?
No. This is just some random picture somebody snuck out in the library, or the National Archives got a copy of it, and I got a copy of them. Mm-hmm. So this just proves how old these fucking tunnels are, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like they didn't have color cameras back then.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Okay, and so that's intriguing. But
right?
Yeah. So Amy, tell us what you know about the Underground Railroad. So we're there. I know that this sounds kind of ridiculous, and obviously some people. I can't remember who it was. There was a black female celebrity who got into a lot of trouble for it because she took the Underground Railroad to be literal, and that there were underground railroads that slaves were using to escape. And, of course, people got all over her about that. But the way you describe it, there were certainly tunnels and potentially some underground railroad lines of a sort. Is that, am I to understand that's kind of like the way you see it with some of your research, Amy?
Well, it's not so much that I see it like that. It's that Ian puts it in front of your face in such a way that you can't really deny it, and it does. Right? It does
look
make
at look at all this. Look at all that.
We had so many more rail lines when I was a child. All of them have been shut down now. Like when this woman whose book I was reading was at Enosburg, she would ride the train from Burlington to Richford. So that's like from the main center, the main business center, trade center on Lake Champlain, up to the Canadian border. And that was how she would make money, is she would sell her subscriptions to the Banner of Light to the riders on the train. We don't have that option here. We don't have public transport anymore. I remember every day when I was young, the train would come through town and me and the kids from town would run and try to wave at the caboose. We'd run over to this one girl's house who could, like, we'd stand in her backyard and wave to the train when the train would come by. I remember it fell into the river. The train fell into the river on a bridge, and they just left it there for the longest time. It was there for months. Like, people just drove by looking at the train half on the river. And it never came back. We never repaired that line. All of the rail trails are now being converted into recreation paths so that people can walk their dogs. And and skidoo, and they could take their skidoos out in the winter and run them on the rail trails. But I don't know how I feel about, like, the African Americans coming north through Vermont and using the train system. Like, I don't know how they did it, but I will say that it was a Mason who told me about the underground tunnel in St. Albans, Vermont. And
Yeah.
I asked him, I was like, why don't you come on YouTube and talk about it with me? And he was like, no. He was like, not to do that, not talking about it. I shouldn't have even said anything to you. That was his attitude.
If y'all
So
look in
I'm
the middle
not-
of this lake here, I think this is the tunnel that that Jessie Zaboter girl was saying that ran through, or saying that was based out of Chicago. That she just threw the lawsuit out on. What's that religious group? The fuck, I forgot the name of them. They're big.
Finders.
I have,
Finders. Oh no, that XB. It had the weird acronym, right, honey? You might remember the name. XPD or something like that. XPD, sex cult.
oh, not Nexium, not Nexium.
Okay.
What the fuck is the name of that fucking group? Or, let me pull up the thing. Hold on. I've got the list of it. But that's cool though. I found this map from 1860 that had all the tunnels, or the Underground Railroad, if you want to call it, but really just the tunnels to walk through or whatever. The walk through tunnels. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, and my question is, were these native sites that...
Oh, like all natural or man-made?
No. What I mean is Native Americans were here long before the colonials. But what I'm thinking is, like, they would have known about these tunnels. The natives would have been using them maybe for other purposes. Like, for the most part, the natives were using the waterways to get around.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if they were just naturally, and and because we killed off all the natives, it just became like completely forgotten about, like, or it was put away for secrecy, like they wouldn't have shared where these places were because they were using them for illicit trade.
Well,
I can see that.
The other thing about, that's the other thing about Vermont is we have this culture, especially on the border, of the rum runners, and so we've always had kind of black market trade as a basis of our economy here. And it's not like we have this place called Smuggler's Notch, and we love to scare our tourists, bringing them through there and driving too fast. But it's a really skinny road through the mountain, and then like the history is like they used to run alcohol from Canada through there, and because it was cold, they could stash the alcohol in these cold caverns.
Wow.
And then just come back for it. So yeah, the fact that there are actual tunnels, it just makes me question, like, what is the true origin of them?
They could be all natural.
Yeah, they could be. But, I've recently seen these tunnels that are full of water that you can paddle through in Tinsmith Wildlife Channel and they don't look natural. They look completely man-made. You have no idea how they got there. But they're just gorgeous tunnels full of water. And you can, like, pictures that I've seen of them. Like, I would like to go to explore that area, which is like south of Rutland. It's more towards Albany, New York. But I'd like to find out, somebody was mentioning that they had read something in an old book that was given to them by an old doctor. Like, some old doctor in Enosburg gave this guy a book, and it was talking about these hot springs down in Tinsmith, or near Tinsmith, Vermont. And then we started looking for like possible hot spring spots near Tinsmith, and we found these tunnels full of water that people would go. They have pictures of themselves kayaking through them, but they don't look natural. They look totally man-made. They almost look bricked, like they were bricked tunnels. And they're 30 feet in the air. Like, it's a giant tunnel. It's not like a small crevice of a cave that you slink through. It's like a giant man-made tunnel that looks like maybe a train had gone through there at one point.
Wow.
Tinsmith. It's not anywhere near me, so I don't have much else to say about it other than somebody was saying there's hot springs down there, and I do love hot springs, so.
Yes. Yeah, have you bathed in any?
Oh, yeah, only out west, though. I mean, no, that's not true. There's one in north of Sutton, Quebec, which is only 10 minutes from here. It's called Balnea, and it's like a natural reserve, and it's hot springs, and it's very fancy. It's very like it's so nice. It's one of the best spas I've ever been to, and I just found out about it.
Wow.
Maybe 6 years ago. We went up for the first time, and we're sitting in the hot springs up at Balnea. But then there's 1 year for Christmas, I met some friends, and we hiked out to Jerry Johnson outside of Missoula, Montana. And then there was another one. There's a place called Quinn's, which is also in Montana, and that one is a natural hot springs, but it's completely renovated. It's very commercial, but it's cheap. Like the Quinn's up in Montana was like $10. You could go and soak, which is cheap for hot springs, like especially one with like facilities where you could go and order food and stay the night if you'd like. But we would just go out to soak, just to get in the and have a soak.
That's so cute.
They're everywhere. There's hot springs everywhere. There's hot springs in the Jemez in New Mexico. Outside of Albuquerque, you can go out to the Jemez Springs, and there's supposed to be there's not supposed to be, there is a retreat for priests who are pedophiles.
Oh my God.
They send them out to the Jemez Springs, and it's there's that, and then there's the hot springs. That's it for the whole town. And then there was like a bar, because all the western towns have bars. But yeah, that was it. The handmaidens, bloody handmaidens something is the name of the Catholic retreat center for the pedophiles.
Jesus Christ. You have such a way with words. But like you said, that's
this? Come on, I thought you knew all this.
Oh, not really. I'm no expert on the Roman Catholic Church and its wayward priests. Though I'm glad that you're sharing this. I think it's important for public educational purposes. Honestly, you're doing such a good job, which is why. How are you staying awake tonight? What's keeping you up? Are you?
I don't know. The sun's up over here. It's not even night anymore. I gotta go let the dogs out in a minute.
Oh my God! But can you come back? Like, if you let them out, can you come back? Or why do you let them out? Like, you remember what Brooke said? How come? Why is it you don't put fences up again? It's simply you can't afford it, or was it like you said? They usually don't get in trouble. They just herd the chickens, kind of like you said, right?
Yeah, the dogs need to run. Like they're huge, and they just need to run. So we keep a kennel in the house, but we don't keep them in the kennel for all that long. Like if she's here with me, like they're really only in the kennel like maybe 4 or 5 hours. But when it's just me, it's a lot more work. So it's more like I try not to leave them in the kennel if I can. But they need to run. They're puppies. They need to run. We're getting them fixed. We got everything set up so that we can get them down to the vet. There's a hospital, but it's 2 hours away, so we have to drive 2 hours to get all the dogs fixed. But it's got to happen. It's just, and they'll stop running away so much after they're fixed. But we have lots of room. Like it's totally rural here. Like I can see the neighbors, but I can't hear them, and they can't really see me. Like they're not like there's no windows for houses that look over. Like this is a 5-acre lot. All the lots are 5 acres, and the neighbors have the chickens, and they also have one of the puppies. So the dogs run across to herd the chickens and play with their sibling. That's what the running is. The running is like they cross the road for the chickens and to hang out with the other dog. And we don't like that they run across the road. If we could figure out, we were talking about building a culvert or some kind of pedestrian bridge so that we could train the dogs to go across safely without getting in the way of the cars. Cause it's so dumb. They just stand right in the middle of the road. It's terrible.
Oh, so scary. That's so scary.
Yeah.
It's got to be like having your kids do that. That's
Yeah.
Oh.
And you can hear the cars. They're not going slow.
Yeah, I noticed that.
They don't drive slow on this road. It's 50 miles an hour through here, so they drive fast, and the dogs, we don't want them to cross the road. That's the main thing. So I try to work with them with the treats, let them out to pee, get a treat, come back.
Oh my God.
Yep.
And so, go on. Yes.
I don't know if I can stay up that much longer, Douglas.
Well, if you gotta crash, go ahead and crash. You're good.
She's got to let the dogs out first.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the dogs out and have a smoke. That's my.
So be me and Ian for a little while. Ian, I think we can handle
I'll
it.
bring the phone though, so I'll have it outside with me.
Please do, and
Okay.
you might still feel like participating for a while. And what brand do you smoke again? What's your favorite brand? She goes over to New York and she bought a bunch of cigarettes from the reservation because they're cheap. They're like $7 a pack over there. Wow, holy shit.
So I was smoking those. Those are called Signals. They're not as good as the American Spirits. I bought myself some American Spirits when after those guys paid me to bring them back to their car when they'd been hiking on these waterways that used to be trails. So yeah, I bought my expensive $15 pack American Spirits, but they don't hurt my throat like the other cigarettes. Like I can smoke them and it doesn't like cause me like an allergic reaction. That's how I feel with the bad cigarettes. With the other ones. Anyway, I hope you guys find something to keep me up.
I'm trying to get to fucking Vermont on here, but I'm not seeing it.
You're doing great with your searches.
Florida.
What you laughing at there, honey? What's funny to you?
I'm laughing at you. Can't find anything on Vermont. I'm telling you,
Look at that.
it's because
Look at that. Look, I'm at the end of the dock. It literally goes. Okay, here's the complete list link. Let's see if this works, or they probably banned it by now. All right, they didn't ban it yet. All right, good. Okay, it's Florida,
Look at New Hampshire,
Virginia, no Vermont. Look at that, Virginia, Washington, no fucking Vermont.
That's because we are the storehouse. That's because they don't want you to know that everything lands here.
Basically. Yeah, Vermont was the walk through tour Tunneltown or whatever. I don't know, but that's too funny.
I don't know.
Crazy. Look, Virginia, Washington, no Vermont, no Texas, Virginia, Washington. Crazy.
Freaking, I'm not even surprised. It doesn't even surprise me. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
All right.
So, dear Ian, tell us about what else has been going on with you lately. I want to hear about some.
Dude, it's been great. Oh no, there's been a lot of action down here, dude. They shut the fucking sheriff's office down at Disney World. It's gone. They ixed it. The sheriff's office is now gone.
And what was this about? What do you think this was about?
Well, because the Royals.
Okay.
You know?
And
you know, the sheriff's job is to enforce the king and queen's rules, laws, and statutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the official sheriff whatever job.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And
did you see on the screen here? Presidio made the list on here.
Oh, great! As well as should.
Highlighted.
And thank you. Yes, please do. And Presidio, California. Okay, so there we have that. Now that's important. Now tell us a bit about what this list is. What is this list?
This is well. Now that we know there's no Vermont on here, this is a half-ass list of all the underground, all the underground little places or whatever. I can't really just, link it all into one, but I guess these are all the underground bases or whatever in the United States. This whole list. Yeah, list of dumbs in the USA.
Yes.
So, but there's no Vermont on this list. That's funny. And my underground bases aren't listed under Florida either. So, but anyway, no big deal.
Yes. What are you chewing?
No, I was trying to find Vermont so I could.
No, I mean chewing. You're chewing something, right?
I got a cigarette in my mouth. I got a cigarette.
That's cute. Okay, and there we have that. And all right, I want to thank you for showing all this stuff to us. It really
no problem.
It really does.
Here, let me show you. Let me show you all the sheriffs and shit that are closed now. This is great.
Okay.
Oh, so happy. Because it just backs all the shit up I said, I mean, it's backing everything up. So I'm very proud of it,
Yes. Yes.
Even though I didn't personally shut the shit down.
Oh, you understand.
Fucking, but, okay, and I found this new place in fucking Orlando, too. And I had no idea this place existed. Do you see the screen?
Okay, let me take a look at the screen more closely. Give me a second here. And, okay, this is the Mole Hole Underground Complex, AT&T, in Orlando, underground facility. So tell us about this. What you know about this?
Well, there's no information publicly available about this place. Everything is just from, like, locals and shit. But there's nothing, like...
And the pyramids, these little pyramids, what are they about?
Yeah, that brings the sunlight. That lights up the underground, these pyramids do.
Okay, all right.
So we've got one of these down the street from me underneath a park. There's this park in my neighborhood. Like, I could go down there and take a picture of it, but they just put one of these sun windows, I should say, for the underground in the park. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that scared everybody in my neighborhood. They're like, it's not crazy. We walk by.
Oh my God. So tell us a bit more about, aside from what's been going on, what about you personally? I do take it that this web mattress that you were kind of boasting of, and I did show it to Brooke.
Was that great?
That's the touch.
I had this little thing over last night. She was just all... super squirter, but
Well, how did you handle the bed after that? I take it you had to clean up, or?
Oh, I just threw them in the washer and dryer. That's all.
Okay, there we are, and
that's cute. And then we went at it again too, and on the computer. So I took another little spot on the floor, a picture of the spot on the floor, but I haven't sent it to you yet.
Mm-hmm. And. But rest assured, I did communicate that to Brooke. And
I
so,
hope she saw that.
And in return, of course, do communicate with her about her storming off of my program, and then try and get her back on. Okay?
Okay, I will.
Okay.
But anyway, so yeah, we got that. Or that's just what I uncovered this week, was that new underground base in Orlando here. Then... I was digging through the maps and shit, and guess what else? Got shut down. Check this out. And this is down the street from me. Mm-hmm. But look at this. AT&T permanently closed.
Oh wow. Mm-hmm. All right. And
what's ironic is this building. I know we're looking at a picture right now, but this AT&T building is dead parallel with the Lake Eola fountain. Mm-hmm. which is really the child sacrifice or the the whatever these people do under the lake. But this is just parallel with it.
And well, fascinating. So I'm going to try and monologue, and I want to thank you for helping me get to this point. I want to thank you for coming on tonight, and your participation is always generally welcome. And of course, you bring up some stuff that is very valued, and so thank you for listing that illustration as Uncle Sam's Ghouls. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah, this is what I put the frame on. Look at that Coca-Cola. I never noticed that Coca-Cola. That's so cute.
It is. Plus the helicopter. Don't forget the helicopter.
Yeah.
Showing you just how
did they get that down there?
But it goes to show how vast these macro terrariae, these underground terrariums at an exponential level are. It shows how truly vast they are, and you can have helicopters in there that actually can fly through their skies. Half their space is empty. Is less so in the case now that they have the hives actually installed. The ghouls actually fill them to the top, so to speak. A disgusting thought for the overwhelming majority of us who could not stand such close contact with fellow beings on an endless basis. It would just make most of us physically ill, and most of us would die.
Well, I really think they're flooding those things out. I think that's what it is.
Well, that would be, who knows? I mean, they were trying to get them to, as kind of like, well, I'll provide their plans for this sort of thing later.
Yeah.
As originally conceived. But, plans change sometimes, and... yeah.
What are you going to talk about?
Oh, like I said, I wanted to continue with France. I'm sorry, honey?
Good.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, let's, you do speak French, right?
I learned French first because my mother learned French first.
Okay.
So I have a little bit of skill with the French language, and I love it when you're saying these French names like Montreal.
Okay.
And you're saying, and I'm like screaming at the phone the whole time, like Montreal. Like,
so why don't you just stay on with us, and then you can participate whenever I pronounce the French words wrong. Okay.
Okay. I'll try.
Just try, and then if you wind up crashing, just go ahead and crash. And,
I'll try.
Yeah, because I'm going to try and do my best with them, but I will turn towards you. Expect you to correct me, because of course the French is not I'm not good with unless I get into kind of a zone, and then I can sometimes make it. I can sometimes almost do it, but say for instance a small town in Paris that I will probably allude to. Let me put this in the text box for you. So I'm going to put some of these in the text box for you, and then you can help me with the pronunciation. So, honey, can you see the text box? Do you see what I just entered?
Jules Mortier.
Okay, wonderful. Jules Mortier. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Close?
The T's are usually silent. Like, we don't say the T's so much. Like,
so it'd be more like Jules Mortier.
They're more H.
Mortier.
How you wouldn't...
Jules Mortier.
That's better than I did.
Thank you, honey.
Jules Mortier.
Jules.
And it's in the syncopation.
Yeah, go on. Say
it's also like that. Jules Mortier. You did it perfectly. That was it. You did it. Right.
Bless you.
Yep.
Oh, thank you. I'm now in terms of, let's see, something else that comes to mind that I might cover. I'm just gonna kind of think ahead, think about things that I might speak of. But honestly, so long as you're with me, as soon as these items come to my mind, if you're still awake, still hanging on, I'll just turn towards you. and that way we can do it together. Now, here we are, this street in France that I would like to speak about. Let's take a look into the text box here, and I'll put this in here for you. And what would we call this? Quoi doze? Quoi? Quoi?
You did it right. Josier.
Oh gosh, your internet glitched out again. Quoi doze? Quoi doze?
Quatoze. Yes.
Quoi doze? Thank you, honey.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bless you, you're so cute. And see, I mean, so glad for you being here. Honestly, you're the best. While I'm doing this, by all means, tell us a little bit about dogs. You let the dogs out? How do they look? They're all in good health? When you say you're getting them fixed, do you mean like you're getting them like neutered or something?
Yes. We're doing the neutering. She thought about it, and we're gonna do the mother first, and then we'll get to the boys at some point. But as long as the mother's fixed, then she can be around her puppies and we don't have to worry so much. You know, because dogs. So we're gonna get the mother fixed this week, and then the other ones are on the list to get in at some point. We just haven't worked out when that's gonna be.
Right.
But,
and
they're on their run, so they can't escape. And I'm gonna have to go on mute for a little bit to take them up into the field, because they won't do their business until I walk them up into the field and tell them.
So when is this done? In a few minutes, or just when?
I'm gonna walk them up into the fields, have them do their business, and then bring them in, and then I'll be able to join you again.
Oh, okay. You're gonna do that right now?
Yeah, because I don't have the internet when I go up in the field.
Okay, so then we'll wait for you to come back. I'll start then, and then as soon as you come back, I'll start referencing you whenever I bring up something that I feel I should turn to you for. Okay, and so I'll just start. You want the internet, or do you want me to wait until you come back before I get started?
I'll come off mute when I'm back.
Okay, you'll come off mute when you're back, but you can still hear me on your trip then.
No, I can't hear you up in the field.
Okay. Well, this is something that there was there's a book that I'm sourcing, and of course I am doing my best now. Of course, because there is how do we describe this? There's a Latin roots to many of the languages that are Romance languages, but there's Latin roots to German as well. German, French, Italian, Spanish. Many things are similar, but nevertheless, of course, the French language is indeed special. So tell me, honey, about this. This is the title of one of the books I'm sourcing. Help me with this. La diplomate n'est pas un dino de guerre. So how would we pronounce that? That's probably the pronunciation is even more important to me than the meaning.
Yeah, the dogs have something to say.
Of course they do. They're trying to translate for you. Yes.
Yes. La diplomate n'est pas un dîner la gala.
Okay.
The diplomat did not eat dinner at the gala.
Yes. So la diplomate n'est pas un dîner de gala. That's okay?
That's pretty good.
I couldn't do it without you. Oh my god. And honestly, honey, you're an angel. So go ahead and do what you need to do with your dogs. They're probably barking so that they can give you the commands to, take them where they need to go. And these, by the way, in terms of Chinese goods, like when you have a salon full of, say, for instance, Chinese items like porcelain and whatnot, it's called, how would we pronounce that? Chinoiserie. Is something like that?
Chinoiserie. Chinoiserie. Oh, this is Chinese though. Chinoiserie.
Yeah. Yes. Chinoiserie. as in China, chinoiserie, chinoiserie, right? Is that okay? No.
That was really good. Yeah, I think it has to do with context, of course. You know.
Yeah. And
it have to do with what words go around. Chinoiserie.
Yeah, and so when you're talking about one of these gala dinner like this, dîner de gala, is that okay? Dîner de gala, how would you say that?
Well, that in particular, it's not conjugated, so it would be dîner de gala, dîner de gala. Dîner
de gala. Thank you, darling. And okay, I mean, you're doing so much for me. Honestly, I learned so much from you, and it's so deeply appreciated. I don't have that natural knack my mother does, but certainly, you know, how about a name like the surname I ran across recently when it came to the director of French intelligence, one of their spy agencies. His surname was Emmy, I think. Would you pronounce that? Emmy?
Yeah, that's it. Emmy.
Okay, great.
Emmy.
Yeah, all right.
Yep.
Incredible. Thank you, Eddie. Well, I love you. Go ahead and care for your dogs. I'll get started on my, and I'm sure by the time you're back, I'll be able to turn to you again. But this is another town I'm thinking of, a town near, now, how do we pronounce that famous French city? Bordeaux? Bordeaux?
Bordeaux.
Is that correct, Amy?
Yeah, that's it. Bordeaux.
Wow. So how did you know that, Ian?
New Orleans.
Yeah, it's the EAU. When you have a... Oh.
So here's one town that's near Bordeaux. This town near Bordeaux.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah.
La Teste de Bouche.
La Teste de Bouche.
La Teste de Bouche.
Okay, thank you, Eddie. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
Okay, love you.
All right, bye.
Come back soon.
Bye.
And so that is our lovely Amy Como. We have with us the stout Mr. Ian West. And
Amy's so civil. I gotta thank her. Just so civil.
Yes, I hate to say it. Compared to some people we know, oh my God, it's like, I don't even know if anyone can, kind of. I think it was just, I can't understand what would set Brooke off like that. But then again, she just goes off. I didn't think what I said was unreasonable. Just telling her to kind of be quiet and let me get my point across. Now she's blocked me. Oh my God, that's so.
I'm sorry I missed it. I didn't. I've been busy all night, but I didn't hear any of it.
We need you around as a stabilizing factor. Okay, so I'm going to enter into monologue now. I want to thank the wonderful individuals who have contributed recently. I gave them some credit while Peter Moon was here. And I, of course, seek contributions from all of you who can afford it this month to help me get through to the end of the month, pay rent, and then survive that desert between my paying rent and my check being deposited, which is on the 3rd of every month. So anything that you can do to help with that, not Ian, though he's welcome.
Talking to the audience.
Yeah, talking to the audience. Yes, yeah. No, of course he's always welcome to help. He has in the past. By the way, he has made contributions. Just so people know that. Such being said, yes, Ian. I did want to talk to you. So you put those two episodes together with that guy who interviewed us. The
one with you and Peter.
Yeah, with Brett Luter.
Yes.
Can you publish that on your YouTube channel so that I can download it from there and put it on mine?
Yes, I can do that.
Please, yes, thank you. Let me know when it's done, okay? When you've done that.
I will. and you need to tell Peter that whenever I first got all these documents on Epstein Island, I was misreading what all the initials meant, and one of the initials for the underground was called HRC, and I was assuming, and I assumed like a dumbass, but I was assuming it stood for Hillary Rodham Clinton, but I was totally wrong, and they stood for Human Research Center.
Wow.
So now I'm thinking where Montauk left off, picked right back up on Epstein Island.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that could be something that if Peter's looking for more new whatever to piggyback off the Montauk string, well, Epstein Island would be it. Epstein Island would be where they just picked up with Montauk.
Well, certainly.
Or after Montauk, that whatever program was going on there was moved underground on Epstein Island.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't be afraid if you happen to be available during the Peter hours. He's going to have 3 more shows with me before he goes to Romania. So sometime during the next 2 Wednesday shows and the next remaining 1 Sunday show, see if you can show up while he's on, and you can tell him that directly. It would be better if you described it. He doesn't mind having.
I can only find testimonies of kids that have survived the island, but I can't find any of like the hardcore brain science shit like they were doing under Montauk, where they would make imaginations come to life and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I'm trying to. That's the shit I'm looking for, but I just haven't found any. I haven't found any survivors along that line. It's just all the sex and rape shit I'm finding right now.
That's not surprising. I mean, that's the lurid stuff that gets the attention, yes? So,
that's all I'm finding. So.
Yeah. Okay, then. I'm going to start on a monologue, and please...
You go. Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to go okay?
Yeah, but feel free to hang out, okay? And that way we maintain the call, and feel free to interject if you feel you have something constructive to say, okay?
Okay, all right, bud. You be good.
Thank you. Bless you. All right, so that's our dear Ian. So, I have been asked if the latest French unrest would lead to civil war. Now, and of course, I hate using this term Bastille Day. That is not what it's called in France. In France, of course, it's referred to as like the Fête Nationale, which is their national day of celebration. This is their Independence Day, and it was recent on the 14th. Amidst all of the riots, no less, or right after they just began to die down. So it's an important question being asked at an important time. And of course, then I get the need to respond. I feel obligated to respond to a wonderful message sent by a young lady. So just sending this a response to her. It's not Brooke. I'm speaking about somebody else. Not that I wouldn't respond to Brooke, but it's just not her at the moment. Just so people understand, she's blocked me. So, but just so Americans understand that the French Day of Independence, put it in language that Americans understand. Bastille Day. It's usually a fireworks bonanza like our 4th of July, as you can imagine. Not this year. Now, I was told by people who were on scene, who asked not to be named, that the scenery during a half-hour stroll through the French suburbs last Thursday afternoon included 2 cars that had been torched right into the pavement and a completely gutted city hall. Yawn! That was their way of describing it, with a yawn. Just another day in the so-called City of Enlightenment in the wake of yet another uprising. While tourists might have found the scene alarming, anyone who has lived in France over the past decades mostly just ends up being reminded of a typical New Year's morning or the aftermath of a World Cup qualifying match won by any North African nation. This time, the unrest was sparked by the alleged point-blank police shooting of a reckless 17-year-old driver of Moroccan and Algerian origin, accused of attempting to flee the authorities in the Parisian suburb of Nanterre, which just happens to be the same project-ridden area to which my son's smartphone was geolocated, as they use the term, after it was snatched right out of his hand by a couple of young hoodlums over a decade ago. Now, the kid in question, Nahel, was reportedly already known to police for similar behavior on multiple occasions, each of which, theoretically, should have resulted in a year in jail and a fine of 7,500 euros, about 8,000 United States dollars. The system clearly failed in this case, allegedly resulting in a police officer taking the law into his own hands, Dirty Harry style, as he now sits in detention facing charges of voluntary homicide. Insecurity, a term that I will use, perhaps inappropriately, but the one that comes to mind, has plagued France for at least a couple of decades, and no one in charge has been able to get a handle on it. Former French President Nicolas Sarkozy was elected in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, died, on the promise of restoring order. As Interior Minister in 2005, he vowed to clean out the projects with a Karcher, or a Karcher, a brand of pressure washer. But for all the tough words, there's been little action. Lax French law and justice is a problem. It's a running joke over there, and there are, well, the running joke being that there are kids dealing drugs in the projects while wearing ankle bracelets. Educators have been told by teenagers who earn their living through criminal pursuits that they don't need school or an education because they can already buy and sell their entire school's teaching staff. Cops now just shrug as kids set off flares and fireworks in the town square after soccer games, knowing that they can't do anything until things get completely out of hand, at which point they tend to overreact. The underlying problem is a total lack of basic restraint or self-discipline across the board in that country. It's tough to find kids, or of any background or origin, more unruly and undisciplined as there in France. And since dogs don't make cats, as the French say, the parents are a big part of the problem. Everyone acts like they're in their own living room while out in public. More often than not, the response you'll get from a parent eyewitnessing the annoyance caused by their offspring is that their kid has a right to express himself. And since self-discipline and restraint are non-existent, French cities have turned into garbage bins. Some would think twice about littering or torching a city that's adequately maintained. The citizens there treat French towns like dumps, or at most react with a Gallic shrug to others doing so, because what's one more piece of junk on a pile of trash? French President Emmanuel Macron initially denounced police actions in the teenager's case as inexcusable. So much for the cops' presumption of innocence. Macron acted just like every French parent whose kid can do no wrong. It was only when kids across France, of an average age of 17 years, according to the authorities, appeared to take Macron's words as a license to act out and torch cities and public infrastructure across the country, that the president was forced to also denounce their behavior. Now, misguided French policies have led to chronic unrest, like carbon tax on fuel that sparked the Yellow Vest protest movement, or the pension reform protests that suddenly moved the goalposts on benefits for which French have been taxed to death their entire working lives, or immigration without adequate societal integration. As citizens have taken to the streets, the cops sent out by the state to bear the brunt of popular frustration have adopted a heavy-handed approach to restoring order, with the destruction of 24 eyes and 5 hands during the Yellow Vest protests, for example. This more recent police incident is viewed against the backdrop of this chronic heavy-handedness, which only adds fuel to the fire. The view from abroad seems to be that France is descending into civil war over this latest incident, but as vivid as the images currently are, it will fizzle out sooner rather than later, if only because the French these days really don't have the rigor, self-discipline, or attention span to conduct any kind of revolution. Now, many French cities canceled their traditional fireworks shows over the familiar issue in France, social unrest, and a more daunting one, climate change. What Americans call Bastille Day in France has long been synonymous with grand fireworks displays over towns and villages as dancing crowds celebrate their nation's revolutionary birth. But fireworks shows have been canceled in parts of the country this year for fear of a resurgence of the unrest that has just swept France and for the risk of fire in the face of extreme heat that is a new fixture of French summers. Noting that France had yet to solve either problem, Hervé Florchak, the mayor of Joly-Mouillet, a small town west of Paris, explained that he had first looked for a site away from a wooded area to organize a fireworks display while avoiding drought-related fire hazards. Then, his city was struck by the riots after a police officer killed a teenager in a Paris suburb late last month. To quote Issy, "We canceled the show, pure and simple. It's an unusual convergence of social and environmental issues. It's sad that it should fall on Bastille Day." The concerns did not prevent President Emmanuel Macron from celebrating the national holiday himself, which marks the storming of the Bastille prison in 1789. That's what foreigners perceive it as celebrating. It really is truly celebrating the Independence Day of France, in which the Bastille prison incident was collateral. But Westerners perceive that incident as igniting the French Revolution, when that really wasn't the case. It was something that I've explained in the past, and there's no need to go back into it now. Having to do with Marie Antoinette, and of course the one of the seven wonders of the Renaissance world, those gardens whose name I forget. Maybe our dear Amy remembers them. At any rate, a story for another time to relate. Along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India as his special guest, Mr. Macron attended the the traditional Paris military parade on the, I think we call it the Place de la Concorde. That was Friday morning into this weekend, and they watched jets that left a trail of red, white, and blue, or in the French, blue, white, and red. Smoke streaming overhead. Mr. Modi's presence was a sign of France's desire to deepen diplomatic ties with India, a country that Mr. Macron described on Thursday as a giant in the history of the world, which will have a determining role in our future. Now, the Trois leaders were expected to discuss a range of topics, from climate change to security in the strategic Indo-Pacific region, as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. Mr. Macron, who has contemplated playing the role of peacemaker in the war, has been actively trying to rally the support of non-aligned countries, including India, for Ukraine. Now, this brings us to what bonds these two rogue states, which is what they are. There are trois nuances in their existence of strategic autonomy, or rather, they are the trois nuances in our existence of strategic autonomy. So, echoing a sentiment widely shared across G7 capitals, a former deputy national security advisor of the late assassinated Japanese Prime Minister Abe Shinzo said, or stated officially, "We know India will be a very difficult superpower, like a big France." That says a lot. It's kind of like saying, this young lady might grow up to be like Brooke Gibson. This is also certainly what many think in the United States vis-a-vis these trois indispensable yet volatile partners. In collective fora, the forums of discussion, France and India indeed take pride in not being free riders as nuclear powers with robust national militaries and capacities, as well as in being free thinkers, developing an outlook of their own on global issues. French President Emmanuel Macron's motto, "Allied but not aligned," echoes Indian External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jayashankar's insistence that India is entitled to have its own side. This posture is best encapsulated in a concept that both countries have regularly been using: strategic autonomy, defined as the capability to make decisions independent from external pressure, especially from great powers in the main policy areas. This commonality is regularly emphasized in bilateral encounters between the two states. The visit of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a guest of honor for France's national holiday, their national day period, on July 14th, the 14th of July, more poetically, also known in much of the West as Bastille Day, was an occasion to showcase the strength and depth of the bilateral relationship. France and India established a strategic partnership in 1998, but this partnership has really gained traction in the past decade, with close cooperation initiated or enhanced on a wide range of issues, including in sensitive and sovereign domains, buttressed by a flourishing defense trade cooperation that has placed France as India's second largest arms supplier after Russia. Modi's visit was the occasion for new announcements in the fields of defense, space, and nuclear technologies. The visit also proved an occasion for both countries to reaffirm how a shared quest for strategic autonomy is guiding this partnership. Their differing histories and geographies bring nuances and distinct threat perceptions, notably regarding the war in Ukraine and relations with the Sino-Slavic synaxis of the revanchist, revisionist Russian and communist Chinese empires. But their overall like-minded vision on multipolarity and multilateralism offers great potential to expand cooperation and advance an original outlook, with one eye in Europe and the other in Asia. So I should try and outline the roots of French and Indian strategic autonomy. You see, strategic autonomy has been central to the two states' foreign policy since the late 1940s. In the French context, French President Charles de Gaulle wanted more autonomy vis-a-vis the American Empire. One direct application of this was France's decision to leave NATO's military command structure in the year that I myself was born, 1966, though it remained a member of the alliance. In addition, de Gaulle pleaded for a dialogue with the Soviet Union, recognized the People's Republic of China in 1964, and argued for the need for France to maintain the control of the strike capacity of its nuclear weapons. Following independence, India, under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, espoused a similar conviction in absolute sovereignty to maintain complete autonomy in international affairs, put into practice through the doctrine of non-alignment and neutrality from great power politics. India also developed its own indigenous nuclear program, with an aim to develop energy and strategic autonomy, while contributing to the creation of the NAM, the Non-Aligned Movement. India also remained a member of the British Commonwealth, negotiated defense equipment procurement from the Greater British Empire and these United States, and later developed a strong partnership with the Greater Soviet Union. Concurrently, the shared understanding that strategic autonomy and sovereignty is only possible with strong indigenous capacities in key sectors has led to Indo-French cooperation in nuclear and space research since the 1950s. India's defense contracts with France illustrated New Delhi, the capital of Asian India, and Paris, the capital of France's common aim at maximizing their strategic autonomy. From India's perspective, there has been a willingness to diversify its procurement sources beyond Russia, especially since Russia is going belly up in the fishbowl, so to speak. Political reliability and trust have been decisive criteria in choosing France as a prime partner, aside from Israel, which is a completely different story I'll get into later, probably on next Sunday night. At any rate, defense deals have been determined not solely on the basis of the operational qualities of French equipment, but on guarantees that France will not stop the supply of spare parts and weapons, which other suppliers have not guaranteed, especially since Russia has no capacity to guarantee anything at this point. Third, India has wanted to transform its defense ties beyond buyer-seller relationships and to pursue opportunities for technological cooperation for co-development and co-production of defense equipment, notably with France. Over the last 3 decades, strategic autonomy has therefore been a feature of Indian and French foreign policies and has led both empire states to pursue closer but not exclusive ties with Washington, while at times also developing ties with states that have been at odds with these United States, like Iran or the Russian Empire. Both states have historically lamented the rise of a bipolar order during the so-called Cold War, which was the Third World War in effect, and of a unipolar order in the 1990s under American global hegemony, while selectively aligning with great powers on specific interests, such as India's support for the Greater Soviets' invasion of Afghanistan in 1979, or France's participation in the Iraq War in 1991, but not in 2003. Understand that both of these cultures, France and India, are empires. Just like I speak of the geopolitics of many other nations as empires, Japan, Britain, Russia, China, America, these are all empires. They're not just nation states. Burundi in Africa is a nation state. That is what a nation state means. You've got a geographic entity that is somewhat self-sustaining, to at least a degree. Enough of a degree where it can declare independence. That's a nation state. When I speak of geopolitics, these are cultures that can steamroll nation states. So these are empires, they're not just nations. But that brings us to the concept of strategic autonomy in the Modi and Macron era. These are the two leaders of their empires, respectively India and France. Like their predecessors, Modi and Macron have fostered strong links with major powers without becoming overly dependent on any one of them, maintaining distance from Cold War-style bloc competition. Both countries, or empires rather, are more integrated in collective defense or security frameworks than they used to be 70 years ago, but Modi's India remains formally opposed to joining a military alliance, while Macron's is regularly critical of NATO in a very Gaullist manner. Modi has pursued autonomy by enhancing India's nuclear weapons profile and building military and economic networks with multiple great powers such as these United States, France, and the Empire of Japan. The resultant escalation of India's standing from a struggling developing nation to an emerging economy and further to a rising power has given it a seat at numerous tables such as the Four-Nation Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad, with Australia, the Empire of Japan, and these United States. The BRICS grouping, which is acronyms for Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa, as well as the G20 and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Now, the BRICS, of course, is the enemy. That is the alignment of enemy states. So, India, you can't trust them as far as you could kick a turd. They will swing either side. This is like whatever people make of Italy switching sides in war, they got nothing on the Asian Indians. The Asian Indians, before there's even a war, claim they're on both sides. The G20, for instance, is economic capitalism, and yet they're part of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, putting them firmly in the camp of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. So they're fucking on both sides straddling the fence, and in the end, prophecy will pay the price. Fuck. And all of this somehow bolsters their claim to permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council. I mean, as I said before, if this were a just world, we had a United Nations Security Council of 5 nations that made sense according to economy and population. The largest populations in the world are China and India. China on the mainland, unfortunately, meaning the communists, and India. And the largest economies in the world, aside from America, are Germany and Japan. So really, if there were a kind of just or fair United Nations based on economy and population, the Security Council would consist definitely of Germany and Japan, Communist China and Asian India, and I guess in the 5th position would either be the United States or Brazil, simply by dint of its control of the Amazon, which would mean that it would have to be brought in simply because of the importance of the Amazon to the world's environmental economy, its bionomy, its biological environment. But then again, things are rapidly changing. Population shifts are seismic, and a little nation barely larger than Texas, maybe even smaller, Nigeria, is going to have 1 billion people within but a few years, and that gives it a population the size of India or China, while China's population is dropping precipitously. All of that for later discussions. The France is in an opposite position of having to justify its presence at almost every table, being today the only country that is a member of the G7, the UN Security Council, NATO, and the European Union all at once. Paris thus compensates for its relative economic decline with important diplomatic activism, which has included a flurry of initiatives such as the European Political Community, the Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace, and the recently held Paris Summit for a new global financial pact, to name a few. Modi and Macron also have a shared aspiration to be balance shapers, not followers. That sounds a bit like some kind of new Pilates routine, but fuck, whatever turns them on. Like Nehru and de Gaulle earlier, they favor a multipolar international order. For those of you who don't understand the names I just dropped, Jawaharlal Nehru was the dictator of Asian India. De Gaulle was the dictator of France. These were both post-war dictators, to use a correct term. Not necessarily one that maligns or smears them or defames them. It simply was their practical power. They favor a multipolar international order, or they did historically, and now Modi and Macron also do. One that allows no single power to be dominant and offers New Delhi, the capital of India, and Paris, the capital of France. In case you didn't know that, I would hope most of you did. The prospects of a major role in shaping the global agenda. To help them achieve their ambitions and to diminish their dependence on great powers, France and India both strive to build new, flexible partnerships. Indian policy has focused on a network of strategic partnerships characterized by defense cooperation that encompasses arms transfers, military exercises, and intelligence sharing, but steers clear of integrating forces and war plans. Similarly, France is also closing ranks with selected partners to complement collective commitments within NATO or the European Union via bilateral mutual defense clauses and via coalitions of European countries outside of the EU framework, such as the former Takuba grouping of special forces in the Sahel. For those of you who don't know, that's the dividing environmental line, the ecological line that divides the Sahara from jungle Africa. And that Sahel region is where a lot of the world's action is taking place today. Environmentally, that's where they're doing a planting to stop the Sahara Desert from invading the jungle. And there also is all kinds of terrorist action going on in that region, where they're trying to get control of the vital mineral resources. And of course, France has been training counter-terrorist groups to maintain the peace. Or the EMASOH, EMASOH. That's an acronym, all uppercase. The EMASOH is acronymous for European Maritime Awareness Operation in the Strait of Hormuz, what Americans would probably bastardize as Hormuz, like Hormel the chili can and shit. So this is, of course, to fight piracy, which is rampant in the world and growing as a problem every day. Strategic convergence between France and India is therefore obvious, but there are some limitations and nuances. First, although President Macron is keen on insisting on French history and advancing French soft power, Macron's vision does not parallel the ideological revivalism of Modi's India as a civilizational state through Hindutva. That's a right-wing ideology seeking to define Indian culture and nation around the values of Hinduism, literally meaning Hinduness. By the way, that is an intentional slur on my part. The H is practically silent. More respectfully, it should be pronounced Hindutva, Hinduism, and this sense of Hinduness, basically Indianness. It's kind of like a vulgar term. Our friend Brendan Zogit would define this all the more readily and much more better than I, saying that the real spirituality lies in the Vedic traditions, and that Hinduism is not Vedic. Now, I could never do justice to that, but Brendan Zogit could. Second, and more practically in terms of military readiness, though the contemporary Indian state has tended to be coercive internally, its external policies have been the opposite. India has not hesitated to employ force against combative neighbors like China and Pakistan, but it has exercised remarkable constraint, by some estimates, eschewing external intervention. By contrast, France has deployed its troops in numerous missions and operations throughout the European Union, NATO, and ad hoc coalitions, most pronouncedly in Africa. So, these are both cases of applied strategic autonomy. The conceptual like-mindedness around strategic autonomy translates into comparable foreign policies for France and India, especially in regard to their relations with major powers, including these United States, the Communist Chinese, and revanchist, revisionist Russian empires that form the core of the Sino-Slavic synaxis as well. Both countries, France and India in this case, have complex, oft misunderstood relationships with the American empire. They both aspire to a degree of independence from Washington policies while being aware of their reliance on the United States for their defense and security, essentially. Therefore, critics of American policies within Paris and Delhi are oft seen as ungrateful by advocates of consolidated transatlantic and Indo-Pacific ties. But what the latter failed to capture is the vested American interest in having capable and autonomous partners in key regions, even at the cost of painful diplomatic engagement and coordination. The best testament to this need to carefully cultivate these partnerships is that Macron and Modi are two of the three world leaders that have been invited by the Biden administration for state visits in Washington, along with the South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Yes, that is the fucker's name. Yoon Suk-yeol. Y-E-O-L, pronounced kind of like the y'all, the way Brooke would pronounce it if she actually spoke with a southern accent, which she doesn't. It's more of like a speed accent, kind of ADHD. Oh God, she'll never come back now. Anyhow, Modi's visit to Paris is expected to give a boost to India's quest for equipment diversification and defense indigenization. There is widespread speculation over possible announcements on India's procurement of Dassault Rafale multi-role fighters and Scorpion-class submarines, as well as agreements on technology transfer. The real stress test for Franco-Indian strategic cohesion lies in their respective assessment of how to engage other major problematic powers, such as the Communist Chinese Empire and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Locked in a military standoff with Beijing in the Himalayas since April of 2020, India has admitted that its relations with Red China are not normal. In April, President Macron sparked a major controversy across Western capitals and drew praise from Beijing when he reinvoked the idea of strategic autonomy following his pomp-heavy state visit to Communist China on the Asian mainland, where he was treated like a rock star. Notably, Macron suggested that Europe should not adapt itself to an American pace, or pace, an American peace, or a Pax Americana, the peace of America, and pace would be the Latin term for peace, pace, and a communist Chinese overreaction over the Taiwan issue should be avoided by not getting in between the Americans and the Chi-Coms, effectively calling on the European Union to steer clear of crises that are not ours. In addition to Macron displaying openness to expanding business ties with Red China and seeking Communist China's mediatory role in the Ukraine conflict, this visit has been portrayed as a form of French leniency toward Beijing, which could be a source of concern for Delhi, the capital of India, which of course is effectively at war with China. But reactions in Washington and New Delhi were mild, as in practice they worked together closely on balancing their shared rival, the Communist Chinese Empire, in that region. Understand, of course, that India is still not to be trusted. They may be effectively at war with Communist China, but they are still part of the Shanghai Cooperation Council, which effectively makes them trade partners with the Red Chinese. So go fucking figure. Trading with the enemy. If they were a domestic citizen of any nation state, they'd be called traders. Traitors, not traders, which is, well, they're basically both. French presidents like to imagine that Red China has a special place in its heart for their country. It doesn't. So, let's talk a bit about diplomacy chinoise. A cautionary tale for France. The President, Emmanuel Macron, is being played by Red China. His own diplomats know the text. It's not some ancient document. It was scripted for Charles de Gaulle and has been rolled out for every French president since then. They ought to have a copy in the Quai d'Orsay. This time, the president thinks he's discovered a privileged role for France in dealing with the Communist Chinese Empire. His belief has been strengthened by a laudatory call to his diplomatic consular, Emmanuel Bon, from Beijing's top diplomat, Wang Yi, who outranks the Chinese foreign minister and is thus held to be close to the throne. According to the Xinhua news agency, Wang appreciated Macron's important remarks, emphasizing, and here I translate for you from the Putonghua, the national language of China, France's independent diplomatic tradition, and spracketh of their comprehensive strategic partnership. Decoded for you, this means Red China sees progress in its ambition to detach France from the Western alliance and to divide its interlocutors over Ukraine, Taiwan, trade, and other contentious issues. Beijing was also pleased when France rejected a proposal for a NATO liaison office in the Empire of Japan and vetoed a NATO office in Tokyo. So divisions have been opened up over NATO's Asian outreach ahead of the NATO leaders' summit in Vilnius, wherein Macron blocked a NATO outpost in the Empire of Japan amid Chinese Communist complaints. You see, Macron insists that NATO's outpost in Japan would risk shifting the alliance's remit too far from its original focus. France is holding up a deal to expand NATO's reach into Asia, opening a split in the Western Security Alliance on the eve of the vital summit that took place last week. I think it was last week, maybe the week before that by now. It slips by so quickly for me. Schedule's been so impacted. By the way, for those of you who don't know what's going on in the background, there's snoring because I suspect either Ian or Amy Como fell asleep, or both, and they didn't go off mute. They didn't go on mute. At any rate, for months, NATO officials have been discussing plans to open a liaison office in the Empire of Japan, which represent... She says it's JT. Who's JT? Oh, Joe Tai. Shit, that guy went off mute. Jesus fucking Christ, that's it. No wonder his snores sound like he's passing gas. Poor bastard. And it's so fucking sad. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be distracted by that. Thank God I'm not there. It's obscene because it makes me feel like I'm in bed next to him, which is like a nightmare. That's like he showed himself pretty much naked earlier, and that was enough to just I'll be psychologically scarred for life with that. At any rate, how do I get my thoughts back on track? At any rate, as I said, for months, NATO officials have been discussing plans to open a liaison office in the Empire of Japan, which would represent the Allies' first outpost in region at a time of growing tension between the West and the Communist Chinese Empire. So last week's annual leaders summit in Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania, which took place against the backdrop of Russia's war in Ukraine, was earmarked as a moment for making progress on the plan. But French President Emmanuel Macron put his foot down, insisting such geographical expansion would risk shifting the alliance's remit too far from its original North Atlantic focus. The French official insisted that NATO is geographically confined to the North Atlantic, emphasizing that Articles 5 and 6, clauses at the heart of the alliance, are geographic. An Élysée Palace official told reporters, NATO means North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Of course, one could argue, what the fuck does Romania and Bulgaria and other countries that are in NATO, what they have to do with the North Atlantic? You could claim they have no direct connection to it either, but nevertheless, they're all made members. Go figure. It's all bullshit on the part of Macron and his administration. So, back to what the Élysée Palace official was telling reporters. NATO means North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We are not in favor as a matter of principle. As far as the office is concerned, the Japanese authorities themselves have told us that they are not extremely attached to it. Now, the plan by NATO to open its first Asian office came amid heightened concern over the Communist Chinese Empire's aggressive maritime and aerial behavior toward my Taiwan and American troops in region. Like France, Red China is also opposed to the idea. In fact, it's Red China that's opposed, and France is acting as its sock puppet. Red China has got its hand up Macron's ass, and he's spitting out one-liners. Last month, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Wang Wenbin said, "We have seen NATO bent on going east into this region, interfering in regional affairs, and inciting bloc confrontation. The majority of Asian countries oppose the emergence of military blocs in the region. They don't welcome NATO's outreach in Asia. While some other NATO allies are also said to have concerns over the new office, 3 European diplomats with knowledge of the ongoing negotiations acknowledge that the strongest opposition came from France. Macron has been opposed to an increased NATO focus on Red China for years. In 2021, he said after a NATO meeting that we shouldn't confuse our goals, arguing that NATO is a military organization. The issue of our relationship with China isn't just a military issue. NATO is an organization that concerns the North Atlantic. China has little to do with the North Atlantic. Bullshit. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, on the other hand, has promoted deeper connections with Asia-Pacific allies. The leaders of the Empire of Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand attended the NATO summit in Vilnius last week for the second year in a row. In February, Stoltenberg was seen as drawing a link between Ukraine and my Taiwan. We should not make the same mistake with China and other authoritarian regimes. What is happening in Europe today could happen in Asia tomorrow. Exactly. And by the way, there used to be a CENTO, Central Treaty Organization, that included the Shah's Iran and Iraq, as well as Turkey, and a CETO, a Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, that included Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and every Asian country surrounding Vietnam, which was such a powerful communist empire that the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization was created to contain it, along with Communist China that was sponsoring it at the time. Really, the Greater Soviet Union was, and Communist China was sandwiched in between the two. But it just goes to show that all politics is global. By opposing a new NATO office in Tokyo, France's Macron is not only advocating China appeasement, but is setting a bad example, to say the least, as a G7 democracy and one of the earliest modern republics. Citing concerns that it will take, or that it would place, relations between Europe and Red China in jeopardy, France has rejected a proposal that would have allowed NATO to open its first ever liaison office in Tokyo, capital of the Empire of Japan. French officials were cited airing that view in early June, the last month essentially, that NATO's focus away from the Atlantic region and presence in the East Asian region would distract it from its prime region of focus. Besides, France is arguing that the step goes against the provisions of the military alliance, which is so fucking stupid because then they wouldn't have taken in any of the Central European nations, none of which have any direct access to the Atlantic. Now, NATO's Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg previously hinted that a NATO liaison office in the Empire of Japan would help the military alliance in countering the rising security threats emanating from the Communist Chinese Empire. This was countered by French President Emmanuel Macron when he said that pushing NATO to enlarge the spectrum and geography will be a big mistake, thereby providing a trigger for the aforementioned debate. All along, the Empire of Japan has adopted a cautious line on the issue. It declined to comment on Macron's latest remarks, saying deliberations at various levels were still underway at this point. Predictably, Beijing, capital of Red China, has criticized NATO for merely formulating plans, which, according to Red China, could destabilize the region. The Communist Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Wang Wenbin, stated that opening a NATO office in the Empire of Japan will amount to interfering in regional affairs and inciting bloc confrontation. Asia lies beyond the geographical scope of the North Atlantic. I mean, that's such fucking bullshit. It's like, how is that possible when China has reabsorbed Hong Kong, which was occupied for how many hundreds of years by the Greater British Empire? The Greater British Empire, well, the Brits are in the Atlantic last time I checked, but they invaded China. So, how could the Chinese say that, is this fucker snoring louder to overwhelm me? Did he bring his phone up closer to his fucking nose so that I could hear his snores better? It's like, is he doing this in his sleep? That's incredible. It's like, it's amazing. He's
yes, he is. Go on about Hong Kong. Just get loud.
I mean, so the idea that Asia is out of the scope of the Atlantic is historically disproven. It's preposterous. But why dissent now? The argument put forth by France that NATO's proposal to open an office in Tokyo is obviously untenable. The argument that the organization's treaty limits the area it covers is highly debatable, to say the least. NATO, over the last few years, in its own words, has expressed concerns about the communist Chinese empire's rising aggression in the Indo-Pacific region. In April of 2023, NATO released an official statement titled Relations with Partners in the Indo-Pacific Region, in which NATO advocated strengthening relations with its Indo-Pacific partners, Australia, the Empire of Japan, South Korea, and New Zealand. The statement put forth that it is increasingly important to address cross-cutting security issues, which constitute an important aspect of NATO's 2030 agenda. Besides, the NATO foreign ministers' meeting with partners from the Indo-Pacific has discussed the shift in the global balance of power and the rise of the communist Chinese. All along, France was very much part of all of these discussions, but it did not register its dissent or disagreement on any of the foresighted aspects of geography or communist China when such statements were initially released. So all of this is about furthering the communist Chinese empire's own objectives in Europe itself. NATO's regular meetings with partners in the Indo-Pacific only go to acknowledge the increasing cross-pollination of like-minded security agendas and geographical spaces. The 21st century's global security scene can no longer treat Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific as autonomous and isolated regions from each other. Macron has been riding on a seemingly conciliatory appeasement plank via the Red China of late. There have been multiple recent developments under the Macron administration in Paris that have displayed extending a peculiar kind of olive branch to Beijing. These have served the latter's economic and politico-security objectives in Europe. Exempli Gratier. God, that's disgusting. Honestly, I feel like I've been sleeping with this guy and that he's satisfied and I'm left feeling violated. Anyhow, exempli Gratier. France sent out an implicit message that it would no longer operate under the security umbrella of these United States and would seek strategic autonomy. In a visit to Red China earlier this year, Macron went to the extent of suggesting that Europe must not become a vassal, in reference to these United States. Further, in February of the year before, 2022, France joined Beijing in building 7 infrastructure projects around the world. France thereby became the first such imperial nation state, the first country to establish a joint intergovernmental infrastructure cooperation mechanism with the communist Chinese. The combined value of these projects was estimated to be over 1.7 billion United States dollars. As per a statement from Red China's NDRC, the National Development and Reform Commission, the 7 projects are likely to be situated in Africa, Southeast Asia, and Central and Eastern Europe. With Paris and Beijing jointly financing these schemes, the NDRC acknowledged that France, as the first country to establish this kind of intergovernmental exchange with the Communist Chinese Empire. So France is simply failing to set the right example. Red China's compliance with international law has always been a contentious issue. Namely, Beijing has not treated legality as carrying any normative value. Rather, it adopts a functionalist approach that impacts its approach to law. This is a time when the debate surrounding the rules-based global order and the case for strengthening the international rule of law needs to be... I'm going to sneeze. Didn't happen. Oh, well, this is a... God, what an idiot that guy is. Amazing. Such being said, this is a time when the debate surrounding the rules-based global order and the case for strengthening the international rule of law needs to be supported by liberal democracies. And France's joining hands with the Communist Chinese Empire, given the latter's dismal track record in this field, does not augur and echo well in the free world. It only goes further in exposing the fissures in the G7 grouping. While unveiling France's views on climate and the rule of law during its European Union presidency, Macron outlined his own priorities. Most importantly, he articulated that rule of law is non-negotiable. However, his policy actions and erroneous political strategic messaging on the ground narrate a completely different and disappointing story. The Macron misadministration is certainly not emitting encouraging signals. This is especially at a time when the strategic measure of the international community revolves around the enhancement of the international rule of law, multilateralism, and global governance capabilities. The French Empire is a G7 representative liberal democracy and among the earliest republics of the modern world with democratic traditions and values. But it is not setting the right example by engaging with the Communist Chinese Empire and underscoring the cracks in the armor when it cometh to confronting Beijing and its collective politico-military strategic offensive exhibited across Asia and Europe. The call following Macron's visit to Red China in April, which Xinhua termed a great success, echoed, of course, by our favorite lump of flesh rolling around obscenely in his bed. At any rate, this telephone call that followed Macron's visit to Red China in April, which Xinhua termed a great success, is informal. That's outstandingly alarming, because that means he's almost on as intimate a level with Xi Jinping as I feel with this idiot snoring next to me in bed. It feels like that because I'm sitting up in bed narrating. This idiot's in his bed snoring. It's like he's next to me and I'm sitting up doing this. Well, it's awful. It's this hideous image in my mind. At any rate, Macron's informal, meaning intimate, like where we're at now with his snoring, his chats with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, and an unwise interview in which Le Président echoed the ideal of solitary diplomatic grandeur so dear to his predecessors, all point toward, well, something like what you're hearing from Joe Tai over there. It's a snoring wreck. The playbook entails a lavish but content-light visit to Red China, moments of rare intimacy with self-cloistered dictators, and the promise of abundance to come. Always the promise, The clouds are there, but they never break open to rain. Well, they do in Vermont and flooded out a lot of Amy's neighbors. Propaganda is still flowery birds blossom. As Mao would say, let 1,000 blossoms bloom. Let 1,000 schools of thought contend. Before he shut everybody down. The script unfolds. The script of the special place in the Chinese heart for the French. The script unfolds amid mutual professions of respect for antiquity and culture, praise for the exquisite statecraft each imagines the other to practice, and a shared distaste for hegemony. All code for a superior attitude to those arrivistes in Washington. Kind of the superiority I feel towards this poor schmuck, who's getting some much needed rest, I presume. For the French, it always begins with discovery. A great people, the most numerous on earth, a vast land stretching from Asia Minor and the marches of Europe to the shores of the Pacific, a state older than history itself. So spracheth de Gaulle on announcing mutual recognition on the 27th day in January of 1964. To his confidant, Alain Hérafit, de Gaulle was less poetic. It would, he said, annoy the Americans. France gained little. According to the Cambridge scholar Martin Albers, who examined state papers from the 1960s, that decade into which I myself was born, trade remained at a very moderate level, and French influence on Chinese policies was effectively non-existent. In 1973, President Georges, or how do we do the French George, honey? Georges. It's like Georges, right? Something like that. The president, Georges Pompidou, was rewarded in 1973 with a state visit to the People's Republic, a year after Richard Nixon's historic trip. Then, in May of 1975, a little-known vice premier named Deng Xiaoping landed in Paris to see President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing and his prime minister Jacques Chirac. The memoirs of the distinguished ambassador, Claude Martin, that are titled La diplomatie n'est pas un dîner de gala. Diplomacy is not a gala dinner. Tell how Giscard welcomed Deng in a salon full of chinoiserie, saying, that's Chinese stuff, saying, France has always paid the highest consideration down the centuries to your great people and to the civilization it has given the world. Oh, God. Ben chuckles from the peanut gallery. Oh, I'm tempted to shout him awake, but I feel so sorry for him. At any rate, there followed, in fact, a dîner de gala, at which Deng surprised the French by his familiarity with haute cuisine and fine wines. He told his hosts that France and China must preserve their independence and resist the hegemony of the superpowers. Now, Claude Martin, in his book, writes that for French statesmen, these lofty sentiments translated as follows. We must be able to sell everything to Beijing, military as well as civilian. Refineries, trains, telephones, radar, helicopters, planes, agricultural products, and nuclear plants. There was even a memo to sell Concorde aircraft. Every French president has sought to play the same cards in different sequences. even after an EU ban on arms sales in 1989, the LSE's enthusiasm did not flag. The historian that I'm citing, Claude Martin, even recounts how Nicolas Sarkozy established a quiet visa ban for dissidents so as not to offend the communist Chinese, and so on. Jesus Christ. A dose of realism came in a report by a parliamentary committee of inquiry, I think it was maybe even just last week, which said Red China has a covert strategy to interfere in French public life, steal secrets, and subvert liberal democracy, ranking it second only to the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire as a direct threat, a clear and present danger. Bernard Yemier, that's of the head of the DGSE, the director of French external intelligence, told the committee that Red China has gone from being a contained power to an aggressive power, using, or rather abusing, its diaspora, its overseas population, and its cultural network to wage information warfare and conduct espionage. So our man Ian West, I think, is saying, this is the greatest. Oh my God. Ian, why is this the greatest? Please. He says,
every time you pick back up, he's just snores like right on cue. It's so fucking funny.
Okay, let's wake this fucker up. Joe!
No, don't wake him up. Don't
Joe,
wake him up.
no,
Wake him up.
Come on. Joe! Joe, go on mute. You're snoring. Go on mute. Fuck, probably won't succeed, but hey, I mean, it's like he's got the phone next to his ear anyway. He should hear it.
It's so goddamn funny.
Well, I'm not here to amuse people. I'm here to educate them.
I know, but it's just funny.
I understand. It is disgustingly funny. It is, I don't know which is the more destructive between, there you go. It's thank God it's not near his ass. We'd hear him farting all night. At any rate, I'll go back attempting to override.
Try your best. Be professional.
God. Amy, something to say, dear girl?
I mean, it's his snoring or my traffic.
Yeah, good point.
Isn't there a way to mute people?
Yeah, we'll be doing this a couple episodes. Let me see if I can try that. Hold on.
He'll probably mute me. Watch, Ian's going to mute me.
No.
And then all people here will be Joe's story. I mean, yeah, there is actually, now that I remember it, a way to mute people on Skype. I forgot how it's done. I mean, this, as I said, the Skype is much easier than Zoom, but I never investigate these nuances. We'll see what Ian tests, but, fuck, let me know if he mutes me. Jesus Christ! Don't even try it, Ian. You'll probably wind up muting me. It's one of these things, and besides, it does retain its amusement factor. Yeah.
Okay, I got it muted. You're good. Go ahead.
How did you do that? I do know.
Under view, go to grid view.
Yeah.
And then hover over whoever's icon and right click, and it gives you the options.
Okay. Whoever's icon. You'll have to show me that later by sharing screen because I go to. Okay. Yeah, but hey, thank you. I know that hurt Ian because he was finding this so fucking hilarious. He was finding this. So fucking...
No, I got my entertainment out of it. That's good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that because I do know it was entertaining in its own right, but it's just. It's just like I said, it does make me feel like I'm in bed with the fucker, and that's the most repulsive thing I can think of. At any rate, Viviana was saying, flowery birds blossom. Jorge, you trip. She's anyhow, love you, Viviana. She says, can you mute him? She is giggling. She is giggling. Yes, and she says, that is not Brendan. Probably Ian? Oh, God, she thought that was you. No, Ian wouldn't do that. Ian wouldn't do that. That's, give him
Hi,
that
Viv,
much
I'm here.
Yes, so Viv, he's there. He's awake. He's totally awake, and he even helped put a stop to it. So thank you, Ian. Again, I owe you. At any rate, the lesson is, out of what I said, the warning from the French intelligence of what the communist Chinese are doing. They just told the committee last week that they're operating on a threat level tantamount to the Russians because they're effectively their sponsor. They're effectively Russia's sponsor. The lesson being that for the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, there is nothing new under the sun except French presidents. For the French, it might be worth paying more attention to wise old heads in the Kwai who have heard it all before. In fact, the Indo-Pacific concept has provided a useful frame for the thriving Franco-Indian relations. France, more than the other Quad partners, has a direct interest in the stability of the Indian Ocean thanks to its overseas territories in the southern Indian Ocean and military bases in the northern Indian Ocean, Djibouti, which was once a French colony, and the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. This has given way to fruitful bilateral cooperation between France and India, enshrined in the joint strategic vision of India-France cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. That's the actual full name of a fucking document, adopted in 2018. Paris and New Delhi are also stepping up their joint engagement with like-minded partners through trilateral formats with Australia and the UAE, United Arab Emirates, and strategic partnerships with countries such as Greece and Egypt. Not only do these Indo-French partnerships underline linkages between the Indo-Pacific and the Mediterranean, they also complement a traditionally Washington-led security architecture in region, while enhancing regional economic integration, together with the mini-lateral partnerships such as the I2U2, which sounds really stupid, but stands for India, Israel, as in two eyes, get it, I2, and the UAE and the United States, United Arab Emirates, and these United States. Get it, two eyes, two U's, I2U2. It's still fucking stupid. The whole arrangement's fucking stupid. Respective strategic autonomy can also lead to dissonance, such as in France's and India's positions on the war in Ukraine. France has continued to extend political, financial, humanitarian, and military support to Ukraine. It has vociferously condemned Russia's military intervention and supported multiple rounds of sanctions against Moscow. Currently, or concurrently, President Macron has repeatedly called on fence-sitters to take sides in this conflict of global implications, including in a resounding speech to the United Nations General Assembly. Despite its rapidly growing ties with these United States and Europe, India, as an energy-deficient, developing empire, resisted pressure to stop purchases of discounted oil from its traditional partner, the Russian Empire. At the same time, in veiled attempts to criticize Russia, Prime Minister Modi told the dictator Vladimir Putin that today's era is not one of war and has repeatedly called for peaceful resolution to that conflict, including from the floor of the United States Congress, which he recently visited, and I'll go into that in depth later. Not tonight. Now, beyond strategic competition, the trois empires of France and India also strive to be identified as leaders among the middle powers, and leaders in redefining multilateralism. While India has been strengthening its partnerships with countries identified as part of the West, it continues to safeguard its diplomatic maneuverability by remaining actively involved in enemy organizations such as BRICS, the acronym for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where Moscow and Beijing hold significant sway. India has been attending G7 meetings of advanced economies while abusing its G20 presidency, which swung to it this year, to champion the interests of the developing world, which is now in a kind of southern alignment against the north. Earlier this year, India hosted a first-of-a-kind summit of 125 Global South countries, which aimed to shed light on the disproportionate impact of global shock, from COVID-19 to the war in Ukraine, felt by the Global South. Even as the French Empire faces challenges in its ties with the Global South, particularly its former African colonies, it has been working on addressing gaps in the global financial architecture that disadvantage the developing world with the new Global Financing Pact. Together, the twain are strengthening the multilateral architecture through organizations such as the International Solar Alliance, with a focus on transnational challenges. So, in conclusion to the Franco-Indian love fest, the bromance, I would have to say that a shared historical struggle to maintain strategic autonomy in a complex geopolitical landscape has helped both powers develop a degree of trust and a pragmatic partnership. Interestingly, both find the other partner valuable, but not enough to develop a relationship of interdependence. France is strong enough to have something to offer on the diplomatic, military, space, and nuclear sectors to India, but not strong enough to shape international order, norms, or rules, or to balance Red China if tensions escalate. For France, India is important, but not the most important partner when it comes to trade and defense cooperation in the context of threats like Russian aggression or terrorism in Africa. Modi's visit to Paris is therefore another important milestone to consolidate the Franco-Indian special relationship, but the latter remains unlikely to evolve into a proper military alliance. This fits with the objective of both sides to maintain some strategic flexibility. Indeed, genuine strategic autonomy implies restrictions even to the closest of partnerships. As well, Mr. Macron could hardly escape domestic realities at Friday's parade. The area of the festivities had been cordoned off by police, and many metro stations had been shut down, a sign of heightened security threats as the empire deals with the fallout from the violent protests. Interior Minister Gérald Darmanin said that 45,000 police officers, as many as at the peak of the protests, were deployed on the nights of July 13th, the Fête de la France, Eve Day, and the 14th itself. French cities usually holding Bastille Day festivities on either date. On Wednesday of this week last, Mr. Darmanin told reporters, "What we're trying to avoid is a resurgence of these violent episodes." Nearly 6,000 cars were set on fire, and more than 1,000 buildings damaged in the riots. French authorities have been particularly concerned about the abuse of fireworks throughout the holiday. Fireworks were the weapons of choice during the recent unrest, with protesters directing them at phalanxes of police officers who responded with volleys of tear gas. They only cost between 10 and 20 euros each, about 11 United States dollars to 22 United States dollars, depending on the power of the punch in the firework you're purchasing and are easy to buy in stores or online. As a result, the authorities have banned the sale, possession, and transport of fireworks throughout this latest July 14th weekend. More than 150,000 fireworks have been seized in recent days. Although the ban does not extend to professionals or municipalities organizing festivities, several cities have nevertheless decided to do without over concerns that fireworks might be stolen by people eager to clash with the police, or because local authorities prefer to focus on repairing the damage already done. William Delbar, the French William being spelled Guillaume, William Delbar, the mayor of Roubaix, where the headquarters of... Oh, how do I say that, honey?
Guillaume.
Okay.
Right?
Guillaume Delbar.
What is the last name?
Oh, Delbar, Delbar.
Oui?
Delbar, Delbar, right? But William, here, I'll enter the guy's name into the text box here. And
Guillaume Debat.
Okay, thank you, honey. Guillaume Debat. And he's the mayor of the city that is spelled Roubaix? Roubaix? Or Roubaix?
Yeah, Roubaix.
Roubaix?
Roubaix.
Yes.
Well, that X is tricky sometimes when the EAU is O, but I think, what was it? AIX?
Oh, yeah, the R is kind of like an H, right? Roubaix? Like Roubaix.
Roubaix? Yes.
Indeed. Yeah, BAIX. So, yeah, something like Roubaix, I would think. Roubaix. Okay. How's instead of William, it is Guillaume Debat.
Merci.
What's that, honey?
Bien. Très bien.
Okay.
Very good.
Oh, bless you.
Okay.
Love you. Anyhow, thank you. So he's the mayor of the city, Roubaix, where the headquarters of a digital company was reduced to ashes during these riots. He told the French media this week that, in his words, "It's a simple choice. There's already been enough fire and fireworks over the past few days. No need to have more." So the decision by some towns to cancel festivities has infuriated some right-wing politicians who said it amounted to abdicating in the face of the rioters. On Wednesday, the far-right leader, Marine Le Pen, said, "Can you believe that in the greater democracy of France, we are giving up on our national day because of the fear generated by potential violence or potential riots by some people?" Well, in many cities, it was the even more alarming issue of climate change that forced cancellation of these festivities. France, like other European countries, has been hit in recent days by a heat wave that has increased the risk of fires. The high temperatures have come up on top of a long-running drought in parts of the country of France itself, the center of its empire, that has dried up fields. Under these conditions, many cities called off the fireworks displays and tried to find alternatives. Now, there's a town near Bordeaux, that is called, let's see if I can get it right again, Le Test de Bouche. Did I do that right, honey? Test de Bouche? B-U-C-H. It's Teste is like testes. T-E-S-T-E, then dash D-E dash B-U-C-H. La Test.
That's tricky. Yes. I think that's probably very provincial. It's probably
not more like,
going to sound.
Thank you. Probably like La Tite de Bouc or something. La Tite de Bouche. Anyhow, it was ravaged by wildfires last year, and so it organized a light show involving 400 drones on Thursday night, which is a neat alternative to fireworks. The aforementioned mayor of Jolie Moutier. Fuck. Let's look, there's this guy named Florchak who runs this town, and I don't think that his name is almost more like Czech or something than it is French. So he's probably some kind of immigrant family from a generation or two before. This name of this town, honey, would be like Jouy les Moutiers. Jouy les Moutiers. Is that something like that?
Put more emphasis in the beginning. Joyeux les Moutiers.
Joyeux les Moutiers. Thank you, honey. Love you. Okay. That's all. So there was this mayor I've already cited of Jolie-Moutier, Mr. Florchak, who said the increasing frequency of heat waves would mean that Bastille Day fireworks would likely no longer be a fixture in his city. He said he was considering replacing them with a drone show, or with, in his words, a ball to have something more mainstream and traditional. In any case, we need to rethink the model. So that brings us back to a man who pulled France out of the fire a number of times. Obviously, I'm on the side of the Axis throughout the Second World War, but the one Allied leader that I have any sense of admiration towards in the political sense, the one Allied political leader would be Charles de Gaulle. But honey, did they ever pronounce that as Charles? Or was it Charles, just like Charles? Or was it kind of like Charles or Charles de Gaulle in some cases? I always just say Charles. Yeah.
Sure, that variation works in some neighborhood in France somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Anyhow, de Gaulle. Yeah. Love you. So de Gaulle was a grandiose reactionary, but he upheld French republicanism and stiffened the spine of liberal democracy. His life proves that right-wing politics need not bend toward absolutism. Now, there's a biography that I've just finished reading, again taken from the library of my son's husband, one of the estate libraries that he maintains, which I often order the materials for. At any rate, the biography that I just finished, which I will return to that resource, well, it's titled simply De Gaulle. And in the preface of his biography titled simply De Gaulle, which was published by Harvard Press in 2018, the British history professor, Julian Jackson, insisted that Charles de Gaulle is everywhere in modern France, its undisputed hero. Now, this claim, like some other confident statements in the book, might strike a reader as both narrowly true, and what a French thinker might call metaphysically false. De Gaulle's name is certainly everywhere. On the great airport outside Paris, on the Place or Place Charles de Gaulle, or I would prefer something like place. How do you say the P-L-A-C-E in French, honey? That would be more, it'd just be place, or it'd be more like Place? Place Charles de Gaulle, for instance. Neither? How would it be? Okay.
Pla.
Pla. Okay, place. Pla.
Like Place des Arts.
Place Charles de Gaulle. Thank you, honey. Place Charles. Love you. Thank you. And the Arc de Triomphe. Did I say that right? Arc de Triomphe. The Arc of Triumph. How would that be?
I don't know. I thought, it's funny you said it, and I thought about the Triomphe at Versailles.
Yeah. Interesting.
Which is not at all what you were talking about.
Right. But you know what I'm talking about. The Arc of... Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And, of course... yeah. And this is what they used to call the Place Charles de Gaulle. Here, let me put it in the text box for you. It used to be referred to as this. And that how is that pronounced? Eto. How? Etoile?
You want to make it Spanish, but it's etal.
Etal. Thank you.
I-L-E-I-L.
Yeah.
Étoile.
Et toi. Thank you. Incredible. See, so cultured. So basically, de Gaulle's name is everywhere. It's like I said in this airport outside Paris. It's on the Place Charles de Gaulle that was once called Étoile, where the traffic streams perpetually round the Arc de Triomphe. But his example is remote. In other words, he's more a ceremonial than a controversial figure. His work now done. At this point, something like, a quarter century. No more, I'd say, at this point, more like half a century. Half a century of people that I know passing in and out of France, my son among them. They've almost never heard him pointed to as an exemplar useful in any way for today's crises. His name having been placed on the La Trois is apt because the traffic goeth around all day but never stops for long. If he lives anywhere, it is in the endless flow of books about the Second World War written by Americans and Brits, in which he emerges as the biggest pain in the ass in the history of the liberal order. By alphabetical accident, the heading De Gaulle, Personal Characteristics, in Julian Jackson's biographical index, which I'm sourcing right now in front of me, gives us, in sequence, arrogance, austerity, authoritarianism, cigarette smoking, coldness, contempt for human nature. That's quite a list. Yet, as this classically composed and authoritative, if culturally somewhat shallow, book maketh clear, he remains an amazing figure. De Gaulle had 3 rendezvous with history. In the old-fashioned sense he loved, in 1940, in 1958, and in 1968. On all 3 occasions, he saved the French state by sheer theatricality and élan, its spirit. First by embodying the French Republic in retreat from the Germans, then by seizing power in a Republican mode to end the Algerian crisis, and finally, when he ended the potential chaos of the May Revolt of communists by massing almost 1 million people on, now I know, I remember the Elysée pronunciation, but as for when he got these 1 million people in a counter demonstration, it was in this location. And it's, now honey, is that Champs? No, it's Champs, right? Something like Champs-Élysées? How would I say that?
That was good. That was good. Champs-Élysées.
Bless you.
Champs-Élysées. Now, and I slowed it down. It should be quicker.
Bless you.
Champs-Élysées.
Bless you.
Champs-Élysées.
Oh, I love you. There we are. So he amassed 1 million people on the Champs-Élysées in a counter-demonstration against the communists. That's how he ended the communist takeover of France. It was not all theatrical élan or spirit, as the Julian Jackson biography proves. It also involved political savvy and the quiet weighing of odds among competing factions. But Charles de Gaulle depended more on theatrical élan than he did pretty much any other public man of his century. Or any other public man of his century had no grasp of the theatrics or the spirit of their people in the West than de Gaulle did. Churchill in 1940 was far from powerless. He had radar and ultra, this code-breaking technology, an intact Royal Air Force, the RAF, and a large empire, the heir to the original One World Empire, as a matter of fact, with the Greenwich Mean Line basically being declared by sheer weight of their economy as the center of the universe. De Gaulle had nothing except his uniform and his voice. No one has ever played a weaker hand more compellingly. This is why he strikes me as such a personal example. De Gaulle's life was one long, brilliant bluff. And the things that make him exasperating, his vanity and closed-mindedness, his unearned sense of superiority and egocentric blindness, were also why the bluffs worked. He convinced others, sitting at the card table with all the aces in their hands, that he might have somehow manufactured an extra ace by pure force of will. He is, perhaps above all, a significant figure owing to the fidelity of his republicanism, from a background that in most places and circumstances would have led, in crisis, toward some form of Bonapartism, imperialism. He remained a faithful believer in the norms of democracy, in oscillating governments and principled resignation, even though he didn't resign until the year before he died. He believed in a certain idea of France, to use his famous phrase, but it was a Republican idea of France. He embodied a reactionary and regal, as in royal, style of politics, completely distinct in tone from the usual progressive kind, but no less committed to the institutions of democracy. This was achieved only with some coaxing from his advisors at key moments, but then he had chosen the advisors. And with sporadic fits of spleen, but in the end, de Gaulle always offered a staunch reaffirmation of Republican values. His life is proof that unapologetic right-wing politics do not necessarily bend toward absolutism. They can also sometimes stiffen the spine of liberal democracy. This is something I intend to emulate. Now, before 1940, when he emerged as the voice of Free France, de Gaulle was best known as a career French military man, notable chiefly for having survived Verdun, the inferno of World War I, for having written in favor of modernizing the French army, particularly on behalf of the then daring doctrine of tank warfare, and for being very tall. Personal traits matter. People looked up to him because they literally physically had to. There is one quote that is most memorable. He's less of a parent and more of a fixer, which is kind of like the title we've given to Mark Hage. Although he insisted on his origins among the country gentry, in fact, he was raised in Paris' 7th arrondissement. Did I say that right, honey? That kind of district that they use over there. Arrondissement. The arrondissement, I think. And that was then a place, as he put it perfectly, marked by a military melancholy, a sadness of grand and empty green spaces. As Julian Jackson ably shows in this book, his family may have been hyperconservative and Roman Catholic, but they did not appear to be passionate anti-Dreyfusards, meaning Judeophobes. Dreyfus, of course, being the famous or infamous Jewish officer, rendered infamous not by his own fault, but by the fact that he was faulted. De Gaulle's father, who taught in a, I think, what do they call that in France, honey? Lycée, a lycée? That was like a kind of, in England they call them gymnasiums, but they're not just gyms, they're like fucking schools and shit. But this term, honey, Amy. Lycée, thank you. And what kind of school is that again? It's almost like a military academy, or more like a what would you call that? That special kind of school?
I cannot tell you. I don't really know. I think it's a general school, lycée. Because otherwise they would say what kind of school?
Yeah.
Like lycée des arts, lycée de musique.
Good point. Thank you. It doesn't say in the book, so thank you. You're quite astute. Thank you, honey. Yes, bless you. So,
Okay, you're doing great.
oh, bless
All
you.
these French words, rocking them.
Yes, thank you. Only through your help. So, de Gaulle's father taught in a lycée. He was aligned with the Roman Catholic reactionary side of politics, but by no means with its Jew baiting or monarchist fanaticism, because the Roman Catholics were very much on the side of the royalists in the French Civil War that ushered in Napoleon Bonaparte. De Gaulle was, unusually for a man of his background, not particularly Judeophobic. He condescended to Jews, but then he condescended to everyone. De Gaulle's reactionary politics were also humanized by a sense of dense literary culture. He once said, "The most wonderful job in the world would be as a librarian." And I can't help but resonate with that. He was being puckish, but not entirely so. He knew Corneille by heart and could quote his plays. And this immersion, as Julian Jackson makes biographically plain, was not merely for show. De Gaulle had absorbed the lesson of French tragedy, that most hopes are doomed, that all choices come at a cost, that enduring loss with dignity is the highest of human callings. This stoical view was married to a conscious philosophy of action. He had been exposed at length to the philosopher Henri Bergson, whom he chose to read as a kind of proto-existentialist. Intellect needed to be braced by impulse, and impulse should be valued as a kind of instinctive ethics. What you felt you should do, however irrational it might seem to others, is most often what needed to be done. When the worst happened, and the German armored, mechanized tank corps overran all of France in the spring of 1940, de Gaulle felt not only that his talents had been misused, but, worse for a Frenchman of intellect, that his theories had been ignored. In a memorandum whose effect on his desperate superiors one can only wonder at, de Gaulle, newly promoted to brigadier general, wrote, "Our initial defeat comes from the application by the enemy of ideas that are mine." Now, that's debatable, but nevertheless wonderful in its chutzpah, as the Jews would say, its guts. There's now a lively debate among military historians about the true causes of the fall of France. For a very long time, it was widely accepted that the speed and the panache of the German army left the French army helpless in its entrenched and conservative defensive positions. By the way, I'm speaking physically, not politically. A newer generation of military historians, for instance, John Mosier, in his work titled The Blitzkrieg Myth, argues persuasively that the Blitzkrieg happened mostly in panicked headlines, that the German tank corps had outrun its supply lines, and that France was in no worse shape in May of 1940 than it had been in a similar moment in 1914. The failure, and this is a view that Julian Jackson seems to share, was political. Paul Reynaud, or Renaud, R-E-Y-N-A-U-D, Paul Reynaud, I'll say it, Reynaud, right? Renaud, the Prime Minister. He had plenty of room to fall back and reorganize, as the French had done successfully in the Great War, World War I. But Renaud, like Renaud Fuego, probably, he crazily chose to bring into the cabinet the defeatist generals Pétain and Weygand, and he was under the crucial influence of his equally defeatist lover, Madame Deportes. Perhaps more important, the price of the earlier comeback had been millions of dead Frenchmen, and there was simply no will to try that experiment again. The French leaders had no fight in them, or not enough. And so de Gaulle chose exile. a mere sub-cabinet minister of defense, he fled to London with no arms and few supporters. Julian Jackson writes in this book, and I read this important sentence, "Since the French Revolution, exile has had only negative connotations in French political culture." Here, as in his estimation of de Gaulle's place in contemporary French political culture, Julian Jackson's certainties seem a little at odds with the facts. Victor Hugo, the greatest hero of the French left, had chosen honorable exile in Britain, as did so many refugees from the Commune and the Franco-Prussian War. And just as Hugo was heard best from exile, so was de Gaulle. The biographer Jackson documents that he made 2 speeches on the BBC, British Broadcasting Company, that could not have been heard by very many Frenchmen, and yet somehow burned through the damaged French consciousness. What was said about the speeches seems to have been more important than what the speeches said. In the midst of a squalid surrender, one young general had Spracketh up for France. The idea of French honor, quaint but essential, was revived. In de Gaulle's isolation, paradoxically, lay his strength. There was something of Saint Joan about it, and his solitariness appealed to the French collective myth of the single defiant individual. His passion in London was exactly a scene out of Corneille, like that of Rodrigue in Le Cid, the hero who rises to gloire. How do I say that in the French? Glory, honey? Gloire, I believe, in a moment of individual trial, like Shakespeare's heroes, like Henry IV, rise by inspiring others, as Churchill knew, Corneille's by dueling alone with their principles. As the biographer Jackson, or should I say Henry V? Did I get that Roman numeral wrong when I was thinking back on Shakespeare's play? Because, they always kind of, I always kind of just shame myself by the little details. Or rather, it's the little details that bother me more than the overall point sometimes. But anyhow, back to the book. As the biographer Jackson demonstrates in hilarious detail, the Pétainist government in Vichy unintentionally added to de Gaulle's prestige. In a very French touch, the Vichy officials first publicly stripped him of his rank as general, and then made him the center of a hate campaign, showing his tall figure on posters hidden behind a microphone surrounded by swarthy Jews. This had the effect of making him the one anti-German leader whom most French people had heard of. The Vichy regime, in the blindness of its hatred, helped create and promote the de Gaulle brand. We can only hope that the constant assassination of the Dietrich character does the same for me by the kings of Edom who effectively occupy your government as your military, or in the guise of your military. Now, Jackson's book is essentially sympathetic in its account of de Gaulle in London, which does not keep de Gaulle from doesn't keep de Gaulle from seeming even more of an egotist and a prima donna than his previous biographers have made him. Both the British allergy to hyperbolic disquisition and the American taste for getting right down to cases, not quite the same thing, were alien to de Gaulle. He irritated Churchill, in particular, with his refusal to placate Roosevelt, acting as if he were in command of a major army instead of a few borrowed rooms in Mayfair. Jackson recounts an episode in which Churchill summoned de Gaulle to speak to him. One interpreter after another was thrown out for not conveying what each intended to say to the other. Churchill was trying to bully de Gaulle, and the interpreter, understandably uneasy, made him sound diplomatic, until at last the 2 men were alone, conversing in French. But only by being impossible could de Gaulle have an independent voice. He once explained to a subordinate, "You will see If you say no, they will crawl to you and offer you the moon. His behavior was maddeningly adolescent, but he chose it for the same reason that an adolescent chooses his, as the one way, in a position of actual dependency, to declare one's autonomy. Slamming the door of your bedroom is sometimes the only power you have when you are living in someone else's house. Perhaps this is the way Brooke Gibson felt when she walked out earlier in transmission, but she is beyond powerless, and she should know that. And Charles de Gaulle knew, as well, that the Allies had no plausible alternative to himself, and that Churchill admired and identified with what Jackson rightly calls the quixotic side of de Gaulle's character, charging windmills. Eisenhower, despite Roosevelt's distaste, turned out to be the one to fully embrace de Gaulle as indispensable to the Normandy invasion. The American general understood what subsequent American generals planning invasions of poorly understood countries have easily forgotten: that it is essential to have on your side not the local forces you wish were popular, but the local forces who actually are popular. De Gaulle had become, often to the exasperation of those doing the fighting and dying inside France, the sole credible symbol of French resistance. Eisenhower wrote home to his president, Roosevelt, "From the purely military viewpoint, we must deal with him alone." And, as Eisenhower saw, de Gaulle could be a good listener as well. In Mikhail Dauriac's Oral History of Gaullism, titled, this is the other book I've got in my hand, honey. Let me enter the title for you here in the text box, and maybe you can help me with this. But I believe it's something along the lines of Vivez avec de Gaulle. Now tell me if I got that right. I think the R being pronounced as an H helps it along. And I noticed that Joe Ty left. Or maybe Ian found a way to expel him.
I don't know. I noticed he was out too. So I would say this is Life with de Gaulle.
Yes, thank you.
In French, it would be Vivre avec de Gaulle.
Okay.
So avec is with, and vivre is life.
Okay, bless you, honey. And Ian West says he hung up. Yes, he must have woke up and saw himself on camera and scared himself to death. Anyhow, vivre avec de Gaulle. Thank you, bless you, honey. And sometimes the simplest things can be the hardest. But this is the other book that I'm sourcing, in which one of his subordinates points out that when de Gaulle appeared to be listening, eyes wide open and attentive, he was really ignoring you. Only when he took on his more familiar pose of sleepy-eyed indifference was he actually engaged. Now, I shouldn't give that away, but it's usually the same way with myself. Jackson, going back to the other book that I was sourcing from, does a brilliant job detailing the evolution of de Gaulle from a normal French officer who has contempt for the squabbling, mediocre politicians of the Third Republic into a clear voice for republicanism. He came to understand that only revolutionary republican principles could speak to a working class in need of a democratic alternative to communism. In this, he showed the influence of Jean Moulin. Moulin, like Moulin Rouge. Jean Moulin was the high-ranking left-wing prefect who came to London to build a secret army and was then parachuted back into France to lead it. At first, de Gaulle had no vision of an armed internal resistance in France. The fight, well, he thought, would come from the colonies and the remnant French armies and navy. But the colonies were of limited value. For a while, the only pledge of support de Gaulle got was from New Hebrides in the South Pacific, not hugely useful for a European war. Only when, with the help of Moulin, he saw that there was resistance within the occupied country, did his tactics and politics change. But that showed he was capable of adaptability, which most people are not. And it didn't escape him that Moulin's strength of character and clear mastery of the only credible resistance network inside France were tied to his impeccably Republican attitudes. De Gaulle, realizing that he had to move left to hold the center, then had to execute a complex dance. This is what I've been doing through much of my years, basically transmitting this program, shifting to the left because of my attacks from the right to basically attain a balance. The Communist Party of France was a slavishly obedient arm of Stalinism and the Greater Soviet Union, which did not alter the other reality that, after the invasion of Russia in 1941, many of the most courageous of the French resistors would be communists. Moulin had credibility with all sides. De Gaulle took on some of it. This was critical as he sought to thread his way through a maze of sects and sides. Sects as in S-E-C-T-S, not S-E-X. Now, on a single page of this biography, one encounters the CFLN, the CNR, the FFI, the BCRA, the AMGOT, or AMGOT, however that's pronounced, and the CDL, all free French factions of the 1940s. These were acronyms for various terrorist organizations that, as the fascists would view them, especially after Vichy made anti-republicanism synonymous with surrender. De Gaulle came to see that France had to be addressed by the Republic's magic words: liberté, equality, fraternité, and the, well, in disambiguation from the near Vichyite ones of fatherland and family, which he had first favored, which showed his real political inclination was actually fascist. De Gaulle was the farthest thing in the world from an instinctive Democrat, but he didn't have to be. It was enough that he understood that democracy had become one of the instincts of France. The tale of de Gaulle's years in exile is a reproach to anyone who underestimates the role of personality in history. People of all sides who met de Gaulle were exasperated by him, but mostly they were impressed by him, by the way his personality was enfolded in his politics, and his politics in his personality. Jackson reproduces a moving letter from... oh, fuck, I forgot it already, honey. There's this socialist Jewish journalist in exile who's cited in this book, and he has the cursed name, which I always took to be my father's name in French. And my father, of course, legal father, had French blood in him from the Swiss cantons. So he was German American, Irish American, but only a quarter each, basically, or a little bit more than a quarter each, but there was also some French blood in him from the Swiss cantons of Europe. And so his French name would have been spelled like this. That's what he told me. But is this, again, Georges? Or how do we say this? Georges? No?
Georges.
Georges. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, honey. Georges Boris. Georges Boris. And so there was this socialist Jewish journalist in exile named Georges Boris. And Jackson reproduces in this book this moving letter to the imprisoned Jewish socialist Léon Blum in France, detailing his view of de Gaulle. The ones are two sentences that mattered to me, or a short paragraph. De Gaulle gave me back honor, the possibility of being able to look people in the face again. To a large degree, his unwillingness to bend, his intransigence, are willed. He likes to say that being as weak as he is, intransigence is his only weapon. Now, Moulin was eventually tortured to death by Klaus Barbie, who was the man who escaped to South America and later on was the focus of a world-famous trial in which Klaus Barbie stood alone. He had an attorney who was Eurasian and who defended him, but he was ultimately, I think, sentenced to death and hanged. Moulin was betrayed to him. Well, Klaus Barbie, for those of you who don't know, was a Gestapo man. And Moulin was betrayed to the Gestapo in circumstances that remain completely murky. Was Moulin's Judas a communist fellow resistor obeying Moscow's orders to eliminate anti-communists? Or did de Gaulle betray him? Because de Gaulle ultimately felt the end of the war was nigh and he wanted all the credit. We still don't know. We do know that when de Gaulle heard of Moulin's brutal murder, he merely said, with the stoicism of a Corneille hero, "Continuons. We'll go on." And he did. On August of the 26th of August in 1944, after the Allies liberated Paris, he claimed the victory as his own, organizing a personal parade down the Champs-Élysées, in which he walked alone. His fellow resistors were asked to hang a few feet back, amid a hysterical throng that may be the largest ever assembled in Paris. He even managed to get the French as witnesses to the German surrender, the forces in the field, not the government, the following May, which was, per Jackson, a remarkable achievement, inconceivable without de Gaulle's tenacity, obstinacy, and political skill. One of the German generals reportedly saying, "The French are here too?" If this triumph allowed the French to evade what had actually happened during the war, the abject armistice with Hitler, the delivery of the deportees to their persecutors, the entire black hole of Vichy from which so little light escaped for so long, it did put France in a position to, well, go on. Continuons. De Gaulle's coexistence with the Fourth Republic, in which he briefly led several governments, was unhappy and contentious. His general's temperament was not made for intricate parliamentary maneuvering. Now that he was a head of government, his theatrical tactics backfired. The Fourth Republic, that emerged largely after his resignation from government, was, as Jackson itemizes, far more of a success than is often allowed. But it came crashing down amid the horror of the impossible Algerian War. Like Lyndon Johnson's administration, it did well domestically and had a disaster in a colonial conflict. Then, in June of 1958, a group of right-wing French military men, alarmed by the Fourth Republic's failure to defeat the ongoing rebellion in Algeria and worried that the French nationals there would be abandoned, set about to organize a coup d'etat of sorts. They more or less took charge in Algiers, the capital of Algeria, and demanded a change of government in Paris. De Gaulle, who with rather magnificent Machiavellianism both did and did not discourage or encourage the junta's actions, cultivating its actors at a time and condemning them not long thereafter, was asked by the French president to lead a government of national union, so for 6 months, and then to offer a new constitution, which became that of the still extant Fifth Republic. The complexities of the Algerian crisis are still tragic to read about. The OAS, the secret colonial army, continually attempted assassinations, and the Algerian guerrillas, the FLN, continued, bizarrely, to commit terrorist acts in Paris long after the game was essentially won. After 3 years of futile negotiations, de Gaulle gave up, saying that France would contemplate with the greatest sang-froid a solution by which Algeria would cease to belong to her. Now, sang-froid is a loan word. It is not, I believe it's not a French word. It's German, I think. So it's more or less a term that means composure or coolness, sometimes excessive, as shown in danger or under trying circumstances. Equanimity, composure. Sang-froid means evenness of mind under stress. Equanimity, suggesting a habit of mind that is only rarely disturbed under great strain. So imperturbability, especially when in a dangerous situation. Now, I'm capable of sang-froid under extreme duress, only to explode when something minuscule disturbs me. That's PTSD. Complex PTSD does that to you. It's because you're so composed under the heavy shit that the little things cause you to explode, sometimes murderously. This was, as everyone knew at the time of the Algerian crisis, a sellout to the Pieds Noirs. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. These are the people who lived in Algeria who were French. The white people, the colonists of Algeria, which was a département of France, and the huge community of French nationals in Algeria, for whom it had been as much of a home as any other département of France. As Jackson says, de Gaulle got exactly what any other French politician would have: a surrender with the barest fig leaf. One thinks of the long fall of Vietnam, where what was achieved in 1975 was also what would have happened in 1968 anyway, with fewer deaths along the way. The Pieds Noirs were left helpless, as were the Harkis, the Algerian Muslims who had fought with the French army. De Gaulle's triumph was to make the French, as Jackson writes, believe that he had controlled the process, and to create a compelling narrative that explained France's disengagement from Algeria and turned it into a victory rather than a defeat. But at the same time, de Gaulle rebuilt France and made it modern. The secret of the Fifth Republic, as Herrick Chapman details in his own 2018 history titled France's Long Reconstruction, was that beneath the sonorous grandiosity and the medievalist rhetoric, de Gaulle's government was entirely technocratic and modernizing. Many of the most important policies that his prime minister, Michel Debré, took up were, in an age-old cycle, the policies of the previous, much maligned administration of the Fourth Republic. But they were pursued with especial vigor. The Fifth Republic, under Debré, became an even more technocratic and administrative one than France had before, which is saying something. The effects of these reforms could be salubrious. France became, in many respects, an even more extraordinarily well-run state. Anyone who has had encounters with the upper reaches of the... Oh, honey, how do we pronounce high in the French? The H-A-U-T-E-S. They always say, and I'm always tempted to say haute, or as in haute couture. How would we really pronounce that correctly? I'm sure you're familiar with this word. I'm going to enter it into the text box just to make sure that you get what I'm referring to. Is that more like Hate?
Yeah.
Say that again, honey. It's
You
glitchy.
gotta go with your instinct sometimes. That was correct.
Hate.
Haute couture. You
Haute.
have it correct.
Oh, bless you, Eddie. Oh, love you. Oh, by the way, we got a nice big graphic here of Jeffrey Epstein's Island. This is labeled such by our dear man, Ian. I'm going to download that. I probably have downloaded this already. But it is, yes, this is from the Frank Files. It's the title. The title of this is added by Ian. Yes, I've saved the file. And Ian's got at the bottom of the map, this is a cutaway graphic of Jeffrey Epstein's Island. At the bottom of the map, of course, is like a drop. It's like, I guess this is like, you'd have to go down there in a dumbwaiter or something. But it's a cave that says they maintain an ancient evil object of worship at the bottom of it all, which may well be the case. I will not say that's not the case, but it is I would have to admit, hey, it is true to the photograph in the sense that the general outline is true to the photograph. That's impressive. So I like that. All right, that's so thank you for sharing that, Ian. And yeah, it's he adds black projects down there too, like they got UFOs or something down there in the lower levels. Not quite sure about that, but it's this is horrible to say. In its own way, it's fun.
No, the black projects is like what I was talking about with the Montauk continuation part.
So what would they be?
I don't know. I haven't found anything. It's just the original map of this has that part listed.
Okay. All right. And I don't mean to use the term fun to... It's inappropriate in the sense that we also got parts of this chart that are labeled pedo rape dungeons. But
well, yeah, that's what they were doing, but,
Yeah. They were. Yeah, they were. And if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. I mean, I'm so sorry. This is horrible. It's horrible, of course. But
well, I had to go for the Hollywood font for the title of the map.
Yes. And it does give it a kind of bizarre lightheartedness to something that is hideous. But and I remember I was skeptical about his female assistant using a submarine. But then it was proven to be true. It was our man Ian West brought that to my attention, but the young lady Victoria Lauren Hobbs proved it to me with several very reputable resources that she was indeed navigating a fucking submarine. So bigger than shit. Some far out things that Ian West says that I instinctively poo-poo are quite real and need to be acknowledged. He deserves his credit where credit is due. So such being said, I will return to monologue. Let's take a look at... and I love this from the Frank Files. That's becoming a brand with us. So it is what it is. Let's take a look at the live streaming. And we're holding numbers. We got an hour left. And Nemo Albano has joined us in the chat. He says, please, thumbs up, download and re-upload by Douglas's books. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that profoundly. As a matter of fact, our man Nemo Albano has purchased my 2 books. And, of course, I will explain the shortcomings of the Vaporology book, because that was, like, published by Peter Moon in the dark, so to speak. He just took it and just literally published it without editing it, simply because he published half of it. It's only half of it, and half of it repeats itself. As a matter of fact, Amy Como can tell you the details on that. He republished several of the paragraphs towards the end. It's just awful. But it needs to be purchased enough so that Peter Moon will finally edit and publish the whole book. And, of course, we'll go into this kind of subconscious sabotage at another time. He is, of course, putting his life in some danger. Ian West and Brendan Zoget both agree by going to Romania. And someone says I got a 3D render of Biden's sub entrance, and that's got to be Ian. So okay, that's nice, and feel free to share that if you wish. With that, our numbers are high. We've got an hour left. Let's see what I can cover. He says after the monologue. Okay, so he'll share that with us basically privately because we've got to do the monologue to the end of the show. So I do want people to know that anyone who has had encounters with the upper reaches of the Hautes Fonctionnaires class of the Fifth Republic still has to be impressed with their level of education, worldliness, and efficiency. And the effects could also be infuriating. France remained an extraordinarily bureaucratic state as well. So these are some of the effects of the de Gaulle's revolution. And a revolution in administration. So anyone who has ever had regular contact with the lower reaches of the administrative regime will know of the parallel paper or pixelated universe in which no event has occurred on Earth until it has a folder in a file. This is how your own American government tries to convey reality to you when it comes to, say, for instance, things such as service, by destroying service records of combat veterans like myself and producing service records for faggots who never served. This will become a hard and cold, everyday fact that everyone will someday know about when they look back on the fallen American Republic and wonder at how it sunk so low. Now, returning to the book in front of me, Jackson writes wonderful political history, but social history does not sneak into his work very often or very well. The larger world of dramatized, of literature and commentary, in which French political life is always entangled. It's not dramatized in this book with any relish, giving the biography a slightly dutiful monotone. Jean-Paul Sartre, or Sartre, and Camus make at best sideways appearances, although they were de Gaulle's ideological antagonists as much as any politician. Sartre was, at one point during the Algerian War, so extreme in his support of the FLN that he was on the verge of being arrested, until, as the story goes, de Gaulle personally intervened, saying, "One does not arrest Voltaire." Jackson's writing, encyclopedic in knowledge, obscure sources making easy appearances, is a little short on pictorial and sensory intensity. During de Gaulle's days in power, the monuments of Paris were all sandblasted under his and Malraux's orders, and the face of the city changed from grimy black back to its original blue-gray and beige and white. It was as keenly symbolic of Gaullist triumph as any law or edict, but through the alteration, although this alteration is mentioned, we never really see it or feel it. Now, Jackson does make us feel one consequential flaw in the Fifth Republic as a political invention. By seeming to concentrate so much power in one regal figure, de Gaulle made it possible to rule France again, but also ensured that opposition would have to be impassioned and clamorous to register at all. Prime ministers, when they become unpopular, are eased out by their supporters. Kings, when they become unpopular, must be thrown out by a mob. Afterward, theatrical mini-revolutions became the norm in French politics. The ability of each new president to survive the coming wave of street protests became even more important than his ability to hold the legislature together. Of the anti-government demonstrations that de Gaulle confronted, the most famous manif was the one that proved fatal to his career, the student rebellion that began in the streets of Paris and then spread to the factories outside it. An anti-materialist revolt with a largely incoherent practical politics. A militant French version of the Summer of Love in San Francisco. Sergeant Pepper with Trotskyite liner notes. It expressed so deep an impatience with Gaullism that it transformed France within a week. De Gaulle retreated to his country house and seemed on the brink of resignation. Instead, he returned to Paris and led an immense counter-demonstration. It was a reminder that the center of popular gravity in France remained on the right, even as its mind and imagination remained on the left. In elections held in June, the Gaullist party gained an outright parliamentary majority. For all that, the events of May seemed to exhaust him spiritually. He resigned only a year later, after losing an insignificant referendum on regional reform. It was a form of ritual political suicide. And de Gaulle's legacy? A reasonable case can be made, after closing Jackson's book, that it was all theater and hot air. The Allies would have retaken France with or without him, and some French politician would have taken that walk in 1944. France was going to surrender Algeria sooner or later. All de Gaulle did was extend the fight and put a noble face on the surrender. He knew this as well as anyone. He once told a confidant, "In reality, we are on the stage of a theater where I have been keeping up the illusion since 1940. I am trying to give France the appearance of a solid, firm, confident, and expanding country while it is a worn-out nation. The whole thing is a perpetual illusion." Worse, by placing myth over history, he injected a toxic hallucinogen into French memory. It took decades for France to begin to address the reality of Vichy. Almost to this day, the reality of the civil war that Algeria ignited in France is obscured. The drowning by the police of perhaps 500,000 Algerians in Paris in 1961 was suppressed at the time and is barely commemorated now. There is a side of de Gaulle that is merely hateful, vindictive and vain and deeply selfish. His ingratitude to the British, who saved his life and had given him a platform to save his country, an ingratitude that became almost obsessively bitter in his memoirs, is unforgivable by some accounts or some reckoning, except as a reminder of the truth that we always resent most those to whom we owe the most. His infamous improvisation in Quebec in 1967, when he cried out, "Vive le Québec libre!" Was inspired by his absurd fantasy that Quebec, already becoming a multi-ethnic modern state, was still occupied by the English. Yet this account misses the central lesson that de Gaulle intuited. Myths matter. Without a sense of shared symbols, it is impossible for any modern state to go on. France is a frustrating state, but it has never been a failed one. It works. National dignity is hugely important to any program of national renewal. Had American policy toward Russia post-1989 been shaped with an eye not just to that empire's political system, but to its pride, to making sure that the Russians had a myth of their own self-liberation instead of being so obviously plundered and defeated, or defeated and plundered in the proper order, the ensuing disaster would, conceivably, have been less disastrous. De Gaulle crafted a symbolic history for the French in place of a real one, because symbols were among the most real things they ever knew. The distinction that sometimes made between patriotism and nationalism is at the essence of his existence. The patriot loves his place and its cheeses and its people and its idiosyncrasies. The nationalist has no particular sense of affection for the actual place he advocates for. He is often an outsider to it, but channels his obsessive grievances into acts of ethnic vengeance. De Gaulle is a nearly perfect example of the right-wing patriot in power, of the constitutional conservative who accepts the modern order. With his love of honor and pageantry, de Gaulle might seem to offer a very dated model of politics, and yet, in an odd way, there's an urgent, living lesson for the 21st century in what de Gaulle accomplished, one that cannot be overlooked. Indeed, President Macron spends every day trying not to overlook it. What de Gaulle's example reminds us is how valuable an insistence on the shared symbols of a common fate can be if carried out with integrity and a residual deposit of democratic values. The politics of grandeur, he proves, need not be the exclusive province of bullies and gangsters and crooks and clowns. It's a fine French lesson, and because of that, all French politicians are Gaulists. On the 51st anniversary of his death in November of the year before yesteryear, politicians flocked to pay tribute to the former president. In his lifetime, Charles de Gaulle was a divisive figure, revered by some, detested by others. He was adulated, he was mocked, he was finally rejected. No longer, half a century plus 12 months after his death, the year before yesteryear, de Gaulle was the presiding, many-headed deity of French politics. The far right, the center, the left, the hard left, even some Greens, the environmentalists, they are all Gaullists now. Almost all tribes and tendencies of French politics claim to be, at least partially, followers or reincarnations of Charles de Gaulle, the wartime leader of Free France and the founder of the Fifth Republic. In 2021, on the 51st anniversary of his death in November of that year, 5 months before France went into the polls, there was a mass pilgrimage of presidential hopefuls and no-hopers to a small village on the empty steppes of eastern France where Le Général is buried. Gaullism as a political movement has never been so weak since its creation or resurrection by de Gaulle in 1958. Gaullism as a badge of allegiance to a host of contradictory ideas has never been so all-pervasive. De Gaulle, dead for 53 years, remember, is variously claimed to represent France's predestined greatness, resistance to foreign invasion, acceptance of the will of the people, social conscience, strong central government, clear conservative values, centrist pragmatism, national sovereignty, and the European ideal. He also represents, posthumously, according to the Green presidential candidate Yannick Jadot, resistance to climate change, the wicked invader of the 2020s. President Emmanuel Macron, a serial eulogizer of de Gaulle, was not in Colombe les Deux Églises in the Haute-Marne, 256 miles east of Paris, on his death day. And again, I remind everyone it is the death date anniversary yesterday of Max Spiers, who died in Poland. But at any rate, back to de Gaulle, President Macron sent his Prime Minister, Jean Castex, to represent himself. Macron did, however, attend 3 formal ceremonies in honor of Le Général the year before. Marine Le Pen was also not at the graveside of a man that her father and predecessor as leader of the far right abhorred. She did, however, make 3 personal homages to de Gaulle in Courseulles-sur-Mer and Bayeux. Now, these were the first liberated Norman towns visited by the leader of Free France on the 14th day in June of 1944, 18 days after D-Day, or rather 8 days after D-Day, now that I think about it. I'm going to ask our dear Amy to help me pronounce this town here. So, honey, if you're still awake and still with us, which if you are, I'm truly impressed. Courseulles-sur-Mer? Something like that? If she doesn't respond, I understand.
Sur-Mer is by the sea.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'm as good a guess at the first part. Courseulles.
Courseulles.
Courseulles-sur-Mer. Courseulles-sur-Mer.
Courseulles-sur-Mer? Courseulles? Courseulles. Courseulles.
Courseulles-sur-Mer.
Yeah, thank you. There we have it, people. By the way, our man Nemo Albano ordered some Nordic bed covers. He'll sleep peacefully. This is, of course, towns visited by Marine Le Pen. Her father, Jean-Marie Le Pen, never forgave de Gaulle for his pragmatic decision to make peace with Algerian nationalist rebels and dissolve French Algeria in 1962. Marine Le Pen prefers to think of de Gaulle as the defender of France against foreign invaders, which also helps to distance her from her papa. This causes problems for her with parts of her national rally movement who are still viscerally attached to Algérie Française, French Algeria. A senior party figure explained carefully to Politico magazine that Marine Le Pen is not a Gaullist. Now, the national rally figure claimed that de Gaulle heritage because he represents the independence of France, the voice of France, but she is not a Gaullist because of his stance on Algeria. Now, the 5 candidates in 2021's closed presidential primary for Les Républicains, or Les Républicains, the struggling center-right political heirs of Gaullism, had no such baggage to explain away. All 5, Michel Barnier, Xavier Bertrand, Eric Ciotti, Philippe Juvin, and Valérie Pécresse, or Pécresse. They placed a wreath on de Gaulle's grave in Colombe les Deux Églises that Tuesday afternoon. And Anne Hidalgo, the mayoress of Paris and presidential candidate of the Socialist Party, was there. So were the minor hard-right candidates Florian Philippot of Les Patriotes and Nicolas Dupont-Aignan of the Debout, D-E-B-O-U-T, the Debout La France. And one of Le Pen's lieutenants, Lorraine Jacobelli, I believe. Now, A glaring absentee was the... Excuse me. My throat refuses to utter his name. One glaring absentee was the North African Jewish pundit Eric Zemmour, who had not yet declared that he would run in 2022, but threatened, as the polls then stood, to tip Le Pen out of the second round of the presidential election on April 24th of 2022. It was something that surprised everyone and showed his power emerging. He's an emergent power in France, an emergent danger either side of the Atlantic. Zemmour, who is an anti-migrant, anti-European, anti-American, idolizes, so he says, Napoleon Bonaparte and de Gaulle. But he also defends the collaborationist Vichy regime of 1940 through 1944, which sentenced de Gaulle to death for treason after he fled to London in June of 1940 to organize continuing resistance to the Third Reich. So why such an obsession with de Gaulle all around? It is, at this point, close to 55 years since he resigned as president after losing a referendum on regional government. It is something like 54 years since French young people and workers rejected and mocked him as the symbol of a gray, oppressive, but economically successful post-war France in the rising of May 1968. The historian Pierre Nora says that idolatry of de Gaulle as an adjustable symbol of past French greatness and French stubbornness fills the vacuum left by the collapse of ideology and political parties in general. Nora said France no longer believes in socialism, in liberalism, in Christianism, or in communism. The country is racked by disunity. Gaullism is the only appeal that means anything. A British biographer of de Gaulle, the Julian Jackson individual that I've been citing for a good part of my monologue, concluded that the omnipresence of the general represents a nostalgia for the 1960s, when France still counted for something in the world thanks to Jean-Paul Sartre, Jean-Luc Godard, and Brigitte Bardot. It is reasonable to wonder how much the name de Gaulle means to younger generations, the under 50s, born since 1971. Quite a bit, it appears. A BVA poll in 2016 found that French people regarded de Gaulle as the most important figure in French history, ahead of Emperor Napoleon and King Louis the 17th, or was it 16th? I really think it ended at 16th when the line was not ended per se. Thankfully, many people of the nobility survived, but it was Louis the 13th. That was it. That was probably the Sun King, the really successful Louis, as opposed to the one who was beheaded, that forged the French Empire in earnest under an emperor that many French harken back to. But you notice they really go for the imperialists. They really go for France as basically a militant superpower. The biopic, the biographic. Yes, honey?
The Sun King is Louis the 14th.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So Louis the 13th
and
was
then
more
the
like...
one that was beheaded?
Yeah. Louis the 16th, right? 17th.
Yeah. Right, the 16th, and then the 17th didn't really rule. There was some, like, bureaucratic reason he was voted out or something. Or maybe he died before he got to be old enough to rule.
Well, the French royal family lives in exile. They live in exile in South America. And so it's like they... it's not that they abdicated the throne, strangely enough, but I think they might have when you're thinking of the 17th, was it, that kind of like had that strange ambivalence, that was because the British installed him in power. But the French didn't want him there, and then this was after the British defeated Napoleon. They installed him in power, and then he ran away. That's basically what happened.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah. And
yeah, I remember like after the beheadings, before Napoleon, it was never a stable monarchy.
Right.
Like there was constant upheaval.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, well, there was no monarchy in the nation. They had fled, and then they went to Britain, and the British actually made there was a novel written about the Scarlet Pimpernel, who was a British man who was rescuing the French nobility from being persecuted or completely exterminated by the French revolutionaries. So that's what the novel The Scarlet Pimpernel is about a British man rescuing fellow nobles in France and bringing them back to England. So that's touching. It's very touching in its own way that the British would write such a piece. And then after that, they became kind of like a family in exile. Once in a while, one of them will return, like during World War II. The French, the heir to the throne, tried to join the French Foreign Legion, but they wouldn't let him because they didn't want they didn't want him captured by the Axis because he would be turned into a propaganda victory, is what they said. But it just would have created so many political problems if he had done that. So they just refused his service. But they've had their own adventures in South America. They were brought into the French royal family was brought in to help fight Paraguay during the war in South America, where Paraguay was fighting against Brazil and Argentina and the Triple Alliance of their enemies. And by the time that Paraguay was using children for soldiers, the French king in exile in South America had been brought into the battle as an officer. And he ripped the beard off of one young boy who was wearing a fake beard to look like an adult, and said, "It's beneath my royal dignity to be fighting children," and left the battlefield. So that was, yes, they've had their adventures ever since. But thank you for helping, thank you for interjecting. I appreciate that profoundly. So there was this cinematic biography, of what they call a biopic, simply titled De Gaulle, starring Lambert Wilson as Le Général, torn between his destiny and his love for his disabled daughter, Anne. And that was one of the most successful films at the box office in France in 2020. The hard left leader, Jean-Luc Mélenchon, the founder of France Unbowed, appeals mostly to younger voters, and he told the National Assembly in 2020 that de Gaulle, since he was unbowed in 1940, belonged spiritually to the Mélenchon movement. But who was actually the most Gaullist candidate, or likely candidate for next time? Certainly not Le Pen or Zemmour, whose appeals are ahistorical and intellectual nonsense. Michel Barnier, the former EU Brexit negotiator, has been a member of political parties containing Gaullist DNA since 1965, the year before I was born, when he was 15 years old. He is tall like de Gaulle and pragmatic like de Gaulle, but in terms of personal aura, he is no de Gaulle. President Macron is perhaps the most insistent de Gaulle name-dropper of them all. He is a centrist, kind of, like de Gaulle, and a pro-European like de Gaulle, sort of. He came to power in 2017 riding, with some luck, the French obsession with the providential man, baked into the French system by de Gaulle's presidency-oriented Fifth Republique, which makes individuals more important than parties or parliaments. Macron is, therefore, arguably the most Gaullist candidate, Gaullist, without being a Gaullist at all. Whether that won him any votes, or many votes, or, well, many votes or any votes last year is uncertain, and I really don't foresee him in presidency again. So, what are we left with? I have my solutions, or ideas for a solution to the French problem that they're going through right now, which is a devastating kind of spiral that we're all suffering from the world over. Checking, of course, in the interim, my heating pads and blankets that have been keeping me throughout the night, helping me survive. What I want to do is, in this last half hour that we have, see what I can cover in terms of, well, the problem of this Zemmour, whose name I couldn't even choke out earlier. He praises his concept of Gallo-communism. It is worth being specific about what Zemmour's calling is, the one that Le Pen said he would be wasting if he ever became president, because Zemmour, make no mistake about it, wants to run France and reestablish empire. Now, its empire, for those of you who don't know, France has an empire that's actually larger than England's at this point. France, for the longest period of time, had the second most powerful navy in the world next to the United States. They had aircraft carrier power to project offense. They were, by postmodern reckoning, pretty much a superpower. So make no mistake about it, a lot of what I've been emphasizing on the kind of downside of France in terms of its lack of luster, it's all been quite recent, comparatively speaking, and yet they're still very aggressive militarily, which is important, and that's a good thing. Now, Zemmour is someone who calls on that. He's a historian, gifted one in his own way, more of a historical propagandist. The heart of his project is to be found in his books, although there is nothing middle of the road about his narratives of French history. That is why they are in popular demand. There is nonetheless something decidedly moderate about his sense of France. Zemmour believes in what de Gaulle called La France éternelle, the eternal France. Certain conflicts and oppositions are perennial. Understanding the military feint, F-E-I-N-T, of a Merovingian king, say, will enlighten you as to the wage package of French Prime Minister was willing to offer an industrial union 1,500 years later. None of this is right or wrong, it's just French. It is tempting to look at the latest book that I'm aware of by Zemmour as an exercise in score settling, gossip, and tales told out of school. He reveals, or claims, that Pascal Blanchard, the most woke of President Macron's sometime advisors, told him off the air after the twain had been at loggerheads over multiculturalism on transmission, "You can say what you want, we don't give a shit. We've won. We control the schools." But Zemmour's observations are generally embedded in a literary understanding of French culture. Zemmour was in many ways sympathetic to the Républicains, 2017 presidential candidate François Fillon, who sought to unite moderates and Le Pen followers around cultural issues, from gay marriage to mass migration. But Zemmour worried that Fillon, whom he remembered as having been too weak to stand up against his ally Nicolas Sarkozy, would fare even worse against his outright enemies. He was not surprised when Fillon was brought down by a feather bedding scandal that may have been blown out of proportion. Rather than pile on Fillon, Zemmour contents himself with quoting Proust. "Unfortunately, In the world at large, as in the political world, victims are so often cowardly that you have a hard time staying mad at their persecutors. Zemmour's historical project resembles the one English journalist Paul Johnson has undertaken in his books. Above all, the one titled Modern Times, which was published way back in 1983. That's Turner Diaries time, people. Much as Johnson sought to undermine the pro-Soviets bias of certain Cold War era historians, Zemmour offers a contra-narrative to the multiculturalism that France has imported from America. Probably the highlight of his newest book that I'm aware of is his rereading of the great anthropologist Claude Levi-Strauss, whose own book titled Race and History, published in 1952, because race is indispensable in history, something which our dear Brooke Gibson would rage about for no good reason. That was a pillar of French educators' arguments for interethnic tolerance in the first decades after World War II. Zemmour does not object. Cultures differ from one from the other and must find a way to cohabitate. But he insists that we understand what the anthropologist actually said. Levi-Strauss always considered Islam a special threat to diversity. Since Islam, historically, is intolerant, this renders it, the phenomenon of Islam, one of the most destructive forces of colonialism in human history. In a later work, Zemmour explained that the diversity of cultures rested on a mutual impermeability. Or actually, maybe I'm thinking more of Claude Levi-Strauss, who Zemmour was quoting. Yes, basically Zemmour was quoting Claude Levi-Strauss, who in a later book explained that the diversity of cultures rested on this mutual impermeability that was threatened by mass migration. In other words, that there would be so much foreignness injected or into the receiving culture that it would short-circuit it, blow its circuits, wipe it out. Toward the end of his life, Claude Levi-Strauss warned President François Mitterrand of the dangers that would arise should the non-French population exceed a given threshold of tolerance, his term. Zemmour, who exploits Claude Levi-Strauss, is very often weaving current events into a long-established tapestry of French history that he has received rather than theorized. In other words, none of his ideas are original. When one understands this, once one understands this, his preoccupations look less radical. He may be wrong that France is heading toward civil war, but civil war is a natural thing for French people to think about. In September of 2021, he said, "The first thing you need to understand about France is that we are the country of civil wars. We've always had civil wars. The wars of religion, the French Révolution, the Commune of Paris, the battles between collaborators and résistants after World War II." According to Zemmour, the reason that France has civil wars is that it is, like the United States, a created nation. In other words, let me repeat that. According to Zemmour, the reason that France has civil wars is that it is, like the United States, a created nation. It is a place where people dispute principles and conflicts can end when disputes over values are settled, implying by force of arms. To quote his T, before World War I, there were trois Frances, secular France and Catholic France. And those trois Frances were a hair's breadth away from a military confrontation. What saved France from civil war? The Great War. Horrible to say, but that's how it is. People found themselves in the same trenches fighting the Germans. Now, after World War II, Zemmour believes Charles de Gaulle settled many of the cold civil wars that had coursed through France in the 1930s, when the country wound up too polarized between left and right to unite against the looming German threat. Post-war France was built on a modus vivendi between trois seemingly incompatible groups of resistance fighters, the Gaullists, who represented France's age-old Christian culture, and the communists. Zemmour has evolved since the turn of the century from a fairly standard issue free markets and traditional values conservative into one who gives the communists their due as builders of contemporary France. One can read his biggest selling book, The Suicide of France, as a paean to that Gallo-Communist alliance. Today, by contrast, the political culture has something in common with that of France's strange defeat of 1940. It is too polarized to take account of threats to the country's survival. Nor is France alone in this. Zemmour, an avid reader of Samuel Huntington, who wrote The Clash of Civilizations, says, the United States, too, is at risk of civil war. Of course, as I myself so say, though he and I are at ends. Now, what's given to us here? Nemo. Okay, so Nemo's providing some historical insights. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. And with that, back to the task at hand. Let me check the live stream first. We have 15 minutes left. And I'll see if I can try and summarize something important about all of this, because all of this will ultimately affect us this side of the Atlantic. And I will probably have to return to this topic on Wednesday and basically use that as a segue ultimately to Russia and then to many other parts of the world. I do want to ultimately say what happened in Russia. There's all kinds of rumors flying around about Prigozhin, the leader of the Wagner mercenary group, being back in Russia, or missing entirely, or dead. I've been waiting to try and give a more inclusive or conclusive analysis. But I've plenty to say, regardless of whatever the ultimate fate of Prigozhin. So, one of the things that I need to point out that needs to be discussed is, of course, the Algerian Civil War, which is very similar to America's Vietnam experience, except much more intensive. Imagine if Vietnam had been an American state. Literally, like, there's no way you can imagine that, but try and imagine Hawaii, which is an American state. Imagine if we were fighting a guerrilla war in Hawaii. And again, there's no way that this does justice to the subject. Imagine if Mexico were a state of the United States. Imagine if Mexico's states were part of the United States, all of them. And let me take a look. I believe it's 30 some odd states in Mexico. Let's take a look at how many states in Mexico. Mexico, number of states, number of states. And the full name for Mexico is the United States of Mexico. For those of you who don't know, there's 32 federal entities in Mexico, 31 states and Mexico City, which is their Washington, D.C. So, say all 31 states of Mexico were American states, and we had to surrender them all. And there had been Americans that had been living down there, like Nancy Toulouse, Ariana. So say that Ariana, multiply her by millions of people, By the way, there are millions of Americans living in Mexico, so this is not some kind of extrapolation. It's a reality. Except Mexico is not part of the United States, or they wouldn't be there. They're down there because Mexico's not part of the United States. But imagine that it were, and they were all down there for different reasons. Legitimate reasons. And we had to give all that up, and they were stranded and had to run back to the United States by the millions. White Americans who had settled down there as families. Then you would know what happened to France in the Algerian Civil War. They still haven't gotten over that. They are still fighting that civil war. So that's an important point to make before I get into other historical aspects of France. As you note, of course, I have a tendency to cover things in exhaustive detail, which is one reason why it takes a while to get through these monologues. But then again, this is the kind of analysis that no one else on earth can give you. No one else has that in-depth insight into geopolitics, because they don't dedicate this amount of energy or investment of time into expressing what they understand. Too many people try to give you summaries of everything, and that's why your perspective of the world is too simplistic. So by going in depth into nuance, I hope to educate you as to the complexities of the world. As such, I will probably check out in a matter of minutes, stay on private call with everybody on the call right now for a few minutes before retreating into the gentle day. And we will then return to topic on Wednesday, which will be here before we know it. And hopefully by that time, Ian West and Sammy Romero and Troy Bellamy may have talked Brooke Gibson into returning. If not, obviously I make do. And certainly Amy Como has been wonderful as a co-hostess. So Amy, it's been delightful. Say good morning to our audience and bring up to people whatever is on your mind about your regional issues, if you like, for a few minutes. Give us a nice summary of what's important in the world to you right now.
Good morning, everybody. I think what's most important is that we all do have that united front, that we're not getting distracted by things that are sort of in the past or worries about the future, just staying really in unison with everything as it starts to unfold. I mean, just to be really present. And if you can, send Douglas some cash. He needs some money.
You're an angel. Love you, honey. Certainly not nearly as desperate as I was last month. Last month was impossible, and yet thanks to my listeners, we made it. And so God bless you all out there who love and support myself. I couldn't do it without you. And so let's bring Ian West on for a few moments to say good day. Ian West.
Hey, everybody.
That was cute. There must be something else. Anything else come to mind, Ian?
Yeah. I'm still getting on the details about this Orlando company that rigged the elections over the last 10 years. But okay. I should have all that sorted out by next week.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And okay. And appreciate your being on with us and helping to hold the line, hold the stage, and all the rest of that. And do talk to Brooke for me, and hopefully you can seduce her back into participation. We'll see what happens. And of course, to Nemo Albano. He's on the call, but not in it. He's in the chat room. You're welcome to come on and say good morning to everyone, or good day, as they used to say in Australia. Before I check out, I should actually call Viviana to say Good morning to everyone. Maybe even risk that for a few minutes. Don't want to keep us on too long because I don't want to end the show too late. Because otherwise it screws up the upload and renders it actually, it won't upload everything then. It kind of cuts off after a certain point. And, with that being said, let's see if she responds. Just curious. And Nemo, you were called earlier, so you can actually jump in on the call and say good morning. And anyhow, the snoring, believe it or not, unjustly, I had attributed in my mind initially to Amy's dogs. I thought she was escorting them around and they were doing this sniffling, but yeah, it turned out to be